Hackers always counter technology with even more advanced technology. Learning knows no end. Even at 23, Su Luo, already one of the world's top hackers, still devoted at least 8 hours every day solely to study. After finishing an exhausting 11 hours of study that day, Su Luo stretched lazily. It's time to relax a little. Su Luo picked up his phone, first launching a cheating app he had developed himself, then tapping on an icon of a yellow. Lately, Su Luo had become obsessed with Clash of Clans, a tower defense strategy game known as COC. He had no time to grind, and spending money was out of the question. Spending money on games was something he would never do in this lifetime. To him, handing cash to a game company was a humiliation. He could only rely on his cheat tools to keep his virtual life going. While the game was loading, Su Luo glanced at the time, 1959 in the evening. The instant he entered the game, the clock ticked over to exactly 2000. Su Luo remembered that today was supposed to be Clash of Clans' 10th anniversary event, though he had no idea what it actually entailed. He shook his head with a faint laugh. Whatever. As long as I wish it every day can be a 10th anniversary. Suddenly, a gentle, refined, feminine voice bloomed in Su Luo's mind. Today is the 10th anniversary of Clash of Clans. COC has prepared a surprise for everyone. The magical edition of Clash of Clans has descended. Let the 236548756 players around the globe rejoice. You shall be immersed in a real Clash of Clans world, starting anew as level 1 lords. Honored Chieftain Suzhaerkin, thank you for your support of Clash of Clans. You are now invited to enter the magical edition of Clash of Clans. Game loading, please wait. Though it was called an invitation, no one bothered to ask whether Su Luo agreed. During the loading process, a series of images appeared before his eyes. A girl with exquisitely delicate features, dressed in a black, voluminous gown, radiated dazzling 7-colored light as she softly cried, "Magic shine." At the bottom of the screen, a caption explained, "Mage Hero Super Queen." The scene shifted to a towering archangel 4 to 5 meters tall, hovering in the sky. Her skin was snowy white, her clothing sparse, and a hood concealed the upper half of her face. She swung a single fist, and a purple beam stretching hundreds of meters instantly vaporized tens of thousands of undead. Angel Hero Divine Sky Maiden. A giant dragon stood upon the ground, over 10 meters tall. Its eyes glowed aquamarine, its entire body a gleaming silver white, and from its maw erupted a pure white shockwave that obliterated a barbarian king in a single blow. This was the ultimate form of the Flash Owl Azurite White Dragon. The final image showed the corpse of a gigantic P.E.K.K. A super soldier, the corpse of a 3-headed Azurite White Dragon, and the mangled bodies of several other creatures Su Luo could not even name. Suspended in midair above them was a terrifying barbarian with golden hair, standing straight up, his expression utterly cold as he gazed down on the sea of corpses, disdain flickering in his eyes. Superhero. The sequence ended and Su Luo was so enthralled that he forgot his own surroundings entirely. All of those heroes had been killed by a single barbarian. Su Luo found himself in a world lush with greenery. Before him stretched an endless grassland, and around him stood several familiar buildings straight out of Clash of Clans. The gentle feminine voice sounded again. Only players who registered an account and became chieftains before the 10th anniversary of Clash of Clans are qualified to enter this game. Once your clan is truly destroyed, you will be eliminated. Your consciousness will safely return to reality, and you will never again be able to enter this game. During game time, the real world will be paused. You are granted a brilliant second life. Every 24 hours spent in game, you will return to reality, and at 2000 the next day, you will enter the game again. Gold coins and elixir from the game can be brought back into reality. With enough gold, you may possess any ability from this world. Elixir can heal all diseases or extend lifespan. If you do not wish to experience this game, you may tell me to quit. That is equivalent to elimination, and you will be permanently unable to re-enter. Su Luo took a moment to digest what the gentle voice had just told him. If it was real, only an idiot would choose to quit. Abilities and lifespan were secondary. Who could possibly refuse to own a Divine Sky Maiden? Yet he still did not know if any of it was true. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that casually playing a game would bring such an astounding opportunity. Fortunately, he had played it. The gentle voice spoke again. "I am the system of this game. I will now guide you through the basic operations. Silently recite the game menu, open the shop, purchase a cannon blueprint, and begin construction." Su Luo obeyed. The builder, a unit every player possessed at the beginning, ran over automatically and began construction. Time required 10 seconds. The system said you may spend 1 gem to complete construction instantly. Su Luo was speechless. Even here, the game still tried to scam him. When he first played Clash of Clans, Su Luo had believed the system's nonsense and spent a gem to skip 10 seconds of building time. Back then, he had thought surely a newbie tutorial wouldn't cheat its players right. Following the prompts was supposed to be absolutely safe. In reality, he had been thoroughly fleeced. Wait, could everything the system had just said also be a trap? In that brief moment of wild speculation, the cannon that should have taken 10 seconds finished construction in a single second. Su Luo had not used any gem, of course. System. Su Luo. A sudden thought made him shiver. Had the cheat program he created somehow entered this game along with him? The core function of Su Luo's cheat was to permanently apply the Night World's clock tower effect to the main base. Effect production speed of resources, construction speed of builders, and research speed in the laboratory were all permanently increased tenfold. There was no bonus to troop training speed because Su Luo's units were completed instantly and required no time at all. Otherwise, each batch of troops would have taken at least half an hour, and Su Luo simply did not have that kind of time. He wanted to battle whenever he pleased. Under this cheat's effect, the cannon that should have needed 10 seconds was done in 1. Su Luo was not yet certain this was the cause. He would have to confirm it later. In any case, he was absolutely confident that no game company could ever detect his cheat. If a cheat crafted by one of the world's top 10 hackers could be discovered by a game company, that would be laughable beyond belief. Yet faced with this unfathomable game, Su Luo lost his nerve and trembled. If he were detected here, would his account be banned on the spot? The system seemed utterly unaware, continuing to guide Su Luo through simple operations. The system said your clan name will follow the one from your mobile account. Changing it will cost 500 gems. Su Luo's clan was called Suzheirkin, taken from the protagonist of a film by Xing Yi and sharing his own surname. The system said detecting your account. The system announced your account was registered 2 months ago and has logged in frequently during this period. It will be counted as an account active for 1 year, and a privilege will be granted to you. Construction training and research will each receive a 20% boost for 3 days. For example, under the training bonus, the time and resources required to train troops are reduced by 20%. Accounts active for 10 years will enjoy the bonus for 30 days. Su Luo's breathing grew heavier, and a sharp pain twisted in his heart. If a player had registered in the very year Clash of Clans launched, and stayed active all this time, these effects would last for 30 full days. Compared to players who registered only this year, the advantage would be overwhelmingly huge. Someone like him, however, received only 3 days. Having played and never played were two entirely different treatments, and how long one had played created yet another vast gulf. Su Luo lowered his head, whereas his own privileges seemed to be a 90% boost with no time limit at all. Thinking along those lines, he suddenly felt as though the ache in his chest had faded. The system intoned, guidance complete. When you encounter specific issues, I will automatically inform you and provide prompts. New players will enjoy a 3-day protection period. Once you step outside the clan, the protection will automatically end. The system fell silent, and Su Luo seized the time to verify whether his cheat function still existed. Fresh air filled his lungs, making Su Luo feel a wave of comfort. To be fair, the realism of this game was utterly off the charts. He could even make out the wrinkles on the builders' faces and the tiny insects crawling through the grass. He had no mood to ask the builder's name or age. Su Luo hurriedly bought a blueprint for an elixir collector from the shop and ordered the builder to begin construction. The required time was 1 minute. The builder's face remained stiff and wordless, yet once he received the order, he immediately set to work. Ordinarily, a level 1 elixir collector would require 10 seconds to construct, but with the construction bonus, it needed only 8. Instead, the builder's body began to tremble at a crazed, epileptic speed, and in less than a single second, the elixir collector stood fully completed. Such an effect should only appear when a builder potion was used. The builder was utterly baffled, muttering, "I never drank any builder potion, so why was it so fast?" To continue testing, Su Luo ordered calmly, "Upgraded." At a level 1 town hall, both the elixir collector and the gold mine could be upgraded to level 2. The builder started again. Normally, upgrading the elixir collector to level 2 required 1 minute. With the construction bonus, it should have taken 48 seconds. Yet in less than 5 seconds, the work was complete. The upgraded elixir collector was now ringed with a rotating green halo, its body rhythmically swaying as it operated at a frenzied pace. This signified that the collector's output had entered an accelerated state. A thrill surged through Su Luo's heart. The time clock tower's effect had truly activated. Su Luo opened the information panel for the elixir collector. Elixir collector. Level 2. Hit points 440. Production per hour 400. Capacity 2000. The listed 400 per hour was the collector's original speed. Even if its output doubled, the increase would not be reflected here. He then checked the actual rate at which the collector's storage was rising. It was truly producing at a speed of 4000 per hour. A smile spread across Su Luo's face. If things were really as the system claimed, if this elixir could be brought back to reality, curing disease and extending lifespan, then his fortunes would be made. Level 2 was the limit the elixir collector could reach under a level 1 town hall. Su Luo turned and instructed the builder to upgrade the starting gold mine. The builder's running time to reach the gold mine was longer than the time needed to upgrade it. Once again, the upgrade finished in under 5 seconds. The primary function of Su Luo's cheat, the time clock tower, was operating flawlessly. It was time to test the second function. One-click troop creation with no waiting for training time. The training camp was constructed in an instant, and for now, there was only one troop type available, the barbarian. This was the yellow-haired, yellow-bearded unit players jokingly called the Little Yellow Hare. Just as he was about to train one, Su Luo was startled. A little yellow hare that originally cost 25 units of elixir now required 500, an entire 20-fold increase. Its initial training time had also jumped from half a minute to half an hour. When Su Luo created the cheat, he had only targeted training time and never adjusted the cost. It was not that he could not, but that he chose not to. If he wished, every feature from the cracked version could have been ported into the online version. Were he to do that within just a few days, the game would lose all appeal for him. Having finally encountered a game he truly loved, Su Luo did not want to destroy it so easily. Every function he added to his cheat was meant only to accelerate his own progress without disrupting overall balance. Any wealthy whale, given enough money, could achieve similar effects through legitimate means. Under the system's training bonus, a barbarian now cost only 400 elixir. Su Luo checked and found he had only 550 elixir left. The collector had not yet been harvested, so he decided to train a single barbarian first as a test. The instant he clicked, the barbarian in the training queue vanished, and a little yellow hare strode straight out of the camp. His appearance matched the image from the mobile game, yet now this towering, more than unlimited powerfully built barbarian stood living and breathing before Su Luo, stunning him into a momentary halt. No training time had been required at all. The second function was also running perfectly. The barbarian dumbly shook his head, but with a respectful expression, he knelt and saluted to Su Luo. Ada pays respects to the chieftain. Su Luo nodded satisfied as he looked at the sturdy barbarian. Coming with his own name saved him the trouble of naming him himself. The system had granted only 1,000 elixir, so there were not enough resources for a second barbarian. With his current collector speed, however, Su Luo could obtain enough elixir for 10 barbarians every hour. Other players, even if they had enough elixir, would still be unable to train them so quickly, for they were bound by time. His cheat possessed a total of 6 functions. The third allowed any level of wall to be upgraded with a single gold coin. In Su Luo's view, requiring tens of millions of resources to fully upgrade a wall was unreasonable, for walls were nowhere near that valuable. The fourth function refreshed 40 obstacles on the map every day. Empowered by the time clock tower, each could be cleared in a single second, allowing Su Luo to harvest a large number of gems daily while enjoying the sheer satisfaction of clearing them all. The fifth function allowed him to purchase any item in the trader's shop with just 1 gem. The sixth removed all storage limits from resource buildings; they would never overflow. After all, Su Luo did not have time to log in constantly, and the thought of maxed out storage halting production was unbearable. The last 4 functions could not yet be tested, but given that the first 2 worked perfectly, he was confident they would function as intended. In the original mobile game, these abilities would never have broken the game's balance. When Su Luo created them, it was simply to speed up his own growth and help him catch up to veteran players. Without being grotesquely overpowered, they still let him savor the thrill of leveling up and raiding for resources. Su Luo's face darkened. Had he known, he would have loaded the cracked version's full functions into his cheat. In that case, he would have become invincible in at most a single day. He imagined himself with an archer queen in his left arm and a royal champion in his right, lying in the embrace of a grand warden-like celestial maiden. How could that not be tempting? Clearly he had been capable of building such a cheat, and yet he chose not to. All for the sake of just playing. Su Luo slapped himself lightly. What are you pretending for? There is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. If there were, Su Luo would add features like instant annihilation by heavenly thunder and earth fire, infinite health for barbarians, infinite attacks, and more. With unlimited resources and unlimited gems, there are no functionalities that cannot be achieved, only those that are not imagined. Holy water bottles and treasure jars were soon crafted. The conditions needed to upgrade to a level 2 base have been met, and Su Luo immediately instructed the builders to proceed with the upgrade. Upgrading the base would unlock more buildings and higher building levels. The system prompted upgrading to a level 2 base requires a blueprint for a level 2 base, which can be obtained by destroying a level 2 tribe or by combining 2 level 1 base blueprints. Su Luo was taken aback. Wasn't this a form of elimination? It was destined that a large portion of players would be eliminated. However, players now have shields, making it impossible to attack. Although Su Luo had hacks, he did not dare. Once he stepped out of the tribe, the shield would immediately expire. Su Luo's hacks did not grant him invincibility. His army was still too small. As if understanding Su Luo's thoughts, the system continued to prompt. There are also many indigenous tribes in the game that can be destroyed. Please be cautious, as indigenous tribes may also attack player tribes. It was too early to say this. Su Luo wouldn't venture out unless there were at least dozens of barbarians. The system prompted the first player to reach a level 2 tribe or a higher level will receive a reward. Su Luo's eyes lit up. Such rewards are usually substantial. With hacks, he felt he shouldn't be the one to claim first place and believe he should reflect seriously. He opened his tribe information and took a look. Tribe Su Chahar Khan. Tribe level 1. Gold 550, a holy water 150, a gems 10 trophy 0, heroes none army 1 barbarian defense, building 1 level 1 inferior cannon barracks 1 level 1, with a maximum training capacity of 20 units per day. Su Luo checked one by one, having only 10 gems. He wondered if he was discriminated against. This should be the same for everyone, unlike mobile games, where each player starts with 500 gems. He asked the system, and indeed it was the case. Inferior cannon. System defense building levels are divided into inferior, middle, superior, and premium. The gold required for construction and upgrades is the same, but the damage range varies greatly. It can be obtained by defeating wild monsters in the wild through system rewards or purchased from the auction house. This information is easy to understand. There's even an auction house. Su Luo quickly located the auction house and silently opened it. The first thing that came into view was a row of cannons. The blueprint for an inferior cannon has a minimum auction price of 120,000. Su Luo blinked. Could they really be crafted if they were instant annihilated? Infinite defense buildings. System, yes, as long as you have enough gold builders and space. In the early game, it is impossible for players to purchase cannons from the auction house because the treasure jar has a storage limit. Early players cannot store that much gold, making purchases impossible. Su Luo calculated at his production speed it would take 3 days to accumulate enough for 1 cannon. The price of a middle-grade cannon is 9,000, over 7 times more, while a superior cannon costs 6 million. The price difference is enormous. There are no blueprints for premium cannons in the auction house. There are blueprints for arrow towers, mortars, mage towers, and even X-crossbows, but Su Luo did not see the blueprints for the Hell Tower or the Sky Eagle cannon. It seems no one is willing to sell them. Wouldn't it be better to enhance their own strength? Su Luo checked other items. Level 1 Barbarian Ring increases the health and attack power of all barbarians and barbarian heroes by 10%. Su Luo gasped. This is truly a good item, enhancing all barbarians, not just 1 or 2. The minimum price is 1500 gems. Su Luo recalled a saying from Lulu, that's too high, really too high. It's better not to look at a poor player with only 2. There is also an archer's ring and a giant's ring. There is even a level 3 barbarian ring with a 30% enhancement effect priced at a staggering 6,000 gems. Su Luo slapped himself again. What are you pretending for? Isn't it all going to be instant annihilated? He switched to other items. Hero's Certificate, King of Barbarians, transforms 1 barbarian into the King of Barbarians. The minimum price is 600 gems. Looking at the price of the Archer Queen at 850 gems, Su Luo muttered to himself, spending so many gems to buy a King of Barbarians, isn't that just crazy? Isn't it better to save 250 gems to buy an Archer Queen? This hero can be owned infinitely, just like defense buildings, as long as you have that many hero certificates. As for the superpowered Queen and the Divine Celestial Maiden that Su Luo saw during game loading, not a single one appeared. If they had, Su Luo might have slapped his face into a pig's head immediately. Su Luo exclaimed, "Oh, what is this Divine Arrow Ranger?" He saw a hero certificate for the Divine Arrow Ranger priced the same as the Archer Queen. Only after reading the description did he understand. In mobile games, all archers are female, but in this game the gender of the archers trained is random and male archers can also appear. The hero certificate for the Archer Queen is for females, while the Divine Arrow Ranger is for males. If their attributes are the same, Su Luo would never purchase the Divine Arrow Ranger. Don't ask why. Reluctantly closing the auction house, unable to afford anything, he decided to wait for a time when he could study it further. Through items, one can indirectly learn a lot of game knowledge. The last point in the tribe information is the barracks. In this game, the function of the barracks has changed to determine how many units can be trained each day. Now the barracks can produce 20 units of troops each day, meaning once 20 barbarians are trained, no further training can continue. Is there any way to continue? Su Luo inquired with the system. System, you can use gems to increase. 1 gem can add 5 training slots. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's face lit up with joy, and he immediately sold all 10 of his gems, exchanging them for 30,000 units of holy water in the system store. 1 gem can only be exchanged for 3,000 holy water. Is it a loss? Of course it's a loss. 3,000 holy water cannot be turned into 1 gem, and resources cannot be exchanged for gems in the store. If resources could be exchanged for gems, many would be willing to trade for 1 gem for 100,000 resources. Did Su Luo lose his mind? Of course not. Now Su Luo's tribe has 40 obstacles. Clearing them all would yield quite a few gems. Clearing obstacles requires holy water. Without selling gems, Su Luo would have no resources to clear the obstacles. Therefore, selling them is a must. Moreover, if he does not clear the obstacles today, they will not refresh tomorrow. In Clash of Tribes, a maximum of 40 obstacles are allowed to exist simultaneously. In Su Luo's hack settings, there won't be 80 or 120 obstacles, though otherwise if someone checks Su Luo's tribe, they will definitely discover something unusual. With a swift motion, a report could expose Su Luo's hacks. After the builders finished clearing all the obstacles, they pointed at Su Luo and said, "You're not right." Su Luo replied expressionlessly, "You can't get in." The construction worker was initially puzzled, wondering why he experienced an epileptic fit without having consumed the worker's potion. Now he was convinced that something must have gone wrong. However, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Additionally, the construction worker believed he was a living person completely unaware of the game's true nature, and he couldn't find a place to lodge a complaint. His role was merely to contribute to the leader's endeavors. Any issues should be directed to the leader. Su Luo would never admit to cheating, nor would he confess to the construction worker. The realism of this game was astonishing. Every NPC seemed to have their own emotions which Su Luo could perceive. Faced with the construction worker's doubts, Su Luo could only firmly deny. "I, Su Luo, am not cheating." Su Luo could only gamble that this construction worker wouldn't be able to report him. His cheat was running in the background, and the game interface had no switch button. Su Luo couldn't even turn it off if he wanted. Even if he could, there was no way to turn it off. Su Luo said lightly, "Master, you must be confused. Your speed has always been this fast. I think you are tired. Why not go back and get some sleep?" Hearing the word sleep, the construction worker immediately brightened up, completely disregarding what had gone on before. In this vast world, nothing was more important than sleep. He gratefully said, "You are truly a benevolent leader." Su Luo smiled. "What should I call you, master?" Craftsmen love to be addressed as master. Regardless of whether he was truly a master or not, sweet words would not cost him anything. The construction worker had already entered the small dark room, and cheerfully said, "I am called Barton." Originally, the construction worker was supposed to work 24 hours a day without rest. However, since Su Luo had completed all the buildings he could construct or upgrade with no work to do, what could he do if not let him sleep? Maintaining good energy was essential. If needed, he could work longer later. But he wondered if the construction worker could endure 365 days of continuous work, 24 hours a day in a 00365 work schedule, like in mobile games. Just now, clearing obstacles had earned Su Luo 119 gems, averaging 3 gems per obstacle. Due to a shortage of holy water along the way, he exchanged gems for holy water, leaving Su Luo with 116 gems. Clearing obstacles could randomly yield between 0 to 6 gems, but this randomness was pseudo-random. It was impossible to continuously get 6 gems multiple times or to receive 0 gems consecutively. It would always gravitate towards an average number. No matter how good or bad the luck was, it didn't matter. Su Luo first exchanged for 20 gems worth of holy water, enabling him to train troops on a large scale, which he couldn't do before due to a lack of holy water. With 400 holy water each, Su Luo trained all the barbarians. He couldn't train any other types of troops. He first selected 19, and along with the previous barbarian Ada, he used up today's quota of 20. One by one, the barbarians walked out of the training camp. To Su Luo's surprise, the second barbarian to emerge was actually a female. She appeared even more robust than Ada. Looking at her arms, they seemed thicker than Su Ken's thighs. Su Luo swallowed, gazing at this female barbarian who resembled a gorilla. She respectfully approached Su Luo and said, "Greetings, leader. I am called Ahua." The third barbarian was a male, dark-skinned, and looked somewhat frail. "I am called Xiaohe." Among the 20 barbarians, there were 11 males and 9 females. Su Luo believed that with a sufficient quantity, the gender ratio would trend towards balance. When the time came to train angels, would I be given a male angel? Or when training dragon pups, a female dragon? System prompt: please be aware that each troop type will consume 1/20th of the holy water they are trained with each day as food. This consumption cannot be offset or reduced by any bonuses or items. Control the number of troops to avoid them becoming weak due to a lack of holy water. Troops also need rest. There are various resting huts for different troop types in the shop, like the barbarian hut. As the system began to speak, Su Luo was startled, always worried that the system would detect his cheating. That being said, he couldn't endlessly produce troops. After a certain number, the tribe's output would just about meet the troops' consumption. Su Luo stroked his chin, feeling like there was a bug he could exploit. The system hadn't deducted his holy water yet. If he could let all these barbarians die today, he wouldn't have to feed them tomorrow. No, that's not the bug. Others cannot temporarily produce troops. After all, producing troops takes time. Each barbarian requires half an hour. But Su Luo was different. He could train them instantly. So for now, there was no need to produce too many troops. He could just use up the basic quota each day, and when needed, use gems to produce troops on a large scale instantly. This way, he could significantly reduce holy water consumption. The only issue was whether the training camp could function as usual during battles, allowing troops to train. That would have to be confirmed with the system. Yes, it can. Su Luo smiled, deciding not to train troops for now. Although he had cheats, he didn't want to waste holy water. If holy water could truly be brought back to reality and had the effects the system mentioned, it would undoubtedly be priceless. Holy water was still quite precious in the early stages. Su Luo opened the system menu to see what functions were available: shop, mailbox, friends, achievements, and online. The single-player mode from the mobile game was gone. Upon seeing the online feature, Su Luo's eyes lit up. The online feature was meant for players to plunder resources from other players. Relying solely on resources produced by facilities to develop the tribe was far too slow. Su Luo clicked on it and first encountered a choice. Match only player tribes. Randomly between players and natives. Of course he would choose to match only player tribes. Encountering natives now would be tantamount to death, as they would simply be resource donors. However, Su Luo thought that matching players now might not yield anyone at all. It had only been a little over 10 minutes since entering the game. If players didn't use gems to speed up troop training, there wouldn't even be a single barbarian yet. What would happen if the losing side was in such a situation? System: the online feature follows the matching rules of the night world, where two players of similar strength attack each other's tribes. The one with a higher destruction rate wins. If both have the same destruction rate, the one who took less time to achieve. The loser will lose 1,000 gold coins and 1,000 holy water to the victor. The resources won will increase with the level of the main camp. There will be no increase in trophies. The trophies can only be earned by truly destroying a tribe. If you do not wish to expose your tribe's formation, you can edit a special formation for the online feature. Winning streaks will increase hidden points, matching you with opponents of the same winning streak or tribes of a higher level. Online is virtual, and all consumed troops will be fully refunded. Each player has 10 online opportunities per day. Using the online feature will not reduce shield time. Su Luo understood this feature was designed for the strong to increase resources, with the strong prevailing while preventing them from becoming too dominant. The strong fight against the strong while the weak face the weak. The cost of failure is minimal. Su Luo exchanged a gemstone for gold coins and then began matching. Let's try our luck. Perhaps he would match with a player who is hasty and eager to send resources. System: matching. However, this matching took 10 minutes with only the image of white clouds appearing, and no one was being matched unless Su Luo chose to match with the locals. Half an hour later, it was still the same, causing Su Luo, who was studying at the auction house, to shake his head. There wasn't a single capable opponent. It seems no one currently possesses 1,000 gold coins and 1,000 holy waters unless they stop the builders from working or exchange gemstones. I'm afraid it would take several hours just to find someone. Then let's fight the locals. Even if I fail, it would only cost me 2,000 resources, which Su Luo could afford. Mainly, it would allow me to scout the strength of the locals. Su Luo immediately changed the settings to match with both players and locals. As for editing the online formation, come on, what kind of arrangement can be made with just these few buildings? What is there to hide? Su Luo simply placed his only cannon in the center, surrounded by other buildings. The main base can be destroyed, but the cannon cannot. It is the only means of defense. After changing the settings, Su Luo instantly matched with an opponent. Su Chaharkan versus Shaolin tribe. As the white clouds dispersed, Su Luo found himself in a god's perspective watching the Shaolin tribe. 20 barbarians were now, just like in the mobile game, and Su Luo could control them to appear where he wanted. The countdown has started with no preparation time. Everyone is under the same conditions with no time to prepare. It all comes down to who is quicker and can think of strategies faster. In Su Luo's view, there also appeared a level 1 tribe with only a lone cannon for defensive structure. The game did not lower the difficulty, keeping the cannon protected within the buildings, which was basically the same as Su Luo's formation. The size of the tribes in the match had clearly shrunk significantly. Su Luo chose to deploy troops at the main base closest to the cannon. After attacking the main base, some barbarians would then attack the cannon. It was not possible to place troops directly beside the cannon, or deploying them very close to the buildings was not allowed. Within a second, Su Luo deployed 20 barbarians next to the main base, starting a collective roar as they attacked. Clearly the priority should be to destroy the cannon first. Why didn't Su Luo do that? It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. The troops in Clash of Clans would attack buildings according to certain rules. One type would attack whatever is closest to them, such as the barbarians attacking archers. The second type prioritizes attacking defensive buildings like giants. The third type prioritizes specific buildings, such as goblins attacking resource facilities and lava hounds targeting anti-air rockets. Su Luo's hack also did not have the function of directing who attacks whom. Su Luo could add troops, but not direct them. If anyone reviewed the replay of a tribe being attacked and found a barbarian prioritizing a defensive building, they would certainly report it. The game system could not detect this, but humans could. Most importantly, changing the troops data would affect game balance. Su Luo was enjoying the game, not playing for profit. If a level 1 main base only has one cannon, no arrangement can withstand the attack of 20 barbarians, even if the number of barbarians were slightly less. Su Luo knew that both he and the opponent would have the same destruction rate. It was only a matter of who could destroy the opponent's tribe faster. As the enemy's main base was destroyed, Su Luo directly obtained a victory star. In this process, the cannon, which only dealt 7 damage per shot, needed 7 hits to take down a barbarian with 45 health. By the time the 7th shot was fired, the main base had already been destroyed. The barbarians in the match could overlap. Physically, the advantage was they could quickly destroy a building, but the drawback was that if they encountered area attacks, they would all perish together. After the main base was destroyed, some barbarians began attacking the cannon, while others attacked the nearby holy war. The cannon was quickly destroyed, and Su Luo only lost one barbarian. Soon, all the buildings of the Shaolin tribe were destroyed, taking a total of 24 seconds. The system alerted, your destruction rate is 100, and the opponent is still attacking. Su Luo smiled. This meant he had already won. The time consumed by the opponent was certainly more than Su Luo's, and a 100 destruction rate was the highest. It couldn't be improved further. Therefore, Su Luo had already won. 2,000 resources acquired. Su Luo wondered, was the game lowering the difficulty? In his subconscious, in a game without troop limits, the initial strength of the locals must be higher than his own at this moment. 8 seconds later, the Shaolin tribe completely destroyed Su Luo's tribe. The system alerted, you have defeated the Shaolin tribe, earning 1,000 holy water and 1,000 gold coins. After finishing a tribe battle, one can review the video to see how the opponent attacked. This game also has that feature. Su Luo began to replay the video. The tactics were similar to Su Luo's deploying troops near the cannon. However, Su Luo counted, and the Shaolin tribe only had 13 barbarians. Su Luo's number of barbarians exceeded that of the Shaolin tribe by 7. Su Luo was astonished what was going on. Soon he figured it out. The Shaolin tribe was a level 1 tribe. If their troop count significantly exceeded that of a normal player, as Su Luo imagined, it could be in the dozens or even hundreds, then after 3 days of shield protection their troop count would still far exceed that of ordinary players. If this is the case, it would be somewhat difficult for players to defeat them, only being able to gradually surpass them through various bonuses. At this time, the troop count of the level 1 local tribe wasn't high either. If players had bonuses, they could barely match them after the shield ended. Is it an exception, or is it generally like this? To verify his thoughts, Su Luo immediately initiated another match. This time he encountered another level 1 tribe with 15 barbarians. Su Luo had more troops than him, so there was no reason to lose. Su Luo started a third match. Just as he was about to deploy all the barbarians at once, he suddenly noticed that the opponent's formation was missing a builder hut. Su Luo was stunned. No builder hut. How pitiful. Upon closer inspection, it turned out they had placed the builder hut in the far corner. If Su Luo hadn't noticed, then after the barbarians destroyed everything, they would have to run a long distance to attack the builder hut. Although they couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed, it would greatly prolong Su Luo's battle time. Su Luo chuckled to himself. If this trick failed, it would have little effect. But if it succeeded, he would surely win with comparable strength. Thinking this, Su Luo didn't hesitate and deployed 2 barbarians beside the builder hut. Lesson learned, this tactic could be used in the future. After consecutively defeating 3 primary tribes whose forces were inferior to his own, Su Luo's mind immediately became active. These primary tribes were weak. By training more troops, he could effortlessly annihilate them upon encounter. If there were 100 barbarians, engaging such tribes would result in at most a few losses among the barbarians. At this moment, the secondary tribes might only possess a few dozen warriors. Am I not overpowered? Why be so cautious? To take down the first player promoted to a secondary tribe in one fell swoop. Su Luo slapped himself, saying, is money just saved? Money is to be earned. Before mass training troops, Su Luo inquired about the rules of real tribal war. In a real tribal war, the leader can fully command the troops, unlike the online mode, where each type of unit adheres to its inherent attack patterns. The attacking side is at a disadvantage, as the defending side has the advantage of walls and defensive structures. Under similar strengths, it is challenging for the attacker to achieve victory. However, the primary tribe, barring any surprises, only has a cannon and lacks walls, rendering such advantage. Moreover, after a victory, the attacking side can restore all their troop losses, but there is a cooldown period. Primary tribes have a 3-day cooldown. The defending side can also restore all losses upon a successful defense, and there is no cooldown. The leader is in an invincible state, unable to be harmed, and any attacks made do not inflict damage or effect. Upon learning that tribes 2 levels or more above him, including level 3 and beyond, could not attack him at this time, Su Luo completely let himself go. What is there to fear? Su Luo was not boasting. As long as he wished, he could instantly produce 400 barbarians by using all his gems. Secondary tribes must kneel before me. But Su Luo did not want to do that. With his tribe producing 40 obstacles daily in a week, he could gather enough gems for the hero's certificate of the Archer Queen. Having an Archer Queen from a secondary or tertiary tribe would be delightful to think about. Su Luo now possessed 20 barbarians. With his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he spent 16 gems to increase his training capacity by 80 units. The holy water exchanged for gems was sufficient, as 80 barbarians merely required 300 units of holy water. In the blink of an eye, 80 barbarians appeared crowded in Su Luo's tribe. A full 100 barbarians could only be obtained in a tribe with at least 4 or 5 buildings in the mobile game. Su Luo left 40 barbarians to defend the home, while taking 60 out of the tribe. Once the tribe is truly destroyed, Su Luo would be eliminated. When the tribe is attacked, Su Luo can send a clone back to the tribe to command the defending troops. Troops not engaged in battle can return instantly for defense. Su Luo could also use the training camp to create troops upon regaining consciousness. There is still a bit of risk in going out, but one cannot let fear paralyze them. System notification: your shield has automatically ended. Su Luo paid no mind and surveyed the surroundings for any tribes. This was a grassy area with small groves nearby, providing a relatively clear line of sight. Soon Su Luo discovered a tribe less than 200 meters away. He could not tell if it was an indigenous tribe or a player tribe. Before long, Su Luo arrived at the entrance of the tribe. As soon as he approached, he received a system notification. System: Chinese player Mengyin tribe. The opponent has a shield, unable to view their resource count. Su Luo suddenly realized there was such a function. Knowing how many resources the opponent had could determine whether to take action or, under equal strength, to choose a more lucrative target. Su Luo felt a bit regretful. With a shield he could not attack. It did not matter, he could destroy her 3 days later. How can others sleep soundly by my side? Eliminating the nearby tribes would make him safer and allow him to gain trophies and resources. Despite the shield, Su Luo could still see the interior of the tribe. There was nothing remarkable. Player primary tribes are all the same. The initial buildings of a primary tribe are built within 10 seconds to a minute, constructed very quickly. With so many barbarians behind him and such a large formation, Mengyin noticed them from afar and ran over with her 2 remaining barbarians. Relying on her shield, Mengyin felt fearless. Seeing Mengyin approach, Su Luo's mind stirred. Oh, perhaps he could trick her out. Once the shield is out, it would be over. As Mengyin got closer, Su Luo thought, damn. It was not that Mengyin was too ugly or too beautiful, but her face, including her hair, was entirely pixelated. Su Luo could not see her features at all. System: this is to protect player privacy. Unless the other party consents, their appearance cannot be known. Su Luo certainly appreciated this setting. Otherwise, if his appearance were known to certain individuals, it would be easy to trace his identity upon returning to reality. Although Su Luo could not see Minjian's appearance, judging by her figure, she seemed to be a young girl. Mengyin looked at the name above Su Luo's head, Chinese player Su Chahar, with uncertainty. Is this game paid to win? Otherwise, how could someone possess so many barbarians just an hour after starting the game? Mengyin spoke. Big brother, how did you manage to gather so many troops? Su Luo chuckled. Her words were quite sweet. Su Luo displayed a harmless smile, unaware that his smile was also pixelated, rendering it pointless. Su Luo pointed to the east and said, I found a gem mine in the east, but I lack manpower. Would you like to come with me? Su Luo thought to himself that such a young girl should be easy to deceive, right? Mengyin rolled her eyes, saying, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? If it weren't for the fear of offending Su Luo, she would have switched to a confrontational mode. Su Luo chuckled awkwardly, saying, how could that be? I've never deceived a young girl before. Well, this was indeed the first time. Mengyin replied with a laugh, if you say Chinese people don't deceive others, I might believe you. Su Luo's expression instantly turned deadpan. Ooh, anything could be a lie, and such words should never be said lightly. Otherwise, as a Chinese person, he would feel a million points of conscience striking him. Even if a divine celestial maiden were presented to him, it would not matter. Without a second thought, Su Luo turned and walked away. He would not continue to banter with such a cunning young girl. Indeed, I do not possess the qualities of a deceiver. As Su Luo was about to leave Minjian's tribe, he noticed a suspicious point. That was the absence of any obstacles in Minjian's tribe, just like the 3 native tribes he had encountered before. Was there none, or had they been cleared by them? Perhaps they just couldn't bear to use gems to accelerate the training of their troops. It was time to ask. Su Luo turned to Mengyin and asked, have any obstacles respawned in your tribe? Not a single one has respawned in my tribe. What on earth? Mengyin replied, equally perplexed. I find it strange too. I wanted to collect more gems to exchange for holy water or save up. Looking at Su Luo's departing figure, Mengyin fell into deep thought. After 3 days of protection, she would be right next to this monster facing the brunt of it. How on earth were so many barbarians trained? The training slots, holy water, and required time were all essential. Judging by his attempts to deceive me, he definitely wasn't a good person. What should I do? After Su Luo left, he quickly discovered a second tribe, which was also a tribe of Chinese players. With over 200 million players worldwide, along with a large number of native tribes, there surely wouldn't be just one tribe far away. How could there be conflict? It wouldn't make it difficult to display conflicts between tribes. Since player tribes couldn't fight, Su Luo abandoned the idea of luring players out. Fortunately, the third tribe he found was a native tribe, also a level 1 tribe. Su Luo felt a surge of energy. Regardless of how much resources this tribe could yield, it was enough that it could fight. After a brief observation, he noticed 4 huts for barbarians within this tribe. Each hut could accommodate up to 4 barbarians, meaning this tribe could have a maximum of 16 barbarian warriors. There was only one defensive structure, a cannon. Level 1 tribes didn't have traps or area attacks, so Su Luo directly commanded all the barbarians to charge in. Su Luo's first barbarian, A, charged, had excitement and madness on his face. Even if the tribe's leader Green hadn't heard the sounds, he received the report. When Green came out, his face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Let's talk this over." But what good would that do? Grinding his teeth, Green immediately used a gem to exchange for 3,000 holy water, but due to resource storage limits, only 2,000 holy water was credited, leaving 1,000 as a waste. With the 2,000 holy water, he promptly trained 4 barbarians, instant training. 1 gem could instantly train 5 barbarians. In the second wave, exchanging gems for holy water increased training slots, instantly training 4 more barbarians. Wanting to continue, he found he was out of gems. In a life-and-death situation, hoarding gems was useless. 5 gems turned into 8 barbarians. Su Luo watched, frowning. The game really didn't give any leeway. Originally only 14 barbarians, now it became 22. This meant the information obtained might not be accurate, and the amount of gems the opponent had was unknown. Even so, 22 barbarians against 60 barbarians had no chance of victory. Green shouted, "Capture one and kill it. As many as we can, even if we die, let them suffer as well." When being surrounded and beaten, capturing one to beat to death was the way to go. Su Luo also shouted, "Those seriously injured retreat immediately. There's no need to fight to the death." The barbarians of Green's tribe did not charge in remaining still. They could rely on a cannon, although it wasn't very effective, it was better than having none. The attack range of the low-grade cannon was only 30 meters, a distance that required the barbarians to run madly for 4 seconds to reach. Su Luo issued the command, "Take turns bearing the brunt." If one person bore the brunt, they would be half dead by the time they reached the other side. The two sides began to clash, with Green's barbarians tightly grouping together to minimize their numerical disadvantage. This tactic had significant drawbacks. If Su Luo had mages, these barbarians would die by the dozens. But Su Luo did not. Without Su Luo's orders, the barbarians that couldn't reach the opponent automatically circled around to attack the backs of the opposing barbarians. Green was unable to shift formations in time. They would be wiped out before any transition could occur. The barbarians had 45 health points, and with the barbarians' 8 points of attack, it took 6 hits. In the game, there was no concept of critical hits. Regardless of where attacked, the damage was the same. The troops were trained with holy water, which might be the miraculous aspect of holy water. Barbarians swung their weapons, taking as fast as 1 second. If slow, there was no limit. Both sides swung their weapons at the fastest speeds. Su Luo's barbarians usually had 3 attacking 1 given their numbers. Green's did the same, wanting to trade lives to inflict heavy losses on Su Luo. Although Green's idea was good, executing it was not so easy. The battlefield was somewhat chaotic. Su Luo's plan was also unrealistic. The fighting barbarians were blinded by rage, completely forgetting Su Luo's previous orders. Part of the reason was that Green's 3 barbarians attacking 1 could take more than half of a barbarian's health, and they only realized they were dead when they died. The combat in multiplayer mode was bloodless, but real combat was bloody. This left Su Luo, who was seeing it for the first time, somewhat dizzy. The battle among the barbarians concluded quickly, mainly due to the charge. Once they made contact, it was only a few seconds. The disparity in numbers was too great. After killing all the barbarians, Su Luo's barbarians quickly gathered in front of the tall cannon to attack, unlike in multiplayer mode, where they attacked at close range. All defensive measures of Green's tribe were destroyed, and soon the entire tribe was obliterated. Green's body vanished in fragments. Su Luo lost 3 barbarians. One was a dark-skinned barbarian named Xiao He, while he forgot the names of the other 2. Su Luo felt a bit regretful, but to say he was heartbroken over the deaths of emotionless barbarians would be hypocritical. System prompt: Congratulations, you have destroyed Green's tribe, earning 29 trophies, a total of 16 points of holy water, and 255 gold coins. System prompt: You have obtained a blueprint for a level 1 tribe's base and a normal level treasure chest. System prompt: You have won the battle. You can restore the lost troops and the injured troops completely. Do you wish to restore them? Su Luo shook his head. The loss of 3 barbarians was not worth wasting such an opportunity. Such an opportunity only appeared once every 3 days, unless Su Luo refrained from attacking within that time. What is this treasure chest? Na system prompt appeared. The quality of the treasure chest varies according to the rank of the tribe you have destroyed. Defeating a higher tier opponent grants bonus rewards. Would you like to open the chest? NSU Luo confirmed. In the system announced, Congratulations. You have obtained 10,000 sacred water from the chest, a reward that permits storage beyond the normal sacred water vial capacity. Not bad, but you certainly haven't noticed my resources can overflow infinitely. N57 barbarians remain, though 3 are severely wounded and 2 lightly injured. Among the gravely wounded is Da. Yet these injured warriors appear utterly unbothered. NSU Luo asked the system, how do I restore their injuries and replenish their health? The system replied, without healing potions, each barbarian recovers 1 point of health per hour. Given their current condition, full recovery would take only 1 or 2 days. Relieved, Su Luo resolved to position them at the rear during the next battle. Su Luo scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, searching for more tribes. Into the south lay one, unfortunately a player-controlled settlement. And all players he had encountered so far were from Huaxia. Not a single foreign player was in sight. Is this the Huaxia server? And acquiring one more level 1 stronghold blueprint will allow me to upgrade to a level 2 stronghold and trigger a special reward. Su Luo wondered, could it possibly be a hero's token? He had deliberately deactivated his shield precisely for this reward. And beneath a towering tree, a black bear, 3 meters tall, slept soundly. Upon spotting it, Su Luo instinctively halted. Nah, wild monster. And rumors claimed such creatures might drop blueprints for defensive structures, and elite monsters could even yield gems or heroes tokens. A health bar hovered above the bear's head, 1000 HP. And seeing it, Su Luo relaxed slightly. The value wasn't alarmingly high. Among players, a cardinal rule held true: any creature bearing a visible health bar posed no existential threat. Yet its attack power and method remained unknown. If its assault dealt massive area damage, even his 57 barbarians might fall short. And troops slain by wild monsters could never be revived. Only those lost in tribal warfare could return. Torn between greed for potential loot and wariness toward the unknown beast, Su Luo hesitated, until the black bear awoke. Its drowsy eyes blinked open, gazing hazily in Su Luo's direction. Instantly alert and furious, it roared, "You dared spy on my slumber." And then on all fours it charged towards Su Luo with startling speed. Su Luo's expression hardened. The bear moved faster than any barbarian could flee. And worse still, it advanced despite his overwhelming numbers. That was what truly unsettled him. But retreat was impossible. He had no choice but to stand and fight. As the bear closed in, it rose onto its hind legs, raised a massive paw, and prepared to strike. Unflinching, the barbarians encircled it. Though they struck second, their cleavers landed first, dealing 24 points of damage in an instant. The ever-impulsive pushed forward recklessly, his health reduced to a mere 19 points. One blow would surely kill him. Su Luo yanked him back, just in time. The bear slammed its paw onto a barbarian's skull, ringing his ears and triggering a dazed icon. Su Luo glanced at the barbarian's health bar. From a full 45, only 5 points remained. And the bear's single strike inflicted 40 points of damage. To Su Luo's relief, it couldn't kill outright. And each attack took roughly 2 seconds, averaging 20 damage per second. Hardly insurmountable. He assigned one barbarian solely to drag wounded comrades out of harm's way. And due to spatial constraints, no more than 5 barbarians could strike the bear simultaneously. At 40 damage per second, the bear would fall in 25 seconds, provided it didn't suddenly surge in power. And injured fighters were swiftly rotated out, fresh replacements stepped in seamlessly. The bear's health dwindled steadily, yet none of Su Luo's fears materialized. It seemed its sole offensive ability was that colossal swipe. At the cost of 13 severely wounded barbarians, Su Luo felled the beast. And the black bear collapsed, unwilling to accept its defeat. "And you actually dared challenge me. Thank you." Su Luo surmised the creature either suffered from utter folly, or was programmed to attack any troop it encountered, never retreating. The bear dropped 2 items. And first, its pair of paws. Bear paws, a delicacy rarely tasted in the mortal world. For a modest gold fee, they may be prepared to your exact preference and served upon request. Saliva welled in Su Luo's mouth. "How did you know I've never eaten bear paws?" "Nind. The legendary delicacy remains untried. Just imagining it stirs ravenous hunger." Only 100 gold was required. Su Luo resolved to savor one paw at lunch, another at dinner. Nalas. Only 2 paws dropped, though the bear possessed 4. Second, a blueprint. In low-grade cannon blueprint defensive structure. Su Luo's eyes lit up. Such blueprints fetched 1 gold apiece at auction. Yet defensive blueprints weren't limited to gold trades. They could also be exchanged for sacred water, dark heavy oil, or even gems, provided a buyer offered gems. Early game cannons proved underwhelming. A single barbarian required 7 cannon shots to fell. And to Su Luo, their price seemed steep. With those resources, he could train dozens more barbarians. And he decided to list the blueprint at auction, exchanging it for sacred water instead. Without delay, he checked current market prices. Listing in sacred water, the lowest bid stood at 110500. And he set his price at 110490, saving a mere 100 sacred water. A system prompt flashed. Placing an item in the auction house incurs a deposit of 1000 resources. If no sale occurs within 24 hours, the item will be mailed back to your inbox. Deposits are non-refundable if you cancel the listing within that window. A 10 commission applies upon successful sale. And the fee felt exorbitant, but negotiation with the system was impossible. Su Luo had no choice but to comply. He'd never imagined entering such a game, let alone developing auction-specific exploits. And nonetheless, he placed the cannon blueprint on auction. Glancing at his barbarians' depleted health bars, how best to proceed? In return, to replenish them, or press onward? After brief reflection, Su Luo chose to advance. Time was precious, losing a few barbarians mattered little. If he became the first to ascend to a level 2 tribe. A system prompt appeared. Your cannon blueprint has sold. Including your deposit 113410 sacred water has been delivered to your inbox. Su Luo smiled. Resources had arrived, effortlessly. And no need now to exchange gems for sacred water. And he opened the auction log. Another cannon blueprint listed at 110500 sacred water had vanished. Su Luo's vision darkened. He should never have set the lowest possible price. They'd lost 100 sacred. I must reclaim that 100 holy water. Su Luo was searching for the next unfortunate soul, hoping to encounter a few more wild monsters, truly a fat sheep. Not far into his search, the injured barbarian found himself protected in the middle, and Ada, with a silly expression, looked left and right, suddenly catching a glimpse of a green light from the corner of his eye. The green light emerged from a cluster of bushes. Ada stood frozen, staring intently. As he halted, Ahua bumped into him from behind. Ahua, dissatisfied, said, "What are you doing? Hurry up." Ada ignored her and took a few steps toward the bushes, where he spotted a bronze treasure chest radiating a blue light. Ada's eyes brightened. It was a bronze treasure chest. He quickly shouted, "Chief, I found a bronze treasure chest." Upon hearing this, Su Luo was taken aback. A bronze treasure chest. He already learned from the system that treasures were categorized as common, bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. Treasure chests of the same grade also vary in their value. However, it's undeniable that higher grade chests would yield better items than those of lower grades. Previously, Su Luo had opened a common chest and obtained 10,000 holy water. He hurriedly approached, and indeed it was a bronze treasure chest, his face brimming with joy. He never expected to find a treasure chest in the wild. Su Luo patted Ada on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, Ada, you did great, you've earned merit." Ada, flattered by Su Luo's praise, grinned widely, constantly rubbing the back of his head. Su Luo was about to open the treasure chest. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have discovered a bronze treasure chest. Opening it will take 3 minutes." Su Luo felt quite vexed. It seemed the chest required time to open. The system explained treasure chests obtained from destroying tribes do not require opening time. Wild treasure chests require time, and the higher the grade, the longer the wait. While he could wait, 3 minutes was manageable. Su Luo didn't hold out too much hope for such a wonderful item. While waiting for the chest, he also remained vigilant. After a minute without incident, it was calm and quiet. But 2 minutes in, suddenly a large group of barbarians appeared in Su Luo's line of sight, including archers. The combined number of the two types of troops exceeded 100, around 130 to 40. Su Luo cursed under his breath, "Damn it, why do people have to show up at such a critical moment?" All of Su Luo's barbarians became tense, as if facing a great enemy. Clearly this group had discovered Su Luo and his companions, and the more Su Luo worried, the more they approached. Su Luo wasn't overly panicked. He knew he wouldn't be harmed. Even if all his troops died, he could safely return to the tribe. Leading the way was a man who resembled a chief. As he approached, Su Luo noticed the name above his head, Balin. Without a national prefix that meant he was a native, players at this stage couldn't possibly have such a large force. Balin wore a broad smile, but it gave Su Luo a strong sense of a smiling tiger. Balin, being the chief, posed no threat. He walked at the front, flanked by a row of archers and barbarians. Su Luo calculated in his mind. If a conflict arose, his side would undoubtedly suffer, leading to total annihilation. Even if the defeated side had a chance for revival, it wouldn't be of any use, as they wouldn't qualify to recover. Su Luo moved forward to meet Balin. What made him twitch his mouth was that Ada foolishly sat down on the bronze treasure chest, trying to conceal it. Everyone else stood, yet he was the only one sitting. Wasn't this akin to hiding silver in broad daylight? Su Luo sighed. He couldn't expect much from a barbarian. The bronze treasure chest couldn't be concealed. Balin smiled and asked, "What are you doing here?" Su Luo replied with a friendly smile, "Just came out to rest after getting tired." A male archer beside Balin coldly rebutted Su Luo's words, "You're lying. I saw a blue light. You must be hiding something valuable." Balin's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. "Could it be a bronze treasure chest? How about you let—" As soon as Balin finished speaking, several barbarians beside him stepped forward and approached Ada. They coldly questioned him, "What are you doing?" Ada feigned ignorance, saying, "I'm tired and resting." Suddenly a barbarian slapped him hard. Ada's face immediately swelled red, losing 3 points of health. The barbarian's 8-point attack power was derived from the knife he wielded. After receiving the slap, flames of rage flickered in Ada's eyes as he covered his face, glaring fiercely at the barbarian who hit him. The barbarians under Balin paid him no mind and roughly shoved Ada aside, revealing the bronze treasure chest. Ada was about to raise his sword to strike them dead, but then he realized that doing so would only escalate the conflict. With so many on the other side, he couldn't bring trouble to the chief. Ada finally acted wisely for once. Covering his swollen face, he lowered his head in silence. Just then the time to open the bronze treasure chest arrived without being reset by the change of personnel. It revealed a palm-sized bronze ring-like item inside. Su Luo recognized it from his previous visit to the auction house. Bronze Beast Taming Ring. Its effect is to have a chance to capture a bronze-level wild monster when its health drops below 50%. The lower the health, the higher the success rate. It was valued at 30 gems in the auction house. Not exactly a precious item, but for Su Luo, who could earn 100 gems daily clearing obstacles, it was quite lucrative. For a low-level tribe, it was a significant fortune. If snatched now, even if Su Luo held it, it would surely drop. There was no way he could return with it. Balan's barbarians respectfully handed the Bronze Beast Taming Ring to Balan. Upon seeing it, Balan was somewhat excited, bursting into hearty laughter. I never expected such good luck. He even thanked Su Luo, saying, "Thank you for letting me obtain this treasure." Su Luo maintained a neutral expression. Was this a matter of killing and harming? I'm putting it out there, you will definitely regret this. Balan's face turned red with joy, and after calming down, he looked at Su Luo, saying, "You should be grateful that my troops' revival opportunity is still on cooldown," implying that if there were no cooldown, he would immediately kill Su Luo's troops. After all, his numbers were double that of Su Luo. Su Luo sighed with relief. As long as he didn't have to lose troops. Balan's tribe was definitely nearby, and he would surely avenge this grudge. As he was about to leave, Balan slapped Su Luo's face with his palm, saying, "Next time you see me, be more obedient, understand." Such actions, particularly those of a highly insulting nature, were intolerable. Su Luo's head was slapped, ringing loudly. He clenched his fists. A true man can bend and stretch. At this moment, resisting would only lead to unnecessary losses, and he would still face humiliation later. After returning, I will create an army to take you down. Su Luo did not expect that Ada was furious. In this game world, even a barbarian has his own emotions and feelings. Seeing Su Luo humiliated, Ada was far angrier than if he had been slapped himself. Ada's eyes instantly turned red. "Dare to insult my leader, I will kill you." Ada was about to step forward, but several archers from Baron shot arrows simultaneously. Already heavily injured, Ada instantly fell dead, with only a few health points remaining. The other barbarians began to stir, ready to engage in combat. Su Luo hurriedly stopped them. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but rather that he could regain his honor later. Why suffer unnecessary losses now? Could resisting now really regain his honor? Baron scoffed, saying, "Smart people know that no leader would venture out with only a fraction of their tribe's strength. It's too dangerous out here. Enemy tribes or wild monsters could easily take their lives." From the fact that Su Luo only had barbarians, Baron concluded that Su Luo was likely a peak-level first-tier tribe or a newly promoted second-tier tribe that hadn't yet trained any archers. Meanwhile, Baron's tribe was a peak-level second-tier tribe. With a total battle strength population of 210, they could field 250 troops with the use of gems. Why be afraid of a tribe with only a few dozen soldiers? Su Luo could barely muster over 100 soldiers. He dared to jump. As soon as his troop recovery cooldown was up, he could easily take Baron down. Right now, Baron had no desire to kill Su Luo. It wasn't necessary. Baron led his men southward. Not long after, he heard Su Luo calmly say from behind him, "Where is your home? Point me in the right direction." Baron was taken aback. Was this a desire for revenge? He sneered inwardly, knowing that defenders who succeeded in defending did not need a cooldown to recover their forces. "I would love for you to come. I want you to suffer heavy losses and then easily destroy you. You can't hide it. After all, Baron's tribe is nearby. If Su Luo wanted to find it, he surely could." Baron chuckled coldly, pointing to the south. "It's just over a mile to my home." After saying this, Baron strode away, still feeling joyful about acquiring a bronze-level beast taming circle. After Baron left, Su Luo sighed heavily, gazing at Ada's corpse with deep regret. This fool. Yet Ada's sacrifice to uphold Su Luo's dignity moved him greatly. Unfortunately, Ada is dead. Earlier during the assault on the Green tribe, Su Luo had lost 3 barbarians, and the system asked if he wished to use a troop recovery opportunity. Now that Su Luo was on the losing side, he certainly couldn't resurrect anyone. This time the prompt stated, "If you, the leader, particularly wish to revive a specific fallen common soldier, you can designate a target using 10 gems. The next time this type of troop is trained, it will definitely be the designated target." Su Luo's eyes brightened as he hesitated. "Is a barbarian worth using 10 gems on?" Then Su Luo shook his head with a smile. "It's just a game. As long as the thought is clear, it's fine. Ada, what you did makes me feel guilty for not reviving you. Consider yourself lucky." Afterwards, Su Luo, no longer in combat status, directly used the return function to go back to the tribe. Upon returning, his expression turned icy. "Baron's tribe, huh? Your death is coming soon." Arriving next to the training camp, Su Luo now had 80 gems, which directly increased his quota by 80 gems, equating to 400 training slots. Previously, Su Luo didn't want to use gems this way because he wanted to save them to buy a hero. Moreover, at that time, he didn't have enough holy water. 1 gem exchanged for 3,000 holy water. Did you think Su Luo wouldn't feel the pain? It was an unavoidable situation. But now Su Luo didn't want to care anymore. To hell with it. Su Luo only knew that if he didn't take down Baron's tribe today, he would feel miserable. Returning to reality would surely leave him filled with anger. He would undoubtedly suffer from insomnia. Money be damned, once it's spent we can earn more. Su Luo also deduced that even with gems Baron's tribe's strength would still be around 300. With the gems spent, Su Luo increased his training quota by 400. He trained only barbarians. Su Luo's fingers frantically tapped to create more barbarians. Not reviving a de first was fine. All the gems were better spent on increasing the number of barbarians. What if it was just a matter of needing those extra 50 soldiers? Su Luo thought it would not be too late to revive it a month from now. Waves of barbarians appeared in Su Luo's tribe, completely filling the small tribe. A total of 475 barbarians. Su Luo sold the holy water from the cannon, destroyed the green tribe to obtain 10,000 holy water, and with the holy water collector's output, he still lacked some resources. There were still 19 training slots left, but no resources to train. Su Luo glanced in the direction of Meng Yin's tribe. What a pity he couldn't deceive them, otherwise he might not be lacking. Relying on the holy water collector would take 2 hours. If it weren't for the reduced holy water from training bonuses, the gap would be even larger. The training bonuses saved Su Luo nearly 50,000 holy water. Should he wait for the holy water collector? Su Luo shook his head. Forget it, he wouldn't wait. He would first observe if the opponent had 400 to 500 troops. He would wait until tomorrow. It was unlikely. With the events involving Baron and Su Luo couldn't even smile at the sight of so many barbarians. Leaving 45 barbarians to guard the home was still necessary. Some of them were previously injured barbarians. After assembling the troops, Su Luo shouted, "Let's go." He softly murmured, "The wind howls, and the waters grow cold." Oh no, that's not right. It should be the bandits going out, leaving no grass behind. 430 barbarians marched mightily toward Baron's tribe. This force equaled the combined strength of 31st-tier tribes at that moment. Passing by Meng Yin's tribe, Meng Yin trembled at the sight of Su Luo's terrifying troop count. Meng Yin's small face quivered. This is impossible. This troop creation doesn't take time or holy water. How can there be so many troops after just 2 hours? Looking at the 4th barbarian she obtained after spending 1 gem for holy water, Meng Yin fell into despair. Su Luo quickly returned to the place where he had picked up the bronze treasure chest. After all, it was not far away. Su Luo looked to the south with a sneer, saying, "Your home is in the south, right? Wait there, I'm coming." Su Luo issued a command, "Advance at full speed." Running at full speed for over a mile wouldn't tire the barbarians much. It was just a little over a minute of running. Suddenly 3 giant wolves nearly 2 meters long appeared. They were much larger than real wolves, with sharp snow-white fangs glistening as they opened their mouths. Su Luo looked at them. They had 300 health points displayed above their heads. Su Luo chuckled. Did they dare to appear before me with such low health? The 3 giant wolves ignored the nearly 500 barbarians and rushed toward him without hesitation. Su Luo confirmed that when encountering wild monsters they would attack recklessly. At least that's how it was with low-level wild monsters. The previous black bear hadn't been awakened from sleep by him, which had caused its rage. Each giant wolf lunged at a different barbarian. Here they come bringing potential loot. Then they died. The attack power of these giant wolves wasn't high, only dealing 25 points of damage. In terms of damage and health, they could not compare to the black bear. They were easily killed by the barbarians. Su Luo rummaged through their corpses and found nothing. Cursing his luck, Su Luo set off toward the Baron tribe. He did not find any tribes on the way, but in his line of sight the outline of a tribe appeared. Su Luo saw a watchtower, a defensive structure that only a level 2 tribe could possess. Though eager for revenge, Su Luo did not act recklessly, stopping 50 meters away where there was a tree. With the help of the barbarians, Su Luo climbed up. This tribe was much larger than Su Luo's. He saw 3 cannons and 1 watchtower. Rows of barbarian huts were visible. The archers also lived in the barbarian huts. There were about 50 huts in total. This indicated that the tribe's military strength was around 200. Su Luo did not see a single giant or mortar, indicating that this tribe was indeed a level 2 tribe. There was no doubt this was the Baron tribe. Su Luo climbed down from the tree and issued the command, "Charge forward and destroy the tribe before us." The Baron tribe had at most 300 soldiers while he had 470, a difference of 170. There was no reason to lose. For defensive structures could only withstand 20 barbarians. Su Luo had long made up his mind that after the battle he would resurrect all his troops, so he didn't need to worry about losses. Baron hummed a tune as he returned to the tribe, unexpectedly finding a bronze-level beast circle drop from the sky. If he found the opportunity to tame a bronze-level creature, he would be considered strong, even among level 3. Baron had absolute confidence in his ability to advance to a level 3 tribe. He was undoubtedly a powerhouse among level 2 tribes. With a broad smile, Baron stroked the bronze-level beast circle, saying, "Once our troops recover the day after tomorrow, we'll go and annihilate that level 2 tribe brat, eliminating a future threat while upgrading our tribe." Baron didn't think Su Luo was a level 1 tribe. With such power there was no need to bully him. Wouldn't it be better to upgrade to level 2 and have more resources and facilities? At that moment an archer rushed in a panic saying, "Chief, bad news. A large group of barbarians has appeared outside our tribe." Barin was taken aback. How many are in this large group? The archer estimated, at least 400 or 500, maybe even more. By the time Barin came out, the barbarians were already at the entrance of his tribe, raising their long knives and charging forward with fierce expressions. The frontmost barbarians were those led out by Su Luo earlier, filled with pent-up resentment. Barin felt a chill run down his spine. How could this be? How could it be possible? When did such a powerful tribe appear nearby? Why hadn't he known? A level 2 tribe couldn't possibly be this strong. A level 3 tribe could only obtain an ordinary treasure chest from him. Is it worth it to waste a precious opportunity to recover troops for a treasure chest? The bronze level beast circle couldn't be kept, it had to be sold. Barin trembled as he looked at the auction. The lowest price was 31 gems. He listed the bronze level beast circle at a price of 30 gems. If sold, there would still be a slim chance of survival. As he got closer, Su Luo had already learned from the system that this was indeed the Barin tribe. Su Luo's appearance was somewhat sudden, and the Barin tribe was a bit large. Some of Barin's barbarians were still on guard on the other side, and were coming over. Su Luo's barbarians charged into the Barin tribe without obstruction, and the vanguard had already engaged in a bayonet fight with the opponents. The barbarians who couldn't get in automatically moved deeper into the Barin tribe. The archers of the Barin tribe were each finding advantageous positions to attack. However, their numbers were not many, and their attack power was slightly lower than that of the barbarians, proving to be ineffective as Su Luo's barbarians rushed towards them. Barin rushed out, trying to negotiate with the opposing leader, offering to contribute a portion of resources daily in exchange for his life. When Barin saw Su Luo, he was utterly stunned, unable to believe his eyes, his mind blank. It was him, the little brat he had bullied before. This was impossible. With so many troops, how could he still dare to bully? Do you have a masochistic tendency? It couldn't be a reason to get himself into trouble. There was no need for that. In this world, strong people don't need a reason to pick on the weak. Barin was nearly in tears. What are you pretending for? With such great power, you just let me hit you on the head while watching me kill your barbarians. Grinding his teeth, Barin hurriedly ran up to Su Luo, forcing a smile. As soon as Barin reached Su Luo, he was met with a powerful slap from Su Luo. The slap was loud. Barin endured the pain, licking his face as he approached again. Su Luo slapped him back again. His hand stung a bit, but he felt extremely satisfied inside. With a sorrowful face, Barin said, "I was a bit ignorant of my own strength. Please let me go." Su Luo did not continue to slap him. Instead, like Barin, he playfully tapped Barin's cheek. Su Luo smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not someone who holds grudges." Just as Barin's face brightened, he heard Su Luo say, "There's usually a counterattack right away. Didn't expect me to arrive so quickly, right?" With no more hopes of luck, Barin converted all 18 of his gems into 30 barbarians. However, it was of no use, only increasing his troop count from 210 to 240. The disparity in numbers remained at one-fold. The barbarians under Su Luo's command typically fought 2 against 1, and Barin had no formidable tactics. One after another, the warriors of the Barin tribe fell into pools of blood. First destroy the resisting forces, then annihilate facilities such as the Holy Water Collector gold mine and main camp. In less than 3 minutes, all the forces of the Barin tribe were slaughtered. Barin used the walls of the secondary tribe solely to protect the few cannons and arrow towers, as there were not enough walls to surround the entire tribe. Another minute passed, and Barin's tribe was completely destroyed by Su Luo. The system prompted, "You have destroyed a secondary tribe, gaining blueprints for a secondary tribe's main camp. Your primary main camp has been automatically reclaimed." Su Luo was taken aback. This meant he could not synthesize higher-level main camp blueprints using enough low-level main camp blueprints. The system prompted, "You have acquired all resources of the Barin tribe, 285 holy water, 3,100 gold coins, and 31 trophies. You have obtained the bronze-grade beast taming circle listed in the auction house by Barin. You have defeated the Barin tribe at a higher level, earning a common treasure chest." Su Luo cursed inwardly a victory at a higher level, yet only received a common treasure chest. You have received 5 gems from the treasure chest. Though it was still a common treasure chest, the value of this one was clearly much higher than the previous ones. Over 100 of Su Luo's barbarians had fallen. It was inevitable to use the resurrection opportunity. As Su Luo informed the system of his decision, all his barbarians, whether dead or injured, returned to full status. The system announced, "You have consecutively destroyed 2 tribes. If you destroy another tribe within 3 days, a localized slaughter announcement will take place." Slaughter announcement. A background music automatically echoed in Su Luo's mind. Rampage. No one can stop it. Legendary. Su Luo muttered, "Showing off is fine, but isn't this just making it known that I'm quite impressive?" The forced announcement could not be cancelled by Su Luo. He shook his head and hurried back. He could now upgrade to a secondary main camp. Upon returning to the tribe, Su Luo headed straight for the black worker's hut. The worker's hut was right next. The worker Barton was fast asleep, snoring loudly, and sleeping quite soundly. Su Luo approached him and shook his body, but he did not wake up. Su Luo lifted Barton's body and dropped him directly next to the main camp. Barton was startled awake. "Barton, are you being polite?" Su Luo smiled and said, "Master Barton, let's upgrade the main camp quickly." Barton glared fiercely at Su Luo. He was very grumpy when waking up, especially after such a rude awakening. However, since Su Luo's request was within the rules, Barton could not resist. He pounded his small worker hammer furiously, venting all his anger onto it. A 1-minute progress bar appeared on the main camp, rapidly ticking down. It would be completed in 6 seconds. If it took several minutes in this game, Su Luo would choose to use gems. The system prompted, "You have been promoted to a secondary tribe. Congratulations on being the first to promote to a secondary tribe, awarding you 20 gems, a medium-grade cannon, and a medium-grade arrow tower." Game announcement: congratulations to player Su Chaharkin for being the first to promote to a secondary tribe. Su Luo was furious that such a meager reward was given for being the first to level up to a secondary tribe. What a pile of trash. He saw this game announcement. Su Luo's expression darkened. What was there to announce? He hadn't received anything good and was even exposed. Game announcement: a player has leveled up to a secondary tribe. The game forum function is now activated, and the leaderboard function is now activated. Su Luo clicked on the newly added forum function in the game menu. The system prompted that this was an exclusive forum for players from Huaxia, and players from other countries could not enter. Similarly, Huaxia players could not access game forums from other countries. Upon opening, there were not a single post. In an instant, countless posts appeared. After all, Huaxia had 30 to 40 million players. It was too chaotic, so Su Luo temporarily closed the forum. He then opened the so-called leaderboard. There were a total of 3 leaderboards. They were divided into Trophy Leaderboard, Troop Strength Leaderboard, and Gem Leaderboard. In all 3 leaderboards, Su Luo ranked first. However, regardless of which leaderboard it was, only the names of the tribes were listed. The specifics of troop strength and gem counts were not disclosed. If the specifics were disclosed, the actual strength of the tribes on the leaderboard would be apparent, which would be very detrimental to players in the mid to late game. This leaderboard had no rewards. It was merely a form of honor. In reality, Su Luo was a hacker, a top-tier hacker accustomed to lurking in the shadows. Fame for a hacker was often not a good thing. Su Luo felt quite impatient. Did this count as my concealed development being exposed by the heavenly gold list? Su Luo seemed to recall something. It wasn't that he had gems, but hadn't resurrected or rather. Damn it, he upgraded the tribe, and actually forgot to make the workers start working immediately. Could he let them idle? After a moment's thought, Su Luo decided to first construct new gold mines and holy water collectors, and then upgrade them all to level 3. The earlier they were built, the earlier they would produce. A secondary main camp could have 2 gold mines and 2 holy water collectors. Even if they couldn't be upgraded, the doubled quantity would allow for double the resources gained each day. Thus, upgrading the main camp was very important. After a little over a minute, the 4 resource production facilities were all upgraded to level 3. Each resource facility produced 600 resources per hour, while Su Luo produced 6,000. Compared to the primary tribe, the resource production increased 3-fold per hour. At this moment, Su Luo could gain an additional 120 gold coins and 120 holy water each hour. He glanced at his situation contentedly. His earlier frustration about being exposed had significantly diminished. Next, it was time to build defensive structures. The secondary camp unlocked a new cannon and arrow tower, and the system also rewarded Su Luo with a medium-grade cannon and a medium-grade arrow tower. In no time, just 1 minute later, the 4 defensive structures were built. Low-grade level 2 cannon. Health 470. Attack damage 9. Attack speed 0. 8. Range 30 meters. Medium-grade level 2 cannon. Health 705. Attack damage 13. Attack speed 0. 8. Range 45 meters. Su Luo was amazed. Besides attack speed, all attributes of the medium-grade cannon were actually 50 better than the low-grade cannon. The construction time, upgrade time, and cost in gold coins were all the same for both. No wonder the price of a medium-grade cannon was 7 to 8 times that of a low-grade one. Su Luo was the first to advance to a level 2 tribe, making quite a splash among players. At this moment, there were only 4 or 5 barbarians, yet Su Luo had already leveled up to a level 2 tribe so quickly. This required the destruction of 2 level 1 tribes, or 1 level 2 tribe. Was it that the natives were too weak? Or had Su Luo simplified it to the point of creating an extremely weak level 2 tribe? For a moment, many were stirred with the desire to leave the tribe and explore, but hesitated upon receiving the warning that the shield would disappear. However, there were still a few brave souls. Su Chaharkin ranking first in the 3 lists was certainly due to the rewards from advancing to a level 2 tribe, so there was no need to make a big fuss about it. They could do the same. The difference between a medium-grade arrow tower and a low-grade arrow tower was akin to that of a cannon. The damage of the arrow tower was similar to that of a cannon, but the arrow tower had a range that exceeded the cannon by 10 meters. Most importantly, the arrow tower could attack airborne targets while the cannon could not. Therefore, the blueprint for the arrow tower was significantly more expensive than that of the cannon 100 for a low-grade cannon, while the arrow tower started at 18000. Su Luo had Batten upgrade the barracks. Su Luo remembered that upgrading to a level 2 barracks added 10 troops, but in this game, it was 20. This was better, allowing for faster development. After upgrading the training camp, new troop-type archers could be trained. Su Luo found that training an archer cost 750 holy water, reduced to 600 holy water with training bonuses. The training cost was 1.5 times higher than that of the barbarians. An archer could not defeat a barbarian in an unknown duel, but the archer could target airborne enemies, which the barbarian could not. If there were an enemy capable of aerial attacks, no matter how many barbarians Su Luo had, it would be futile. Moreover, in the previous battle against the Black Bear, due to positioning constraints, only 5 barbarians could attack. If there were archers, they could strike from a distance, inflicting more damage to the Black Bear in a given time. Thus, training archers was quite necessary. Currently, Su Luo had 39 training slots available, all of which would be used to train archers. In an instant, 39 archers were trained. The archers included both men and women, but even the female archers had a rugged appearance, lacking the sweetness Su Luo had envisioned. However, their petite stature was much more pleasing to the eye compared to the robust barbarians. Level 1 archers. Health 20. Damage 7. Attack speed once per second at fastest. Speed up to 8 meters per second. Range 20 meters. Next, the resting quarters for the troops needed to be considered. Simply training troops was not enough. They could not go without food and rest like in games. Su Luo opened the shop and checked that a barbarian hut cost 500 gold. This expense was a one-time cost, permanently accommodating 4 barbarians or archers. Su Luo needed to purchase at least 130 barbarian huts, which amounted to 650 gold. Su Luo did not have that much gold yet, and it was impossible to exchange gems for resources. He would have to wait for the gold mine to produce. The issue was that the tribe was too small to accommodate so many barbarian huts. Each barbarian hut needed to be at least 2 meters apart. They could not be tightly packed together. The territory of the tribe needed to be expanded. With over 500 troops crowded together, it looked rather strange. Expanding the area was quite simple. Just informing the system would suffice, and the tribe's area would automatically increase. If it was done without the system's consent, one's word would not count, and buildings could not be constructed in the expanded area. Of course, there were drawbacks to expanding the area. The risk of the tribe being attacked greatly increased. There were pros and cons, but there was no option but to upgrade. Su Luo suddenly expanded the tribe's area nearly threefold, making it comparable in size to the Baron tribe. This also brought the distance closer to several neighboring tribes. However, Su Luo didn't mind. They were all weaklings when joined together. Su Luo slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that he had forgotten to resurrect Ada. He spent 1 gem to increase 5 training slots, and another 10 gems to specifically resurrect Ada. Soon Ada, looking a bit dazed, stepped out of the training camp. Su Luo found it amusing. Ada looked somewhat adorably foolish. Upon seeing Su Luo, Ada was no longer confused and excitedly knelt on one knee before him. Ada greets the leader. This was something Ada had said when he first appeared as Su Luo's first barbarian. Hearing it again filled Su Luo's heart with emotion. At critical moments, these troops could lay down their lives for him. Su Luo smiled and said, Ada, you discovered a bronze treasure chest and defended the tribe's honor with your life. You can request any reward you wish. Su Luo thought to himself that if he dared to make an excessive request, he would refuse. At worst, he could marry a Hua off to him. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, Ada's eyes suddenly lit up, and without much thought he replied, Ada hopes to receive a surname for the tribe which the leader can bestow. Troops come with names like Ada A Hua, yet none had surnames such as Zhao Qian Sun or Li. Su Luo was astonished. Such a simple request. It was something he could easily agree to. Looking at Ada's eager eyes, Su Luo agreed without hesitation. He nodded and said, All right, from now on you shall be called Su Ada. Upon receiving Su Luo's response, Ada's face was filled with joy. The surrounding barbarians and archers looked at Ada with envy. To share a surname with the tribe was a tremendous honor for a warrior. Yet they knew that without achieving merit, they could not enjoy the same treatment as Ada. Su Luo thought for a moment. Su Ada did not sound imposing enough. The character A lacked spirit, so he decided to drop it and simply call him Suda. Su Luo asked Ada for his opinion. Ada naturally had no objections. Su Luo nodded in satisfaction and said, Suda, from now on you must not be so reckless as before. Sacrificing yourself is one thing, but you could also bring disaster to the tribe. Filled with joy, Suda nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The tenfold construction speed allowed Batten to quickly finish all his tasks. With nothing left to do, the barbarian hut was directly purchased as a ready-made structure requiring no construction from Batten. The 25 walls that a level 2 tribe could have were also completed. The walls are instant constructions, not a privilege unique to Su Luo. Everyone experiences the same. As designed by Su Luo's mod, whether constructing walls or upgrading them, only one gold coin is needed. Su Luo lamented that if there were no limits on the number of walls that could be built, he would directly create a labyrinth. The system prompted the size of the walls will increase as the area of the tribe expands. Ensure a certain tribe level to fully protect the tribe. This function will not be effective when the walls are built around defensive structures. For instance, currently the walls are already 6 meters long and 2 meters high. The height is not significant for walls as there are no ladders in tribal conflicts and most units cannot scale the walls. Batten had already gone to sleep after completing everything. With nothing left to do, Su Luo opened the forum to take a look. To his surprise, within a short time the number of posts had exceeded 10 million. If it were to refresh automatically, no one would be able to read the posts. The forum also has a search function allowing users to search for content of interest using keywords. Players can like and reply to posts. The system also pinned several posts based on the number of likes. The first was a post by a player named Kendo Xiaoban. A celebration for the players of Tribal Clash. I am so excited right now. I never expected such a game. Regardless of whether elixirs and gold can be brought back to reality, or if they have the effects claimed by the system, the realism of the game alone thrills me immensely. This is a benefit exclusive to players of Tribal Clash, a game that only Tribal Clash players are qualified to enter. Let the players of Tribal Clash rejoice. Many players posted similar content. The high number of likes on Kendo Xiaoban's post was due to him being a top player in Tribal Clash with a huge following of fans. The second post with a high number of likes was a suspected strategy guide. Everyone knows that gems in Tribal Clash should not be wasted in the early stages, yet this game only starts with 10 gems. These gems must be used during the shield period because with 10 gems you can't buy anything. It's better to exchange them all for elixirs to have a larger troop size. With resource facilities, only 2 barbarians can be produced in an hour, but exchanging for elixirs allows for 2 as well. The difference is clear. You cannot afford not to use them because after the shield ends the enemy's troop count may be double yours. How can you possibly match up against them? There is also an extreme method: directly exchange for elixirs, then increase training quotas using gems for instant training, thus instantly having 15 barbarians. I suspect Su Cha can use this method to trouble the native tribes. After destroying the first tribe, he used the opportunity to restore his troop strength, and then destroyed the second native tribe to advance to a level 2 tribe. In this game there are no initial lotteries, though everyone starts equally. Otherwise I wouldn't believe how Su Cha can advance to a level 2 tribe so quickly. Su Luo chuckled. Indeed, I used a similar method, but the number of gems I spent would surprise you. Truly, using this method to provoke natives would be tantamount to seeking death. Natives also possess gems. They can also instantaneously train barbarians. Additionally, they have a slight advantage with cannons. Comments follow. Enough said, I'm going to try it now. Who knows, I might be the second to advance. Body Gamin Tai commented, no, Su Cha has 400 to 500 troops. He relies on numerical superiority, not as you imagine. This Body Gamin Tai's tribe is near Su Luo's, and is one of the player tribes Su Luo encountered. He saw Su Luo passing by his tribe. However, no one believed him. Without witnessing it firsthand, who could believe? Haha, you really can boast. Does Su Cha can produce troops for free, or does he not require time? With so many troops you dare to say it. If he had that many troops, I'd wash my hair upside down. I believe what Body said because I was the tree in the level 1 tribe that was destroyed by Su Cha Can. I was there and I panicked at the time. Funny. No one believed him at all. Soon Body Gamin Tai's comment was drowned out, creating no waves. Su Luo found it amusing. You wouldn't understand the realm of boasting. The third most liked post was by a player named Shihui. The title was I'm freaking out. Su Luo was curious about the content that garnered such high likes. Shihui, hello everyone, I am a high school student. I started playing Tribal Clash in elementary school, and it has been 5 years, but I've only gained 3 days of privilege bonuses. Perhaps you are curious why I, who have played for 5 years, only have 1 year of activity. It's not that I do not love Tribal Clash, but on the first day of school during my first year of playing, the country suddenly issued a decree prohibiting minors under 18 from playing any online games. This led to my inability to log into Tribal Clash. I wanted to resist, but I could not. I had to give up my beloved Tribal Clash. But now with the emergence of this game, the days of privilege bonuses are given based on years of activity. If I could have played until now, I would have received a 15-day bonus instead of just 3. The difference is evident. Woe is me, why is this happening? I'm freaking out. While sure we expressed sorrow, Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle. The country can't believe that elementary school students would be affected this way, right? Among the players of Tribal Clash, students make up a significant portion. Lungnai 1, I support the above. Ajichiji 2. Xiaotang, Zhaixingxing, haha, dying of laughter. Minion 10,086. Isn't the price of 1200 for the cannon blueprint at the auction house a bit too high? With 1200 resources, one could train 100 barbarians. A single cannon is worth 100 barbarians. Upgrading later costs even more. It's hard to understand. Indeed, in the mobile game Clash of Clans, there are limited defensive buildings and resources are easy to acquire, so upgrading is straightforward. However, here with unlimited troops, even if a cannon takes out a barbarian with each shot, it would need to fire 100 times. Moreover, a barbarian king costs 600 gems. Can he really match 2 super P? E. K. K. As. No way could someone really spend 600 gems to purchase a barbarian king. Someone rebutted, not necessarily. It's said to be a fantasy version of Clash of Clans. Perhaps a level 1 barbarian king has over 10,000 health points. I remember the last scene in the opening video shows a barbarian at his strongest. Yeah, he can even fly, or it seems he knocked down the big P. E. K. K. From the City of Flames. I don't know why, but it looks somewhat familiar, like a super scion. If you're really imagining things. A super scion. I can't think of anything in the world of Clash of Clans that could compare to that kind of power. The game hinted that it's a superhero. I remember there's a superhero statue in the mobile game shop priced at 500 gems, but there are no superheroes in the mobile game. If they were added, I believe they'd crush all the heroes. After reading this post, Su Luo glanced at his barbarians. Could they really become such powerful beings? Even if they could, the conditions must be extremely harsh. What finally caught Su Luo's interest was a post speculating that the game would eventually evolve into a national war. There are 230 million tribe players, and Huaxiao alone accounts for 40 million. We have the numbers. Let's go cheer them on. Let's crush them, huh? Su Luo imagined the scene, and it was indeed quite exhilarating. Su Luo understood more than they did because he had already explored outside. All the players he encountered were from Huaxiao. There wasn't a single player from another country. This is likely divided by national regions. In war-type games with such divisions, a national war is inevitable in the end. Su Luo closed the forum and opened the multiplayer section. Today he still had 7 chances to play online left. If he wins them all, he could earn 140 resources. Although this is just slightly more than the output from Su Luo's gold mine or holy water collector in an hour, Su Luo didn't mind a small amount. Su Luo switched to matching only with players to see if he could find someone. In just half a minute, Su Luo matched with someone this time. Su Chahar can vs the explosive gang's assassin Chung. The explosive gang's assassin Chung used the most extreme method of using gems, spending all 10 gems at once. He even reserved 2,000 resources specifically for matching. Now he had 18 barbarians. It's a bit few, but he believed that this was already the highest troop strength that all players could train. If he had few, others would have few as well. Even if a player using gems as recklessly as he did appeared, he believed that with his rich experience, he could defeat those beginners. Until he saw his opponent's name. Su Chaharkin. The explosive gang's assassin Chung was stunned. How could he forget about this prominent figure? Oh no, this match is going to be a resource giveaway. Su Luo didn't think too much and released 50 barbarians. There was no need to deploy all his barbarians. Attacking a level 1 tribe takes the same amount of time whether it is 1,000 people or 10,000. Su Luo believed that during this time frame normal players would unlikely have more than 50 barbarians. Even if he lost carelessly, losing 2,000 resources are no big deal. He easily KO'd his opponent, and since the other side hadn't finished their battle, this match was already secure. Su Luo had 5 defensive buildings, 2 of which were mid-tier, making it impossible for the 18 barbarians from the explosive gang's assassin, Chung, to destroy Su Luo's tribe. He didn't even get a single star. The explosive gang's assassin Chung was frustrated. The gap was too large, and luck was really not on his side. He didn't dare to play online anymore. Even if he wanted to, he had no resources left. Su Luo found that crushing players wasn't fun. A complete suppression wasn't as good as matching with level 2 indigenous players. That way a victorious battle could yield 3,000 gold and 3,000 holy water. Su Luo was lucky. In the second match, he encountered a level 2 indigenous tribe. This time Su Luo didn't hold back and deployed all his troops. In the troop selection, there are buttons for 10, 100, and even 1,000. Clicking once would deploy the corresponding number of troops. Su Luo chose 10 and deployed all his troops in 5 seconds. This level 2 tribe was a normal level 2 tribe with only 3 defensive buildings. Su Luo emerged victorious. After watching the replay, he learned that this level 2 tribe had only 70 troops. Their strength was vastly inferior to the Baran tribe he had previously encountered. Su Luo chuckled. He was probably completely invincible even among level 2 tribes. Perhaps he could try again to wipe out 2 level 2 tribes to advance to level 3. Now that level 3 tribes could attack Su Luo, he wanted to see if he could match with a level 3 tribe to get a glimpse of their strength. Su Luo won a series of matches, and by the 9th match, he finally encountered a level 3 tribe. His opponent had 4 cannons, 2 archer towers, and 1 mortar. Here their strength couldn't possibly stop Su Luo's over 500 troops. However, Su Luo lost because his opponent destroyed more quickly than he did. He lost 3,000 gold and 3,000 holy water. Su Chahar reviewed the video replay and discovered the reason for his loss. His opponent had over 300 troops, including 60 to 70 goblins. Goblins deal double damage to resource facilities, and most importantly, they are fast. His opponent's buildings also outnumbered Su Luo's and had higher health limits. Although Su Luo had many troops with 100 barbarians able to destroy a building instantly, his opponent had too many buildings. The back and forth movements wasted a lot of time, giving no advantage over goblins. But this was just online play. In a real fight, Su Luo believed he could never lose to his opponent. Goblins do not have the attribute of doubling damage against troop types. This level 3 tribe should be considered strong. Su Luo pondered perhaps he should continue exploring outside. Since the game has already announced it, why fear small area announcements? After finishing the last match, leaving 100 barbarians to guard the home, Su Luo exited the tribe. Last time he walked to the right, this time he walked to the left. Soon Su Luo encountered a level 1 native tribe. Upon a brief observation, he noted that this tribe contained only 5 barbarian huts. Without hesitation, he charged in. The resources gained were negligible, but he could obtain a common chest. The leader of this native tribe used a gem, increasing their forces to 24. What use is that? 419 versus 24 cannot be calculated like simple subtraction, and at most a few barbarians would be injured. This time with archers, Su Luo was not too restricted by positioning and could eliminate the barbarians more swiftly. System prompt: you have destroyed a level 1 tribe, gaining 69 holy water and 1125 gold, and received 25 trophies along with a common level chest. Trophies were limited to 25, as Su Luo had too many trophies. If he continued attacking low-level tribes, he might only receive 1 trophy, or even none at all. The blueprint for the level 1 tribe's main camp was also not given this time. Area announcement: player Su Chaharzan has been rampaging. This area announcement was circular, centered around Su Luo's tribe, covering all tribes within a 5-kilometer diameter, allowing them to receive the notification. System prompt: you have received 3 gems from the common chest. 3 gems are far superior to any other resource rewards. Su Luo's eyes brightened. When quality is lacking, quantity must make up for it. If he kills enough and adds the resources gained from clearing obstacles, he might gather enough for a gem of the Bao Queen's hero certificate in 3 days. Without further ado, he moved on. The surrounding players received game notifications, startled at first, but quickly understood the meaning of the rampage. Killing 3 tribes in a short time would trigger this mechanism. Su Chaharzan was the first to advance to a level 2 tribe, undoubtedly earning some remarkable rewards, allowing him to kill so recklessly. Meng Yin frowned in her tribe, thinking she was doomed to encounter such a formidable demon. While other players dared to venture out of their shields, she absolutely did not, as she feared that if Su Luo returned, he would crush her with a finger. Meng Yin murmured softly, he must be nearing a berserk state soon. Area announcement: player Su Chaharzan is nearing a berserk state. Area announcement: player Su Chaharzan has become unstoppable. After annihilating 2 tribes, Su Luo only received 8,000 gold from the chests. Su Luo was quite frustrated. Opening chests also depended on luck. A pack of hyenas appeared before him, totaling 8. This was a force capable of wiping out most level 1 tribes. They had 200 health points and an attack power of 20. At the cost of 2 barbarian sacrifices, Su Luo wiped them out. The main issue was that the hyenas would unite and focus fire on a single barbarian. What made Su Luo spit blood was that the 8 hyenas dropped only 1,600 gold. Hey, can't you drop some useful items like a defensive building blueprint? Even a low-tier cannon would be acceptable. Su Luo sighed. Although he rarely played games, he understood that luck was crucial in any game. Even if Su Luo was cheating, he feared an exceptionally lucky player. Shortly after, he encountered a male and female black bear, hoping they would drop a cannon blueprint like the first black bear he met. However, nothing dropped. Su Luo could only vent his anger on a level 1 native tribe. Area announcement: player Su Chaharzan has dominated the match. System prompt: you have opened a common chest and received a gem. This eased Su Luo's expression slightly. He had finally encountered a level 2 tribe. This level 2 tribe had about 100 troops. Su Luo was contemplating whether to attack. If he did, he estimated he would lose about 10 barbarian fighters. After some thought, Su Luo decided to attack. Losing 10 barbarian fighters would not significantly affect his combat power, while the chests from level 2 tribes offered greater value than those from level 1. The situation exceeded Su Luo's expectations. He only lost 8 barbarian fighters. System prompt: you have destroyed a level 2 tribe, gaining 652 holy water and 3125 gold, along with 21 trophies and a common chest. You have received 30,000 holy water from the chest. Area announcement: Su Chaharzan is nearing divinity. System prompt: you have destroyed 7 tribes in a row. Destroying 1 more will make you super divine. At that time, a bounty will appear and your tribe's location will be marked. All tribes within a 5-kilometer radius can join forces to attack you, dividing the bounty according to contributions, excluding level 4 tribes for now. Su Luo was startled, thinking, wait, we can play cooperatively. Are you kidding? System prompt: you should reflect on why you are being targeted. If Su Luo were not a cheat, but an ordinary player, and suddenly faced a powerful demon destroying nearby tribes one after another, he would surely fear this demon coming to destroy his own tribe. At this moment, the game's survival mechanism was to unite with other tribes to kill this demon. While protecting oneself, there were also rewards to be gained. If you don't participate, just wait to die. This demon was capable of effortlessly destroying other tribes, indicating extraordinary strength. Such a mechanism prevents overwhelmingly strong tribes from killing recklessly. However, the system also provided such players with a deadly temptation. System prompt: if you maintain super divine status, your luck will increase, influenced by the number of tribes you have destroyed. The range of potential alliances and challenges to higher levels. Yet he still did not know if any of it was true. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that casually playing a game, if it were level 13, then tribes containing level 13 would be able to team up against Su Luo, which would be quite terrifying. The area range can also be understood. Now it is only 5 kilometers, but what if it expands to 100 kilometers or 10,000 kilometers? Su Luo could never have imagined such a method to increase luck. Within a 5-kilometer radius, considering the density of tribes, there must be 20 to 30 native tribes, right? Even if they are all level 1 tribes, their combined forces would equal Su Luo's. Once they join forces, Su Luo, who currently has no chance to recover his forces, would be left in tatters, even if he won. Su Luo shook his head, saying, I'm timid, don't scare me. I can't dare to play like that, at least not now. Su Luo felt awkward. For 3 days he wouldn't dare to kill another tribe, lest he become super divine, marking his tribe's location and attracting everyone's siege. Su Luo wanted to achieve that fortunate state of heightened luck in his superhuman form, yet he felt utterly cowardly. Unable to do anything, he decided to return home and sleep. Su Da, leader, I have found another bronze treasure chest. Su Luo was initially delighted, then surprised. Why is it always you who finds the green treasure chests? He quickly walked over to Su Da, and indeed it was another bronze treasure chest. He began to open the bronze treasure chest, then turned back to praise Su Da. Well done. Su Luo looked at Su Da with satisfaction. It was worth the 10 spirit stones he spent to revive you. Heaven granted you a pair of eyes, yet you used them to search for bronze treasure chests. At the same time, Su Luo realized that during his 2 outings he had only focused on destroying tribes, forgetting to seek out treasure chests. In the wild there are numerous treasure chests. With enough luck one might even discover a legendary treasure chest, although the odds of that happening are exceedingly slim. The opening time for a legendary treasure chest is quite long, and even if someone finds one, it's not guaranteed they can secure it. He needed to wander around seizing these treasure chests before the players exited their shields. Su Luo estimated that this was a chance provided by the game to the players. Soon the bronze treasure chest was opened, and thankfully there were no unexpected surprises. System, congratulations, you have obtained a magic item training potion small from the bronze treasure chest. Effect: increases training quota by 100 units. Magic items cannot be traded. Su Luo's eyes lit up. This is equivalent to the effect of 20 spirit stones. Su Luo would not use it for now. He would train the corresponding troops when needed, as there was no time required. After encouraging Su Da once more, Su Luo wandered around with his troops. While searching for treasure chests, he also observed the distribution of tribes around him, noting how many tribes existed. Most of them were first-level tribes with very few second-level tribes. It was roughly 1 second-level tribe for every 10 first-level tribes. Wherever Su Luo went, everyone was frightened and trembling. After all, Su Luo's troop strength was overwhelming, and destroying them was as easy as pie. As he searched carefully along the way, Su Luo discovered 3 ordinary white treasure chests. These chests were of low value, containing only around 10,000 gold coins, or holy water, or perhaps 1 or 2 spirit stones. But this was low value for Su Luo. For a single player, obtaining 10,000 holy water would be enough to train 25 barbarians, helping them stand out in a first-level tribe. Seeing a second-level tribe, Su Luo felt a stir of excitement in his heart. If he destroyed it, he could gain a second-level base blueprint, allowing him to upgrade to a third-level tribe. After thinking it over, Su Luo ultimately decided against it, lamenting that he hadn't known the rules beforehand, thereby missing the opportunity to attack the first-level tribe. He wondered if he could still be the first to advance to a third-level tribe. It was too difficult for a player to consecutively destroy 2 second-level tribes. However, one could not rule out the possibility of a few extraordinarily lucky players. Su Luo passed another first-level tribe, which was currently making pre-departure vows. In 100 battles, I wear golden armor. I will not return until I have defeated the Lulon. Speaking to a wall, the barbarians had no idea what the leader was saying. Sure Hui, boasting with grandiosity, led 20 barbarians out of the tribe, intending to destroy an adjacent first-level tribe. Just a few steps out, he encountered Su Luo coming out from a small grove. The 2 sides were about 50 meters apart. As their eyes met, they both recognized each other's ID. Su Kaherkan. Sure Hui. Hu's eyes slowly widened, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. He knew about the regional announcement, but previously he had come out with his troops to scout. If Su Luo came, he would have no way to counter it. He never expected the wolf would truly arrive. Hu's eyes lost their focus. Before the battle even begins, I am doomed to die. I am finished. The people can run away, but the tribe cannot. Su Luo saw Hu's name and smiled. Isn't this the elementary school student whose mindset broke down on the forum? It had amused Su Luo back then, as the elementary school student endured suffering he should not have had to bear. Hu's location was directly in Su Luo's path, so he walked straight past. Seeing Su Luo approach, Hu's mind went blank and tears and snot began to flow uncontrollably. Hui collapsed to the ground, choking as he said, "Don't come any closer." Hui had no idea that Su Luo was temporarily unable to destroy the tribe. Su Luo was speechless, seeing how frightened the child was. The closer he got, the more terrified Hui became, only able to watch helplessly. As Su Luo walked past Hui, he gently patted Hu's head and smiled, saying, "Little friend, you're not a match for the natives for now. Oh, don't go to your death. Whether you listen or not is up to you." One thing that almost all players overlook is that the natives can also use spirit stones to instantly train troops. After saying that, Su Luo turned and walked away. Hui watched Su Luo leave, feeling a sense of exhaustion after surviving a disaster, and looked suspiciously at Su Luo's retreating figure. Could it be that Su Ken is a good person, not a murderer? I should heed the advice of the great god and stay obediently in the tribe. Su Luo spent an hour and a half checking the 5-kilometer range to the east and south of his tribe. There were about 29 tribes, 15 of which were natives and 14 players. When he scouted to the north, he unexpectedly discovered a flat grassland. At the edge of his vision, there were vague outlines of buildings. At this moment, an archer said, "Leader, I have found something." Su Luo looked over and saw a stone slab resembling a magic circle on a patch of grass. As he approached, he received a game notification. System notification: you have discovered the teleportation array number 199,106. Teleportation to adjacent numbered arrays is free. Teleportation to farther ones requires 5 spirit stones each time. Currently unavailable. Remaining time 2 days and 19 hours until use. Su Luo felt a bit dazed. His current location was likely a novice village numbered 199,106, which could be accessed for free through this teleportation array to nearby novice villages. In the novice village, each tribe was spaced 100 or 200 meters apart, while the distance between novice villages might be 1 or 2 miles. Walking could also get him to other novice villages quickly, but undoubtedly the teleportation array would instantly transport him. If I can't use it, then he'll just walk over. Perhaps I might encounter some undiscovered treasure chests. Su Luo walked towards the novice village across from him, as he had nothing better to do. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 gray, antelope-like creatures appeared abruptly not far in front of Su Luo. They had 200 health points. Upon noticing Su Luo, they charged at him recklessly. The archer immediately took position and swiftly killed the leading antelope. This is the advantage of an archer: no need for close combat. They can eliminate targets from a distance, minimizing unnecessary damage. However, the archer's attack was currently too low to kill the 4 antelopes instantly, and the remaining 3 charged at him at high speed. The barbarian automatically positioned himself in front of the archer, otherwise the archer with only 20 health points might have fallen instantly. The barbarian that was hit stumbled backward, losing 15 health points. The antelopes seemed to lack other means of attack. They couldn't even bite. They delivered themselves to the wolf pack. Naturally, Su Luo accepted this without hesitation. The 4 antelopes dropped a hind leg and a purple water drop item. The hind leg was merely food with no attributes, but it seemed suitable for hot pot. The purple water drop was condensed holy water amounting to 300 units. Resources could also drop from wild monsters. Su Luo understood this was essentially monster farming. In mobile games, as long as players are willing to grind, resources are plentiful. However, here relying on multiplayer might lead to dwindling resources. The appearance of wild monsters provided an opportunity for weaker players to grow stronger. With the shield's duration over, even with a low troop count of 60 barbarians, killing these antelopes posed no difficulty. With enough effort and good fortune, they could yield sufficient resources. After walking a few dozen meters, 3 giant wolves spawned. They posed no threat to Su Luo. What surprised him was that 4 more giant wolves spawned behind his troops. With a total of 7 giant wolves, they couldn't possibly threaten Su Luo, but some barbarians were bound to get injured. What Su Luo was temporarily unaware of was that his troop size was somewhat large, naturally increasing their chances of encountering wild monsters. After defeating the giant wolves, he gained 800 gold coins and 500 units of holy water. Su Luo smiled. There were restrictions on destroying tribes, but surely there couldn't be limits on killing wild monsters. There should also be treasure chests spawning in the wild, and he just happened to have a bronze-level beast controlling ring, so perhaps he would encounter one. He wanted to see what so-called bronze-level creatures looked like. Some wild monsters existed by default, while others would spawn randomly once Su Luo approached. On average, each wild monster could provide Su Luo with 100 resources. A large group of hyenas numbering over 20 was encountered by Su Luo. Although he successfully dealt with them, he lost 6 barbarians, with 17 sustaining injuries. A large group of hyenas numbering over 20 was encountered by Su Luo. Although he successfully dealt with them, he lost 6 barbarians, with 17 sustaining injuries. Farming monsters comes with risks. Su Luo immediately turned back, preparing to use his training potion to train 100 archers. With these ranged archers, not only would the killing efficiency improve, but casualties would also be greatly reduced. The system prompted you have used the training potion, increasing your training quota by 100. 100 archers would cost 60,000 holy water, which Su Luo could afford. Archers appeared one after another. Su Luo's eyes suddenly brightened as he fixed his gaze on a newly trained female archer. This female archer had delicate skin. While not snow white, it was sufficiently clean and smooth. Her beauty was extraordinary. Even in reality, she would be a rare beauty, especially compared to the rough-faced barbarian archers around her. More importantly, this archer possessed an exceptional aura. While beautiful, she also exuded an indescribable heroism. Beauty and grace coexist. Regardless of whether she is just a pretty face, isn't being beautiful enough. Strength doesn't matter, looks or justice. Su Luo's otaku heart raced. Should this archer fall in battle, he would be willing to spend not just 10 gems, but 100 gems to revive her. Su Luo pretended to remain calm, and asked, "What is your name?" The archer slightly lowered her head respectfully, reporting to the leader, "My name is Chuan Yun." Just look at her, and not only does she look good, but she speaks beautifully as well. Unlike a Da who simply says, "Call me a Da." Su Luo praised a Chuan Yun arrow meeting thousands of troops. "Oh, what a great name. You should stay by my side as a personal guard." How could he bear to let her go into battle? What if her delicate hands became calloused from shooting arrows? Keeping her by his side, was it that she was unappealing, or just not desirable? Gaining this archer made Su Luo feel happier than when Su De discovered 2 bronze treasure chests. After setting off again, Su Luo left the novice zone once more after a dozen minutes. However, when combat arose, Chuan Yun couldn't contain herself and requested to fight. Chuan Yun requests to battle. Seeing her eager eyes, Su Luo couldn't bear to refuse and could only nod in agreement. However, he arranged for 10 barbarians to protect her fiercely. Chuan Yun was just an ordinary archer with attributes identical to those of other archers, and in battle, she fought just like a regular archer. With the addition of 100 archers, the efficiency was different. The few wild monsters could no longer injure Su Luo's barbarians. After some fighting, Su Luo arrived at his original destination, the novice village across from him. However, he received a system prompt stating that he could not temporarily enter other novice villages. Su Luo shook his head. If they wouldn't let him in, then so be it. Treasure chests indeed existed in the wild, and on the way Su Luo discovered a white treasure chest. Su Luo explored in another direction. He had brought out over 500 troops, but he wasn't steamrolling everything. A tribe of wild boars numbering over 10 caused chaos among Su Luo's forces. These wild boars had health points comparable to black bears with thick skin and flesh. When they charged collectively, even over 100 archers couldn't kill them instantly, as their attack power hadn't even reached 10 and their range was only 20 meters. A distance of 20 meters meant the wild boars could charge in just over a second. With one charge, a wild boar instantly killed a barbarian. Fortunately, aside from charging, wild boars had no means to kill barbarians instantly. Picking up the scattered wild boar meat and resources, he also found a blueprint for a low-grade arrow tower defense building. Su Luo pursed his lips. No amount of money could make up for the resources he lost. The problem Su Luo faced now was having too many resources that he couldn't use. He had holy water but lacked training quotas to train troops, and while he had gold coins, he had no buildings to upgrade. The builders had been sleeping at home, which made Su Luo feel distressed. Unknowingly, the outline of a tribe appeared not far from Su Luo. A building nearly 10 meters high caught Su Luo's attention. It was a mage tower. The mage tower, equivalent to a mage whose range, damage, health, and area of effect are all enhanced. It is a building that can only be possessed by a tribe of at least level 5. Even if Su Luo had the blueprint for the mage tower now, he would be unable to construct it. The tribe's level must reach 5. If that were possible, then upgrading the tribe's level would hold little significance. Though low-level tribes may lack strength, powerful tribes cannot attack them at will. Su Luo dared not approach this tribe for fear of being seen as a provocation. High-level tribes cannot randomly attack low-level tribes, but that does not mean they cannot fight back. If a low-level tribe provokes a high-level tribe, insults them, or acts arrogantly, it would be absurd for the high-level tribe not to retaliate. Moreover, if a low-level tribe finds valuable items in the wild, a high-level tribe, discovering them, must not withhold. Should they dare to contend with them, high-level tribes can easily deal with you. Su Luo looked at the tribe before him, initially thinking it was a novice village, only to realize it was a high-level tribe. This high-level tribe is quite large. I wonder what its exact level is. At this moment Chuan Yun was beside Su Luo, pointing into the distance and saying, "Chief, it seems a large group of troops is appearing over there. The eyesight of archers is undoubtedly much better than Su Luo's." Chuan Yun could only see some dense black spots, not clearly. At first Su Luo could not see clearly, but as time passed he barely discerned a large troop. With a blink he wondered if this troop belonged to the High-Level tribe or if they were invaders. Could it be that he could pick up some spoils? It seems unlikely, as the defending side can successfully revive their troops unconditionally, while the attacking side has no opportunity to recover their forces, making it impossible to incur significant losses. Whether or not he could, Su Luo first led his subordinates to retreat a bit, avoiding becoming collateral damage. Since they were idle, it was better to stay and observe. After about 5 minutes, Su Luo's heart raced as the troop that had come from the wild began to attack the High-Level tribe. The specifics of the battle were somewhat distant and obstructed by buildings, preventing Su Luo from seeing clearly. After 2 minutes, a remarkably tall barbarian abruptly charged into the tribe, rampaging and slaughtering without restraint. One person was taking on the firepower and dismantling the defensive structures one by one. The large mage tower was destroyed by him alone. The advantage of the mage tower lies in its area attack, which becomes minimal when facing a single enemy. The barbarian sprinkled something from his hands, followed by a thunderous sound. He let out a loud roar, and his stature surged even higher. Su Luo understood this. He was using the skill Iron Fist Strike. What was the previous thunderstorm? Did the barbarian king learn a spell, or was it a lightning spell? The barbarian king unleashed another bolt of lightning, not aimed at the defensive buildings, but rather directed at the ground. Su Luo thought for a moment that this spell was meant for the mages attacking him. Mages should pose the greatest threat to the barbarian king. Just this one barbarian king had essentially neutralized all the wide area damage defenses. Moreover, no one could stop him. A voice of incredulity rang out from the High-Level tribe. How could you possibly have a barbarian king? Truth be told, Su Luo was somewhat shocked. The role of a barbarian king in such a battle was undeniably significant, and his contributions were beyond question. But something was off. The barbarian king was a single-target attacker. What could a health pool of 10,000 do? 100 ordinary barbarians could definitely overwhelm him. As mentioned on player forums, surely no one would spend 600 gems to purchase a barbarian king. Gems are extremely precious, otherwise without gems, even with 10 times the speed of the time clock tower, Su Luo should still be sitting quietly in the tribe. Su Luo pondered that heroes in this game must have been greatly enhanced. Gems should not be wasted. Saving up for 5 days would allow him to buy a barbarian king at the auction right. Before long, the previously existing High-Level tribe was completely destroyed. Su Luo did not dare to approach and check whether the attacking side had suffered great losses. Just the presence of that barbarian king filled Su Luo with dread, further solidifying his desire to obtain a hero as quickly as possible. He diligently farmed monsters for a while, and by the end of the day, aside from resources, he only obtained a low-grade arrow tower blueprint from a wild boar. Su Luo rolled his eyes. The first black bear he killed dropped a defensive building blueprint, leading him to believe the drop rate was quite high. It seemed he had just gotten lucky. System prompt: your troops have been fighting continuously for over 8 hours and have entered a state of fatigue with all attributes decreased by 20%. If you continue to fight, attributes will keep declining. Then it was time to return. Despite having many troops, most barbarians had sustained injuries. Upon returning to the tribe, not feeling hungry, Su Luo took out the food he had previously obtained to reward his troops. Creating food in the game cost Su Luo 1,000 gold coins, but he did not mind. He took out the only 2 bear paws, giving one to himself and one to Chuan Yun. Chuan Yun, wipe my mouth for me. Sure, chief. Hee. A somewhat fatigued Su Luo lay on the grass and soon fell asleep. Su Luo did not expect that the in-game sky would quickly darken. Not only was it not yet dark, but most of the troops were injured, and Su Luo also did not intend to go out and wander. Most of the troops entered the small house to rest, leaving a few to stand guard, rotating as necessary. In the darkness, the occasional roar of beasts made the defenseless Hui shiver. However, Su Luo slept soundly. The next day dawned. The game prompted prepare to return to reality. Su Luo, like someone waking from a dream, looked somewhat dazed. At this moment, Su Luo still held his phone in hand. Realizing he was returning to reality, Su Luo perked up, planning to modify his cheat tool. The cheat was too weak, it needed to be strengthened. What to enhance, Su Luo had already thought about in the game. A powerful cheat tool must ensure sufficient stability. An unstable cheat tool would be of no use to him. If it were just the game company's detection system, Su Luo would have directly arranged infinite gems. However, this mysterious game was different. It had to be approached step by step. So he planned to add another function to the cheat, which would ensure that clearing obstacles would always yield 6 gems. Su Luo felt somewhat conflicted. Should he play it safe? Stability was the most important. But after looking at his phone, Su Luo was stunned. The cheat program and the Clash of Clans app had all disappeared. Who controlled my phone to delete them? After thinking for a moment, Su Luo did not believe that no one in this world could accomplish such a task. Rather, there was no need to delete just these two items. It should have been the game that removed them. Lying on the chair, Su Luo felt a bit lost. The emergence of this game was bound to have a tremendous impact on reality. Gold coins could grant abilities within the game, while holy water could heal and prolong life. Let me give it a try. I fear no one is richer than Su Luo at this moment. Gold coins 3200, holy water 21000. These resources came from a small portion of wild monsters and treasure chests, while the majority were produced by Su Luo's resource facilities. In just an hour, he could accumulate 12,000 of various resources. Even if Su Luo lay still, he would gather 50 to 60,000 resources daily. First, the gold coins. The gentle voice of the game system echoed again at Su Luo's call, confirming that his previous experiences were not a dream. System: the types of troops you currently possess are barbarians and archers, both at level 1. You can spend gold coins to acquire their abilities, 5,000 coins each. Su Luo could not think of a use for his gold coins, at least not for now, unless he wanted to auction for defensive builds. It seemed that gaining abilities in the game required more than just gold. It would also depended on the tribe level within the game. Without a second thought, Su Luo spent 100,000 coins to acquire the abilities of level 1 barbarian and level 1 archer. System enhancement in progress. Enhancement completed. In an instant, Su Luo felt his previously frail body transform into one brimming with explosive strength. System: your vitality is now 45, your attack power is 3, and your speed remains unchanged. You have gained the ability to throw and shoot with a 100 hit rate within 20 meters. The normal vitality of a healthy adult male is 10, and the attack power is 0. 3. For your reference. Vitality enhanced by 5 times. Strength enhanced tenfold. No. Su Luo felt that having sat in front of the computer for years without exercise could hardly be considered healthy. 3 punches for an adult, 1 punch for a child. A bit weak, Su Luo thought that even Mike Tyson could take down an adult with a single punch. However, suddenly acquiring such physical prowess made Su Luo's heart race. Let's try the holy water next. The system prompted: holy water can materialize a minimum of 1,000 units each time. Dismissing the underestimation, Su Luo directly materialized 10,000. System: 1,000 holy water can increase 1 day's lifespan. A total consumption of 100,000 holy water can eliminate all diseases and injuries. At first glance, 1,000 holy water seemed only to add a day to one's lifespan, appearing rather trivial. However, in mobile games, earning 10 million holy water in a single day is a common occurrence. How many days of lifespan is that? 30 years. For high-level players, over the years they might directly ascend to godhood. Su Luo, being healthy and young, decided not to continue using holy water, saving it to generate more holy water. Su Luo opened Xiao and contacted a cartoon-eyed man's profile. He noted it as master. Indeed, this was his master, the master of hacking knowledge. 11 years ago, by chance, Su Luo met his current master, and it was under his guidance that Su Luo, who knew nothing about computers at the time, became skilled. Although Su Luo's master wasn't as talented as him, and his hacking skills had gradually become inferior, he remained a top figure in the hacking community. He had a debt of gratitude towards Su Luo. They had worked together on. Su Luo is master there. Master: yes. Su Luo, your birthday is in a few days. I'll go to Beijing and bring you a big gift. Master: just your presence is enough. Oh, don't go to any expense. We have everything at home. Ask your sister-in-law to make a few more dishes you love. Ting misses you too. Ting is master's daughter, 6 years old this year. Thinking of Ting, a gentle smile spread across Su Luo's face. Su Luo, you'll know when you arrive. After ending the conversation with his master, Su Luo felt a warmth in his heart. Without family or friends, his master's family was the greatest source of warmth for Su Luo, reminding him that there were still people in the world who cared for him. Su Luo began his morning routine. Though he had enjoyed a long, beautiful dream in the game, he still felt tired in reality. Games are games and reality is reality. Su Luo's biological clock functioned perfectly. At 6 o'clock the next day, he opened his eyes automatically. After washing up, he had breakfast and turned on his computer. Not studying as usual, Su Luo began browsing the news. If he was not mistaken, the emergence of the game must have exploded in the real world after a night of fermentation. Sure enough, as Su Luo had thought, news about the game's emergence spread wildly across the internet. It was impossible to keep it under wraps, especially with over 230 million players. The effect of gold coins had not yet been verified. Aside from Su Luo, no player possessed 50,000 gold coins unless some had obtained significant opportunities. However, the effect of holy water was evident, with many players materializing 1,000 holy water. Though the ability to increase lifespan still needed verification, it had miraculous effects in slowing the deterioration of diseases. Some were offering a ratio of 1 to 5, even 1 to 10 to purchase holy water. For the wealthy, 1,000 holy water adding a day's lifespan meant they feared not being out of money, but rather being out of stock. Top-tier wealthy individuals were scrambling for 1 million holy water, which could add a day to their lifespan. Many lamented that they had not played this game. Ignoring these news items, after all, Su Luo lacked money and had no need to spend. Two news articles, however, caught Su Luo's attention. Clash of Clans seemed to have been wiped from this world with no place left to download it, and players who had downloaded it had also disappeared. The game company's headquarters in Bosnia and Herzegovina was surrounded by police last night at 9 o'clock, with many staff taken away for investigation. Especially the upper echelons of the game company, not one was spared. Su Luo chuckled. The mysterious game could not possibly have been created by them. If they had such capability, why would they release it? What made Su Luo find it even more amusing was that the CEO of the domestic agent company Xiaoma had also been invited for tea. This was not an official announcement, but rather a leak from a great mysterious organization, the Qiuyang masses. A certain individual with abilities from the Qiuyang masses captured a photo of Xiaoma being taken away. In the photo, Xiaoma was wearing glasses looking back. The netizens went wild. One user commented, "Xiaoma just recharged, charging 10 billion, gives a 90% chance to come out and a 10% chance to rot in jail. Xiaoyi Company's lottery is notoriously rigged. No, I think we can do a 10 consecutive draw, adjusting the odds to 99%. Likes. The heavens and the earth are mysterious and vast. The universe is profound and ancient. The sun and moon wax and wane, and the stars align in the sky." Su Luo was studying the 1,000-character classic. The depth of Chinese culture is profound and interconnected, allowing Su Luo to gain considerable insights. The emergence of a mysterious game did not deter Su Luo from his daily studies. It had become a habit. However, Su Luo found it difficult to concentrate, as he often thought about his studies. At 8 in the evening, he appeared in the game again. In the game, it was early morning. Su Luo emerged from the base camp and was pleasantly surprised to find the tribe filled with obstacles once more. This would require the assistance of Barton. Barton began to spin rapidly to clear the obstacles. To Su Luo's delight, a treasure chest containing obstacles had respawned today. Such treasure chests are guaranteed to contain 25 gems, typically respawning in the tribe about once a week. From 40 obstacles, Su Luo received 145 gems this time. At this moment, Su Luo had a total of 155 gems in hand. If he wished, he could recruit 775 units of military strength today. Su Luo thought to himself he still needed 445 gems to gather a barbarian king. What exactly are the attributes of this barbarian king? It seems quite formidable. Su Luo observed that the barbarian's health had not fully recovered. They regenerate 1 health point per hour, so they should be ready by afternoon. He trained all 40 of his military strength into archers and settled down. These 40 archers were a mix of men and women, with some of the men being quite handsome. But what use is that? It couldn't make Su Luo feel pleased. By the afternoon, the health of his troops had mostly recovered, and Su Luo took them to the wilds again. Fighting monsters was somewhat tedious, but it was the only way for Su Luo to grow stronger at the moment. If the quantity encountered were greater, some losses would occur, with a few dying, although this was a rare probability. Su Luo could accept the losses. He wandered aimlessly across the grassland. Encountering strong enemies did not cause panic, as 4-star foes wouldn't pose a threat to him, and 3-star foes might not necessarily be his match. As for 2-star enemies, there was no need to speak. Each time Su Luo encountered a tribe, he would try to get closer, judging their level based on the structures within their tribe, noting their locations for future destruction when he became stronger. Su Luo came across a tribe that had just sent troops out. From the balloon soldiers above their heads, he determined that it was at least a level 4 tribe. However, there were no mages, so it was likely a level 4 tribe. The tribe's leader spotted Su Luo and coldly commanded, "Get out of this area. Do not step in again. If I see you again, you will be dead." Su Luo merely pursed his lips in response, thinking, "If I must roll away, then so be it. You have the numbers, so for now you are formidable." This tribe with over 1,000 troops was indeed beyond Su Luo's current ability to contend with, even if he spent all his gems. Yet the trainable units were too weak, lacking the ability to compete against their giant goblin balloon soldiers. His luck today was poor. Apart from some food and resources, not a single blueprint for a defensive building dropped. This made Su Luo question his life. Wasn't there a chance for gems to drop? Su Luo continued to fight monsters from a distance, soon encountering a group of large creatures that made his heart race. A group of wild boars numbering over 20. In particular, one large wild boar in the middle was twice the size of a normal wild boar. Being different from the rest of the group, it must be a boss. However, Su Luo was hesitant to engage, as these wild boars charged fiercely, and their strength could easily kill over 20 barbarians, injuring nearly 100 more. This was without considering the boss's strength. It would inevitably lead to significant casualties for Su Luo. As he contemplated whether to attack, the wild boars noticed him and were approaching. Su Luo felt helpless. If they were coming to him, there was little he could do. The speed of the wild boars far exceeded that of his troops, making it impossible to avoid engagement. Before the wild boar group could reach him, Su Luo commanded, "Focus fire on the ones in front, and do not attack the largest one for now. First eliminate the smaller minions before surrounding the boss. The archers immediately took their positions. Although they hadn't been trained, they had a natural aptitude for it. The archers spread out into two lines with the barbarians standing in front of them. The Boar King was the largest, yet agile and fast. One boar charged forward. Su Luo's eyes lit up. If you charge first, then don't blame me. There were over 170 archers, but since they were spread out, only about 100 could shoot at the Boar King immediately. Su Luo observed that the Boar King had only 3,000 health, which was equivalent to the combined health of 3 wild boars. A rain of arrows fell, and to Su Luo's astonishment, the archers were capable of dealing 7 damage per arrow, but against the Boar King, they only inflicted 2 damage. It seemed the creature had damage reduction. Thus its health was not simply 3,000, yet could easily be equivalent to 10,000. Su Luo's expression darkened, realizing he would incur greater troop losses. What made Su Luo's expression even worse was that the Boar King's charge differed from that of a normal wild boar. While ordinary wild boars would stop upon colliding with a target, this Boar King barreled through, knocking over a dozen targets before stopping. 8 barbarians were killed and 3 were severely injured, with 2 archers dead as well. The halted Boar King sank its sharp tusks into one of the barbarians. These tusks were sharper than blades, and the barbarian was torn apart by the Boar King, dying instantly. The Boar King devoured the flesh, and Su Luo saw the words green 10 appear above its head. Damn, it even restored health. Su Luo's face turned green as well. The damage dealt by the barbarians to the Boar King was only 3. The 8 barbarians surrounding the Boar King could only output an average of 24 damage per second. Su Luo shouted, "Take down the Boar King first." Allowing this creature to rampage would undoubtedly lead to heavy losses. Most of the archers surrounded the Boar King. On the other side, over 20 ordinary wild boars each killed a barbarian, but were also surrounded. Their bites couldn't instantly kill a barbarian, yet those unable to retreat would still fall to their jaws. Su Luo's face was grim. Even if they won, they would still suffer over 100 troops and casualties. This represented at least 20 gems worth of training opportunities. Had it been yesterday, before using the training potion to gain an additional 100, archers encountering this group would have posed a risk of total annihilation. Looking at the bronze-level beast taming circle in his inventory, Su Luo felt that the only way to recover his losses was to tame this Boar King with it. Although the Boar King was somewhat ugly, Su Luo did not mind. A large group of archers concentrated their fire on the wild Boar King, inflicting around 200 damage per second. Although there was some damage reduction, Su Luo's forces were numerous. In just 20 seconds at most, they could reduce the wild Boar King's health by 10%. The mechanism of the bronze-level beast taming circle requires that the target's health drops below 50%. The lower the health, the higher the success rate. When the health is below 10%, there is a 50% chance of successfully taming it. With only a 50% chance, Su Luo felt uncertain. Occasionally, a few barbarians would fall, causing him some grief. Before long, the wild Boar King's health dropped below 50%, making the bronze-level beast taming circle usable, but Su Luo couldn't use it. At this moment, there was only a 10% success rate. The wild Boar King sensed danger and wanted to charge again. Ordinary wild boars could be blocked, but no one in Su Luo's tribe could stop the wild Boar King. The wild Boar King used brute force to push through one barbarian after another, leaving Su Luo to sacrifice lives to hold it back. After sacrificing 5 barbarians, they finally managed to hold it back. Although ordinary wild boars were not as formidable as the wild Boar King, their numbers caused far greater casualties. Finally, the wild Boar King's health fell below 10%. Gritting his teeth, Su Luo threw the prepared bronze-level beast taming circle at the wild Boar King. As long as it was aimed correctly, no precision was needed. The bronze-level beast taming circle would auto-target. Regardless of success or failure, the circle would disappear. If successful, the wild Boar King would calm down. If failed, it would attack automatically. Su Luo stared intently at the wild Boar King, his heart racing. Could it succeed? If so, not only would he recover all losses, but he would also gain a formidable fighting force. What made Su Luo's expression darken was that after the bronze-level beast taming circle disappeared, the wild Boar King continued its assault. At the same time, it disdainfully glanced at Su Luo. Su Luo couldn't help but curse. Damn, it actually failed. His luck was too poor. He didn't hit the 50% chance. Failing on his first use of the beast taming circle really left him no dignity. Fury flashed in Su Luo's eyes. He could only curse it, hoping it would drop a heroic token to compensate for his losses. Su Luo felt he was being unrealistic. Although the bronze-level wild monsters were somewhat formidable, their level was not high enough to drop a heroic token. The wild Boar King, with its health extremely low, ultimately fell to the ground unwillingly. Su Luo hurried forward, searching for loot. A flicker of green light caught his eye, prompting a leap in his heart. For the first time, a gem dropped from a wild monster. However, no matter how Su Luo searched, there was only one gem. The only other drop was a blob of condensed holy water, slightly larger than a fist. 30,000 holy water. Just these 2 items, nothing else. Su Luo felt the gem's flickering light mocked him. He slumped to the ground wondering what kind of day it was that was so unlucky. Nothing at all, and he lost so many troops. After regaining his composure, the archers joined the team to kill ordinary wild boars, quickly wiping out the entire wild boar family. Checking the losses, Su Luo's expression eased slightly. The losses were a bit less than he had expected. He lost 81 barbarians and 6 archers. About 1/7 of his forces. Troops killed by wild monsters, even if they had a chance to resurrect, couldn't come back. The ordinary wild boars dropped 2 blueprint schematics for cannons, but that absolutely couldn't compensate for Su Luo's wounded spirit. He recalled Sure Hugh's words. I'm really losing my mind here. Su Luo felt utterly disenchanted. Today was definitely not a day to go out. With the help of Chuan Yun, he managed to get up, weakly announcing, pack up, we're heading back. He went out to hunt monsters, but earned nothing, and even suffered losses. I've worked so hard, oh does heaven even care about me? As Su Luo prepared to return, he heard Su De shout from the area where the wild boars used to gather, Chief, there's a white treasure chest here. A white treasure chest, indicating a normal level chest. What good things could come from this? Su Luo felt disinterested, but still ran over, hoping to find a gem or two as slight consolation. To his surprise, as he approached, Su Luo suddenly perked up. This was not a white treasure chest, it was clearly a silver treasure chest. The white treasure chest appeared rough and dull, while this silver one was smooth and glimmering. What a fool! Su De was unable to distinguish between a white treasure chest and a silver treasure chest. Su Luo felt somewhat excited, saying, Su De, you've done a great job. If it weren't for Su De, Su Luo would have headed back directly and missed this silver treasure chest. The system prompted, you have discovered a silver treasure chest. Opening it will take 10 minutes. Only then did Su Luo turn back and shower Su De with praise. Su De shyly scratched his head, revealing his signature silly grin. After praising him, Su Luo immediately arranged for people to stand guard. In 10 minutes, if a strong enemy came and stole this silver treasure chest, Su Luo's mood would not just crumble, it would explode. Su Luo glanced around like a thief, thinking that today was incredibly unlucky. Would someone really come to steal his treasure chest? He waited nervously for the silver treasure chest to open. And indeed someone came. A group of people appeared in Su Luo's sight. His expression darkened. When the opposing group got closer, Su Luo realized there were only a little over 200 troops. Most of them were barbarians with a small number of archers. This was not a threat. Although Su Luo had suffered losses, he still had over 400 troops remaining. Su Luo's forces did not sit idle, but remained vigilant. The opposing tribe's leader seemed to realize something and wanted to come over to take a look. Su Luo coldly shouted, get lost. If you come any closer, I'll kill you immediately. The other party chuckled awkwardly, don't misunderstand him, just looking. Saying don't misunderstand, but hesitating to leave. Su Luo immediately ordered kill. Only then did the other party realize Su Luo was serious, and they hurriedly shouted, don't fight, we're leaving. Reluctantly, the opposing group took a few looks back, filled with unwillingness as they retreated. The disparity in numbers was too great, they were truly no match. Seeing the other side retreat, Su Luo did not pursue them. There was no opportunity to recover troops now. There was no benefit in pursuing. Amidst excitement and anxiety, the 10 minutes felt exceedingly long for Su Luo. What could possibly be in a silver treasure chest a level higher than a bronze one? Perhaps it was a treasure chest guarded by the Wild Boar King. The system prompted, the silver treasure chest has been opened. You have obtained a blueprint for a gold mine from the silver treasure chest. Su Luo was first taken aback, then his face lit up with wild joy. He had struck gold. It was indeed. The purpose of the gold mine blueprint is to create an additional gold mine within the tribe. Defensive structures can be built infinitely, as can resource production facilities. The premise is that you must possess it. The gold mine blueprint is not as cheap as defensive structures. The value of having an extra gold mine is self-evident. The price of a gold mine blueprint at auction is over 500 gems. Su Luo quickly made a decision. Only high-level tribes can upgrade the gold mine to its maximum level to fully realize its value, but Su Luo only had a level 2 tribe, making it temporarily unusable. Su Luo had an advantage. The resources produced each day were far inferior to those of top tribes. Keeping it would provide long-term benefits, but selling it could lead to instant wealth. Su Luo was confident that the gems gained from selling it would far exceed the benefits of keeping it. Most importantly, after selling, Su Luo would have enough gems to purchase a hero's certificate for the barbarian king. Today he would acquire a hero. According to his estimate, that would happen in 4 days. Joy filled Su Luo's face, dispelling the earlier gloom. I told you I'm not that unfortunate. Time to head back to the tribe. Upon returning, Su Luo's heart was still excitedly, he opened the auction and saw that the lowest price for a gold mine was 521 gems. Should I sell it for 520 then? The second lowest gold mine was sold for 540 gems. If a wealthy buyer were to purchase 2 gold mine blueprints consecutively, Su Luo might have to sell his for 539 gems. He slapped himself. Useless thing, hesitating over a mere 10 gems. Isn't it better to have a hero as soon as possible? He listed the gold mine blueprint for 520 gems, rubbing his hands unsure when it would sell. Expensive items are certainly not as easy to sell as cannons. Su Luo already had plans. After selling, he would purchase a hero's certificate for the Barbarian King. The question is, who will be transformed into the Barbarian King? Su Luo's first thought went to Suda. Without Suda, how could he afford the hero's certificate? There could be no second choice. Su Luo called Suda over, smiling. Suda, after the gold mine blueprint sells, I plan to purchase a hero's certificate, and you will be the one to advance. Everyone around them looked at Suda with jealousy and resentment, but Suda had repeatedly discovered treasure chests, so it was only fair he was rewarded. Suda was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on his face. Boss, are you serious? Su Luo. Suda was no longer dazed. He went crazy. His face twisted with excitement as he ran wildly in the tribe. Did you hear that? The boss said he wants to make me a hero. I'm going to become a hero. Ha ha ha. I Suda am going to rise roar. Su Luo watched the crazy Suda speechlessly. Oh, what a foolish man. Foolishly adorable, in a way. After 5 minutes of madness, Suda finally calmed down, asking Su Luo with a face full of flattery. Boss, has that treasure sold? Suda knew that the gold mine blueprint had to sell before he could buy the hero's certificate. Su Luo feigned patience, saying, don't rush. Suda nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I'm not anxious. About 10 minutes later. System prompt. The gold mine blueprint you listed at auction has been sold for 520 gems. After a 10 service fee of 52 gems, you will receive 468 gems. The system's voice resounded in Su Luo's mind like heavenly music. Looking at his gem count along with the previous 155 gems, he now had 623 gems. The lowest price for the Barbarian King at auction was 610 gems. Having planned ahead, Su Luo was ready to buy it immediately. Just then, game announcement. Ching Kong. Auction hero's certificate for the Bao Queen at 600 gems, Holy Light Angel at 2,000 gems. Buy quickly. Su Luo was momentarily stunned. Then, with the speed of someone who had been single for over 20 years, he quickly clicked on the Bao Queen's hero's certificate page. The Holy Light Angel being at 2,000 gems was pointless even to look at. Sure enough, there was a Bao Queen priced at 600 gems. This was the only one available for purchase. The others were marked red and unavailable due to insufficient gems. Regardless of why it was so cheap, Su Luo immediately bought it. System, you have purchased a hero's certificate for the Bao Queen for 600 gems, which will be sent to your mailbox. Su Luo quickly retrieved the hero's certificate for the Bao Queen from his mailbox. In Su Luo's hand appeared a palm-sized, exquisite purple wooden plaque. Crush it and choose a target, and that's all. Su Luo looked at its description. Hero's certificate. Bao Queen transforms a female archer into the hero Bao Queen. Su Luo was somewhat suspicious, wondering why it was so cheap. He opened the auction again to check the Holy Light Angel. He saw no Holy Light Angel priced at 2,000 gems, which must have been bought immediately. There were 2 more Holy Light Angels at auction, one for 2,500 gems and another for 2,700 gems. Su Luo speculated whether this Ching Kong was short on money or wanted to rapidly increase their troop strength with gems. Most importantly, he had promised Suda to help him advance to a hero, yet now he had purchased the Bao Queen with gems. How could he explain this to Suda? Su Luo hesitated for a long time before sighing. Suda, I can only apologize. The hero's certificate for the Bao Queen is more expensive than that for the Barbarian King, and there must be a reason for that. After all, the natives in the game world can't just be judged by looks, can they? In mobile games, the Bao Queen's utility indeed far surpassed that of the Barbarian King. At that moment, Suda approached with a shameless grin. Boss, has the hero's certificate been purchased? Su Luo awkwardly replied. Suda, there was a bit of a situation. I fumbled and accidentally bought the Bao Queen. Suda was dumbfounded, staring blankly. Boss, what do you mean? Anyway, it had to be said. Eventually, Su Luo steeled himself. Suda, this time, I can only put you at a disadvantage. I will definitely buy the hero's certificate for the Barbarian King once I gather enough gems. Next time for sure. Suda was completely stunned, collapsing onto the ground. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. But boss, what will everyone think of me? Don't I have any pride? Suda had just been boasting all over the place, afraid no one would know he was about to become a hero. Indeed, it was too embarrassing. Su Luo said apologetically, it's the boss who has wronged you. I will make it up to you in the future. Su Luo felt an infinite sense of remorse, but he had already made the purchase. What could he do? Selling it again at auction would at least incur an 80 gem service fee. Suda sobbed and ran to a corner to cry. Su Luo forced himself not to look and called for Chuan Yun. The hero's certificate for the Bao Queen was of course meant for this most beautiful archer. Suda turned around just in time to see this scene, murmuring to himself. I knew it, the boss likes this beautiful archer, but what use is beauty? Chuan Yun, you are my lifelong enemy. After Chuan Yun arrived, Su Luo put on another smiling face. Chuan Yun, this hero's certificate is prepared for you to use. Chuan Yun has no merit. Using it would weigh on my heart, and I would forever feel guilty. Leader, you should give it to... Chuan Yun had been by Su Luo's side all along, witnessing everything. This was something Su Luo had earned through his achievements, yet it was to be used on her. It would be a lie to say she didn't want it, but she couldn't accept such a promotion. Su Luo was taken aback. You don't want it. Then who should I give it to? After learning the reason Chuanyin didn't want it, Su Luo smiled wryly, but held her in higher regard. No wonder she was my chosen candidate for the archery queen. Her character was impressive. Shaking his head with a smile, Su Luo felt reluctant to give this hero's certificate to another mediocre archer. Moreover, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards Su Luo. Su Luo decided to sell this hero certificate and buy a barbarian king one for Su Luo instead. Losing 80 gems in transaction fees was a loss he would take. It couldn't be said to be a loss. He had originally bought it at a low price and made over 100 gems after selling it. With this thought, Su Luo felt no more pain. He listed the archery queen's hero's certificate for 840 gems at the auction. In less than half a minute it was snapped up and Su Luo received 756 gems. He earned 156 gems. Without hesitation, he instantly purchased the hero's certificate for the barbarian king. Looking at the certificate in his hand, Su Luo sighed and went to Su Luo. Su Luo had stopped crying, but was still twitching, hiding in a corner with a look of despair. When he saw Su Luo arrive, he called out weakly, "Leader." Su Luo smiled and said, "Su Luo, after much thought, I've decided to promote you to barbarian king. Here, take a look at this." When Su Luo saw it, he cried again and hugged Su Luo's leg. "I knew it, leader, you love me." Without delay, Su Luo crushed the hero's certificate. The target was Su Luo. As the hero's certificate shattered, a brilliant white light emerged, enveloping Su Luo. He was surrounded as if by a cocoon. Only the silhouette of Su Luo was visible, and Su Luo's specific condition was obscured. The system prompted, "Barbarian evolution in progress, will take half an hour. It's not an instantaneous event, so we wait." Everyone in the tribe gathered around, watching, as if observing a panda, murmuring in amazement. There was jealousy, envy, and mostly joy. The tribe would gain another hero, undoubtedly significantly enhanced. Ahua regretted deeply, looking at Su Luo's dazed expression. She initially thought he would not amount to much, yet he was about to become a barbarian king. Alas, she wondered if he would still look at her now. Half an hour later, the white light dissipated. The system prompted, "Promotion complete." A throne-like item appeared where Su Luo originally stood. Su Luo had grown much taller, appearing to be 2 meters tall, a significant difference from the barbarian king Su Luo had seen before. He wore a golden crown and held a sharp longsword. Whether it was an illusion or not, Su Luo saw a great deal of authority on his face. But with Su Luo's characteristic silly smile, Su Luo laughed. It was still the same Su Luo. His entire appearance was identical to the barbarian king in the mobile game. Su Luo excitedly knelt on one knee, saying, "Thank you, leader. I will pledge my life to serve you faithfully." Su Luo smiled, but was most curious about the barbarian king's attributes. He checked. Barbarian, level 1 health, 1700 damage, 144 speed, 12 meters per second passive, a robust physique and muscles reduce the damage suffered by the barbarian king. All damage currently received is reduced by 10 or increasing with level advancements. Active ability, body enlargement. The barbarian king unleashes the power within, enlarging his body, and his weapon enlarges accordingly. The enlarged size is related to the level. Note, the barbarian king will no longer be limited by single target attacks. Active skill unlocked at level 5. Su Luo watched closely, and when he saw the barbarian king reduce all damage by 10 points, a single thought crossed his mind. Wow, he's invincible. The wild boar king's damage reduction is 5 points. At level 1, the barbarian king reduces 10 points. The wild boar king, barbarian, and archer could still barely manage. But could they inflict damage on Su Luo? Absolutely immune. Even if Su Luo had 10,000 barbarians, none would be a match for Su Luo. The forum claimed that one barbarian king is worth 100 barbarians. What a joke. If Su Luo were his enemy, he could destroy his entire tribe single-handedly. No matter how many archers or barbarians he currently had, it couldn't be said to be invincible. Low-tier archers and barbarians couldn't inflict 10 points of damage, while level 5 mages could pose a threat to Su Luo. At level 4, there are also balloon soldiers which Su Luo cannot reach to attack the enemies in the sky. Now to take a look at this throne. Barbarian throne. The hero's power derives from the throne. Upgrading the throne can enhance the hero's power. The hero possesses an immortal body. Upon death, they will resurrect at the throne. Current resurrection time required 3 days. Resources needed for the next level: 600 black oil, or 600 gold, or 600 holy water. Time required 1 day. Note, when the throne upgrades, the hero must sit on the throne and grow alongside it. During this time, they cannot attack or move. If the upgrade is interrupted, it will fail. Su Luo realized, so that's how it is. He wouldn't have to worry about Su Luo dying unexpectedly in the future. Su Luo wanted to level up Su Luo and see how much he could grow at level 1. Black oil was something Su Luo couldn't possibly have right now. There are many places requiring holy water, so he decided to use gold. Su Luo auctioned off 2 low-quality cannons dropped by the wild boar and quickly gathered 600 gold. Naturally, the work of upgrading would fall to Barton. Barton slept all day, which had long made Su Luo quite dissatisfied. He couldn't believe he was so idle. Watching Su De resting with closed eyes on the throne while Barton was quickly constructing. It would take a day, but with external assistance, it only needed 2. For hours. This was still the longest time Barton had ever worked. Su Luo's heart was filled with joy having Su De as truly woohoo it's taking off. 2.5 hours later, Su De successfully leveled up. Filled with joy, he was named a hero by the leader, who also invested substantial resources to facilitate his upgrade. The leader treats me so well. Su Luo looked on with satisfaction. Su De's health points surged by 200, reaching 1900, and his attack power increased by 5 points, now totaling 149. His damage reduction ability rose to 11. Unlike mobile games where health points only increase by a few dozen, the next level upgrade requires 1 million resources or 1,000 black oil. Su Luo could not possibly have that many resources. However, he could go and seize them. Su Luo, having long coveted the luck-enhancing status, began to stir restlessly. With Su De, there was nothing to fear. Su Luo had thoroughly scouted the surrounding 5 kilometers for tribes. They were all level 1 and 2 tribes, a bunch of weaklings. The available troops were either barbarians or archers, all at level 1. Could they inflict any damage on Su De? No need to say more, they would engage. The master's birthday is in a few days, and I must prepare at least 2 holy water as a gift. The master is 12 years older than Su Luo, having spent years sitting in front of the computer always complaining of back pain. Su Luo immediately summoned 100 barbarians and set off with Su De. Just Su De alone was more than enough. The sky had already darkened, but Su Luo didn't mind. The destination of this journey was a level 2 tribe. Su Luo had already marked it as prey. About half an hour later, Su Luo arrived at the location. There was a delay on the way as 4 giant wolves attacked Su Luo recklessly. Su De solved them with just 2 strikes. He sustained a bit of damage. The giant wolves' attack dealt 25 damage, but Su De could only reduce 11 points. The little spring tribe had arrived, just as Su Luo had targeted. As night fell, most of the tribe members should be resting with only a few on guard. Coincidentally, the leader of the little spring tribe, Xiao Quan, stood at the edge of the tribe, possibly in a daze or admiring the scenery. He spotted Su Luo. Xiao Quan's pupils contracted if someone was coming. Fortunately, there were not many people. Xiao Quan immediately relaxed. This small number of people could not possibly attack his tribe, which had 150 troops. But when he clearly saw Su Luo's name, a chill ran down his spine. It was that scourge, the ruthless one who had destroyed 7 tribes. Though Su Luo's troop strength was not much at the moment, Xiao Quan still felt nervous, even fearful. As Su Luo approached, he smiled. What a coincidence, it seems a sneak attack won't work. Xiao Quan barely maintained his composure and snorted, such a small number. You're too arrogant. Su Luo chuckled, too lazy to argue. Su De go. Su De's longsword was already eager to taste blood. Upon hearing this, a hint of excited, fierce joy appeared on his face. He marched steadily toward the little spring tribe. The others quietly watched from behind. The leader said that since Su De consumed so many resources, he should be the one to attack. Xiao Quan looked suspiciously at the crown on Su De's head, his expression changing drastically. Is this a hero? But what is so great about a hero? Can a hero truly fight against 100? Xiao Quan heard that heroes possessed immortality. Could it be that this Su Chaha heir wanted to use a hero to wear down his troops? With enemies already at his doorstep, Xiao Quan had nowhere to retreat. Su De activated his ability to enlarge his body, towering over 3 meters tall. The longsword in his hand also grew to over 2 meters in length. Xiao Quan remained still in the tribe, having the advantage of defensive structures. Oh, why not use them? The arrow tower launched the first attack with the longest range. Arrows struck Su De, but he felt nothing. Xiao Quan's barbarians charged forward. Su De swung his sword. Instantly, 3 barbarians were sent flying several meters away, spewing large amounts of blood into the air. They fell heavily to the ground, already dead before hitting the earth. Another swing took down 2 more barbarians. 30 archers aimed at Su De, unaware that their damage was barely a scratch. It was Su De's first time using the power of the Barbarian King, and he was quite excited. He kept swinging his longsword, continuously harvesting the troops of the little spring tribe. Xiao Quan felt like he was trapped in an ice cellar. This barbarian was simply too powerful, comparable to a mage's killing efficiency. With this barbarian around, he feared his tribe would be destroyed. Is the legendary hero really this strong? Xiao Quan's eyes turned red. Kill him, don't let him have it easy. Exhaust this hero's energy. Xiao Quan grimaced at Su Luo. You're too arrogant. If you destroy me, it will be your doom. Su Luo smiled faintly, saying nothing and quietly enjoying Su De's slaughter. If in a mobile game the Barbarian King was this strong, how could he ever consume the least amount of oil? When Su Luo first got the Barbarian King in the mobile game, he had spared no expense to nurture him. Although it was of little use, being focused fire by defensive structures could still lead to a quick demise. After watching the strategy videos, Su Luo learned of the heavenly maiden flow tactics and refused to feed the little black oil to the barbarian king. Neither the troops nor the defensive structures could harm Su De in the slightest. To this day, Su De had not lost a single drop of blood. Su Luo stroked his chin, wondering if the barbarian king could gain lifesteal and have anti-air capabilities, he would likely be invincible. The more than 100 troops of the Little Spring tribe were utterly insufficient for Su De's slaughter. It was now after becoming a hero, Su De's speed increased to 12 meters per second, a 50 boost easily, allowing him to catch up to ordinary barbarians and archers. The entire Little Spring tribe was filled with cries of despair. Su De's invincible posture was beyond what could be described as a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Soon the Little Spring tribe was destroyed by Su Luo. System prompt. You have earned 19 trophies and 1 ordinary treasure chest. You have achieved godhood. This is your own choice. Your hidden attribute luck has temporarily increased, slightly lasting until the godhood ends. Area announcement player Su Cha Air Can has achieved godhood. Area announcement Su Cha Air Can's rise is unstoppable. He has consecutively destroyed 8 tribes in a short time, fully displaying his murderous intent. To the tribes surrounding him, will you sit and wait for death or unite to encircle him? Su Cha Air Can is now vulnerable to attacks from all. Leaders participating in the destruction of Su Cha Air Can's tribe will receive a reward of 100 gems based on their contributions. Those who successfully destroy Su Cha Air Can's stronghold will receive an additional 20 gems. Participating leaders will have all lost troops restored unconditionally after victory. The original restoration opportunity will not be affected. Players who engage in this encirclement will not be affected by shields upon return. Su Luo scoffed. This was a bit harsh. As long as he lost, participants would only get rewards without any losses. Dozens of tribes attacking him. No way could someone really be willing to die for a few gems. Come on, it's me versus all of you. Just a slight increase in luck. How unreasonable. All tribes within a 5-kilometer radius of Su Luo, whether indigenous or player tribes, received a regional announcement from the system. Damn, you really dare to be extraordinary. The previous regional announcements had already left them terrified, fearing whether Su Luo would destroy their tribe. Players were also worried destroying a tribe should yield quite a bounty right. Otherwise Su Luo wouldn't kill like this. What would happen when the shield expires? Everyone was quite anxious. Now accept your punishment. Not only would there be no losses, but they could also gain gems. Su Luo's tribe location had already been marked, and everyone clearly knew where it was. Everyone felt restless. The system even opened a regional chat for them. Wei Wudu Quang, everyone now gather your troops and head to the Su Cha Song tribe. Let's attack together once we assemble. Xia, don't think about sneaking attacks on other tribes while everyone is out. If we don't unite to eliminate this demon, now think about whether you can survive under this demon if we fail. A large number of people echoed in agreement. Indeed, some had thought of taking advantage of the chaos to launch surprise attacks, but Xia's words brought them back to their senses. Indeed, if they did not eliminate Su Luo, they would all perish. Moreover, the rewards for participating in this operation were greater than destroying a tribe. Sneak attacks weren't easy either. He could return to defend. Su Luo could not see the statements in this. He initially thought about destroying a few more tribes, but reconsidered that it was unnecessary. It was better to take Su De back to defend safely. When Meng Ying received the regional announcement, she cheered. You brought this upon yourself, so don't blame anyone else. The Meng Ying tribe was the closest to Su Luo. They just needed to wait quietly for others to arrive. However, Meng Ying suddenly realized a problem. Why would Su Luo dare to be extraordinary knowing he would be besieged? Even if Su Luo had no trump cards, I only have 3 days of privilege. She wasn't particularly skilled in the game and feared she would soon be eliminated by those with more privileged days. Even if everyone had the same privileges, Meng Ying was unsure she could avoid being eliminated. The game did not force me to participate in this crusade. I could completely choose to stand with Su Cha Song. Helping him fend off the player's attacks would at least delay one tribe, reducing his pressure. If I can't beat them, I might as well join them. As long as Su Cha Song wins, I who chose the right side would soar. If you can't play the game, just cling to a strong ally. Meng Ying recalled that just 2 hours after the game started, Su Luo already had 400 to 500 troops. Now nearly 2 days had passed. Could he have a force of over 10,000? It must be so. I Meng Ying am all in. Thinking of this, Meng Ying led her 45 barbarians out of the tribe, heading to the entrance of Su Luo's tribe to express loyalty. 5 of those barbarians were trained with increased training slots using gems. Upon seeing someone approach, Su Luo was taken aback. Someone arrived so quickly. As dusk fell, seeing the visitor, Su Luo smiled. Isn't this the cunning little girl? She couldn't be tricked before, and now she comes to offer herself. If you're eager to deliver yourself to death, don't blame me. But Su Luo was puzzled. How did she have the courage to? Shouldn't she have first met up with others? Whatever ill, eliminate her first. Afraid of being misunderstood, Meng Ying hurriedly yelled, Big brother, I'm here to help you. Su Luo was puzzled. Help me. Meng Ying explained. When they arrive, I will hold off one tribe to help relieve. It is Su Luo who would be besieged, not Meng Ying. A word awakened the dreamer. Su Luo suddenly realized. It turns out it could be like this. It doesn't mean everyone has to attack me, ooh, I can totally have allies to resist. Since the game provided such a mechanism, it's not a guaranteed dead end. What if most tribes within 5 kilometers are my people? Eliminating those who aren't mine would leave me with only. Then the crisis of being besieged would be easily resolved. These allies could help clear some tribes when Su Luo is not available and assist in defense when he is under attack. This would greatly reduce the difficulty. Su Luo understood why the challenge level was only slightly raised. It turned out he hadn't found the right method. This mechanism should be for high-level tribes with allies to use. Within a certain range, there are limited high-level tribes, while low-level tribes can hardly pose a threat. If I eliminate the high-level tribes that aren't my allies, a group of high-level allies would have nothing to fear from a swarm of low-level tribes. However, Su Luo felt that Meng Ying was too weak, with only 45 barbarians. She was completely unqualified to be Su Luo's ally. Nor did he need her. Her only role might be as a small underling. Su Luo smiled, and thought eliminating her would only yield a common white treasure chest, negligible benefits. It's not that I can't take her in. Su Luo said, how many gems do you have left? Meng Ying replied honestly, I still have 9. Su Luo said, use them all up directly to increase 15 barbarians. If that guy from the Batai tribe comes out, you can just eliminate him. How about that as your pledge? Meng Ying's expression brightened, nodding incessantly. Okay, I'll listen to you, big brother. Meng Ying ran off to prepare to intercept the Batai guy. Su Luo didn't think Meng Ying was lying. There was no need for that. Shaking his head, he thought that this girl could actually think of standing on his side. Indeed, very cunning. The large troop for the siege was all on its way. On the edge of the 5-kilometer radius, there was a level 3 tribe named Shishu tribe. The leader of Shishu tribe saw a level 1 tribe moving out with troops and curiously asked, what are you up to? The level 1 tribe did not dare to refuse and explained the reason. The leader of Shishu tribe's eyes widened. This level 2 tribe had some nerve. They probably had quite a number of troops, overwhelming the level 1 tribe with their numerical advantage. What bad luck, I wasn't included in this. No way, I can't let these level 1 and 2 tribes destroy Su Chahart. If a level 2 tribe gained a lot of benefits, it would pose a significant threat to me. The leader of Shishu tribe grinned sinisterly. Oh, let me eliminate this Su Chahart song. I have 800 troops and my barbarians have all just been promoted to level 2. A level 2 tribe can only have 2 holy water collectors and can't sustain many troops. On the other side, Wei Wudu Quang fervently hoped that it would be the Su Luo base he had destroyed, for that would grant him an additional reward of 20 gemstones. However, this reward would undoubtedly be fiercely contested and his chances of obtaining it were slim. Therefore, he could only hope that everyone would be willing to give the reward to him. In the game, he was unable to offer a satisfactory reward, but in reality he could. Wei Wudu Quang, all brothers and friends, my identity in real life is Wang Wei, the heir of Wang Group. I believe everyone is quite familiar. The Wang family group is valued at trillions, and in real life, Wang Wei's behavior is quite flamboyant, unlike the typical second-generation heirs who are low-key. His casual displays of wealth are incredibly eye-catching. His fame rivals that of top celebrities. I hope the brothers here can allow me to destroy the base of Su Chahai. After the task is completed, everyone present will receive a reward of 1 million. Empty words are not enough. I will remove my privacy protection. Wang Wei did not act imperiously, instead adopting a somewhat humble demeanor. He approached the players who had gathered around him, revealing his somewhat handsome face. The regional chat erupted. Wow, it's really Wang Wei. I never expected to see Wang Wei in the game, my goodness. Indeed, I've heard that Wang Wei plays COC. No doubt, young Master Wang, I will definitely help with this. A smile spread across Wang Wei's face. Players who have not gathered with me can come to the east side to confirm my identity. I am waiting for you. You can leave your payment details, whether it's a card or any payment app, and I will transfer the funds as soon as I log off. Wang Wei was located in the east, prompting players from other directions of Su Luo to rush towards the east, eager to see if Wei Wudu Quang was indeed Wang Wei. This left the leader of the indigenous tribe quite displeased. What are you all doing? Hurry up and gather to destroy Su Chahai. Wang Wei said leisurely. Don't rush, just wait a little longer. Wang Wei was not worried about the indigenous people gathering first. That would be even better, allowing the indigenous tribe to take the lead while he and the current players charged straight for the base. After basic confirmation, the regional chat was flooded with messages. Almost all players left their payment details. A total of 45 players, which was not a small amount for Wang Wei, but he deemed it worth it. Among them was Hui. God, although you have guided me before, I am sorry, but 1 million. I have never seen so much money in my life. Even Wang Wei felt a bit excited at this moment, as he would soon have at least 20 gemstones in hand. These gemstones might not be worth tens of millions, but possessing them meant having an advantage and getting ahead. Meng Ying was also somewhat tempted, but she knew that this money would be unattainable. It wasn't that Wang Wei would go back on his word, but rather that it was impossible to defeat Su Luo. Just moments ago she had met Su Luo. Did Su Luo look even the slightest bit nervous? Batai, her comrade, was struck by Meng Yin's sudden attack. Batai was quite bewildered. Oh, why was she attacking him? At that moment, he only had 45 barbarians and was no match for Meng Yin. He was chased back to the tribe by Meng Yin. Meng Yin did not launch a full-scale attack. It was enough to hold him back and show her loyalty. If Batai felt pressured, he would use gemstones to instantly train troops, especially since he was within the tribe. It was highly likely that she would lose. The lead of the Shishu tribe consisted of 6 giants over 4 meters tall, moving slowly at a maximum speed of only 6 meters per second. Fortunately, Wang Wei delayed for a while, and when the Shishu tribe arrived, they had not yet begun their assault. The Shishu tribe felt relieved that they had not attacked yet. Seeing everyone gathered there, Shishu shouted, "Let go of that kid, I will handle it. Whoever dares to touch him, be careful, I will kill him." Many were taken aback, momentarily dazed. Looking at the massive forces of the Shishu tribe, which included giants and goblins, they understood that this was a level 3 tribe. Did he intend to attack Su Chaha Erkin alone? The leader of the indigenous tribe, fearing this level 3 Shishu tribe, dared not move. Wang Wei's expression darkened. Were the gemstones he had earned about to fly away? If it weren't for this Shishu tribe preparing to attack Su Luo, he would suspect that Su Luo's reliance was this level 3 tribe. No, this situation must not be allowed to occur. At worst, he would temporarily not upgrade to a level 2 tribe, as the Shishu tribe could do nothing to them. Wei Wudu Kuang, let's all charge together, ignore this level 3 tribe. Each of us has at least 40 barbarians, adding up to 1,800. Just relying on us, we can absolutely defeat Su Chaha Erkan. Afterward, each person will receive an additional 500,000. The law does not punish the many if they cannot do anything to us. Stimulated by the promise of money, all players joined in. Those who had been hesitant saw that most people were participating and followed suit. The combined forces of these players amounted to nearly 2,000. Even if Su Luo used all his gemstones now, he would not have as many troops as them. But with Suda involved, even the most numerous level 1 barbarians would be useless. Shishu felt that his authority was severely provoked, his face filled with fury. "You little brats, wait for me." Yet he had no way to intervene, as he was not among the targets who could participate in this. Su Luo was somewhat surprised as he glanced towards the Shishu tribe, not expecting there to be a level 3 tribe here. He had grown tired of battling level 1 and 2 tribes, and would deal with them afterward. Players surged into Su Luo's tribe from all directions. It was truly a daunting scene. After the expansion, Su Luo's tribe could accommodate thousands of residents, but at this moment it still appeared very small. All were single-target defensive structures, which could not exert much effect against such a massive force. Wang Wei's heart stirred as he unexpectedly discovered that the indigenous people had not joined. At this moment, he was certain it would be him destroying the base. Wang Wei was greatly surprised to see that there were so many troops in the Su Chaha Erkan tribe. No wonder they had been able to destroy 8 tribes in succession. But how was this achieved? Wang Wei prepared to approach Su Luo to inquire. If it was a replicable method, he would not hesitate to spend hundreds of millions. At that moment, a player suddenly exclaimed, "There is a barbarian king here. Incredible! He can kill several barbarians with one blow." Wang Wei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall barbarian wearing a crown wildly slaughtering, while the surrounding barbarians found it nearly impossible to approach. Wang Wei's face showed shock. A barbarian king. But what of it? One barbarian king could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Perhaps only 10 barbarian kings could turn the tide. Little did he know that the leader of the Shishu tribe, Shishu, changed expression upon hearing that there was a barbarian king in Su Luo's tribe. A look of disbelief crossed his face. A barbarian king is worth over 600 gemstones. Even he only had 26 gemstones, which was the accumulation of his entire life. Unlike others, Shishu knew the true power of the barbarian king. Lower-level troops, no matter how many there were, would be useless. Fear began to surface on Shishu's face. "Run, we need to leave." Shishu arrived with absolute confidence. Even if Su Luo's forces were comparable to his, victory was assured for him. His barbarian was a level 2 barbarian boasting at least 20% more combat strength than a level 1. However, he never expected that a level 2 tribe could possess a barbarian king. Much like a bronze-level creature he once encountered, it had formidable damage reduction capabilities. What a mess. With a heavy heart, Shishu hurried back to his tribe. What should he do? If they attacked him, just sending a barbarian king would suffice. The players attacking the Su Luo tribe were bewildered to see Shishu retreating in fear, running faster than he had arrived. They were left puzzled, wondering what had caused such fright. While there was unease among the crowd, there was no turning back. The game's rewards could only be claimed upon victory. Moreover, they felt there was no reason for them to lose. Su Luo, on the other hand, wore a grim expression. Su Demeng was fierce, but ultimately just one person. Killing enemies required time. Except for Su De, who remained uninjured, the other forces were fighting against enemies 3 times their number, appearing quite miserable. Su Luo tasted the bitterness of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Defeat was impossible. As long as there was still a resistance, it could not be deemed a total destruction. Su Luo realized an issue. Now that he had a barbarian king, he could only remain invincible within 3 levels. If faced with a level 4 tribe, his death was almost certain. For their forces would certainly outnumber his, and the quality of their troops would be superior. If they reduced him to just Su Luo, a mere balloon soldier could bring him down. Flying troops countered the barbarian king perfectly. As the others held back Su Luo's forces, even killing some Wang Wei's troops made a beeline for the main base. Su Luo was surrounded by layer upon layer of barbarians and couldn't make it through, unable to defend the main base. There was no need for defense. Wang Wei effortlessly destroyed Su Luo's main base, a look of excitement spreading across his face. 20 gems were now in hand. Especially since a large portion of Su Luo's forces had been killed, he was about to become a lone commander. Not only were all defensive structures in Su Luo's tribe destroyed, but all his forces were also annihilated, including Chuan Yun. Only a solitary Su Luo remained, bravely fighting. Su Luo sighed, realizing he was not a god after all. The indigenous tribes hadn't even arrived yet. It was easy to bully low-level tribes that lacked flying troops. All players wore happy smiles. I don't understand what that level 3 tribe is afraid of. Each person will at least get 2 gems, and 1.5 million, just thinking about it makes one feel good. Just take care of that barbarian king. We still have over 1,000 barbarians. How could we not handle a single barbarian king? Wang Wei approached Su Luo with a warm smile. Friend, you've really gone too far. You can't blame us. After all, we are also afraid of being attacked once your shield ends. Su Luo looked at Wang Wei in surprise, realizing it was him. Su Luo was not oblivious to the outside world. He knew who Wang Wei was. Su Luo merely smiled faintly. You're celebrating too early. Wang Wei chuckled. What can a single barbarian king do? Even if he has over 10,000 health, what of it? Wang Wei quietly added. Tell me how you obtained this barbarian king, and he'll give you 10 million. You know my reputation. I won't default on this money. Since you're almost out of options, just tell me the method, and you won't lose anything. Su Luo blinked. Are you really giving 10 million? Wang Wei nodded firmly. Absolutely. Su Luo responded playfully. The method? I spent 610 gems to buy it at auction. What? You don't think I could drop a barbarian king hero certificate at this stage, do you? I've told you the method. Send the 10 million to the Children's Welfare Institution. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, Wang Wei's expression turned from ecstasy to displeasure. Are you kidding me? Su Luo ignored him. The number of barbarians surrounding Su Luo from the player alliance was steadily decreasing, while Su Luo had yet to lose a single drop of blood. The players were incredulous. So fierce, I've calculated at least 6,000 health has dropped, and he still hasn't died. His external injuries are severe, but I estimate it won't be long now. I can't believe the most useless barbarian king could kill us all. 5 minutes later, only over 300 barbarians remained. Their feelings shifted from full confidence to disbelief, and finally to fear. This isn't scientific. He's still standing. I'm about to puke. How about you? This barbarian king is too resilient. The battle was far from over. The players' forces had nearly perished, but there were still the indigenous tribes. With Shishu's tribe gone, the indigenous people lost their intimidation and rushed over, seeing only a lone barbarian king left. However, it wouldn't matter how many came. Among the indigenous, a few level 2 tribes had archers unrestricted by positioning, shooting at Su Luo from the periphery. Su Luo fought like a war god, taking down 3 opponents with 1 strike. Su Luo shook his head, realizing the barbarian king's efficiency in killing was too slow. If a level 4 came, he would genuinely have to kneel. As Su Luo continued to fight, all the leaders became numb. They could not recall how many troops had perished while this barbarian king remained as lively as ever. Yet there was no retreat. Unless Su Luo was eliminated, their losses could not be recovered. They had no choice but to push forward, all players steeling themselves. Everyone realized there must be some special mechanism enabling this barbarian king to be so resilient. However, they had never battled bronze-level creatures and had no idea what this mechanism was. Everyone despaired. If they failed in battle, the successfully defending Su Luo would recover all losses, and that would be his time for revenge. Wang Wei felt a chill run down his spine, never expecting this outcome. It turned out Su Luo's trump card was this barbarian king. Damn, I wish I had a barbarian king too. Wang Wei awkwardly said to Su Luo, He'll spend 10 million to buy my life. Don't eliminate me. I still want to continue playing this game. Su Luo glanced at him and nodded. Sure, plus the 10 million from earlier, a total of 20 million. Send it to the Children's Welfare Institution. If I don't receive news before I log in tomorrow, don't blame me. To Su Luo, eliminating Wang Wei was merely a white treasure chest, not something he cared for at all. If he could do a good deed, why not? Su Luo's method was essentially teasing Wang Wei, yet he dared not refuse. This money wouldn't go into Su Luo's pocket. His donation would earn him a reputation, which made him feel much better. 20 minutes later, apart from Su Luo and Su Luo, everyone else was forced back to the tribe as their forces were completely wiped out. The system announced, defense successful, all your losses have been unconditionally restored. The troops that had just died instantly appeared safe and sound within the tribe, as if they had never experienced battle. The system announced, your slight increase in luck will last for 3 days. During this period, if you destroy a tribe, this state will be maintained. Su Luo's expression brightened. This meant it could be maintained indefinitely. For Su Luo, destroying a tribe was incredibly easy. The system announced, all the tribes that just attacked you can be found through battle queries. Click the revenge button to instantly arrive outside their tribe. Su Luo smiled, thinking it might take 4 to 5 hours to take them all down. The number of tribes he had to deal with was rather large, around 70 to 80, and each tribe would take at least 3 minutes. Right now, Su Luo was not concerned about that. He was not satisfied with the slight increase in luck. He wondered how to further enhance it. The system, assuming the drop rate of an item is 1 in 1,000, your current luck gives you a 2 in 1,000 chance of a drop, doubling the drop rate. If the drop rate of an item is 1%, your current drop rate is 2%. The method of enhancement is based on your current challenge level of 3. For each tribe you destroy, your drop rate increases by 0.1 times, and the area you can attack increases by 1 kilometer. The maximum multiplier is 100 times. This is the highest multiplier and cannot be increased further. For every 10-fold increase in your multiplier, your challenge level increases by 1, and the bounty will also continuously rise. Due to the increase in challenge level, tribes that exceed your level by 2 or more cannot participate in the siege. This means that if Su Luo consecutively destroys 1,000 tribes, even level 1 tribes would suffice, and his luck would reach its peak. The corresponding consequences would be extremely dire. All tribes below level 3 within a 1,000-kilometer diameter could besiege Su Luo, while level 4, 5, 6, or even level 13 tribes could come to attack him. It was believed that this would be a massive bounty. If there were level 13 tribes within that area, they would definitely come. This was only because Su Luo was a level 2 tribe. If he were a level 3 tribe, then the range would double. Su Luo shook his head with a bitter smile. Wasn't this courting death? Unless he was insane, he wouldn't think he was invincible with just one barbarian king. Forget it, I have a cheat. Why take such risks? Really, once I reach level 8, I can buy any item for 1 gem, and flipping them would make me a fortune. I absolutely won't take this risk. Su Luo decided not to pursue enhancing luck. Not only was the increase insignificant, but it also put him in danger. In fact, he didn't even want to deal with the tribes that were currently besieging him. For every one he killed, the area he could attack would increase by 1 kilometer. Su Luo felt that such a setting was designed to limit tribes with extraordinary power from committing massacres, and the luck mechanism provided was a form of compensation. To exploit this loophole, you need strength. Honestly, lying at home could still enhance strength through the time clock tower. Since I'm not going to pursue that, I can consider upgrading the tribe's level to enhance my strength more quickly. The development speed of a level 3 tribe is vastly different from that of a level 2 tribe, especially since Su Luo has the time clock tower. The gap is expanded tenfold. Su Luo had obtained 2 blueprints for level 2 main camps, which had automatically combined into 1 level 3 tribe. At this moment, he could upgrade whenever he wanted. Well then, let's upgrade. The first one to reach level 3 receives a reward. Upgrading to a level 3 main camp takes 1 hour, but Su Luo only needed 6 minutes. He called for Barton, shaking with excitement. The system announced, congratulations, you have upgraded to a level 3 tribe. You are the first to reach level 3. You are rewarded with a free alliance creation valued at 500 gems. Su Luo cursed silently. I would rather you give me 100 gems. That would be sufficient. Game announcement, congratulations to players Su Chaharzan for being the first to advance to level 3. Let the announcement be, I can't keep a low profile now. Su Luo instructed Barton to begin upgrading resource facilities. Level 3 tribes can have resource facilities upgraded to level 6. The gold mine can produce 1,300 resources per hour. Su Luo, however, produces 1,300, while at level 2 tribes, he only had 6,000. Not to mention level 3 tribes can have 3 various resource facilities. It can be said that the daily resource output is 3 times that of a level 2 tribe. Su Luo calculated that he could produce 93600 holy water or gold daily, which is about 100 times that of current level 1 tribe players. Suda can level up once a day in the coming days. Now that the tribe has gained some level, it takes Barton over an hour to complete the construction and upgrade of resource facilities. Next is to build the laboratory. The laboratory's function is to upgrade the level of troops. A level 1 laboratory takes only 6 seconds in Barton's hands. After the construction was completed, Su Luo clicked on the laboratory. Currently, archers and barbarians can be upgraded. As long as the training camp is upgraded, goblins can also be included. Su Luo prioritized upgrading the barbarians since there were many of them. It required 2 hours. In the time clock tower, it would take about 12 minutes. Upgrading troops does not require builders, so Su Luo had Barton build new barracks. A level 3 tribe can have 2 barracks and can upgrade to level 3. 2 level 3 barracks can train 120 troops daily. This is 3 times the 40 troops per day of a level 2 tribe. Just this training troop gap, if Su Luo used gems, could save him 16 gems. The gap between level 3 and level 2 tribes is truly enormous. If Su Luo were not a cheat, who could possibly stand against the West Tree tribe at this point? Next is upgrading the barracks. Level 3 tribes differ from level 2, as each upgrade of the training camp only adds one troop type, but this time 3 troop types were added. Giants a tank-type troop, while barbarians become less useful in the later stages. Giants remain crucial. Goblins with average attributes are however the fastest troops in Clash of Clans. Su Luo pondered if these fast-running goblins could be used as scouts. Bombers experts at destroying walls. Their sole purpose is to demolish walls, possessing an incredibly strong desire for destruction. They have a 40-fold damage bonus against walls. So Su Luo said that walls are not that significant. A few bombers could destroy a wall constructed with tens of millions of resources. At this point, with 3 main camps, the walls are not many. Bombers would not be very useful at this time, and they wouldn't be needed for tribe defense. It would be better to train them when necessary. By this time, the laboratory had already upgraded the barbarians to level 2. To Su Luo's astonishment, training a level 2 barbarian also only required 500 holy water, the same as a level 1 barbarian. The cost for a level 1 barbarian is 500 holy water, and surprisingly, the training cost for a level 2 barbarian is also 500 holy water. This is quite different from mobile games. This can save a lot of holy water. The advantages of a high-level tribe are overwhelming. With the same amount of holy water the barbarians produced can rival 10 of yours. The highest level barbarians possess combat power that surpasses even level 1 and level 2 giants. Su Luo asked, can these barbarians I currently have be upgraded to level 2? The system replied to upgrade them in the training camp. The required time is the same as training that unit type, and it's free. Su Luo blinked. If training units takes no time, does this upgrade also take no time? Indeed, Su Luo tried sending a Hua in, and she came out the next second. The training of over 400 barbarians took Su Luo less than 10 minutes. Level 2 Barbarian. Health 54. Attack power 11. A level 1 barbarian has only 45 health and 8 attack power, so the increase is significant. Su Luo had just arranged for the archer's upgrade in the laboratory when Meng Yin arrived. In a sweet voice, she reported, Big brother, I managed to intercept that barbarian. Meng Yin was secretly astonished. She initially thought there were over 10,000 troops, but it turned out to be a barbarian king. This king was truly formidable. Su Luo chuckled, don't say I'm not taking care of you. Those that just attacked my tribe suffered heavy casualties and are now very weak. You can pick 2 of the weaker level 1 tribes to fight, and I believe you will soon be promoted to a level 2 tribe. Meng Yin thanked him profusely and left with a beaming smile, likely eager to destroy them. Su Luo, now a level 3 tribe, found it impossible to attack those level 1 tribes. But it didn't matter. The speed of resource increase after reaching level 3 far surpassed the destruction of those level 1 tribes. Even with good luck, it was impossible to obtain anything valuable from a level 1 tribe. Barton had done a lot of work today. He upgraded Su Da in the afternoon and then built so much in the evening. The newly released ranged defense weapon, the mortar, was completed, and the training camp had been upgraded 3 times, unlocking giants, goblins, and bombers. With an additional 80 units of trainable troops, Su Luo prepared to train giants. Giants are incredibly sturdy and can serve as a front line to protect archers, mainly because they are hard to kill. Training a giant requires 6,000 holy water and 5 training slots. Su Luo trained 16 giants. Giant. Health 450. Attack power 22. Attack speed once every 2 seconds. Speed 6 meters per second. If a level 3 tribe has enough giants, Su Luo would not stand a chance. However, that's impossible. No one can afford that many giants. Even if Su Luo raised giants exclusively, he could only support, 3,000 giants. One giant consumes 300 holy water daily. The giants stand nearly 4 meters tall, requiring Su Luo to look up at them. Su Luo was surprised. Wasn't the health of a level 1 giant 300? Why did it become 450? The system stated in real combat, giants no longer prioritize attacking defensive buildings, so as compensation their health is increased by half. Su Luo realized this was indeed the case. In mobile games, the training of giants was not just due to their toughness, but more because they would prioritize attacking defensive structures. If the giants' health were not increased, it would be better to train 10 barbarians, as 10 barbarians are superior to 1 giant. After finishing everything, night had completely fallen. Su Luo was feeling sleepy. He fell asleep until dawn. After washing up back in reality, Su Luo once again fell into a deep sleep. The reality plot can be ignored as it is written very little and does not affect the reading, but it is somewhat unpleasant. Directly jumping to the second half of chapter 32, there is no more reality written, focusing on the game content. I sincerely apologize for the discomfort of reality. In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Jing City, Su Luo's hacker master Zhang Feng was tied up, and kneeling on the ground beside him were his wife and 5-year-old daughter. Opposite Zhang Feng stood several men with cold expressions, their eyes revealing a cruel glare. Zhang Feng barely maintained his composure, while his wife and daughter showed extreme terror. Zhang Feng took a breath and asked, "Are you doing this for money? Please let my wife and daughter go so they can return to raise the money." At this moment, Zhang Feng only thought it was a kidnapping. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looking cultured appeared, causing Zhang Feng's pupils to constrict. It was him, Gao Yunfeng. Did he discover what happened 2 years ago? Impossible. Gao Yunfeng squatted in front of Zhang Feng, observing his expression, further confirming his suspicions. Gao Yunfeng smiled and said, "Zhang Feng, right. I didn't expect to track you down. I knew no one is without. 2 years ago you exploited a vulnerability on my platform. Finally you decided to sell it, and now it has I spent an exorbitant amount to investigate your identity." Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with panic. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Gao Yunfeng smiled, his expression suddenly turning extremely sinister as he grabbed Zhang Feng's hair, causing his wife and daughter to scream uncontrollably. Zhang Feng's daughter Tingting cried, "Don't hurt my dad." Gao Yunfeng ignored her. 2 years ago you attacked my platform, deleting all customer data and backup files stored on my server, which caused me to lose all the money I released. More than 10 billion just vanished like that, and my hard-earned money over decades was mostly thrown away. Gao Yunfeng roared, "More than 10 billion, just like that." 3 years ago Gao Yunfeng set up a financial company, which to put it bluntly, was just a money-lending business. He was hacked by Su Luo and Zhang Feng, who deleted all electronic contracts, including the data from the backup server. And the news spread out, leading to Gao Yunfeng's more than $10 billion being irretrievable. Once everyone knew you had lost the data, who would pay you back? Zhang Feng felt bitter, so this was how they found out about him. He should not have harbored greed to sell that vulnerability. Zhang Feng sold it because he wanted to provide a better life for his wife and daughter, but he never expected that it would lead to him being traced back. Zhang Feng despondently said, "Yes, it was me. Can you let my wife and daughter go?" Gao Yunfeng replied, "The expert I hired said you couldn't have done it alone. Who is your accomplice?" Zhang Feng quickly waved his hands. "No, it was just me." Gao Yunfeng shook his head, suddenly pulling out a pistol and pressing it against Zhang Feng's wife's stomach. "I heard your wife is pregnant again. Do you think one shot will be a double homicide? You know how badly I was hurt 2 years ago. I can do anything. Tell me, and I will let them go." Zhang Feng's expression was filled with struggle. He knew Gao Yunfeng had once been a bandit and only became legitimate after starting the financial company. Gao Yunfeng pointed at Tingting, "Or should I kill the child first?" In the face of his wife and daughter's lives versus Su Luo, Zhang Feng ultimately chose to betray Su Luo. Gao Yunfeng murmured to himself, "Su Luo. But I can't understand. We have no grievances or grudges, and you are not even doing this for money. Why target me?" Zhang Feng had already explained everything to Su Luo, leaving nothing to hide. He smiled sadly. 18 years ago in Chuzhou, you were just a little thug back then. You forcibly demolished a family's home, leading to the death of Su Luo's parents. Tell me why." Gao Yunfeng was stunned for a while, recalling the incident. After a long moment, he cursed fiercely. It was because of this. If Zhang Feng hadn't mentioned it, he would have never remembered. He never expected it to be a hidden survivor from back then. But what could he do? He couldn't have killed Su Luo at that time. He didn't have the courage. The deaths of Su Luo's parents were not his intention, it was an accident. But Su Luo would certainly hold him accountable for this. Gao Yunfeng squinted at Zhang Feng and asked, "And what about you? Do I have a grudge against you as well?" Zhang Feng replied softly, "He is my disciple. If I don't help him, who will?" Gao Yunfeng clapped his hands and sneered, "Truly loyal and righteous, willing to take such great risks with no benefits. Tell me, where is Su Luo's address? Whether you tell me or not doesn't matter. I can find him no matter how deep you hide him. Do you think I wouldn't know someone with his identity?" Zhang Feng closed his eyes in anguish. "Su Luo, I'm sorry. I can't just stand by and watch my wife and daughter die before my eyes. I'm truly sorry." A few muffled gunshots rang out. Looking at the few corpses before him, Gao Yunfeng said cruelly, 2 years ago you nearly led me to my doom. I almost could never rise again. At that time I vowed to kill the one behind it all. Now with the environment in the country improving, if it weren't for the extreme hatred I have for Su Luo and Zhang Feng, Gao Yunfeng would not take such great risks. Gao Yunfeng closed his eyes and suddenly ordered Han Wu, "Take Xiaoyang and go to Chuzhou. Eliminate that Su Luo. Before he dies, make sure he understands everything. Clean up the mess. He is an orphan and no one will care if he disappears." The next day, Su Luo woke up and went about his studies as usual, staying at home. At 7:50 p.m., he began preparing to enter the game. Su Luo lived on the first floor when suddenly the door to his home swung open. The sound was very soft, and Su Luo, who was in his bedroom, did not hear it until the bedroom door was opened, startling him. Anyone would be frightened if someone unexpected suddenly entered their home. Beijing is quite a distance from Chuzhou, and the two of them took turns driving for over 10 hours. By the afternoon, the two had arrived and confirmed that Su Luo was indeed here. They were just waiting for evening. After the initial shock, Su Luo was not very flustered. With the abilities of a barbarian, only someone with special forces strength could pose a threat to him. Su Luo narrowed his eyes, observing the two who entered. Once he recognized one of their faces, he trembled all over. It was him. Su Luo would never forget the face of the person present when his home was forcefully demolished. Han Wu. How did he end up here? Su Luo remembered that he had followed Gao Yunfeng for many years and was barely a small fortune now. How had he regressed to becoming a petty thug? Xiaoyang stepped forward and covered Su Luo's mouth and nose with his hand to prevent him from shouting. Su Luo did not struggle. He wanted to see what the two were really after. A slight smile appeared on Han Wu's face. So Su Luo, I didn't expect that a forgotten child from back then could grow into such a skilled hacker. You have truly caused significant losses for my boss. Han Wu stepped closer, pulling out a dagger from his pocket. My boss was so distraught he considered jumping off a building. He ordered me to ensure you die understanding the situation. Your master Zhang Feng's family is already gone. Now it's your turn to join them. Upon hearing this terrible news, Su Luo felt darkness before his eyes and nearly fainted. His master and family were dead. His master who taught him hacking, his gentle and virtuous mistress and sweet innocent Tingting, were all gone. Han Wu plunged the dagger into Su Luo's chest, which snapped Su Luo back to reality. Han Wu's face was cold as he intended to kill Su Luo. Su Luo instantly lost his sanity, his face contorted in madness as he snatched the dagger from Han Wu's hand. Han Wu was completely taken aback. How could this kid who sat in front of a computer all day possess such incredible strength? Immediately after, Su Luo madly plunged the dagger still stained with Han Wu's blood into Han Wu's heart. Again and again. Xiaoyang, panicking, attempted to stop Su Luo, but was thrown aside with a wave of Su Luo's hand. Han Wu, wounded by Su Luo, tried to protect himself, but found it impossible. After 7 or 8 stab wounds, his body gradually weakened, collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before breathing his last. Xiaoyang was terrified. How could two strong men armed with weapons be overpowered and killed by a young man who seemed utterly defenseless? Without any weapons and petrified by the sight of Su Luo, whose eyes were bloodshot and radiating killing intent, Xiaoyang was scared out of his wits and wanted to escape. A police car slowly drove into the unit next to Su Luo's home. A young man was waiting. A uniformed officer got out and asked, "So your electric bike's battery was stolen, right?" The young man nodded. Just then a piercing scream rang out, "Don't kill me." It was Xiaoyang, who had been tackled by Su Luo, letting out a scream of agony. The two officers' expressions changed drastically, and they rushed to the front door of Su Luo's house, realizing that the sound was coming from there. The door was locked, and they knocked loudly. "Open up." Su Luo, blinded by rage, didn't hear them at all. When the two officers broke in, they found Su Luo covered in blood beside 2 gruesome corpses. The 2 officers had only gone out for a simple task, and were not even armed. One officer pointed a baton at Su Luo sternly, saying, "Drop your weapon and crouch with your hands on your head." The other officer was urgently calling for backup, realizing a homicide had occurred here. After the frenzy, looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, a chill filled Su Luo's entire body. "I killed someone." Su Luo felt cold all over. Although he had avenged himself, his life was now over. No, not yet. He hadn't avenged himself. Gao Yunfeng was still alive. I must kill Gao Yunfeng. I can't get caught now. Even if I explain, the best outcome would still be self-defense and I'd face years in prison. I can't go in. I need to kill Gao Yunfeng for my master's family. Relying solely on the abilities of a barbarian archer is not enough to kill Gao Yunfeng. I need stronger power. Su Luo called out to the system, "How many resources are needed to exchange for the abilities of the barbarian king?" The system replied, "You need 500 gems, and your base level must reach 7. The power of a hero far exceeds that of ordinary troops. The required resources are not gold, but gems." Just then it struck 8, and Su Luo's consciousness entered the game, while time in the real world was paused. Upon entering the game, Su Luo burst into tears. 2 years ago, he seized the opportunity and finally found a way to take revenge, which was to sabotage Gao Yunfeng's financial platform. In a society governed by law, Su Luo couldn't simply kill Gao Yunfeng. Not only was the chance of success minimal, but he would also end up in an irretrievable situation. Moreover, Gao Yunfeng's involvement in the online platform was precisely where Su Luo could showcase his skills. Su Luo did not keep his plans from his master Zhang Feng, who was already aware of the enmity between Su Luo and Gao Yunfeng. Zhang Feng decided to help. Firstly, he was a chivalrous person, detesting individuals like Gao Yunfeng and unwilling to let such financial companies harm others. Secondly, Su Luo was his disciple, and he did not want Su Luo to fail, thus he resolved to assist him. There were no ulterior motives, just a pure desire to help Su Luo. At that time, Su Luo was indeed in need of help, young and blinded by hatred, unaware of the risks Zhang Feng would undertake. Zhang Feng had a family, a wife and daughter, and should have been more cautious. He had considered this choice for a long time. But as he said, Su Luo was his disciple. If he didn't help Su Luo, then who would? Furthermore, the two were confident that they would not be discovered. The network defenses of a financial company were still limited. Su Luo wept bitterly. "I'm sorry, master. I have brought this upon you. I will definitely avenge you and kill Gao Yunfeng myself." After calming down, Su Luo felt that achieving this goal would be somewhat difficult. Returning to reality, he could run away, but he would inevitably be wanted. He couldn't use transportation to reach the capital. Gao Yunfeng would become alert upon receiving news. Relying solely on ordinary troops was insufficient. He needed the power of heroes. To obtain the power of the Barbarian King, he needed 500 gems and a level 7 base. Gems were not difficult for Su Luo. The challenge was reaching level 7. Su Luo was only at level 3 at the moment, which was still quite far. He also had to reach level 7 in a short period. If a month or two passed, he wasn't sure if he could hold on that long. Su Luo had made up his mind, a resolute glint in his eyes. Within a week, I will reach level 7. As for the crises I will face in the game, I do not wish to concern myself with them. All he knew was that he wanted to kill Gao Yinfeng. Whether it was fast or slow, he didn't care. The leader of the West Tree tribe returned to the tribe deeply worried that Su Chaharzan actually possessed a barbarian king. All he needed to do was send out a barbarian king to deal with me. Unless he reached level 4 and possessed balloon troops, he wouldn't have to fear him. However, this was not so easy. He had to destroy 2 level 3 tribes or 1 level 4 tribe. A level 4 tribe was out of the question. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would be directly eliminated. Even if he could destroy 2 level 3 tribes, assuming he won, he would have the opportunity to recover his troops the first time, but not the second time. After finishing 1 level 3 tribe, he would likely be severely weakened. Having balloon troops would be useless. Furthermore, this was not realistic. Su Chaharzan might arrive tonight or tomorrow, leaving him no time. What should he do? However, when the goblin he sent out reported that Su Luo had reached a level 3 tribe West Tree's eyes suddenly lit up. I might not be a match for Su Chaharzan, but I can seek help from my big brother. Previously, he couldn't ask his big brother for help, because Su Luo was only at level 2, while the big brother of the West Tree tribe belonged to a level 4 tribe, and was unable to attack Su Luo. Now that Su Luo had reached level 3, it was a different story. He could attack. West Tree muttered to himself, surely, Shia wouldn't allow a tribe with a barbarian king to grow. If Su Chaharzan reaches level 4, then Shia will have something to worry about. Shouldn't we eliminate him while he is still weak before he grows stronger? Those who are arrogant will ultimately face retribution. Oh, just wait to die, Su Chaharzan. The level 4 Shia tribe mentioned by West Tree is the same level 4 tribe that Su Luo encountered in the wild before. At that time, Su Luo had inadvertently entered the territory of the Shia tribe, and they had ordered him to scram. Su Luo had not dared to resist, and had left. The wilds at night were still very dangerous. But West Tree could not care about that. He was afraid that time would be wasted, and he would be directly eliminated. With over 500 troops, West Tree set off directly towards the Shia tribe. The Shia tribe was about 10 kilometers away from Su Luo's novice village. Along the way, he encountered quite a few wild monsters, losing a dozen troops, but he managed to reach the Shia tribe safely without major incidents. The Shia tribe was rudely awakened in the middle of the night, quite displeased, and looked at West Tree with eyes gleaming green. He had thoughts of destroying West Tree. In fact, wars between tribes were not about the resources of the other, who would hoard resources without using them. Nor was it for the chests obtained after destruction. Destroying a level 3 tribe only yielded a low-level white chest, while a level 4 tribe would give a bronze chest. The real war was for the base blueprints. Without base blueprints, one could not promote. To promote, one must destroy tribes corresponding to their level. That was the most important thing. For the sake of promotion, tribes often had to engage in slaughter. Shaking his head, Shia gave up on the idea, born out of momentary anger. West Tree forced a smile, explaining the reason for his late arrival. West Tree worriedly said, "Big brother, if that Su Chaharzan reaches level, for having a barbarian king will become a great threat to you, especially since you two are quite close." Shia did not refute West Tree's pointed observation. It was indeed true. Allowing Su Luo to grow stronger would inevitably become his hidden danger. He must eliminate him while he was still weak. Shia narrowed his eyes and said, "After all this talk, isn't it just that you are afraid he will kill you? In the short term, he is not likely to be a threat to me. I can help you. I found a golden treasure chest in a valley to the east, but the guards are rather strong. After I handle that Su Chaharzan, you must send troops with me to obtain the golden treasure chest." West Tree's heart tightened. Send troops together. Would it be my troops in front or yours? West Tree understood that it would definitely be his own troops in front. To put it nicely, it was sending troops together. To put it bluntly, it was using West Tree's troops as cannon fodder, bearing the responsibility of sacrifice. Troops killed by wild creatures could not be revived. Shia did not want to suffer too much loss, so he sought out West Tree right. "Damn it, even if I didn't come, you would probably still look for me." Watching Shia stare at him, waiting for his response, West Tree felt his scalp tingle. Being weak was the original sin, to be slaughtered at will. But could he refuse? West Tree gritted his teeth and said, "It is my duty to serve my big brother. I will send 400 troops." West Tree thought to himself, "If you dare to be more demanding, I will dare to resist." Shia nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't let all of West Tree's troops die. He wouldn't agree to that. "It is already late. After my troops rest, we will set off tomorrow morning. You should return for now. I will meet you early tomorrow." Su Luo was clearing the obstacles that had sprouted in the tribe. Today there were no green treasure chests containing 25 gems. After clearing the obstacles, Su Luo's gem count reached 276. Su Luo found himself in a dilemma. Should he use the gems to purchase heroes or save them to obtain the ability of the Barbarian King? Without buying heroes, he feared he lacked the strength to upgrade to level 7. Without gems, he could not acquire the Barbarian King's ability. While he pondered this, Chuan Yun approached Su Luo, looking somewhat flustered, and said, "Chief, there are balloon soldiers flying in from a distance." Su Luo was taken aback and looked in the direction Chuan Yun pointed, and indeed, he could faintly see scattered red balloon soldiers. The low-level balloon soldiers were red. The presence of balloon soldiers indicated that this tribe was at least a level 4 tribe. Their flight path seemed to be heading towards Su Luo's tribe. Are they friend or foe? It seemed he had no friends. They must be enemies. Immediately, everyone went on high alert. Su Luo felt troubled, hoping they were not here to cause trouble for a level 4 tribe. A level 4 tribe was intimidating enough, yet he fancied himself capable of upgrading to level 7 in a week. After about 2 minutes, the main force from the Xia tribe arrived. There were at least 50 or 60 giants in the front row, along with a dense mass of barbarians, archers, and a few goblins. Su Luo could not estimate the exact number, but it certainly exceeded 2,000 units of military strength. Among the two leading figures, Su Luo recognized one as Shishu. Shishu addressed, "Xia, saying, 'Big brother, let's start the fight.'" Xia shook his head. "Don't be hasty." He shouted loudly, "Who is Su Cha Ha Erkan? I have something to say." The chief cannot be harmed, and Su Luo was not afraid. Su Luo calmly replied, "What do you want?" With Shishu present, Su Luo had a rough idea of what was going on. Some of the enemies that had come were part of Shishu's tribe, which slightly eased Su Luo's mind. The two of them. In a real fight, there was only one tribe that could engage him. Xia recognized Su Luo as the chief of the tribe that had approached him the other day and had been driven away. Su Luo also recognized him. His presence indicated that it was indeed a level 4 tribe. A level 5 tribes could not contend with him. Xia grinned and said, "I've come to ask you for a favor." Su Luo quietly awaited Xia's next words of favor. "There is a golden treasure chest approximately 30 miles from here in a valley. Shishu and I do not have enough strength and would like to invite you to join us." Shishu stared at Xia in astonishment, but after a moment of thought he understood Xia's intentions. Xia found the cannon fodder insufficient and wanted Su Luo to share the burden. Regardless of whether Su Luo agreed or not, Xia stood to lose nothing. If he agreed, Su Luo would suffer troop losses, and after taking the golden treasure chest, they could easily deal with Su Luo. In any case, Su Luo was doomed. While speaking, Xia was also observing Su Luo's tribe. The troop count was roughly around 500, which was only intimidating due to the presence of a barbarian king. But Xia was not afraid. He could have the giants block the barbarian king, eliminate Su Luo's archers first, and then send in the balloon soldiers to easily take care of Su Luo. Although there were only 20 balloon soldiers, as long as the archers fell, a single balloon soldier could spell doom. For Su Luo would not agree to Xia's proposal, believing that Xia had good intentions would be foolish. If he refused, Xia would likely come straight to attack him. However, Su Luo was not afraid. Xia dared to come only because he relied on his superior numbers, likely 3 times that of Su Luo, along with a plan to deal with him. The barbarian archers could only be upgraded to level 3 if the main camp reached level 5. The attributes of Su Luo's barbarian archers were the same as Xia's. The disparity in strength between Su Luo and Xia lay in troop numbers and the presence of balloon soldiers on the opposing side. Balloon soldiers were not insurmountable, a sufficient number of archers could take care of them. As for troop numbers, Su Luo currently had 610, and he had not yet utilized the 120 training slots available today. It seemed the troop disparity had only been reduced from less than 3 times to a 2-fold difference. But Su Luo still had 276 gems. If he used them all, he could increase his troop count by another 1380 units. Moreover, Su Luo still had the advantage of having a barbarian king. Should he be afraid of him? Su Luo even felt a surge of excitement. A sleeping mat had come just when he needed it. He was just about to upgrade when a level 4 tribe appeared, allowing him to advance to level 4. Attacking a tribe has limitations on recovering troop strength, but defense has no such restrictions. After a successful defense, troops would automatically revive, and then Su Luo could easily destroy Xia's tribe. A cold smile appeared on Su Luo's face. This smile greatly displeased Xia, who squinted and said coldly, "What are you laughing at? Is what I'm saying funny? Your laugh annoys me, do you know that?" Su Luo scoffed, "Who do you think you are? Why should I seek your approval for how I laugh? Do you think you are worthy?" Su Luo deliberately provoked Xia, turning what might have been a non-hostile situation into a definitive confrontation. Xia was taken aback. The words, "Do you think you are worthy?" echoed in his mind like a spell. Xia could not believe that a chief of a newly established level 3 tribe dared to speak to him like this. With a barbarian king, had he grown so arrogant? After his initial shock, Shishu laughed wildly in his heart. It would be hard for Su Cha Ha Erkan to escape this time. Truly, he had become too arrogant. With a cold expression, Xia said, "You really don't know your place. Today I will let you understand the gap between a level 3 tribe and a level 4 tribe. Just having a barbarian king doesn't make you invincible. Xia issued the command attack. The balloon soldiers will hold back for now or prioritize eliminating the archers and the arrow towers. That way Su Luo would no longer have the capability to threaten the balloon soldiers. Su Luo thought to himself that he was secure while his body moved quickly to the side of the training camp. With the gems and the available training slots, he could train a total of 1,500 units of troops. However, it was unnecessary to use all the gems. He needed to reserve some for emergencies. The giants could serve as shields when attacking the tribe or defending against wild creatures. During defense, surely no one would prioritize attacking the giants, right? Since the training cost for giants was high, he would train only barbarians and archers. First, he would train 1,000 units, 700 barbarians, and 300 archers would suffice. After spending 176 gems, Su Luo raised his trainable troop count to 1,000. Next, he clicked frantically on the barbarian training camp. The battle had already commenced, and the mortar that Su Luo acquired after upgrading to level 3 opened fire first. A single shot could inflict 20 damage to all barbarians within a 3 by 3 meter range. For level 1 archers, they would be eliminated outright. However, there was only one mortar, and it needed 5 seconds to reload. Faced with such a large number of troops, it would be of no use. The tribe of Su Luo was not small, but when the 1,500 soldiers of the Xia tribe crowded in from all directions, they nearly surrounded the entire tribe. Su Luo's forces were positioned in front of the defensive structures with barbarians and a few giants blocking the way of the archers encircling the defensive buildings. However, it was of no use. Such a meager defensive structure was nearly insignificant. With so many troops, Su Luo's combat power was fully unleashed, taking down 3 barbarians with a single sword strike. Su Luo tried his best to avoid colliding with the giants, not out of fear, but because if he were surrounded by giants he would be restricted and unable to quickly eliminate the easily dispatched barbarians and archers. The training camp was the most crucial to protect. Even during battle, troops could continue to be trained. Once the training camp was destroyed, there would be no way to continue training. Seeing one barbarian after another appear from Su Luo's training camp, Xia was momentarily stunned. How could a training camp produce a barbarian in just half an hour at such a rapid rate? Could they be using gems? But what difference would that make? Would an additional 100 troops really influence the battle? It was merely a desperate struggle. However, Xia soon sensed something was off. In a short span of time, over 200 barbarians had already emerged. One gem could train 5 troops instantly. To produce this many would require 40 gems. Did he use up all his gems knowing he was destined to die? A level 3 tribe could hardly possess many gems. With a barbarian king, Xia could understand, but it was pure luck to find an unattended golden chest. To resolve the crisis, at least 400 gems would likely be needed. No matter how much luck you have, you can't find that many gems every day. What Xia didn't know was that Su Luo never needed to spend time training troops. By the time nearly 500 barbarians emerged, Xia was left dumbfounded. Did you really step in luck every day? The speed at which Su Luo clicked corresponded to the number of troops that appeared. If it weren't for the fact that he could only click one at a time without options for 10 or 100, all troops could have appeared in a matter of seconds. Having been single for over 20 years and constantly dealing with a keyboard, Su Luo's hand speed was certainly fast, and it wasn't the kind of rapid clicking of 8 keys a second. He just needed to press down repeatedly. In less than a minute, 1,000 troops had appeared in the tribe. They emerged early and immediately started heading towards the forces of the Xia tribe, ready to engage in battle. In a short time, Su Luo's forces were nearly on par with those of the Xia tribe. Xia and his brother Shishu were both stunned, swallowing in disbelief. They had observed that Su Luo's troop levels were the same as Xia's. In terms of individual combat power, they were all equal. Xia's body trembled involuntarily, unable to fathom that Su Luo possessed so many gems. Gems were the most crucial resource in tribal conflict. Although they were not omnipotent, having enough made one invincible. Now the troop strengths on both sides were basically equal, while he had a slight advantage with 20 balloon soldiers, whereas the opponent had a barbarian king on their side. The advantage of the balloon soldiers was still significant, and he would still win. Previously, the balloon soldiers had not been deployed as a precaution against Su Luo, but now they could no longer be held back. Xia immediately began to command the balloon soldiers to take action. The balloon soldiers flew leisurely, their speed comparable to that of giants, which was one of their greatest drawbacks. This was the first time Su Luo engaged in battle with balloon soldiers. Would their attributes differ from those? The balloon soldiers flew directly to a densely populated area of barbarians. Almost as soon as they reached above the barbarians, the skeletons standing on the hot air balloon dropped their bombs. When the bombs were dropped, they exploded in the midst of the barbarian crowd, directly killing Su Luo's level 2 barbarians. In fact, the attack speed of the balloon soldiers was very slow, requiring 3 seconds to launch an attack, but they could charge their attacks during flight. For the second bomb, the skeletons among the balloon soldiers needed to continue charging. Su Luo quickly ordered his archers to attack the balloon soldiers, but they couldn't reach them. The balloon soldiers were positioned 20 meters above the barbarians. The archers were slightly distant from the barbarians, and the vertical height was 20 meters. The distance at an angle was much more than 20 meters. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The archers needed to reach directly beneath the balloon soldiers in order to attack. The position chosen by the balloon soldiers was also an area where the archers were sparse or absent. If the archers dared to approach the balloon soldiers, the archers of the Xia tribe would concentrate their fire on them. One balloon soldier has limited lethality, but 20 balloon soldiers could be quite devastating. With an attack every 3 seconds, Su Luo could lose around 100 troops. Finally, Su Luo's archers destroyed one balloon soldier, but it took twice as long as he had estimated. It seemed that the fragile health of the balloon soldier had been strengthened in this game. After being destroyed, the balloon soldier fell rapidly to the ground almost instantaneously. The archers whom Su Luo had been trying to avoid were now heavily affected by the explosion following the balloon soldier's death. The demise of one balloon soldier resulted in at least 10 archers being killed. The balloon soldier's passive ability: upon death, it rapidly crashes and explodes, dealing splash damage to targets within range. This damage was not high, only 25 points, posing little threat to troops like barbarians or giants. But even a level 2 archer had only 23 points of health. Su Luo paid the price of over 20 archers to take down one balloon soldier. This was fortunate a stroke of. Su Luo had originally thought he could easily dispatch the balloon soldiers with his archers, but it seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. Xia laughed, recognizing the gap in levels between tribes, which allowed for the training of more powerful troops. However, the cost of balloon soldiers was too high. Each balloon soldier required 3500 holy water, consuming 1750 holy water daily. If he dared to produce 100, the Xia tribe would hardly be able to do anything, as the daily production of holy water would only suffice for the balloon soldiers' consumption. As the balloon soldiers continued to kill, Su Luo was also killing. In the end, only Su Luo remained in his tribe, while the Xia tribe still had 9 balloon soldiers left. The speed of the balloon soldiers was only 6 meters per second, while Su Luo was 12 meters per second. The balloon soldiers could not catch up with Su Luo, and Su Luo could do nothing against the balloon soldiers in the sky. This seemed like a stalemate. However, it was not so. As the balloon soldiers pursued Su Luo to attack, he could only run away, and over time, he would be judged as engaging in passive combat. Ultimately, it would be determined that Su Luo had lost the battle. Xia laughed heartily. Now you understand the gap between tribal levels and how vast the difference in power can be, right? If you had a Bao Queen and such a large number of troops along with her, I wouldn't dare to come at all. But you were foolish enough to buy a barbarian king. Fortunately, you bought a barbarian king. Su Luo was furious, feeling that his dignity as a barbarian king had been severely provoked. But he couldn't actually hit anything. Su Luo disdainfully spent another 50 gems to train 250 archers. Xia's smile abruptly halted. Xia shouted inwardly. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you possibly have trained troops with gems? I thought having 400 gems was already plenty, but I didn't expect you to have an additional 100 gems. 9 balloon soldiers could never be a match for 250 archers. Unless the balloon soldiers also had damage reduction abilities. Or perhaps at this moment the Shishu tribe could join the battle. Of course, this was just Xia's wishful thinking. Although he paid the price of over 100 archers to finally destroy 9 balloon soldiers, Su Luo felt no sorrow. After the battle, all troops could be revived unconditionally. Once all the forces were destroyed, Xia would automatically return to the tribe. The leader cannot go out alone, as this is to prevent the leader from recklessly exploring, relying on their invincibility. When going out, they must take troops, and if all the troops are killed, the leader will automatically return to the tribe. Seeing that Xia's attack had failed, Shishu hurriedly returned to his own tribe. The system prompted, "You have successfully defended, and all losses have been unconditionally restored. You have withstood an attack from a higher level tribe, completed an achievement, and received 10 gems. In the next stage, withstanding 3 times will grant you 20 gems. The game also has an achievement system. Su Luo calculated that reaching level 7 and completing all achievable tasks could yield over 500 gems. If he saved some more, it would be enough to purchase a Barbarian King Hero certificate. Since the troops had been restored and Su Luo had decided to swiftly advance, he hesitated no longer. He immediately prepared his troops and headed towards the Xia tribe. Previously, Su Luo had already reached the entrance of the Xia tribe and was aware of its location. Leaving 300 troops to guard the home, Su Luo took Suda and around 1,500 troops and set off towards the Xia tribe. This time, instead of heading west, going south would be closer. And to the south was the location of the Shishu tribe. Looking at this level 3 tribe, destroying it wouldn't be without its benefits. At the very least, they could obtain a treasure chest. As for the losses, it would only require some effort on Su Da's part without needing additional troops or the opportunity to restore troops. Su Luo temporarily did not have the opportunity, which would come tomorrow. Leaving the Shishu tribe would also become a hidden danger for Su Luo. Su Luo said Su to go and destroy this tribe. Suda walked forward with a sullen face. Previously, Xia had questioned his capability as a barbarian king, igniting great anger within him. He had long wanted to vent, and the Shishu tribe was just suitable. Suda charged forward with determination, while Shishu, already frightened, hurriedly came out with a mournful expression. Don't fight, let's talk it out. Could Suda care what he said? Su Luo was in a very bad mood, and would not let him go. Shishu played his trump card. I know the location of the golden treasure chest. If you go alone, you'll definitely suffer losses. I can send 200 troops to help you. Su Luo, who initially did not want to respond, suddenly opened his eyes. Tribes that did not trigger rules could not be besieged, but wild monsters in the wilderness could. The premise is to negotiate the distribution of benefits. Now Shishu certainly had no qualifications to bargain with him, wanting to exchange 200 cannon fodder for his life. The location of the golden treasure chest had been mentioned by Xia before. Su Luo had already considered that after destroying Xia, he would try to find this golden treasure chest. Perhaps obtaining a valuable item could help him strengthen his power. Since Shishu was willing to offer cannon fodder, Su Luo would naturally not refuse. However, Su Luo coldly replied, not enough, at least 800. The guardian of the golden treasure chest was unknown, but it would surely be strong, otherwise Xia would have obtained it long ago and wouldn't need to attack Su Luo first. Shishu firmly refused. Impossible, all my troops are dead. Even without your attack, a level 2 tribe could kill me. Whether I die earlier or later, it's still death. Why should I help you? You might as well kill me now. The fear on Shishu's face disappeared, replaced by determination. It seemed that this was indeed an impossible situation. Su Luo thought for a moment and changed his stance. 500. Shishu still rejected it outright. Impossible, at most 300. If it exceeds this number, you might as well kill me. Su Luo instructed Suda. Go, Suda. Hearing this, Suda immediately raised the sword in his hand, grew in size, and started charging. If he didn't push Shishu, he would never know where his limits lay. Shishu gritted his teeth. At most 400, otherwise I'll immediately charge with all my troops. If I die, you won't fare any better. Suda was not easy to deal with, but Shishu could attack Su Luo's ordinary troops, which would definitely cause some loss for Su Luo, right? Su Luo thought for a moment. A mutual destruction would benefit neither party. The benefits gained from destroying Shishu would never outweigh 400 cannon fodder. This also inspired Su Luo. If cannon fodder could not be found, could he cultivate some himself? Commonly known as tools. Su Luo stopped Suda, who reluctantly glanced at Shishu and stepped back. Su Luo said, all right, you bring 400 troops and follow me. Well, first take care of Xia, then go directly to the golden treasure chest. Shishu replied, no, you must swear by the tribe's name that I help you, and you won't turn against me again, or the tribe will surely face misfortune. Such an oath naturally had no real effect. It was merely psychological. Even among liars, few would swear on their family. Here, swearing by the tribe's name is a harsher oath than one made on parents. If he didn't swear, Shishu would have to be brain dead to become cannon fodder again. Su Luo felt no psychological burden and made the oath. Only then did Shishu breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was gravely injured, he could at least keep his life. Shishu gathered 400 troops, leaving the rest to guard home, and set off, with Su Luo first heading towards the Xia tribe. Su Luo might still need to identify the direction, but Shishu was very familiar with the Xia tribe. An hour later, the two cleared some wild monsters and arrived near the Xia tribe. Having obtained a low-grade arrow tower defense blueprint from clearing wild monsters, Shishu naturally dared not contest it with Su Luo. Xia stared wide-eyed at the approaching Su Luo and Shishu. The wheel of fortune turns. Xia was not without the power to fight back. He still had 500 troops left to guard home. The consumed troops could not be revived since Xia was the defeated side. The wheel of fortune turns. Xia was not without the power to fight back. He still had 500 troops left to guard home. The consumed troops could not be revived since Xia was the defeated side. However, these 500 troops were clearly no match for Su Luo, and many defensive structures would be useless. Xia was about to lose hope. It was impossible to negotiate when facing a level 4 tribe within reach, who would give up. Xia could only spend 10 gems to purchase a 2-hour shield, hoping for a miracle. In the Clash of Clans, apart from beginners having shields, they can also purchase shields from the shop. The minimum duration is 2 hours, while the maximum can last up to a week. Shields can be purchased when necessary, or if one has sufficient resources. However, they cannot be bought indefinitely, as there is a considerable cooldown period. The side with a shield cannot be attacked at all. Su Luo had no choice. Although he was eager to develop, he could only wait. He looked coldly at the situation, knowing that once the shield ended, it would be the end for Xia. Unless Xia had another 100 gems to buy a Oneida's shield, Xia cursed, Shishu, you bastard. We are brothers, and you actually brought someone to attack me. Shishu remained unfazed and replied, I have no ability to fight you. I'm just watching. When you want my troops to be cannon fodder, why didn't you mention that we are brothers? Su Luo sneered. These were truly plastic brothers. Since attacking was not possible now, he decided to take his troops to hunt wild monsters for 2 hours before returning. With Suda by his side, the efficiency of killing monsters improved, But Su Luo did not let Su Da bear the brunt of the wild monster's attacks. The wild monster's attacks could break through Su Da's defense. Su Da's health was crucial for handling battles at critical moments. To be fair, with the double drop rate, Su Luo felt a significant difference. Previously, it took killing 50 or 60 wild monsters to drop a defensive building. This time 3 dropped. It might also just be Su Luo's luck. Su Luo planned to sell them all to upgrade Su Da. In less than 2 hours, he returned to guard Xia. Seeing Su Luo leave, Xia was initially happy, but upon seeing Su Luo return, his despair deepened. The system prompted the shield has vanished. Su Luo immediately commanded Su Da to attack. Su Da, first destroy the defensive buildings inside. You go in front, and we will follow behind. Be sure to protect yourself and not get hurt. Su Da felt deeply moved by Su Luo's concern. Watch closely, Chief, though I will prove that promoting me to hero was a wise decision. The level 4 tribe's defensive buildings could break through Su Da's defenses, and so could the giant balloon troops. However, as long as Su Da avoided them and did not engage, they could do nothing to him. Aside from that, the barbarian archers could not harm Su Da in the slightest. Su Da charged in from the side without. An invisible mine exploded beneath Su Da's feet, causing minimal damage. After damage reduction, it only inflicted 13 points of damage. If the archers stepped on it, they would be instantly killed. The attack speed of the archer towers was fast, allowing them to attack twice a second, but each attack caused very little damage, only 1 or 2 points against Su Da. The cannon was acceptable, but the trajectory of the mortar was too obvious. Unless caught in a large army, one could easily dodge by calculating the landing point. The mortar was also the only defensive building that could miss its target. The defensive buildings of Xia's tribe were limited, and with Su Da at the front, they were virtually ineffective. Su Luo advanced slowly with the barbarian archers, and when encountering resistance, he ordered the over 500 archers to focus their fire. The barbarians would shield them when they got close. With such firepower, not even the barbarians, let alone giants, could withstand it. The resistance of Xia's tribe gradually crumbled. When the balloon troops arrived, Su Luo could only direct the archers to attack directly below them. 4 low-level tribes' balloon troops were simply a nightmare. Su Luo's archers could only attack directly beneath the balloon troops. With fewer archers, they could not take down the balloon troops instantly. If a balloon troop dropped a bomb, it could wipe them out. Even after the balloon troops were dead, the explosion could still wipe out the archers. To eliminate the 5 balloon troops left behind by Xia's tribe, Su Luo sacrificed 100 archers. The cost of 5 balloon troops was 175,000, while the normal cost of 100 archers was 75,000. Overall, Su Luo still made a profit. However, Su Luo found it hard to accept such losses, especially as he had no opportunity to recover his troops. It was fated that these archers would have to sacrifice themselves. Aside from these archers, no other troops had fallen. Xia's tribe was destroyed. The system prompted, congratulations, you have destroyed a level 4 tribe and obtained a blueprint for a level 4 tribe stronghold. You have received 33 trophies and a bronze chest. Due to the over-level destruction, the quality of the bronze chest has been improved. Additionally, there are resources from Xia's tribe, but they can be disregarded. Su Luo opened the bronze chest. The system said, congratulations, you have obtained 20 gems from the bronze chest. Luckily, this just about compensated for the loss of the archers. Should he head directly to the golden chest, or should he first upgrade the tribe to level 4? Su Luo thought briefly and decided to head back first. First, train some balloon troops, perhaps that would reduce the losses. Second, claim the first reward for upgrading to level 4. Third, let Barton build and upgrade new resource facilities to produce as early as possible. The developmental speed between level 4 and level 3 represents a qualitative change. Setting off for the return journey, Su Luo went back to the tribe directly. Shishu also told him to return to the tribe and wait in the wild. Su Luo was afraid that something unexpected would happen, leaving him without cannon fodder. Building a level 4 stronghold takes 3 hours, and even for Su Luo, it requires 18 minutes. The system prompted, congratulations, you have upgraded to a level 4 tribe. You are the first to upgrade to a level 4 tribe, rewarding you with 100 gems and a gold mine blueprint bound, and a complete set of spells from Clash of Clans usable only in real life. The reward of 100 gems left Su Luo unfazed. The gold mine blueprint which he had previously obtained was bound and could not be traded. It could only be used by Su Luo himself. Using it himself is fine. Having an extra gold mine would produce more gold for hero upgrades. This reward was better than any he had received before. As for the complete set of spells, should he use them in reality? After entering the game, Su Luo felt anxious, worrying that it would be very difficult in real life. With this set of spells, not only could he escape, but it would also greatly aid in revenge. Only this time was Su Luo truly satisfied with the first reward. The game announcement stated, congratulations to player Su Chahar for being promoted to a level 4 tribe. Players were in an uproar. Last night, Su Chahar had just been promoted to level 3, and this morning, he was already at level 4. Such speed could only be possible in mobile games, right? They couldn't understand why Su Luo could develop so rapidly while their shields had not yet expired, and they were still stuck at level 1 with only about 50 troops. Now you tell me Su Chahar is at level 4. Is he playing the mobile version? A little knowledge about this game would reveal how difficult it is to upgrade a tribe. Players could only speculate that Su Luo must have gained some indescribable benefits from multiple rewards allowing him to expand at such a rapid pace. For example, the Barbarian King that Su Luo possessed, players speculated that he most likely obtained this Barbarian King from rewards. The fact that Su Luo had a Barbarian King had already been posted by a nearby player on the forum. It was no longer a secret. Yes, it must be the presence of a Barbarian King that made Su Chahar so formidable. Balloon Soldier. Health points 180. Speed 6 meters per second. Attack speed once every 3 seconds. Unit 5. After upgrading the training camp, Su Luo trained Balloon Soldiers. The Balloon Soldier can fly to a maximum height of 100 meters, but to attack it must descend to a height of... The bombs thrown by the Balloon Soldier are triggered explosives that will detonate after a certain period. When dropped from 20 meters they explode just as they hit the ground. If flying higher the bomb will detonate prematurely resulting in a wasted opportunity. It takes over 2 seconds to condense a new bomb, and combined with the throwing process it totals 3 seconds. During flight, the Balloon Soldier will manufacture bombs and drop them directly when it reaches the target's head. Thus, when the Balloon Soldier locks onto a new target, it only requires 0.75 seconds. Compared to mobile games, the health increase of the Balloon Soldier is minimal, but its height has been enhanced, requiring ranged units to be directly underneath the Balloon Soldier to attack it. This is a significant enhancement. In a level 4 tribe, unfortunately new barracks cannot be constructed. After Su Luo upgraded the barracks, he increased the trainable troop count by 40. After some thought, he used 12 gems to train a total of 20 Balloon Soldiers. Today is the last day for training bonuses, and Su Luo spent 5600 holy water, otherwise it would normally be 7000. Su Luo felt that even with a cheat it was too expensive. These 20 Balloon Soldiers consumed 3500 holy water daily. Currently the level 1 tribe only generates 9600 holy water a day, which is not enough to afford or sustain. Su Luo purchased all the level 4 buildings available in the shop, including the gold mine blueprints rewarded by the game, and handed everything over to Barton. He ordered him to build them to the maximum level. If the gold mine cannot be sold, then so be it. In Su Luo's hands 1 gold mine is equivalent to 10. Watching Su Luo leave, Barton felt very dissatisfied. This work is piling up, and soon I won't be able to guarantee 12 hours of sleep each day. If I had gems I would buy another builder. I can't do all this alone. For Su Luo 1 builder is equivalent to 10. I haven't even fully exploited 1 worker yet, so buying another would just be wasteful. Buy another for Barton to sleep. That's impossible. Su Luo took Shishu again towards the location of the golden treasure chest. On the way, Su Luo asked, "Do you know if there are any level 4 or 5 tribes nearby?" Level 3 tribes no longer drop main camp blueprints. To seek trouble with level 6 tribes is just courting death. A level 5 tribe might not even be a match, just asking to prepare for the future. Shishu glanced at Su Luo in surprise. This kid is quite bold. Without asking, Shishu knew what Su Luo... Indeed, my older brother was killed by this kid. A typical level 4 tribe would not stand a chance against someone with a Barbarian King. Shishu replied, "To the east of my older brother there is another level 4 tribe. My brother is not on good terms with them, and their strengths are about equal. We also have one to the west that once tried to cause me trouble. After I mentioned my brother's name, perhaps they were wary and left me alone. As for level 5 tribes, I don't know. High-level tribes are rare, and there might not even be one within 100 miles. Shishu spoke freely as this would benefit him. As long as Su Luo advances to level 5, he won't be able to trouble him anymore. Su Luo remained silent. If there isn't even one level 5 tribe within 100 miles, then there might not even be a level 10 tribe within 10,000 miles. Su Luo had previously encountered a level 5 tribe located a few dozen miles away, but unfortunately, it had been wiped out. 2 hours later, after crossing the destroyed West Asia tribe, Su Luo and Shishu arrived at the foot of a small mountain. The location of the golden treasure chest mentioned by West Asia is right here. Su Luo asked, "Do you know the exact location?" Shishu shook his head. He didn't say, he only mentioned it was on this mountain. In that case, we can only search one place at a time. Fortunately, this mountain is not large, probably only about 2 miles long. If it were the 10,000 Great Mountains, The two ascended the mountain, and the path was not easy, allowing only a dozen people to walk side by side. Su Luo and Shishu's troops spread out over quite a distance. Wild beasts occasionally appeared on the mountain, but they were not a problem and were easily dealt with. The midday sun shone on the golden treasure chest, sparkling with a blinding golden light that dazzled Su Luo's eyes. Su Luo instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he unconsciously gazed at where the light shone. Vaguely, he could see a golden object. Su Luo called out to Chuan Yun, "Your eyesight is good. Can you see what that thing is?" Su Luo referred to a cliff at the mountain's peak, just above Su Luo's troops. After Chuan Yin saw clearly, he said with surprise, "Chief, I see the golden treasure chest." Su Luo hurriedly observed the place Chuan Yin pointed to. However, since Chuan Yin said so, Su Luo naturally rushed towards the mountaintop. Su Luo couldn't help but glance at Su De. The title of treasure hunter suits you better. Though it wasn't as exaggerated as the mountain runs to death the horse, it still took Su Luo 7 to 8 minutes to reach the vicinity of the mountaintop. A sharp, high-pitched voice rang out, "Chief, someone is coming." Of course, there were no such high-pitched voices among Su Luo and Shishu's troops. A green goblin was quickly darting about in the mountains, moving at a speed that even Su De could hardly match. The goblin is known as the fastest unit in Clash of Clans. Su Luo's expression darkened. Had someone arrived at the golden treasure chest before him? After walking about 50 meters, Su Luo finally got a clear view of the mountaintop situation, which he hadn't seen before due to the trees obstructing his view. A troop of fewer than 100 was currently battling a pride of lions. Su Luo's eyes lit up. The golden treasure chest is still mine. Even if this group defeats the lions, I can just kill them, right? Goodness, Su Luo initially thought Shishu's cannon fodder might not be enough, but unexpectedly, there was still some cannon fodder. The lions were suffering casualties, but the pace of death for this group was even faster, as among the lions was a frost-white lion the size of a buffalo, continuously exhaling cold air and ice. The leader who arrived first might have felt that the situation was dire, and that he could no longer defeat the lions, or perhaps he thought that even if he defeated the lions, he would be made a scapegoat by Su Luo and the others, so he ceased his resistance. Instead, he led his troop towards Su Luo's position. The lions, of course, would not let them go and pursued them to kill, but the leader didn't care. He approached Su Luo, and Su Luo noticed he was wearing Yulin Alliance Bull. This signifies that Bull is a leader who has joined an alliance. Su Luo saw that among his troops there were mages, but no angels. Bull approached not far from Su Luo, speaking fiercely. "Kid, get out of here quickly, this pride of lions is my prey. I went out for a casual stroll without bringing many troops. If you dare to covet my kill, I will kill you." It's truly reckless. A force of less than 100 is brazenly threatening nearly 2,000 men on Su Luo's side. Even if it were a tribe that could potentially be level 5, Su Luo would not abandon this golden treasure chest, not even if it were a level 14 tribe led by the King of Heaven. What do you dare to compete over? Bole did not mention the golden treasure chest, as he thought Su Luo was in his mind. No one would contest with him over a group of prey. Even if there were, it certainly wouldn't be a tribe, without even a coalition. Su Luo's mind was racing. Finding a needle in a haystack was nothing compared to this. Here was a ready-made potential level 5 tribe. How should I offend him? Should I make him take his men to attack me? The defensive advantage is too great. With unconditional recovery of troops, even Su Luo attacking a level 4 tribe would incur considerable losses. But it cannot be now. Oh, if I offend him now, and he finds me tonight, I may not be able to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo devised a plan. With a respectful demeanor, Su Luo said, "As you wish, esteemed leader, we will leave now." Bole smiled in satisfaction at Su Luo's response. "At least you know how to be sensible." Shishu secretly despised him, thinking that he could be afraid too. He had thought he was truly bold. Su Luo respectfully inquired, "I wonder where your tribe is. It would be nice to pay a visit sometime." Bole did not pick up on the deeper implications in Su Luo's heart. He did not believe Su Luo harbored any ulterior motives. Bole chuckled. 50 miles to the west. Once you get close, just ask around. Who doesn't know my Bole tribe? As soon as he finished speaking, the slower barbarian he had sent running was already killed by the lion pack. However, the lion pack did not stray too far from the mountaintop, likely due to guarding the golden treasure chest. Bole's expression grew serious as he said, "I must personally avenge this grudge. I cannot swallow this anger." Su Luo naturally smiled in agreement. Bole began his return journey with his dwindling troops. Su Luo's thoughts were simple. Once he obtained this golden treasure chest, Bole might not even realize it was him who did it, and even if he did, he might not quickly locate Su Luo's tribe. When Su Luo felt his strength was sufficient to deal with Bole, he would find someone to inform Bole and reveal his tribe's location. The enraged Bole would likely come looking for trouble. It was much safer than directly offending Bole. After Bole left, Shishu felt joy inside, but concealed it, saying cautiously, "Then let's head back now. If we go back, we naturally won't have to serve as cannon fodder." Su Luo said coldly, "Why would we come to attack if not to view the scenery?" Su Luo did not wait for Bole to return, allowing the lion pack to exhaust his forces before enacting his plan. It's unrealistic. There is no place in these mountains to conceal a large troop. Shishu cursed internally, "Damn it," and nodded in agreement. Naturally, all of Shishu's troops were at the front, with Su De mixed among them, and Su Luo's troops at the rear. They quickly reached the mountaintop, where more than a dozen lion corpses had not yet respawned, and most of the remaining lions were injured to varying degrees. There were still over 20 lions. In the center was a silver-white lion king resembling a small elephant emanating coldness and exhaling waves of icy air. Upon seeing its health bar, Su Luo's eyes lit up. It had just over half left, around 2,000 health points. Su Luo said, "Shishu, you go first." This was previously agreed upon, and Shishu had to grit his teeth and go forward. "Suda, you go too." I looked for an opportunity to attack the Lion King. At the end was a cliff, but it was not a flat grassland. The mountain path was somewhat narrow, only allowing 30 troops to march side by side. Any more would be impossible. Su Luo did not let the balloon soldiers attack from the air. Each balloon soldier was costly, and it would be a shame to lose them. Su Luo did not believe the Lion King lacked aerial capabilities. That would be too incompetent. The lion's attack was very high, reaching 50, which nearly one-shot a level 2 barbarian, whose maximum health was 500. Due to the cliff, the barbarians could not flank the lions while attacking. The archers at the back could still attack relatively safely. If it were just this, it could still be resolved easily. The Lion King was much more troublesome. The frost-white Lion King continuously spat out hail the size of soccer balls, which would explode upon hitting targets, instantly killing the target and those nearby. Su Luo observed, and the damage was as high as 105. In just 1 minute, under the assault of the lion pack, half of Shishu's troops were lost. Shishu's expression darkened. A few lions had died, and Su Luo felt the time was right, instructing Su Da to rush over to deal with the Lion King. With Su Da's attack, the Lion King, with half health, could withstand at most 15 hits. Moreover, the Lion King's attack speed was not as fast as Su Da's. Upon seeing Su Da, the silver-white lion's eyes widened. It recognized this as a barbarian king and sensed a threat. The target of its hail attack shifted to Su Da. Su Da's previously charging speed immediately halved. A damage of 94 appeared above Su Da's head. Although it slowed down, Su Luo could still accept it. What displeased Su Luo was that upon seeing Su Da draw closer, the Lion King was also retreating. Su Da was tragically unable to fight back while being hit. The Lion King spat out hail and retreated. The slowed Su Da could not catch up at all. Damn, encountering a monster that could maneuver was unexpected. It wasn't like Su Luo, who instinctively stood and took hits. This was truly the first time Su Luo had seen something like this since entering the game. The cliff prevented Su Luo's forces from exerting their advantage, but it also limited the Lion King's range of movement. When the Lion King retreated to the edge of the cliff, it found there was no way to escape. Otherwise, Su Da might never get a chance to touch the Lion King. There was a reason the barbarian kings were considered weak. Su Da finally caught up to the Lion King and began to pound it fiercely. Su Luo sent out his archers to help Shishu quickly eliminate the ordinary lions. There was no need to let Shishu's forces be completely wiped out. He was willing to lend a hand, as long as it didn't come at his own expense. Su Da angrily raised the long sword in his hand. "Take this blade, and another one. Aren't you able to run? Why not run more?" Damage numbers of 149 popped up from the Lion King, and it seemed that it would not last long against Su Da. Although Su Da was also in bad shape, having already lost 700 to 800 health. Driven to desperation, the Lion King activated its skill, this time exhaling not hail, but waves of chilling frost. This frost quickly completely froze Su Da, rendering him unable to attack or move, as though he were under a freezing spell. The Lion King, having caught its breath, did not take the opportunity to attack Su Da, but instead left the cliff, distancing itself from Su Da, planning to kite him anew. Unfortunately, the ordinary lions had all been killed, and Su Luo and Shishu's forces completely blocked the Lion King. The cornered Lion King still met a tragic end at Su Da's sword. Su Luo shook his head, as Su Da surprisingly couldn't even defeat a silver tier creature. "Su Da, but I'm only level 2 leader. I could take down a level 100 without losing a single health point. If it was just Su Luo alone, without any cannon fodder, the most conservative estimate would be a loss of 500 troops. As it stands now, he only lost half of Su Da's health. The rewards include the loot from the Lion King and a golden treasure chest. The Lion King dropped 2 items, a silver-grade beast taming circle and a mid-grade mortar blueprint. Shishu did not know what the blueprint was, but he saw the silver-grade beast taming circle. Just this beast taming circle is worth 150 gems. Shishu drooled with envy, but unfortunately, he did not dare to compete with Su Luo. Su Luo planned to keep the silver-grade beast taming circle for now and sell it if he ran low on money, or consider using it if he encountered another silver-grade creature. The value of a silver-grade creature is likely not lower than that of Su Da. As for the mortar blueprint, Su Luo intended to sell it. The gold coins from the sale would be enough for Su Da to level up 3 or 4 times. Even now, Su Luo still did not know how useful these defensive structures were, feeling that they were not worth the money. The loot from the Lion King could not be hidden from Shishu, and it was unnecessary to let him know what items were in the golden treasure chest. Su Luo glanced at Shishu, who tactfully walked aside, pretending to admire the scenery. Su Luo's heart couldn't help but feel a bit excited. If a silver treasure chest could yield a gold mine worth 500 gems, what about this golden treasure chest? Before, Xia had been willing to take huge losses to come here. The system prompted, Opening the golden treasure chest will take half an hour. Su Luo cursed under his breath, forgetting that treasure chests obtained in the wild need time to open. Borii was 50 miles away, and it was impossible for him to arrive in half an hour. Su Luo said, "Shishu, you can go back first. I will keep my promise and not make things difficult for you." Shishu finally showed a hint of surprise on his face and used the remaining few dozen troops to return. Su Luo stood up, surveying the surroundings, silently praying for no unexpected events. It seemed his prayers were effective. The half hour passed without incident. The system prompted, "The golden treasure chest has been opened. You have obtained a hero certificate for the Bao Queen." Su Luo was momentarily stunned. A hero certificate for the Bao Queen. It seemed that nothing could be more fitting for him. It could be used right away. How such a great item could not be found even in a golden treasure chest. A rare smile appeared on Su Luo's face. He already had his candidate in mind. Transforming a troop into a hero requires at least half an hour, and Su Luo naturally would not stay here. Encountering Borii again would not be good. Back at the tribe, Su Luo immediately called Chuan Yun to his side. "Chuan Yun, there is a hero certificate for the Bao Queen here. I'll prepare to use it." Chuan Yun was taken aback, then his face revealed uncontainable joy. "Thank you, Chief. Chuan Yun will not fail your expectations." Last time Su Luo wanted to give Chuan Yun the hero certificate for the Bao Queen, but Chuan Yun refused because it was obtained through Su Das achievements. This time he did not refuse again. In the distance, Ahua sighed. "In the end, it's a world that values appearances. If I looked a bit better, I might just be the next barbarian king." Transforming an archer into the Bao Queen takes 1 hour. An hour later, Chuan Yun's evolution was complete, and he transformed into an extraordinarily beautiful Bao Queen. He possessed both heroism and wildness. A crown adorned his head, adding a touch of queenly charm. The weapon in his hand changed from a bird gun to a cannon, becoming a crossbow, specifically a mini-X crossbow. Its function is to increase the attack speed of the Bao Queen, changing from 1 attack per second to 0.75 seconds per attack. Chuan Yun knelt on one knee and said, "Thank you, Chief. I will pledge my loyalty to you unto death." Su Luo forced a smile. "What attributes does the Bao Queen have?" Bao Queen Chuan Yun, level 1, health 7, 25 attack power 120, attack speed 0.75 seconds per attack speed, 12 meters, range 50 meters. Passive precision. The Bao Queen's range increases with level. For every level gained, the range increases by 1 meter. The active skill Invisibility Cloak has not yet been mastered and requires level 5. Su Luo was stunned. This was truly impressive. The range had increased so significantly. Low-grade cannons and arrow towers could not attack the Bao Queen at all. The Bao Queen could destroy them without taking damage. At level 80A, the Bao Queen's range would reach an astounding 130 meters. This meant that balloon soldiers were no longer a threat unless there were overwhelming numbers. In terms of durability, the Bao Queen could not compare to the Barbarian King, but their functions were different. Mutual complementarity is the best choice. The system prompted, "It is recommended to quickly level up the hero to level 5. Heroes who master skills will undergo a qualitative change." Leveling up heroes takes a lot of time and money. Su Luo's resources were limited, and he only had one builder. He could only prioritize leveling up one hero. Who to upgrade? Even with your feet, you can guess it. He crossed the Barbarian King off the list. It was not that Su Luo favored females over males. Since the Bao Queen was more expensive than the Barbarian King, there must be a good reason for it. Su Luo calculated that if resources were sufficient, leveling up to level 2 would take 1 day, and level 3 would take a day and a half. Thus, reaching level 5 would require 7 days. With external bonuses, it would take 16.8 hours. Barton worked overtime, and the Bao Queen's upgrade would be completed by tomorrow morning. Once the Bao Queen reaches level 5, Su Luo would be confident in destroying 2 level 4 tribes with relatively minimal losses, and then advancing to a level 5 tribe. It seems possible to go now. Suda is at the front. The damage from the level 4 tribes, barbarians and archers, is ineffective against Suda. Only the giants and balloon soldiers can. The latter two types of soldiers should not be many. After having Chuan Yun deal with them, he could basically destroy a level 4 tribe without any damage. The combination of the Barbarian King and the Bao Queen seems quite invincible. Then it's decided he will wait until reaching a level 5 tribe before upgrading Chuan Yun. Is it too rushed? Su Luo chose to forget about it and not worry. There was no need to bring troops. He only needed to take Suda and Chuan Yun, the 2 heroes. Looking back at the tribe, the troop count had suddenly surged in the morning, making the tribe seem overcrowded. The newly released troops had not yet been provided with small houses to live in. Upon returning, he needed to significantly expand the tribe's territory at once. This would inevitably conflict with nearby tribes like Mengyin. They would have to take the initiative to relocate to other places. Shishu knew the locations of the 2 level 4. Without Zishu's guidance, Su Luo could find them after spending some time, but it would delay him too much. Shishu sighed heavily in the tribe. Although he had preserved his life, his strength was greatly diminished and would take a week to recover. While others were constantly advancing, he was regressing. Just thinking about it was very annoying. Upon learning that Su Luo had come again, Shishu couldn't help but feel terrified. Could it be that he was here to attack me? I had long seen that this kid was not a good thing. His destructive desire is too strong. Upon realizing that Su Luo merely wanted him to lead the way, Shishu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Gazing at the Bao Queen beside Su Luo, Shishu felt a shock within. This kid is simply favored by destiny. His rise is unstoppable. The Bao Queen must have been obtained from a golden treasure chest. Stay steady. Reaching a level 7 tribe is not difficult. However, Shishu dared not think further. Each tribe at level 7 is not a simple character. All possess their own trump cards for advancement. As they encountered wild monsters on the way, Su Luo did not wish to tangle with them. An hour later, Su Luo and Shishu arrived near a tribe. Shishu pointed and said, "That is the Ryan tribe, a level 4 tribe which once attempted to cause me trouble." Su Luo casually replied, "Su de Chuanyin, you two go ahead. Remember to coordinate. Chuanyin, your task is to prioritize killing the balloon soldiers and giants." The two replied affirmatively. Suda thought to himself, "Damn it, if it weren't for the balloon soldiers I could handle this alone. I wish I had more anti-air capabilities." Suda led the way with Chuan Yun following behind. The outermost layer was a turret, and Suda stopped there while Chuan Yun began attacking the turret from outside its range. With just a few arrows, the turret was destroyed. Suda frowned. Had it not been for the chief's orders, he would have ignored such a turret that could only inflict minor damage on him. Ryan was not inside the tribe, but had left a small portion of his forces to guard the home. Although the ordinary soldiers feared the two imposing heroes, they still resolutely protected the tribe. For the tribe, Suda raised his long sword and charged forward while Chuan Yun shot from behind. Some soldiers ran towards Chuan Yun, prompting her to temporarily retreat as she had no damage reduction capabilities. Leveraging their speed and range, they could kite the enemies indefinitely. Although they couldn't stand and fight like Suda, they could achieve similar results, albeit a bit slower. Su Luo contemplated that the method for a low-level tribe to deal with a barbarian king would be endless giants or balloon soldiers. To counter the Bao Queen, they could only rely on overwhelming goblins using their speed advantage to surround her. However, this was only effective in a chaotic melee. As the balloon soldiers charged towards Suda, he chose to break through towards Chuan Yun's position where she would assist him in escaping. The two coordinated and easily eliminated more than half of Ryan tribe's remaining forces. At that moment, Ryan returned to the tribe in a fit of rage. "Who dares to attack my tribe?" Ryan, who had been farming resources outside, was forced to return to defend as someone attacked his tribe. If he didn't return, his tribe would be destroyed and he would lose everything. Ryan looked around confused, seeing no large army as he had imagined. Upon closer inspection, he cursed, "Only one person is attacking my tribe. No, in the distance there seemed to be an archer. Just two people are coming to assault my tribe. Have I lost touch with this world?" Seeing Suda's extraordinarily tall figure over 3.5 meters high, holding a massive long sword and wearing a crown, Ryan realized he was facing a barbarian king. No wonder he had such boldness. The barbarian king was ruthlessly slaughtering his remaining troops. This cannot continue. Ryan immediately commanded, "Surround him." Thousands of troops rushed to encircle him, intending to surround the barbarian king layer by layer and let the balloon soldiers attack him. This was different from the previous encounter with the Xia tribe, where Su Luo and Zia's forces were evenly matched, and Xia couldn't spare many troops to restrain Suda. Suda could break through freely. However, this siege of over 1,000 men would be different. Once surrounded, it would be a challenge for Suda to break free. Although the barbarian archers couldn't stop Suda, and he could eventually break through, it would still limit his speed and expose him to damage from the balloon soldiers. The core gameplay of tribal conflict is the alliance of many. Su Luo has one opportunity to create a free. Suda no longer lingered in battle and dashed out first. When the opposing forces were about to arrive, he turned back and killed 3 barbarians with a single sword strike before running away without looking back. He would run a few steps and then turn back for another strike. Relying on his speed and strength advantage, it was sheer recklessness. The barbarian archers could still play with Suda, but the giant balloon soldiers moved at only half of Suda's speed, trailing behind him. Chuan Yun employed a similar tactic. While the efficiency of killing enemies was slow, it was the only viable option. Chuan Yun had her own defenses, otherwise she could directly destroy the balloon soldiers and leave the rest to Suda. Constantly kiting was driving Ryan to the brink of madness. Ryan's face turned extremely ugly, feeling incredibly frustrated, yet he had no way to counter it. Dozens of goblins blocked Suda's path, but these small creatures were easily knocked aside by Suda, unable to hinder him at all. The goblins were quickly slaughtered by Suda. Su Luo shook his head, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Relying solely on 2 heroes was insufficient to completely crush a level 4 tribe. Thus the Ryan tribe was eliminated amid the kiting. It took nearly an hour. If Su Luo had brought all his forces, he could have crushed and destroyed it in 10 minutes. But since Su Luo had no opportunity to recover his forces, he could only rely on such a clumsy method. System prompt. You have destroyed a level 4 tribe, obtained a level 4 main camp blueprint, earned 27 trophies, and collected 3 holy water and 8 gold coins. You have received a bronze treasure chest. You have killed a tribe while in God mode. Since you are now level 4, the surrounding attack range increases to a diameter of 8 kilometers, and the drop rate increases to 1 times. When Su Luo was level 2, destroying a tribe would only increase the range by 1 kilometer. At level 4, it significantly increased. The previously destroyed Xia tribe only kept Su Luo in God mode, so it didn't count. Su Luo remained unfazed as there were no level 4 tribes within an 8-kilometer radius. Only level 3 or below tribes, and he feared none. According to Shishu, there was only one level 3 tribe in Su Luo's novice village, and it was uncertain whether other novice villages had level 3 tribes. Su Luo opened the bronze treasure chest. System, congratulations, you have obtained 3 holy water, which can exceed the storage limit. Su Luo returned to the tribe, hoping that the tribes within the 8-kilometer range would not attack him. It was not fear, but rather a disdain for trouble that would waste time. Now Su Luo is a level 4 tribe unable to attack those level 1 and 2 tribes. These level 1 and 2 tribes are not afraid of Su Luo, as he can no longer attack them. However, they still came because there is a bounty on Su Luo. Compared to before, the bounty has increased by 20 spirit stones, becoming 120 spirit stones with an additional reward of 25 spirit stones for destroying the main camp. Wealth stirs the heart. On average, each tribe can obtain about 2 or 3 spirit stones. Encouraged by 2 level 3 tribes, a large number of tribes chose to mobilize. But no player tribe is foolish enough to attack. They cannot break through the defenses of the barbarian king. They would not remind anyone if these indigenous tribes suffered heavy losses. Then don't blame us for taking advantage of the situation. It may seem like only a 3-kilometer increase in range, but the area under siege has more than doubled. However, a significant portion of the middle area is wilderness without tribes, and there are no players participating. This guarantees that the number of tribes participating this time will not be many. A total of 52 indigenous tribes participated in the action. 2 are level 3, 7 are level 2, and the rest are level 1. Their combined forces amount to about 4500, as everyone has calculated. Although level 4 tribes are impressive due to the constraints of the holy water, their force can only barely reach over 2,000. Especially upon learning that Su Luo has just been promoted to a level 4 tribe, they are even more confident. So they came to deliver. Su Luo is currently arranging for the Chuan Yun upgrade in the tribe and has not attacked the remaining level 4 tribe. After the Chuan Yun upgrade is completed, these tribes have not yet arrived. The Bao Queen is at level 2. Health 775. Attack 130. Range 51 meters. Health increased by 50, attack power increased by 10. Su Das upgrade grants an additional 200 health and 5 attack. The growth attributes of the two are different. 2.5 hours have passed, and no one has come to attack the tribe. Su Luo wonders if the news of his status as the barbarian king has leaked, causing the indigenous people to hesitate. Su Luo cannot see the information in the regional announcement, but Meng Yin can. She must have lost her mind to participate, so she ran over to leak the information. Big brother, they are on their way here. Su Luo smiled, pleasantly surprised they dared to come. Looking at Meng Yin, he felt a stirring in his heart. When he is strong enough, he must send someone to inform Burley of his tribe's location, utilizing the defense mechanism to reduce losses. Shishu is not very suitable. The cunning Meng Yin is just right. Su Luo also needs manpower. Relying solely on himself to explore the locations of high-level tribes is indeed limited. He can send some subordinates. They can also be used to explore treasure chests. Once they find the location, Su Luo can go directly. Of course, in this world, everyone is driven by profit. Why would they help him without benefits? Su Luo will have these weak tribes attack his subordinates, allowing them to rise quickly. When they are in danger, they can count on him as a backing of few would dare to offend a high-level tribe. Unfortunately, resources cannot be traded, otherwise Su Luo would directly reward resources to motivate them. As his younger brothers grow stronger, Su Luo will definitely find useful applications for them in the future. The core gameplay of tribal conflict is the alliance of many. Su Luo has one opportunity to create a free alliance, but he does not wish to use it now. Su Luo plans to join an alliance to have a look. If he creates one now, it will be difficult to join other alliances later. He will at least have to disband his own alliance. Su Luo said to Meng Yin, you did well. This time you don't need to hold back any tribes. Tell the leaders of the tribes near me that I am preparing to expand the tribe about 500 meters in each direction. Notify them one by one. Have them all migrate from here. Any tribe that has not completed their migration before midnight tonight should not. Su Luo intends to expand the area of the tribe, which will inevitably encroach on the territories of nearby tribes. Logically, Su Luo cannot attack level 1 and 2 tribes. But if they do not listen, will Su Luo be unable to expand his tribe? This is impossible. It constitutes a serious provocation. As long as Su Luo gives the order, anyone who dares to disregard it is courting death. As for where they will move, that is none of Su Luo's concern. This novice village has limited space, and with Su Luo occupying such a large area, there will inevitably be those without a place to settle. They can only move to other safe areas or wilderness. Other safe areas will not be accessible until tomorrow, and wilderness is fraught with many wild monsters and is very unsafe. Su Luo does not care about this. In any case, he will not allow anyone to obstruct his tribe's expansion plan. Su Luo added, "Don't worry, I will leave a spot for you beside me. I may need your help with something in the next couple of days. Of course there will be benefits. After this you can choose a few tribes to attack." Meng Yin patted her chest and promised, "Big brother's affairs are my affairs, I will definitely get it done." Su Luo ordered his 20 barbarians to follow Meng Yin, serving as proof of his orders. Shortly after Meng Yin left, the attacking tribes arrived. Seeing a group of disorganized mobs, Su Luo shook his head. Destroying another level 4 tribe may still bring another wave. System, these attacking tribes can take revenge one by one without restriction on tribe level, and it will not increase the range of tribes that can be attacked or the drop rate. Su Luo smiled. So after 5 books it may be feasible to tackle the level 2 and 3 tribes. The resources needed for the Chuanyun upgrade are not small. Su Da, at level 2, requires 500 resources, while Chuanyun requires 1 million. The ones seeking death arrived, and under the command of 2 level 3 tribe leaders a mass attack came from all directions. Su Luo's 20 balloon troops were also deployed. Losses can be resurrected, so it does not matter, it is better to end the battle sooner. Seeing the 20 balloon troops, everyone was stunned. Wasn't this a recently promoted level 4 tribe? A balloon troop takes 2 hours to train. How did these 20 balloon troops come about? A level 3 leader snorted coldly, just a little accident. With our over 1,000 archers we need not fear these balloon troops. There are even very few giants among these tribes, let alone balloon troops. So it is time for Su Da to shine. Su Da exerted all his strength to kill, striving to showcase himself, hoping Su Luo would use resources to upgrade him instead of upgrading Chuanyun. Su Da was killing quickly, but Su Luo's losses were even faster. Ultimately, it was unavoidable that only Su Da and Chuanyun remained, relying on the two to turn the tide. Su Luo could only wonder why they had to come to their doom. An unexpected event occurred. Meng Yin was temporarily unable to go to other areas. By tomorrow these weak tribes would likely be destroyed by the players in their region. Su Luo could only destroy the 2 level 3 tribes and several level 2 tribes, leaving a little for the players. The harvest was quite substantial: 100 gold, 600 holy water, and 3 spirit stones. Better than nothing. As compensation, Su Luo promised that as long as Meng Yin performs well, he will pull her into the tribe in the future. Game announcement: congratulations to player Su Chahar Ken for being promoted to a level 5 tribe. The players who heard this announcement were all in disbelief. What's going on? Can't you be satisfied with leveling up once a day? Leveling up twice a day? This is ridiculous. What about us level 1 players whose shields haven't even expired yet? Is there really a barbarian king who is that reckless? Perhaps not. The reward for leveling up twice might be a barbarian king. This Su Chahar Ken might already have a super queen or a bow queen. The reward for the first player to level up is quite generous. The one who first advances to a level 6 tribe must be Su Chahar Ken. However, everyone knows that in the game Clash of Clans, early level upgrades are very easy, but it becomes challenging later on. Fast upgrading is possible, but it's too dangerous. Anyone who understands fast upgrading knows that while it has its advantages, the drawbacks are substantial. The strength gap compared to tribes of the same level is too vast, and it might even be worse than being in a lower level tribe. Such rapid leveling will undoubtedly make you an easy target, a fat piece of meat in the eyes of others. Some, filled with jealousy, think to themselves, I can't wait for you to level up quickly and then get eliminated. If you have the ability, level up another 2 levels tomorrow. Under the leadership of Shishu, Su Luo successfully destroyed another level 4 tribe, as their strength was only comparable to Zai's. The 2 level 4 base blueprints automatically combined to form a level 5 base blueprint. Eager to upgrade, Su Luo naturally would not hold back and started the upgrade. System, congratulations, you have been promoted to a level 5 tribe. Since you are the first to advance to a level 5 tribe, you are rewarded with 300 gems and an additional builder. What is an additional builder? With the builder from the system reward, Su Luo now has 2 builders, while in the mobile game the third builder costs 500 gems. However, since this builder is considered additional, Su Luo only needs 250 gems to purchase the third builder. Su Luo's side, the rewards are getting better and better. With these rewards, fast upgrading doesn't seem too dangerous. For Su Luo, 2 builders equate to 20 builders. Barton focused on upgrading Chuanyun, while the new builder, named Xiaofeng, dedicated himself to upgrading the new buildings for level 5. First, of course, is upgrading resource construction facilities. A level 5 tribe can have 5 gold mines and elixir collectors, and Su Luo has 6 gold mines. Once fully upgraded, it can produce 40320 gold and 33600 Elixir daily. For Su Luo, that's multiplied by 10. Over 7 million resources every day. The resources produced by a level 14 tribe are far less than what Su Luo generates. Just lying around can yield tremendous profits. With so many resources, it's sufficient to upgrade both Su De and Chuan Yun to level 5 and master their skills. Su Luo thought to first upgrade Su De to level 5, and then focus resources on upgrading Chuan Yun. After upgrading the resource facilities to full capacity, Su Luo instructed Xiaofeng to upgrade and build new barracks. A level 5 tribe can have 3 barracks, allowing Su Luo to train 300 units of troops daily. Su Luo calculated in his mind it was already dark and the troops were tired, needing rest, and not suitable for combat. He would have to wait until tomorrow. Just then Barton angrily threw down the hammer in his hand, saying, "I'm done, I'm going to sleep." Su Luo frowned. How could he not work? He was still waiting for Chuan Yun and Su De to both level up to 5 tomorrow. Just relying on Xiaofeng alone isn't enough. Su Luo patiently said, "Master Barton, let's work overtime today, and tomorrow I will definitely let you rest longer. If we finish today, there won't be much work tomorrow." No, given Su Luo's resource production speed, he likely won't be idle. Leveling up heroes takes a lot of time. Barton sneered, "Tomorrow for sure. I don't care if I'm tired and I want to sleep." System notification: your current trophy count is too low to force builders to work. Beyond 12 hours of builders have the right to refuse work. Su Luo was stunned. Is 007 not able to work? It turns out you can only increase an hour of work time after reaching the gold trophy. Su Luo still has a long way to go. However, the system stated that if builders are willing, they can still work. But clearly Barton is not listening to Su Luo at all. No matter how many good words Su Luo says, he won't budge. "Master Barton, I'm in a hurry to level up the heroes. You can't quit on me at this crucial moment. You said it's your urgency. Oh, I'm not worried. If you're in a hurry, just use money or gems. If you don't have money, then shut up. Some constructions can be expedited with gems. It takes about 3 minutes per gem for short-term acceleration." Su Luo's cheat merely accelerates construction. The displayed time does not decrease. To save a day of work time with gems, it would take several hundred gems. Did Su Luo have so many gems to be so extravagant? Clearly work that could be completed in 2 hours shouldn't cost Su Luo several hundred gems. It would be better to buy another builder. Su Luo didn't want to use gems, and at crucial moments it was more important to increase troop strength or gain the ability of the barbarian king in reality. Barton impatiently said, "Don't bother me, I'm going to sleep." Su Luo's face turned cold, and he didn't stop him again. Su Luo thought about how he hadn't pressured Barton these days. Sometimes, he even rested nearly 20 hours a day. Now when asked to work a bit more, he ruthlessly rejected me, showing no compassion at all. "Fine, just wait. If other builders might rest in the future, you must complete the full 12 hours honestly. No, once I have more trophies, I'll deal with you 007. Take the opportunity to sleep a little more now." Fortunately, Xiaofeng just started, and his working hours have only just begun. Su De also looked displeased. He was in the midst of leveling up when Barton went on strike. At the time of upgrading, he couldn't move, and forcing him to move would cancel the upgrade, reset all the resources and time spent before. Su De could only pray that after upgrading Chuan Yun, Su Luo would still have resources to upgrade him. Su Luo also went to sleep, leaving Xiaofeng to upgrade Chuan Yun. After calculating the time, Su Luo woke up. Oh, Chuan Yun should have leveled up to 5. Sure enough, Chuan Yun was already level 5. Bao Queen Chuan Yun. Level 5. Health 925, attack power 160, attack speed 0. 75 seconds. Skill invisibility cloak has been activated. Invisibility cloak. The Bao Queen enters in invisible state, forcibly cancels enemies' aggro, cannot be attacked, and ignores unit collision based on size. It is equivalent to a ghost able to pass directly through the target's body without obstruction. The effect lasts for 5 seconds. During the duration, attack power increases by 300, restoring 150 health points, and summoning 10 archers who exist briefly, with the archers' level equal to the current level of the tribe's archers. During the duration, gain passive penetrating arrow. Penetrating arrow deals penetrating damage to enemies behind the target, decreasing attack power by 10% sequentially, with the minimum damage being 20% of the attack power until the end of the range. Each level increase in the invisibility cloak skill extends the duration by 1 second. Cooldown time is 12 hours. After completing a clan war, the cooldown time refreshes immediately. Note: the penetrating arrow cannot pierce through hero units. The Cloak of Invisibility is the survival skill of the Archer Queen, significantly boosting her attack power. What Su Luo didn't expect was the appearance of the penetrating arrow. This was the passive skill of the Super Archer. Su Luo felt it was unreasonable. The Super Archer had this skill, yet the hero, the Archer Queen, did not. Now the Cloak of Invisibility will be the nemesis of the Giant Mage build, allowing the mage to safely output damage from behind the giant. Su Luo could hardly imagine the terrifying damage the Archer Queen would inflict when she reached level 80, with the Cloak of Invisibility lasting for a full 22 seconds. No, the hero levels in this game far exceed level 80. The game prompt reads, "You will return to reality." At the moment Su Luo regained consciousness, and immense sadness surged within him. Two guards armed with nightsticks approached Su Luo sternly and cautiously. He already had a plan on how to face them in the game. In an instant, he spent 500,000 gold coins to exchange for the physique of a giant and 100,000 coins for the speed of a goblin. With controlled strength, he pushed the two guards aside. Su Luo could not harm them. Then he dashed out the door. The two guards were stunned by Su Luo's immense power and gave chase. However, after pursuing, where was Su Luo? The two guards exchanged glances. Where did he go? Su Luo used an invisibility potion, which he had no choice but to use. Escaping wasn't difficult, the challenge was avoiding detection. The Eye of Heaven system was terrifying. Even if Su Luo was Superman without the invisibility potion, he would still be detected. Even if caught, it would only be after eliminating Gao Yunfeng. The invisibility potion could only render one invisible for a few seconds in the game. If it only had this effect in reality, it would be utterly worthless. Invisibility potion remains invisible for 3 days. Attacking or speaking automatically reveals oneself. Relying on the giant's physique and the goblin's speed, Su Luo made his way towards the outskirts of the city, planning to walk, or if possible take a vehicle directly to the capital. Su Luo didn't carry his computer or phone, he couldn't take them, and didn't have time to destroy them. If someone investigated Su Luo's computer deeply, they would discover he was a hacker. However, the exposure of this identity was utterly inconsequential to Su Luo at present. He ran all the way to the bus station and found a long-distance vehicle heading to the capital. Su Luo could not enter the vehicle. If it was full and someone accidentally bumped into him, it would be a supernatural incident. He chose to climb onto the roof of the vehicle. After waiting for 2 hours, the vehicle successfully started. If everything went smoothly, it would arrive in the capital the day after tomorrow. Su Luo did not know where Gao Yunfeng was. He would figure it out once he reached the capital. How to find Gao Yunfeng and learn of his whereabouts. Su Luo had his methods. On the roof of the vehicle, he endured the fierce winds, and unfortunately, it started to rain. With no place to hide, Su Luo's tears mingled with the rain. "Master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." He entered the game that night. Game announcement: all player shields have ended. Launch the first event, Barbaric Destruction. Engage in a real tribal war. You need to use 50 barbarians to destroy the headquarters of a tribe of the same level. Complete the task to earn 10 gems. Deadline is 3 days. This event is exclusively for players. Su Luo understood that this was meant to accelerate the gap between players and indigenous tribes. At the same time, it also encouraged players to engage in tribal warfare. Su Luo arranged for Barton and Xiaofeng to continue upgrading Suda and Chuanyun, but temporarily had no troops to train. Instead, he took a few barbarians to find Wei Wudu Quang. In reality, Wei Wudu Quang was a top-tier rich second generation, and his family was also in the capital. Finding Gao Yunfeng's exact location was extremely troublesome for Su Luo, and could easily lead to exposure. Wei Wudu Quang was different. If he wanted to do something like this, it would be very easy. Coincidentally, Wei Wudu Quang also wanted to seek Su Luo's support. He participated in the first battle to besiege Su Luo. Although he spent 20 million to maintain his game status, he was left crippled, and all 40 barbarians who fought with him perished. Now Wei Wudu Quang only had 35 barbarians left, while other normal players had 70 or 80 barbarians. If someone wanted to attack him, he couldn't defend at all. Wei Wudu Quang was panicked. Players could spend money to buy protection, but the indigenous people could not. Therefore, he urgently needed to find refuge, and the most suitable choice was Su Luo. During the shield period, he dared not leave the tribe, and as soon as it ended, he came to find Su Luo. As long as Su Luo spoke, who would dare to touch him? The two met halfway. Wei Wudu Quang was overjoyed and forgot about his reserve. "Bro, help me out, we can negotiate the price." Su Luo smiled. It was a door opened for him. Su Luo chuckled. "Help me with one thing. In the future, I will protect you in the game. If you don't help with this, I will eliminate you right now." Su Luo couldn't attack Wei Wudu Quang, but he could send his subordinates. Meng Yin was still in a level 2 tribe. Could she not fight Wei Wudu Quang? Wei Wudu Quang was taken aback. "You want me to help?" He then nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "Whatever you say, bro." Su Luo slowly said, "Your family is quite influential in the capital, right? Help me find out the exact location of a person named Gao Yunfeng, or his specific movements." Su Luo described Gao Yunfeng in detail, and Wei Wudu Quang nodded, indicating he knew who Su Luo was talking about. After all, it was a big deal 2 years ago. Su Luo did not choose to have Wei Wudu Quang help him kill Gao Yunfeng. Asking someone to assist with something so risky was unreasonable. Wei Wudu Quang said in surprise, "What do you want him for?" Su Luo replied calmly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't, just say whether you will help or not." Wei Wudu Quang nodded without much thought. Such tasks were easy for him, hardly a challenge. Gao Yunfeng was not an unknown figure. Anyone could find out with a little inquiry. It was easy for Wei Wudu Quang, but very difficult for Su Luo, as he had no friends or informants, and didn't dare to expose himself. Su Luo smiled. Then like this you will now migrate your tribe next to mine. My defensive forces will be stationed in front of your tribe. If anyone dares to touch you, I will naturally stop them. As long as Su Luo found a reason to prohibit anyone from entering near his tribe, he could take action against those who did not comply. Providing protection to a lower-level tribe from a higher-level tribe was quite easy. Su Luo even offered to help Wei Wuduquang relocate his tribe, while providing security. If Wei Wuduquang died, could he still help? Without entering the game, Su Luo could no longer communicate. Players watching this scene were envious. The ability to spend money to have a big shot assist is fantastic. They just didn't know how much Wei Wuduquang paid Su Luo. To shelter the one who is uniquely wild is merely a trivial task for Su Luo, yet it brings immense assistance in reality. Once everything was arranged, Su Luo began training today's troops. The barracks have reached level 5, allowing for the training of mages. Training a single mage requires 4 units and 2000 holy water. Does 300 troops need to train mages? Mages deal high damage. In the early stages, only balloon soldiers can compare, but their attack speed cannot match that of mages, and they deal area damage. After some contemplation, Su Luo realized that mages are a troop type that must be trained sooner or later, as a large number of mages are needed for both clan wars and field battles. He can train 75 mages with no training time, and in the next moment they appear in the clan. Mages come in both male and female forms, which Su Luo had already mentally prepared for. What astonished him was that there were actually 3 types of mages among those trained. The first type is the flame mage, akin to the mages in mobile games, whose attack method involves launching fireballs that explode upon contact with a target. It inflicts 75 points of damage to all enemies within a 2-meter radius, with enemies at the edge also suffering the same 75 points of damage. The area is not small, though any barbarian archers touched by it would surely perish. Even heroes like Su De cannot withstand much of a mage's siege. The second type is the ice mage. It launches an ice projectile affecting the same area as the flame mage, dealing only 40 points of damage, but slowing the affected target's speed by 30%. The slowdown on hero units is capped at 10%. The higher the hero's level, the lesser the impact. The third type is the lightning mage. The lightning mage attacks a single target, inflicting up to 120 damage with a range similar to the previous 2 types. Units hit will experience a 2-second stun, with the control effect influenced by the target's troop level. The control effect on hero units is similarly minimal. The 3 types of mages are not something Su Luo can choose at will. Everything is random. The system indicated a rough ratio of 8-1, with flame mages being the most common and lightning mages the least. There are 57 flame mages, 12 ice mages, and only 6 lightning mages. Su Luo felt that there was no strong or weak among them. As long as they are utilized wisely, they can all yield extraordinary results. What surprised Su Luo was that among the lightning mages there was a very delicate, doll-faced female mage, and he couldn't tell if she was a little lowly, but her demeanor was very aloof. These 75 mages cost Su Luo 1.5 million holy water, and the training bonus had already faded. The level 5 base could now upgrade barbarians and archers to level 3, and this has been thoroughly researched. Su Luo began arranging for the mages to be upgraded to level 2, which could be completed in less than an hour. Now he needed to consider how to destroy the Buole clan. Su Luo did not want to attack the level 6 clan, as the gap between each level was quite significant, and he could not find a level 6 clan for now, so he could only target Buole. Previously, even though Buole would venture out with very few troops, he would never go without heroes. When they met before, Su Luo did not see any heroes or their corpses. It is highly likely that there aren't any. He has 2 heroes. Although his troops might not be as numerous, he can train them quickly using gems, and if necessary, he would use gems. After clearing the obstacles for today, Su Luo had 461 gems, primarily because the system rewarded him with 300 gems yesterday. A cold light flashed in Su Luo's eyes. It was time to lure Buole. Su Luo cannot actively attack Buole. At level 5, he only has the chance to restore troops once every 20 days. By luring Buole, the opponent would have no defensive buildings and could not train troops, temporarily eliminating all unstable factors. If all else fails, he would consider attacking actively. Thus it was decided that it would be Meng Yinying. The problem is Meng Yinying's strength is too weak. Although she has been promoted to level 2, she currently has only over 130 barbarians. Buole is 80 miles away. If a large group of beasts encounters her halfway, Meng Yinying might fail before reaching her destination. Su Luo could only send his 200 barbarians to accompany Meng Yinying. Meng Yinying nodded and said, "Okay, I will go now. I will try my best to help Big Brother lower his strength." Su Luo encouraged her, "After you succeed, I will split troops to help you farm monsters, and all the resources obtained will be yours." Meng Yinying set off. Su Luo only waited for a day. If she did not return today, he would take the initiative to go. All players' shields have ended, and they can freely venture out. Su Luo spread the news to players around him. Whoever can discover the locations of level 5 or above clans or silver-level treasure chests will receive protection from him for a certain number of days or have troops sent to help them farm. As long as the message is valuable enough, sending Su Luo to help is not out of the question. In fact, Su Luo even posted this message on the forum. Su Luo is a well-known player in the game, and no one can compare with him. His post began to sink, but as more people saw it, it gradually rose to the forefront. Wherever Su Luo is, due to the regional announcement, a small number of players know he is nearby. The current regional range is an 11-kilometer diameter. This task can only be accepted by them. Su Luo no longer pays attention to bronze-level treasure chests. Silver-level treasure chests are still out of reach for players at their level. They cannot obtain it, but they can inform Su Luo, who will reward them. By spreading the news, it might be useful or it might not, but even if it isn't, Su Luo would suffer no loss, would he? Meng Yining did not dare to delay as she set off with her troops and sped toward the mountain where the golden treasure chest was located, then headed west, intending to find a more tactful way to inform Buole of Su Luo's location. Meng Yining did not expect that she would encounter Buole as soon as she reached the vicinity of the mountain. Buole returned with his troops yesterday and discovered not only that the lion group had been eradicated, but also that the golden treasure chest was gone. Of course he was furious. It is easy to guess that it was that Su Chaharzan who obtained it. Surely Su Luo could not have walked away honestly and let another clan destroy the Lion King. That is highly unlikely. It must have been Su Luo. The golden treasure chest is something Buole has never encountered in his life, a tremendous opportunity. Although it cannot compare to the opportunities his brother Boating has encountered, it is still extremely rare. It is precisely because of his brother that Buole had the opportunity to join an alliance as a level 5 clan. Flames of anger lit up in Buole's eyes. Su Chaharzan, you a level 4 clan, daring to snatch my chance, I will surely kill you. Buole speculated that Su Luo's clan must be nearby in the mountains. Even if he guessed wrong, he had to search, as he could not swallow this anger. He first searched to the south, meticulously looking for a whole day, without success. Just as he was about to head north, in reality, Su Luo's clan was located to the east. Burley was about to search north when a girl's sobbing caught his attention. He wondered where in this desolate wilderness could there be a woman's cry. Meng Yining cried sorrowfully. Well, why am I so miserable? Where can I find a place to settle down? Damn Su Chaharzan. Burley paid little attention to the earlier content, but the mention of Su Chaharzan made his heart stop for a moment. Following the sound, he quickly discovered Meng Yining, who was wailing at the foot of the mountain. With a cold tone, Burley asked, Do you know Su Chaharzan? Meng Yining feigned surprise and wiped her tears, saying, Of course I know him. I was doing just fine until he expanded his tribe and drove me away. Burley was not concerned about her plight. He only cared about where Su Chaharzan was. Through their conversation, Burley learned what had happened, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. It turned out that Meng Yining was originally near Su Chaharzan, but after he expanded his tribe, she was driven away and was now searching for a suitable place to stay far from Su Chaharzan's tribe. Burley sneered. Lead the way and I'll help you take down Su Chaharzan. Meng Yining hesitated, saying, That person has almost 2,000 troops now. This was intentionally said by Su Luo. If she said the number was too low, Burley might hesitate to attack. No need to mention the heroics. Burley scoffed, pointing behind him. Look how many troops I have, 3500. Can he be my opponent? Meng Yining feigned a shocked expression. Burley felt a surge of inspiration, seizing this chance to borrow his brother's hero, as his brother would never lend him a hero without a proper reason. It would be best if he could borrow his brother's Titan King. Burley said, Wait for me, hero'll be back in about 2 hours. Burley planned to request reinforcements through the tribal castle. The tribal castle serves as a bridge between alliances, allowing requests for support based on its level, securing varying numbers of troops. In this game, allies' heroes can even be borrowed. Regardless of level or type, any hero can be requested. Only a level 5 tribal castle has one hero slot, meaning only one hero can provide reinforcement. Burley immediately contacted his brother Boating. Burley, brother, yesterday I discovered a golden treasure chest, but it was intercepted by a level 4 tribe, which nearly drove me mad. I'm planning to deal with him, so can I borrow your Titan King? Boating, don't you need a hero to attack a level 4 with your level 5? Burley, I'm just being cautious this way. Is Boating, the Titan King won't do. It's not that I don't want to lend him. He is currently upgrading and cannot reinforce. Instead, I'll send you a level 15 Barbarian King. Burley felt regretful, but couldn't push for more. He couldn't let a hero in the middle of upgrading stop, just like that. Waiting for the Titan King to finish upgrading was too long, it frustrated him. Burley, alright then brother, I've requested reinforcements from the castle. The bond between Burley and Boating is not something that can be compared to that of the Plastic Brothers, Shishu and Xia. The Yunlin Alliance Burley tribe sent out a request for assistance. Soon Boating reinforced him with a level 15 Barbarian King and a lightning spell. Burley, brimming with confidence, regrouped with Meng Yining. Meng Yining was astonished as she glanced at the exceptionally tall Barbarian King behind Burley, which looked significantly stronger than Su Luo's Barbarian King. Meng Yining cautiously asked, Is this your hero? What level is he? Burly without much thought boasted, "A level 15 hero, my brothers. I already mentioned how dare a nobody without an alliance compete with me." Mengyin immediately relayed the information to Su Luo. Su Luo, who was waiting for Su Da's upgrade, wanted to see the skills of the Barbarian King at level 5, but upon receiving Mengyin's message his expression darkened. Nothing is perfect, he never expected the heroes could be reinforced as well. Su Luo's castle had not been upgraded as there were many things to handle, and after upgrading the resource facilities the workers were primarily focused on upgrading heroes. The good news is that it was only a Barbarian King. If it were a level 15 Archer Queen, Su Luo would truly be in trouble. Su Luo muttered to himself, "Damn it, joining a good alliance is really too important." Burly's actions reminded Su Luo of when he first played Clash of Clans, having just 2 buildings and attacking a 3-building base. As a result, a black balloon flew out from that 3-building castle, bombarding and annihilating all of Su Luo's barbarians. It infuriated Su Luo. Wasn't this cheating? Thus the idea of hacks was born. A loud roar interrupted Su Luo's thoughts. Finally, Su Da is level 5 and has skills now. Su Luo ignored Su Da's boastful demeanor and checked his skills. Barbarian King Su Da. Health 2700. Attack 169. Speed 12 meters per second. Passive reduces all received damage by 15 points. Active skill Iron Fist Strike has been activated. Iron Fist Strike, after use, the passive damage reduction ability doubles, reducing all received damage by 50%. During the skill duration, it restores 10% of maximum health per second. His size increases by half again, attack power rises by 50, and movement speed increases to 18 meters per second. Summons 10 barbarians with their level matching the current level of the tribe's barbarians. The effect lasts for 5 seconds. Each time the skill level increases, the effect duration increases by 1 second. Su Luo was dumbfounded, realizing that this Barbarian King's skills were no weaker than those of the Archer Queen. The already tanky Barbarian King, who could take a beating, also recovers 50% of health. Worse, yet a level 15 Barbarian King was heading towards me. Su Luo calculated that the passive damage reduction for the level 15 Barbarian King was 25, with a health pool of at least 4,700. He dared not imagine the timing of the skill activation. The Barbarian King's fatal flaw is its inability to attack air units. If the Barbarian King charges forward, the Undead Dragon Baby could teach him a lesson. Su Luo did not have the Undead Dragon Baby, but he had a plan to deal with this Barbarian King. Let Su Da hold him off while he attacked from the clouds. Even without the hero advantage, he could still win. However, the 461 gems that had yet to be warmed up might have to be spent again. Using gems to increase training quotas and utilizing hacks to instantly train troops was Su Luo's method of defeating opponents multiple times. It is difficult for others to replicate. Even with gems, the cost is twice that of Su Luo. Currently, he had 2,500 troops, and after using gems, he could increase it by 2,300, totaling 4,800 troops. It would be hard to lose to Burly. With Su Da and the Barbarian King holding off the enemy, he was not without chances. Without surprise, he could still defeat Burly. Gradually, Su Luo began to feel powerless. As his opponents grew stronger, he could no longer dominate as he once did. Only when he reaches level 8, the last phase of the hacks, where one gem can instantly purchase any merchant's goods, can he truly take flight. The system prompts your lightning spell has been researched in the laboratory and has been upgraded to level 4. A level 5 tribe can possess a spell factory to produce spells. A level 5 tribe has 2 spell slots, but in this game spell slots can be expanded with gems. 500 gems for one. Su Luo cannot afford to expand for now. Currently, only the lightning spell can be trained. Lightning spell inflicts 240 damage to all targets within a radius of 15 meters. This is quite terrifying, far stronger than in mobile games. Which mage would dare stand together? However, the spells cannot be controlled by the leader. They must be released by units or heroes. Su Luo entrusted 2 lightning spells to Su Da. After all, Su Da is not easy to kill, and it is impossible for Chuan Yun to charge into the enemy formation to release spells. What kind of troops should be trained with 2,300 troops? Archers do not need to be trained for now. Balloon troops can be assigned to Chuan Yun. Barbarians cannot withstand the damage from mages, but they must be trained since they are currently the most cost-effective. Then train 150 mages, 150 giants, 50 balloon troops, and 700 barbarians, totaling 2,300. Su Da upgraded for 3 million gold coins, while Chuan Yun used 6 million. Su Da was still quite cheap. The sales of mid-grade mortars and the gold produced from the mines were all used for their upgrades. Holy water has hardly been used, so training these troops is still more than enough. Of course, no training can begin until Burly Eye arrives. Otherwise, what if Burly Eye gets scared? About an hour later, Burly Eye appeared in the area where Su Luo was located, getting closer. Burly Eye was very aggressive, rampaging through the area and rudely driving away the tribes that blocked his path. Players secretly gasped, as it seemed he was from a level 5 tribe, also with a Barbarian King. Could he be here to find Su Cha Harkin? It's almost certain he is the only one who could attract the interest of a level 5 tribe. You called for swift action, now you'll have to deal with it. Players were gleeful, including the natives. Burly Eye reached the entrance of Su Luo's tribe, where Su Luo was already waiting. Burly Eye said fiercely, I finally found you. Su Luo's expression changed dramatically. How did you find me? This is impossible. Su Luo looked terrified. Then Su Luo saw Meng Yin and realized something pointing at her. Did you bring? Meng Yin awkwardly laughed, ignoring Su Luo, and said to Burly Eye, My lord, I have completed my task. I shall take my leave now. With no further use, Burly Eye signaled Meng Yin to clear out. Meng Yin slipped away. Burly Eye checked Su Luo's tribal information and was quite surprised. You have also reached level 5. Su Luo replied weakly, I am not afraid of you. You better not have any ideas about me. Burly's eyes lit up. You have 6,000 gold coins and 5,400 holy water. You have quite a lot of holy water. It seems I might have unexpected gains. Burly Eye snorted coldly. So what if you are level 5? I told you long ago a tribe without an alliance dares to look at what's behind me, a hero, a level 15 barbarian king. What gives you the right to fight me? Now that you're level 5, I really want to upgrade to level 6 already. Su Luo gritted his teeth. I will fight you. After saying that, he hurried back to the tribe to prepare to train the expected troops. Burly Eye laughed coldly and waved to signal the attack to begin. The giants moved slowly at the front, while the mages positioned themselves 2 meters behind to avoid being hit by the enemy mages' spells. Next to the mages were several barbarians for close protection, preventing the enemy's troops from bypassing the giants to attack the mages. In fact, a level 1 mage has 75 health, while a level 2 mage has 90, making them significantly sturdier than barbarians. Archers darted around searching for advantageous positions to strike. Balloon troops soared high into the air at a height unreachable by anyone ready to time their attacks and drop bombs during the mage's cooldown. The system prompts you are under attack from Burly's tribe. Upon hearing this prompt, Su Luo immediately trained all the prepared troops. Su Luo emulated Burly's troop formation. The difference was that Su Luo had more troops, a third more. There were also significantly more high-damage units like mages and balloon troops compared to Burly Eye. Burly Eye only had 100 mages and 50 balloon troops. The consumption of these 2 types of troops alone was already 185000. He only had 300,000 holy water per day, and with the consumption of other troops, it was about 2000. No more could be afforded. Seeing that Su Luo obviously could not have 2,000 troops, Burly Eye felt very confused. Wasn't it said that there were fewer than 2,000 troops? Then what is with all these troops? That annoying girl has been near the Su Chaharkan tribe for so long, and still not provided detailed troop information. How could the difference be so great? Burly Eye gritted his teeth. After the battle ended, he must settle accounts with Meng Yin. Burly Eye felt he might not necessarily lose. He had the barbarian king, and the enemy's barbarian archers couldn't hurt the barbarian king. Mages cannot gather together to harm the barbarian king. If they could, Burly Eye would be asking for it. Burly Eye turned to the barbarian king and said, Boya, please find the mages and kill them first. Boya nodded, holding the 3 bottles of lightning spells that Burly Eye gave him in his left hand, ready to find an opportunity to unleash them. Boya did not rush forward first, but waited until both sides made contact before cutting in from the far side of Su Luo's formation. Boya used his body to enlarge, growing to 5 meters tall, and his sword became 3.5 meters long. Finding the gap, when the mages finished casting their spells, Boya charged into Su Luo's formation, unstoppable. A level 15 barbarian king cannot be blocked by a few giants. With a swing of his giant sword from above, the slash is something barbarians cannot block. A fire mage was directly killed by Boya along with several nearby barbarians. The front line was very long. Burly's tribe attacked from 3 directions, whereas Su Luo's tribe was not small, with 225 mages scattered throughout the tribe, making it difficult to target Boya. Only 3 mages were able to attack Boya, and 1 was killed by him. Su Luo could not gather a large number of mages. Boya could easily maneuver, not choosing to confront the mages directly. If the mages concentrated their positions, Boya would use his lightning spells. Su Luo eliminated all of Burly's ordinary troops, and it was still possible to send lower-tier troops to encircle and kill Boya. If both sides had similar troop numbers, even with a barbarian king, the impact on the battle would be significant. The barbarian king is not foolish enough to endure concentrated fire from mages, restraining your mages even if he succeeds. The best way is to use heroes against heroes. At this moment, Su Da and Chuan Yun have no need to hide. Upon spotting Boya, they rush towards him. Boya completely ignored the damage from the archers and barbarians, killing those that blocked his path, and specifically targeted the mages. The few mages could not threaten Boya. Burly Eye, who was closely watching Boya, saw Su Da and Chuan Yun blocking him, gaping in disbelief. How is this possible? 2 heroes. The ordinary troops, due to their vast differences in strength and size, could not possibly stop Boya, the level 15 barbarian king. As Su Da rushed towards Boya, he shouted loudly, Your opponent is me. However, Chuan Yun did not linger, As soon as Boya entered the range, he began his attack. Each attack could only deal 135 damage, and with Boya's 5,200 health points, at least 40 arrows were needed. Boya's expression changed. This was bad. There were two heroes. Now he could only hope that they had not mastered their skills. If that were the case, he would not fear a 1v2. However, if they held him back, he would be unable to quickly kill the mage, and Bo-Lei would not be able to withstand it. But Boya had no choice. He could not retreat at this moment. If he retreated, he would be unable to strike, leading to certain failure. Boya's expression turned cold as he slashed at the approaching Suda. Even with damage reduction, Suda still took 200 points of damage. Suda could only inflict 144 damage on Boya. The gap was not very large, but Boya's health was almost twice that of Suda. Suda and Chuan Yun attacked simultaneously, but Boya could not hold out any longer and activated his skill first. Soon Suda's health was almost depleted, forcing him to use his skill as well. After activating his skill, Boya reduced all incoming damage by 50%. Chuan Yun's attack could only inflict 80 points of damage, which after the reduction amounted to only 30 points. Suda fared worse, dealing nearly 24 points of damage. Meanwhile, Boya was recovering 520 health points per second for 7 seconds. Suda, after activating his skill, was doing well, as Boya could only deal 47 points of damage to him. Several mages had also arrived to assist, but they were equally ineffective. Boya's expression changed again. Damn, this barbarian king had also mastered skills. This time he was doomed. He was no match for two heroes, and the opposing forces far outnumbered Bo-Lei, who death did not frighten Boya. Heroes were immortal. If he died, he could resurrect on his throne, but it would take. Whether Bo-Lei lived or died was of little concern to him. Losing this battle was not his fault. Before dying, Boya unleashed 3 lightning spells at Su, taking him down as well. Boya did not target Chuan Yun. Even the lowest level Bao Queen could withstand his 3 level 2 lightning spells. Watching Boya's death and his own retreat, Bo-Lei gritted his teeth, his eyes reddened. This was impossible. Su Cha-Hakan could not possibly have 2 heroes. Could they have been obtained from a golden treasure chest? Damn, this was supposed to be my opportunity. But something was off. He had just mastered it yesterday. So how could this barbarian king have skills so soon? Bo-Lei bellowed, "Stop fighting, retreat. You lucky little brat, I'll let you off this time, but don't think I won't settle the score." Su Luo could hardly believe his ears. They were retreating just like that. Did they think this was just a game? What did he spend so much effort luring them here for? Were they leaving to celebrate the new year? With Chuan Yun joining the fight, Bo-Lei's balloon soldiers were rendered useless and defeat was inevitable. There was no way Su Luo would let go of such a tempting target. Su Luo ignored them, and Bo-Lei's retreat only solidified his defeat. Bo-Lei was furious. "How dare you? Stop! Halt! Otherwise I'll have my brother deal with you." Su Luo remained expressionless. Having a big brother was impressive. Soon Bo-Lei's forces would be completely slaughtered by Su Luo. Bo-Lei was going crazy. "Just you wait. I will kill you." He could not bear the loss of almost his entire army, but he showed no signs of fear. Su Luo frowned. Where did he get his confidence? The system prompted, "You have successfully defended. All losses have been restored. All fallen troops and Suda were revived unconditionally." Suda felt a bit constrained. If only his level were a little higher, he wouldn't have died. After a brief rest, Su Luo immediately gathered his troops, preparing for revenge. This way, if he destroyed another level 5 tribe, he could advance to level 6. Clicking the revenge button would allow him to instantly reach the enemy's tribe's gates. Bo-Lei, who was seething with anger at home, laughed in exasperation upon seeing Su Luo's approach. "I haven't even sent my big brother to find you, and you dare to come attacking. Come on, hit me. If you dare, my big brother will find you tomorrow." Bo-Lei sneered, "Kid, just because you have 2 useless heroes you think you're invincible. You must have never seen a true hero. My brother's Titan King could crush you with a single foot." Su Luo frowned. The Titan King? What kind of hero was that? How could one single hero overwhelm a level 5 tribe like him? Arrogance was Bo-Lei's first impression, and as death approached, he became even more reckless. Su Luo slowly asked, "Is your brother nearby?" Bo-Lei chuckled coldly, "Not at all. My brother went thousands of miles away for better development. But if you dare to attack me, he can find you through the alliance for revenge." The system prompted, "Destroying a tribe with an alliance allows any tribes within the alliance that meet the challenge level to retaliate against you, but it requires 24 hours of preparation time, and revenge can only be executed once." This meant that only tribes of a maximum of level 6 could retaliate against Su Luo. If the opposing side had a level 13 tribe, they could come for revenge, which would be too unfair. Su Luo slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought any level could retaliate. This Bo-Lei's big brother should at most be a level 6 tribe. However, Su Luo figured that with Bo-Lei receiving assistance from a level 15 barbarian king and a so-called Titan King, their strength must be formidable. If he destroyed Bo-Lei's tribe, then Bo-Lei would surely come tomorrow. Could he withstand an attack from a tribe with unknown, but surely strong strength tomorrow? Su Luo asked back, "What strength does your brother have?" Bo-Lei's eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Su Luo, like he was a dead man. As for troop strength, I won't even mention it. He has a level 20 Bao Queen, a level 15 Barbarian King, and a level 10 Titan King. If it weren't for today's borrowed Barbarian King, you would undoubtedly die against any one of the other two heroes. Su Luo muttered to himself, this level 6 tribe has 3 heroes, such a tribe must be extremely rare. If he came tomorrow, Su Luo really had no confidence in stopping them. He couldn't attack Bo Lei now. At the very least, he needed to wait until he had certainty before he could destroy Bo Lei and lure his brother out. If he acted now, it would truly be seeking death. The game rewarded him with a set of spells that could be used in reality, greatly reducing the difficulty of revenge. With Wei Wudukong's help, Su Luo didn't have to act recklessly as he had planned before. If he didn't kill Bo Lei, he would certainly come looking for trouble again. What if he brought along the so-called Titan King? After much hesitation, Su Luo decided to temporarily give up. It was better for Bo Lei to come with heroes than for Bo Lei's big brother to come with an army of heroes. Su Luo felt quite frustrated. Having an alliance truly was beneficial. He retreated expressionlessly. Bo Lei laughed wildly. I said it long ago, how dare a kid without an alliance fight with me? Bo Lei disdainfully said, you coward. Su Luo, who had initially intended to retreat, halted in his tracks. The words you coward pierced deeply into Su Luo's heart, like a thorn ruthlessly mocking him. Su Luo screamed in his heart, you are right, I am indeed a coward. If I had enough courage, I would have killed Gao Yunfeng directly after becoming an adult, and there wouldn't have been so many subsequent troubles. My master's family wouldn't have perished because of me. Su Luo turned around with a twisted, fierce expression and glared at Bo Lei. Why is there always someone like you wherever I go? You're allowed to hit others, but not allowed to be hit back. Like a rogue, you bully others, and when ordinary people reason with you, you say, hey, what you're doing is against the law. Relying on his worthless life, he seized upon the idea that ordinary people wouldn't dare to risk it all, and then he bullied them relentlessly. Bo Lei looked at Su Luo, oblivious to his own fate, and said, what are you looking at? Hurry up and scram, or I'll come for you later. Recently, a new term emerged because of a singer asked for a hammer, get a hammer. If you ask for a hammer, can I let you off? Su Luo didn't want to care anymore. He just wanted to kill Bo Lei in front of him. At least for one more day, using the shield for one more day would allow him to survive until he could kill Gao Yunfeng in reality. A cold sneer erupted from Su Luo's throat as he slowly issued an unquestionable command, kill. The smug smile vanished from Bo Lei's face as he frowned and asked, are you crazy? If you kill me, you will die too. The power of the Titan King is beyond your imagination. Su Luo scoffed, you don't need to worry about that. Oh, just make sure you die before I do. In Bo Lei's tribe, the defensive forces were minimal, only around 300, and the defensive structures were scarce. They could not possibly stop Su Luo's army. It wasn't until the resistance was almost eradicated that Bo Lei realized Su Luo was serious. He shouted in panic, stop. If you don't attack now, I can show mercy and forgive you. Such absurd words coming from Bo Lei were not surprising. Su Luo's expression was cold. Even at death's door, he still couldn't find the right words. He should learn better in his next life. With a voice full of resentment, Bo Lei uttered, my brother will avenge me before meeting his demise. System prompt, you have destroyed a level 5 tribe and obtained a level 5 base blueprint, 29 trophies, and a valuable bronze treasure chest. Your attack range has increased to 14 kilometers, and your drop rate has increased to 1.3 times. You have obtained a worker potion small from the bronze treasure chest. Worker potion small energizes builders, increasing their construction speed by tenfold for 20 minutes. Su Luo returned to the tribe with a cold expression. In the mobile game, Su Luo had tested how many times faster construction would be when the worker potion met the time clock tower. Did you think it was 100 times? No, whether it's the time clock tower or the worker potion, the effect raises efficiency tenfold, not multiplicatively. Therefore, when both items are active, it's addition, not multiplication. It would amount to the original 20 times. This small potion lasts only 20 minutes, which isn't much help for Su Luo at the moment. Yunlin Alliance. In red text, member Yunlin Bo Lei has died. This news caused quite a stir within a waste like Bo Lei wouldn't have been accepted into the Yunlin Alliance if it weren't for his brother. Out of respect for his brother, the alliance leader Yunlin accepted him since there were still spots available. Bo Lei's brother Boding was the peak of a level 6 tribe, having remained at level 6 for a considerable time. Not advancing to level 7 isn't due to a lack of strength or the inability to find a level 7 tribe. With some time, one can always find a high-level tribe. In fact, Boding already possessed the blueprint for a level 7 tribe base, fulfilling the conditions for upgrading to level 7 and could upgrade at any time. However, Boding planned to gather enough strength to face an 8-level tribe, while fully developing his power at level 6, upgrading only when there's nothing more to achieve. Thus, Boding shouldn't be treated as an ordinary level 6. Even the level 7 tribes within the Yunlin Alliance wouldn't dare to underestimate him, and even the level 8 tribe leader Yunlin had to treat him equally. Not without reason, it's because Boding possesses a Titan King whose future achievements are surely remarkable. Members who saw this news replayed the battle videos from the Alliance members' tribe war. Upon learning that Su Luo had killed Bo Lei with 2 heroes, they suddenly understood, so that's how it is. It's no wonder Bole died. A level 7 tribe joked, what a shame. This Su Chahar can only be level 5, so I can't take revenge. Otherwise I would have helped your brother avenge you. Upon learning of his brother's death, Boding was momentarily stunned and felt extremely displeased. He coldly said, no need, I'll handle it myself. As he spoke, he clicked the revenge button. This is similar to participating in an alliance tribe war requiring both sides to prepare for a certain duration. It's not an immediate battle and has some restrictions. The system displayed the time the battle would begin in 24 hours. A deputy leader from a level 8 tribe in the Yunlin alliance offered Boding, would you like me to lend you my holy light angel for free? In the alliance, unless the relationship is extremely close, lending your heroes for reinforcement usually requires a fee calculated based on the hero's type and level akin to hiring a mercenary. Boding politely declined. Why would he need to owe a favor to deal with a tribe that only had 2 low-level heroes? In the future, if the other party asks to borrow the Titan King, would he lend it or not? Even if lending was an option, would he be okay with charging? Boding's eyes were as cold as iron. Su Chahar, dared to kill my brother, tomorrow will be your death day. System prompt, there are 24 hours until Yunlin Alliance Boding arrives at the battlefield. Please prepare. Boding came through the revenge function, but it could only be used once, otherwise it would go on indefinitely. Su Luo remained calm. What was meant to come would come. When soldiers arrive, they will block. When water comes, they will cover it. What is there to be afraid of? The only good news was that the opposing barbarian king was dead. Our revival would take at least a week unless they spent a significant amount of gems to revive him instantly. Facing only a level 10 Titan King and a level 20 Queen of Archers, Su Luo roughly calculated the abilities of the level 20 Queen of Archers. Just this one made things somewhat tricky for him. Her range exceeded that of Chuan Yun by 15 meters, which was a significant advantage. If Chuan Yun was exposed, the enemy would be able to hit her, while she couldn't hit back, forcing her to use skills in no time. The abilities of the Titan King were even more unknown, but such a rare hero would surely be formidable. The urgent task was to determine the specific abilities of the Titan King, otherwise being blind would truly mean waiting for death. The game would inform Su Luo of the rules, but it could never directly tell him the specific abilities of the heroes. He would need to explore them himself. The tribes near Su Luo were all low-level tribes, unlikely to know much. They might not know, but someone else certainly. Previously, when Su Luo opened the castle and selected an alliance, the minimum requirement for joining was a level 5 tribe. Su Luo didn't even have the qualifications to apply, unless Su Luo knew someone influential who could open a backdoor for him, temporarily lowering the requirements to allow him in. Now, however, there were application conditions. Su Luo thought to himself, I have 2 heroes, surely someone would want me. Su Luo casually chose a league. It was no longer his choice, but rather the league's choice of him. The higher-level leagues would never want someone like Su Luo. There was no information that Su Luo desired, and if necessary, he could simply withdraw and try again. The system prompted, you have applied to join the Whirlwind League. Please wait patiently for their response. Soon Su Luo received a reply, which did not directly agree to his request, but rather posed a question. Please tell us about your tribe's military strength trophies, and so on. We do not want anything without unique characteristics. At this point, there was no need to hide anything, as the other party could not take it away. Su Luo honestly replied, I have a military strength of 356 trophies, and 2 heroes. The other side was taken aback, a level 5 tribe with 4,800 military strength. They must be filled with barbarian archers, right? If there were even a few balloon troops or mages, they wouldn't be able to sustain it, and would starve to death the next day. Having 356 trophies was still considered normal, even a bit low. After all, Su Luo's duration wasn't enough. For a normal level 5 tribe, having 1 or 2 iron trophies is quite standard. 2 heroes. The other party became interested. What kind of heroes? Su Luo answered, 1 level 5 barbarian king and 1 level 5 archer queen. The other side had never considered that Su Luo could have any special heroes. Such strength was not inferior to many level 6 tribes. Compared to level 7 haha. This strength was definitely top-notch among level 5 tribes, especially with 2 heroes indicating great potential. This time the other side did not report to the vice leader or the leader, but directly agreed to Su Luo's application to join the league. The system prompted, you have successfully joined the Whirlwind League. Su Luo smiled to himself. Had he finally gained a league tribe? He was no longer the worthless person without even a league, as mentioned by Burley. League message, Elder Lei Haoyan has approved Su Chahal's application. New member Su Chahal has joined. Lei Haoyan, the new member, has 2 heroes, a barbarian king and an archer queen with very good potential. A few casual welcomes followed. Although having 2 heroes in a level 5 tribe was terrifying for lower level tribes, it was only considered decent potential here. A tribe that can level up to 7 must have at least 1 hero, otherwise it would be impossible to reach level 7. A tribe with good luck could also have the chance to obtain a hero before reaching level 7. Su Luo politely said on the public screen, please take care of me. The leader of the Whirlwind tribe, Feng Xiaoi, replied calmly, contribute more to the league, and when you encounter difficulties, the League will help you. Members who come in demanding help without contributing anything are not welcomed by any League and cannot expect immediate assistance. Just like in the mobile game Su Luo joined, there was a player who came in directly asking for reinforcements and even demanded to be a vice leader. Su Luo felt a bit embarrassed. He was indeed here seeking help, but not for reinforcements or positions, rather for information. He had unintentionally become the kind of person he once disliked. However, Su Luo did not have time to build relationships within the League. Birth would arrive in less than 24 hours, leaving him no choice. He could only muster up courage. Su Luo hesitated and said, "Does anyone know about the information regarding the Titan King?" Lei Haoyan replied, "Why are you asking about this? This is a rather rare hero." Su Luo did not dare to reveal that he was about to face an enemy with a Titan King, fearing the other party would find him weak and kick him out. Su Luo replied, "Just curious." Lei Haoyan said, "I have only heard of this hero, never encountered one. He is very powerful, but even if I knew more, it would be impossible to share information about this hero for free, especially since you just joined. Information has its value. Unique information can be worth a fortune." Su Luo waited for other people's responses on the public screen, but it was filled with silence. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had spent all his gems on troop upgrades, and it seemed he had no gems left. If no one knew anything, he could only leave this League and try to join another. However, it seemed that they all required payment, making it difficult to find a kind-hearted person willing to share information for free. What valuable items did he even have left? At this moment, the leader Feng Xiaoyi said, "I do know the information about the Titan King, but as Lei Haoyan said, I cannot provide it for free unless you contribute to the League." Hearing this, Su Luo was pleasantly surprised. A leader truly has a wealth of knowledge. Su Luo cautiously asked, "Would 1 million gold be enough?" Su Luo's words immediately sparked laughter within the League. There was even more laughter than when Su Luo first joined. "Haha, this kid thinks he can obtain crucial hero information for just 1 million resources. That's wishful thinking. Many times information can save your life. It's quite normal. For a level 5 tribe, 1 million gold isn't a low amount." Su Luo felt embarrassed and was mocked. Feng Xiaoyi said nothing rude, merely stating, "I can tell you for 50. Su Luo fell silent. Currently, he didn't even have a single gem and had no right to negotiate. The only valuable item he had left was a silver-level beast ring. He had intended to try to tame it when he encountered a silver-level creature. Now he could only sell it to exchange for information vital to himself. Keeping it was of no use. He didn't know anything about silver-level creatures for now, and even if he encountered one, he might not succeed in taming it. Even if successful, it was unlikely to be a match for the Titan King. The auction price for the silver-level beast ring was 150 gems. To sell it quickly, Su Luo could only list it for 145 gems. Su Luo waited for it to sell and hoped to discuss the price with Feng Xiaoyi afterwards. A few minutes later, the system prompted, "Your silver-level beast ring has sold for 145 gems. After deducting a 10% handling fee of 15 gems, you will receive 130 gems. While 1 gem was rounded off. When the gems arrived, Su Luo immediately messaged Feng Xiaoyi privately. "Leader, I have only 30 gems left from selling my possessions. Can you share the information about the Titan King with me?" Feng Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. There were indeed gems. From Feng Xiaoyi's perspective, an information piece that could be sold was not a loss for him, so why not? However, he couldn't agree to Su Luo's offer of just 1 million gold, which was too undervalued. Feng Xiaoyi also cared about his reputation and didn't like to haggle. 30 gems would suffice. Upon entering the League, Su Luo learned that allies between leagues could trade resources, but regardless of the league's level, the system would deduct a 20% handling fee. In other words, if Su Luo gave Feng Xiaoyi 30 gems, Feng Xiaoyi would only receive 24 gems. After receiving the payment, Feng Xiaoyi began to explain the information he knew about the Titan King. Feng Xiaoyi slowly said, "Before I created the Whirlwind League, I had joined a league where the leader possessed a Titan King. This is truly a terrifying hero, a giant's hero. He has damage reduction abilities similar to that of a barbarian king, but both his health and this damage reduction far exceed that of the barbarian king. You can think of it as a tenfold difference." Su Luo was horrified. 10 times the health of a barbarian king, and the same for damage reduction. What on earth was this? But giants are all slow. Can I defeat him with balloon troops? Giants are very slow. Could I possibly take him down using balloon troops? Feng Xiaoyi continued. The Titan King is at least 30 meters tall with arms over 20 meters long. When airborne troops like balloon troops or dragon babies attack him from above, he can simply reach them with his hand. Balloon troops must be at a height of 20 meters. If the barbarian king grows larger and taller, the balloon troops would just need to keep up in height. The barbarian king would still have no way to deal with them. The Titan King is different. He can reach directly with his raised hand. Moreover, can balloon troops even inflict damage on the incredibly tanky Titan King? Su Luo felt a chill run down his spine. Don't think that the Titan King is slow. His speed far exceeds your imagination. His massive size allows him to cover great distances in one stride. As for his skill, I don't know the exact name, but it is a super large area shockwave. With your current troops, except for giants, none would survive. Su Luo was genuinely frightened. This was truly unbeatable, wasn't it? He lacked anti-air capabilities, moved incredibly fast, had a wide area of lethal skills, and worst of all, he was extremely tanky. Does this hero have any weaknesses? Without putting in effort, one cannot fathom the depths of despair. Previously, I was merely afraid of the Titan King, but now I feel utterly hopeless. Feng Xiaoyi said later, my leader died, and the alliance disbanded automatically. His Titan King was also killed. Su Luo's spirit lifted as he hurriedly inquired how was he killed. Feng Xiaoyi replied, more than a dozen Bao Queen archers used their skills, and within 10 seconds the Titan King was annihilated. Su Luo was taken aback. Even with the current skill usage from Chuan Yun, the attack reached 460. It is entirely normal for a level 40 or 50 archer hero to deal 2 to 3,000 damage. With over 10 people delivering damage in the tens of thousands, it is quite reasonable for the Titan King to be killed in such a manner. A fully leveled 150 Bao Queen might easily take down a much lower level Titan King. This method is practically useless. Given time, Su Luo could assemble such a lineup. But to gather it by this time tomorrow, he might as well wash up and sleep. Finally, Feng Xiaoyi said meaningfully, if you encounter the Titan King, cherish the last moments well. Feng Xiaoyi could see that Su Luo was undoubtedly facing such a crisis. If not, would he have sold off his possessions just to learn about the Titan King out of mere curiosity? The Titan King is far from unbeatable. Feng Xiaoyi knew several methods to counter him. However, knowing was one thing, and being able to act upon it was another. Feng Xiaoyi even felt he could not do it himself, let alone Su Luo. He shook his head, lamenting the loss of a promising newcomer. Su Luo smiled bitterly. Oh, what else could he do but wait for death? Concluding his conversation with Feng Xiaoyi, he learned that the Titan King had significant vulnerabilities. The Titan King possesses aerial capabilities simply due to his long reach, preventing ordinary troops from attacking him from a greater distance or breaking through his defenses. If there were a target capable of attacking the Titan King from 40 to 50 meters above and the attack was sufficient, then the Titan King could be worn down gradually. Only heroes possess such range and attack power. Su Luo glanced at Chuan Yun. If Chuan Yun could fly, the Titan King would pose little threat. Unfortunately, Chuan Yun cannot fly. When the balloon soldier appeared, Su Luo tried to have the archer stand atop it, but the balloon soldier was too fragile to support any significant weight. Even a petite archer standing on the hot air balloon would cause it to plummet. Only the lightweight skeleton bombers weighing less than 10 pounds in total could safely stand atop the hot air balloon. Su Luo shook his head. If a Bao Queen could kill the Titan King this way, then the Titan King would hold little value. Finally, Su Luo turned to Suda. Suda, transform into a superhero. The salvation of our tribe depends on you. Suda appeared confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Su Luo felt at ease. If he was eliminated, at least he would have had the opportunity and ability to take revenge on Gao Yunfeng. Now he could only hope for a miracle, planning to explore the world. He no longer hoped to reach level 6 to confront Boding. He could only rely on discovering some high-level treasure chests like legendary ones. Though it seemed like a pipe dream, it was better than sitting at home waiting for death. However, this plan faced obstacles. Meng Yin sent a message stating that another wave of native tribes was approaching. Su Luo destroyed the Buole tribe, resulting in the siege diameter increasing to 14 miles, 3 miles larger than the previous 11 kilometers. While the increase seems small, the actual area doubled. Thus more natives came to attack, and some players felt confident. After all, there were far too many tribes involved this time. There were over 100, with each possessing level 4 tribes. They thought surely the balloon soldiers could take you down right. These tribes were gathering and would need some time. However, during this time, Su Luo dared not venture out. In such a short time, he couldn't go far without being forced to return. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to wait for Boding. He would be eliminated. He could only wait for them at home. Su Luo chuckled. Oh, was this a way to ensure I could drag some down with me before I die? Nearly 4 hours later, this group finally arrived. Players suddenly realized that Su Luo had gained a Bao Queen. All the tribes went wild. How does a level 5 tribe have 2 heroes? Su Luo sighed, easily winning this battle, but feeling no pride. His prowess only seemed impressive among these ignorant low-level tribes within the alliance. He was merely a promising newcomer. He could only bully some low-level tribes. Facing a couple of level 5 tribes would likely bring him to his knees. After the siege ended, Su Luo gave Meng Yin and Wei Wudu Kuang each 50 barbarians and 10 fire mages. He instructed them to take them out to grind monsters. Whatever they acquired would belong to them. Tomorrow he feared he might not have the chance to help them like this again. Su Luo felt guilty. He had promised to protect them, yet he was about to perish. As the besieged tribes delayed him, the sky was almost dark and Su Luo could only vent his frustration on them. All 2nd level, 3rd level, and the only 4th level tribe were destroyed by Su Luo. He obtained over 1 million resources from the treasure chests. As night fell, Su Luo could not wait at home for death any longer. However, it was too dark to see anything, and treasure chests wouldn't shine at night. The system prompted, due to excessive fatigue, all attributes of your troops have decreased to 40%. In the dead of night, Su Luo had no choice but to give up and return to the tribe. Back in reality, not knowing Gao Yunfeng's location, he could only await news from Wei Wudu Quang. Entering the game, Wei Wudu Quang easily found information on Gao Yunfeng and informed Su Luo of his location. Su Luo showed no outward expression, yet his heart was extremely excited. In the few hours remaining, Su Luo did not give up hope. Yet ultimately nothing miraculous happened. Counting down the last few minutes, Su Luo resignedly returned to the tribe. It seemed he could hardly escape death, but not today. This morning, Su Luo cleared obstacles and obtained 120 gems. Combined with the 100 gems left from selling the silver-level beast control circle, he could purchase a 2-day shield. This shield is worth 150 gems and has a 1-week cooldown. Once the shield expires, Su Luo can clear obstacles to obtain gems and buy another 7-day shield. After purchasing various shields, Su Luo possesses a shield lasting 13 days and 2 hours. During the shield duration, Su Luo cannot be attacked at all. Come on, kill me. While I may not be able to defeat you, I will still consume a lot of your time. I forgot to mention him online at home, no internet fees. Electricity costs are also free. Love can generate power. The only downside is that this shield is different from those in mobile games. It disappears immediately once I step outside. Su Luo can only wait at home for death, unable to venture out in search of miracles. Voting arrived instantly, reaching outside Su Luo's tribe through the vengeance function. His troop strength was not considerable, just slightly over 2,000. Voting conserved manpower using the resources saved to support the Titan King and the Bao Queen. A colossal figure 40 meters tall came into view for Su Luo. Su Luo looked up at this towering behemoth standing 40 meters high. This is the hero of giants, yet he bore no hint of their usual bulk. His entire body was sculpted with bulging muscles, clad only in a large pair of shorts, his chest exposed. He was so tall that Su Luo could not discern his exact features. Is this the King of Titans? Standing merely at a distance from Su Luo, he imposed immense pressure upon him. Could the large Su even reach his knees with a jump? The ground trembled lightly. This was the King of Titans moving. With his long strides, each step spanned. Su Luo had no doubt that if the giant were beneath his feet, a single step could crush him. Just how long was that gigantic foot? It was likely as devastating as Su Da's long sword. Not far from the King of Titans stood a Bao-wielding queen adorned with a crown. According to Bo Lei, this Bao Queen was level 20. Although Chuan Yun was also a Bao Queen, the level difference was substantial, making her no match for the former. In just a few steps, the King of Titans reached the entrance of Su Luo's tribe. Bo Ting bore a striking resemblance to Bo Lei, his expression icy as he spoke coldly. Dare to kill my brother. Prepare to meet death. Su Luo sneered. If you can come in and fight me, I will gladly acknowledge you as my father. At this point, calling you grandpa won't help. Bo Ting scoffed. The Bao Queen realized the implication of Su Luo's words and glanced at Bo Ting, but chose to remain silent. Engaging in verbal sparring was pointless. Bo Ting's face suddenly stiffened, and he grimaced coldly, stating, "No wonder you dare to be so glib, even at death's door. It turns out you're relying on a shield. Only 2 days. I can wait." A 2-day shield costs 150 gems, while a 7-day shield costs 250 gems. The 7-day option offers the best value, but has the longest cooldown. Bo Ting believed Su Luo's gems were only enough for 2 days. If he had enough, he would have purchased the 7-day shield. Surrounded by his own men, Su Luo had no chance of acquiring more gems. Su Luo chuckled. Then you can wait slowly. He thought to himself, perhaps Bo Ting could not last that long and would eventually give up. It was quite possible that this seemingly insurmountable crisis would resolve itself. Bo Ting, along with the King of Titans and many troops, appeared at the entrance of Su Luo's tribe, and nearby tribes could not possibly be unaware. The King of Titans was simply too noticeable. Players who learned of it went wild. Was the Demon King Su Cha Ha-er finally going to be punished? Looking at the gigantic stature of the King of Titans, no one believed he was merely for show. At the very least, if Su Luo could defeat him, why would he hide in the tribe? All tribes, whether players or natives, felt extreme jealousy and envy towards Su Luo for having 2. Su Luo had destroyed so many tribes, surely earning countless rewards, and had repeatedly received the first-tier promotion rewards. Who wouldn't be envious? It was thought that Su Luo would perish due to his rapid expansion, yet he grew stronger with each battle. Now look at him boasting bravado while trapped in his own home. Soon this news was posted on the forum. If it weren't for the lack of image functionality, the appearance of the King of Titans would surely have been showcased. The 2 top posts on the forum were titled Rapid Expansion, A Path to Destruction. The contents of the post argued that Su Luo faced such a fate due to his rapid expansion. If he hadn't expanded so quickly, would he be encountering such enemies now? This was likely something the game could not overlook, prompting action against him. The second post was titled The Arrogant Su Cha Ha-er Can. The main content suggested that while rapid expansion comes with risks and rewards, Su Luo's current predicament was self-inflicted, having recklessly destroyed nearby tribes and provoked trouble with various factions. If he had been a bit steadier even with rapid expansion, he might not have been eliminated. No one had faith in Su Luo, especially since the King of Titans appeared utterly fearsome, far beyond what the Barbarian King and Bao Queen of mobile games could contend with. Of course, not everyone was merely a spectator wishing for Su Luo's downfall. A small minority hoped Su Luo don't wish too fervently for Su Chaha Erkan's death. After all, he is currently the top player among us Huaxiao players. If there are events among nations in the future, Su Chaha Erkan will surely bring glory to our country. Indeed, the tale of Su Chaha Erkan reminds us to avoid rapid expansion. It's best to develop steadily. Ultimately, we hope Su Chaha Erkan can survive. I would love to expand rapidly, but I simply lack the strength. Even now I'm still level 1, having not participated in a single tribal battle. Weaker level 1s have already outpaced me. Looking at the forum information, Yin Yuli Chung sighed. Before today, her superior in reality had assigned her a task to try and contact Su Chaha Erkan, but she never expected him to encounter such a crisis. The mysterious game had not yet significantly impacted reality, but who knew what the future held? The country must take precautions. If they waited until issues arose to prepare, it would be too late. The country's emphasis on the mysterious game was no less than that on nuclear weapons. Su Luo had been trapped for a day, unable to do anything but strive to level up Su De and Chuan Yun. Correction, he was focusing on leveling up Chuan Yun, while Su De looked on with a sense of grievance. Returning to reality on the afternoon of the next day, Su Luo arrived in the capital, and that evening, based on Wei Wudongquang's information, he infiltrated the villa area where Gao Yunfeng resided. The security was very tight, but Su Luo was invisible, and his physical abilities were already beyond human. It was as if they were non-existent. The villa of Gao Yunfeng was still dark. He had not returned. Su Luo, with a cold expression, patiently waited. The invisibility potion still had a day's duration, so he was not in a hurry. Back to the game. Bo Ting made a substantial purchase of numerous barbarian huts and mage huts camping outside Su Luo's tribe. The King of Titans simply sat on the ground. With 12 days remaining on his shield, Su Luo was temporarily unfazed. Upon entering the game, he began clearing obstacles to acquire gems. The game prompted, between level 5 and level 8, there is a tiny chance that a merchant shop will appear in the tribe. You have triggered such a tiny chance today. Hurry to see what the merchant has for sale. Su Luo paused. A merchant shop. My final advantage from the cheat is to purchase any item from his shop. However, the items in the merchant shop are magical items such as training potions, worker potions, resource talismans, and books. How could any of that help me? Never mind, let's go check it out. Su Luo instructed Barton to start clearing obstacles, letting him handle whatever. A black man, just like in mobile games, sat on a blanket smiling as he looked at Su Luo. The merchant smiled and said, "Hello, chief. Would you like to buy something?" The merchant asked Su Luo what he wanted to buy. Su Luo blinked. Of course, whatever you have I will buy. I want it all. Just pray that this external function works properly. Su Luo rubbed his hands together. What do you have for sale? Show it to me. The merchant smiled, revealing his seemingly pristine white teeth, and a virtual screen appeared before Su Luo, displaying 3 items. Training Potion Large increases the training speed of all training camps by 4 times, lasting for 1 hour, and boosts the daily training quota by 300. Price, 25 Spirit Stones. Not just 1 Spirit Stone. Su Luo was not flustered. When the external function was set, the original price remained unchanged. It could just be purchased directly with 1 Spirit Stone. Resource Potion Large doubles the production speed of all resource production facilities, lasting for 3 days. Price, 120 Spirit Stones. This is much more cost-effective than a mobile game, where you can only use it for 1 day. Book of Heroes. No resources required. Directly upgrades any hero of any level by 1. Price, 500 Spirit Stones. It is even stronger than in mobile games, equivalent to the Hammer of Heroes. Su Luo's eyes showed a deep disappointment. Oh, was this really all there was? Even if it was just 1 Spirit Stone, it wouldn't help me much. Su Luo eagerly asked, "Do you have anything else?" The merchant smiled and shook his head. "If there are, you might not be able to afford them." Su Luo's expression brightened, hope resurfacing in his heart. "How do you know I can't afford them if you don't show them to me?" The merchant replied with a smile. "Only if you buy all 3 of my current items can I show you the next batch." Su Luo realized it might be a hidden mechanism. Now the exciting moment, witnessing a miracle, was about to begin. He tapped the virtual screen 3 times. System prompt. You spent 25 Spirit Stones to purchase the Training Potion Large. System prompt. You spent 500 Spirit Stones to purchase the Book of Heroes. All 3 items secured. Did Su Luo have that many Spirit Stones? Of course not. Previously he had only a pitiful 70 Spirit Stones, and now he had 67, 3 less. A heavy stone in Su Luo's heart had been lifted. It worked. The system, that fool really thought I had that much money. Don't you know how much I have? The merchant looked at Su Luo with some astonishment. I didn't expect you to be so extravagant. I can only bring out my best items now. Su Luo, feeling excited, nodded. Don't worry about me not having money. The merchant showcased 3 more items. Barrier Ring 10. A single barrier ring can directly upgrade a wall without resources, while higher-level walls require more barrier rings. Price 200 spirit stones. Forget it, I would even disdain to accept this for free. Originally, it cost 1 gold coin to upgrade 1 wall, and now it's changed to 1 spirit stone. Although it has become much cheaper. Holy Water Rune Stone fills the tribe's holy water 10 times, reaching the maximum storage limit. Price 1,500 spirit stones. For a fully upgraded tribe in dire need of resources, it is still worth considering. It is significantly better than recovering once in mobile games. Su Luo just wanted to know, are there really players who spend spirit stones to buy resource rune stones in mobile games? The prices of many magical items are just too outrageous. If you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. 1 spirit stone taken for free. Just giving you money is already generous. Not asking for change is already fortunate. Upon seeing the last item, Su Luo couldn't help but breathe heavily. It was a purple-blue token seemingly shimmering with electric light. Certificate of Heroes Thunder's Fury. Effect upgrades a lightning mage to the hero Thunder's Fury. Price 5,000 spirit stones. Su Luo muttered to himself, what kind of hero is this so expensive? Buying Su to cost only 600 spirit stones. Is this nearly 100 times more? Yet his hands were not slow. He disregarded everything and took all 3 items. System prompt. You spent 5,000 spirit stones to purchase the Certificate of Heroes Thunder's Fury. Su Luo stared blankly at the extra purple-blue token in his hand. The merchant's excited voice jolted Su Luo back to reality. What a spender, I've never seen such a lavish person, a true tycoon. Holding the Certificate of Heroes tightly in his palm, Su Luo barely maintained his composure and asked, why not quickly show me the next batch of items? I said don't worry about me not having money, oh just worry about you not having goods. The merchant was taken aback. You still have money, but I have nothing left to sell. You have nothing left, but I can still sell. Magical items cannot be traded, they are bound. If I want to sell, I can only sell to merchants. Looking at the training potion, the merchant only offered 10 spirit stones as the original price was 25 spirit stones, and not too unreasonable. The resource rune stone worth 1,500 only returned 50 spirit stones. You say, who else should I scam if not you? Fortunately, 10 barrier rings sold for 10 spirit stones. Su Luo essentially got all the items for free today and even earned 4 spirit stones. Other items were impossible to sell. It was more cost-effective to use them himself. The merchant had already started packing up after all having sold all his goods. What was there to wait for? Before leaving, the merchant shook Su Luo's hand. Next time I have the chance, I will come back. It has been many years since I've seen such a generous customer like you. Su Luo nodded firmly. I'll wait for you. No matter what you bring, I will definitely buy it all. The merchant left, and Su Luo let out a deep breath, hastily calling for his lightning mages. He recalled that a few lightning mages had been born a couple of days ago, one of whom was a very beautiful aloof girl, while the others were all mediocre. By her face, Su Luo knew who to use it on. The Certificate of Heroes Thunder's Fury only required a profession with no gender requirement. Soon she appeared before Su Luo. She slightly bowed without being servile or overbearing. Chief, what do you need? Su Luo did not yet know her name, so he asked, what is your name? She replied, my name is Jean. Su Luo was speechless. How could a girl have such a name? Su Luo did not hesitate, taking out the Certificate of Heroes and preparing to use it on Jean. Jean looked at the Certificate of Heroes in Su Luo's hand, her eyes filled with disbelief and immense excitement. Her voice trembled with evident emotion as she said, thank you, Chief. Su Luo used the Certificate of Heroes to prevent the light from the hero's evolution from being seen by the outside world. Su Luo ensured that the building blocked Jean. It was still daytime. A mysterious and noble purple light completely enveloped Jean. Suda had only taken half an hour to advance, but 2 hours later there was no sign of the purple light dissipating. Su Luo could only wait. There was no other choice. It was not until 6 hours later that the purple light began to slowly fade away under Su Luo's increasingly anxious heart. Before the light completely dissipated, Jean, surrounded by purple aura, spoke a phrase filled with authority and dominance. Only the most intimidating thunder can shatter the heaviest darkness. The words spoken by Jean sent a shock through Su Luo's mind, reminding him of the realities of the situation. Only the most powerful means can wash away the deepest hatred. The purple glow dissipated, revealing Jean's figure. At that moment, her eyes were filled with purple lightning, devoid of anything else, instilling an intense sense of dread just by looking at her. Wearing a delicate purple crown and a form-fitting exquisite purple dress, she wielded no staff or weapon. She walked a few steps towards Su Luo, and only then did the purple lightning in her eyes vanish, returning to normal. Jean seemed to be unskilled in words, merely stating softly, yet powerfully, Jean greets the leader. Su Luo nodded, somewhat awkwardly overwhelmed by Jean's fierce aura. Thunder's Fury. Health 1000. Magic attack power 300. Attack speed once every 2 seconds. Speed up to 16 meters per second. Range 100 meters. Passive chain magic. Chain magic. The normal attack of Thunderous Fury will produce a splash effect causing all enemies within a 10-meter radius of the target to suffer equal damage. Active skill Thunderous Shock. Thunderous Shock, a lightning shockwave, is emitted from the body of Thunderous Fury, pushing nearby enemies back to 10 meters while inflicting 300 points of damage. Note: 100 effective against ordinary units. May not be effective against special heroes or unique creatures. Cooldown time 1 minute. The active skill Thunderous Fury is mastered at level 5. The active skill Thunderous Might is mastered at level 80. The ultimate skill Lightning Arrow is mastered at level 150. While the damage of this ordinary lightning attack seems a bit low, it was 120 at level 1 for Penetrating Cloud, and only required 0.75 seconds between attacks. However, the ordinary attack also comes with area damage, which is quite powerful. Currently, only giants can survive under such attacks. And this is just the ordinary attack. The Barbarian Queen has only 1 skill, yet she possesses 1 skill at level 1 plus 3 additional skills, seemingly all more impressive than the last. Level 80 is still a long way off, but Su Luo decided not to think about it for now. For the moment, he could at most level her up to level 5. The most impressive aspect is still the range. Up to 100 meters, which is the range that the Bao Queen can only reach at level 50. Among the enemies Su Luo can currently encounter, who else can master such range? Most importantly, the mage hero can fly. If she hovers above 100 meters, she can slaughter all ground troops. Will the Great Guardian fly then? Will Thunderous Fury? Su Luo inquired. Jin nodded. Of course it can fly thousands of meters high without any issue. Su Luo smiled. Doesn't that make her a nemesis to the Titan King? Unfortunately, he felt that Zhan's attack at level 1 was a bit low. She might win against Bo Ting, but it wouldn't be a sure thing. Opportunities are rare. Once eliminated, there would be no second chances. It's not necessary to fight Bo Ting right now. Su Luo could easily level Zhan up to 5 first. Mastering skills versus having no skills at all is a world apart, just like the Bao Queen, who underwent a qualitative change after acquiring an invisibility cloak. Su Luo believed that Zhan mastering the skills at level 5 would also result in a qualitative change. She must be strong, otherwise she wouldn't be worth the price of 50,000 gems. Thus he immediately arranged for Zhan to begin leveling up. Zhan's throne was located at her promotion site. Barton and Xiao Feng took turns upgrading Zhan's throne. Su Luo let out a sigh. Having Penetrating Cloud was already quite difficult. When would he be able to reach level 10? To his shock, he discovered that leveling Zhan from level 1 to level 2 required 5 million gold or holy water. Su Luo only needed 500 to level up, and Penetrating Cloud was only 1 million. Fortunately, the price of Thunderous Fury was nearly 100 times that of Su Luo's. If the upgrade price hadn't increased 100-fold, he would have been grateful. Fortunately, Su Luo didn't train his troops today. After a day of production, he barely reached 5 per million. He decided to upgrade and see what happened. The upgrade only took a day. If it had required 10 to 8 days at level 1, Su Luo would have been overwhelmed. After 4 hours, Zhan reached level 2. Health 1050. Attack power 330. Health growth is the same as the Bao Queen, but attack growth is 3 times that of the Bao Queen and 6 times that of Su Luo. If she reaches level 100, her base attack power would be 3,300. Wouldn't that be enough to take? The fully leveled Bao Queen might also be able to take out Superman, but she could only eliminate one, unlike the mage who could cause widespread destruction. To level up from level 2 to level 3 requires 6 million gold. Su Luo fell silent. He currently only had 9 million gold, which was insufficient for the upgrade. Fortunately, the upgrade of building heroes in the game doesn't waste all resources at once like mobile games do. Instead, it consumes gradually. As long as sufficient resources are continuously supplied during the upgrade time, it can be leveled up. Once the resources fall short, the upgrade will fail. Thus, even with a low base, having heroes allows one to meet the upgrade conditions. After 6 hours, Zhan reached level 3. With each level gain, the time to gain the next level increases by half a day, which is the same as the Barbarian King and the Bao Queen. Su Luo suddenly slapped himself. Damn, are you planning to let the resource potions rot in your hands without using them? After reaching level 4, the resources were now definitely insufficient. Su Luo regretted not using them earlier to produce more resources. Using resource potions only upgrades the resource production facilities to 11 times. Su Luo already had 10 times. Now that resources were insufficient, what should he do? Su Luo could only use holy water talismans. However, he awkwardly discovered that his treasure chest and holy water bottle were still at level 1. Originally, leveling them up was pointless as they were supposed to provide infinite storage. However, holy water talismans provide holy water based on the level of the treasure chest and holy water bottle, not Su Luo's external infinite storage. With no other choice, Su Luo could only upgrade the treasure chest and holy water bottle from the beginning. Fortunately, the upgrades are quick at low levels. Su Luo had holy water talismans, so he wasn't worried about resource shortages while upgrading Zhen. Although using holy water talismans at this level would greatly waste their value, spending one gem for such freedom made it worth it. Zhen finally began upgrading again, and at level 5 he could consider using the Hero's Book. As he sighed in relief, Su Luo checked for any news in the Whirlwind Alliance. Leader Feng Xiaoyi, the clan competition is about to start. It might just be a participation run, but there's no loss in failing. The slots remain the same as last time, 20 people. Su Luo was taken aback. Clan competition. Why wasn't he included? Wasn't it supposed to be all members participating? Studying the rules, he realized that only 20 people would be drawn to participate, not everyone. But they didn't even ask me. Is that polite? Su Luo pouted. The sky was almost light. In a few hours the 2-day shield would end. Just then Bo Ting woke up and coldly gazed at Su Luo's clan. Su Luo approached him. I'm waiting for skills. What are you waiting for? I am waiting for a skill. What are you waiting for? Looking at the relaxed and carefree Su Luo, Bo Ting was taken aback. Waiting for a skill? Waiting for what skill? As far as Bo Ting knew, Su Luo only had one barbarian king and one queen. Is he waiting for the skill of the Bao Queen? Bo Ting was somewhat bewildered. Su Luo's queen was originally at level 9, and now she wants to reach level 10. Does he think that a level 10 Bao Queen can deal with the Titan King? Ridiculous ignorance. Bo Ting scoffed coldly, saying, in 6 hours you'll realize how foolish your thoughts are. What am I waiting for? I am waiting for your death. Of course, Su Luo wouldn't say he was waiting for the skill of Zhen. After exchanging glances for a moment, the two ended their conversation. Back in reality, Su Luo's mood turned cold again as he took out the mirror image spell. Effect creates a clone. If the original body is strong, it will be copied according to a percentage of its strength. Regardless of whether the clone dies, it will disappear after 1 month. Su Luo had already planned to let the clone take action and then commit suicide. Finding Su Luo's corpse should automatically cancel the previous case. Su Luo could start a new life with a new identity, although he did not desire such a life. 2 hours later, Gao Yunfeng returned reeking of alcohol. Su Luo immediately felt an infinite killing intent and used the clone spell. Before the original body made a move, it left this place while the copy hid in the garden. After the original body found a secluded spot, the clone entered the house through the window. There was only Gao Yunfeng at home, sitting on the sofa sobering up. Su Luo moved quietly, but was still discovered by Gao Yunfeng. It didn't matter. Su Luo quickly rushed forward, covering Gao Yunfeng's mouth, without striking immediately, instead allowing him to see Su Luo's face clearly. Su Luo's face twisted into a snarl as he said, do you see clearly now? Do you know who killed you? 5 lives, you should die now. With that, he pulled out a dagger he had prepared and plunged it into Gao Yunfeng's abdomen frantically. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 18 stabs. Gao Yunfeng was already dead. Su Luo knew he had strong vitality and wouldn't easily die, but he feared that too many wounds would raise suspicion, so he used the poison spell on himself. Su Luo couldn't think of a place in reality where he needed the poison spell. If it was truly necessary, he could just manifest Su De or Chuan Yun's abilities. In a park, Su Luo silently wept. During the day, the game was called Misty Rain in Li City, and the real name was Yao Yunyun. Yao Yunyun was dressed in military uniform and knocked on an office door. Yao Yunyun joined the army during her university years. Due to her excellent performance and personal qualities, she was transferred to the 5th Bureau after 5 years. When the director learned that she was also a gamer, he assigned her a task to try to contact the current top player in China, Su Chahar, to see if they could recruit him to serve the country. In reality, they could not find Su Luo's identity. When Clash of Clans launched, Yao Yunyun was only 14 years old, just an ordinary girl. It was not surprising that she had played Clash of Clans. Many middle-aged people had played Clash of Clans when they were young. A voice came from inside the room, inviting her in. An elderly man with slightly gray hair smiled warmly at Yao Yunyun, saying, Xiao Yao, have you got any results? Yao Yunyun nodded, but showed a distressed expression. I found that the tribe where Wang Wei of the Wang group is located is right next to Su Chahar Khan's. I originally planned to contact Su Chahar Khan through him. But an unexpected situation arose. It seems that Su Chahar Khan is about to be eliminated soon. Yao Yunyun explained Su Luo's experiences in the game. The director asked, what do you think are the chances of him being eliminated? Yao Yunyun thought for a moment, at least 80%. This was still a conservative estimate from Yao Yunyun. Hearing this, the director frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, since we have a clue, let's continue to contact Wang Wei and have him assist us. Even if Su Chahar Khan gets eliminated, contacting him in reality is still valuable. He surely knows more about the game's rules and knowledge than we do, and that alone is worth our effort. The director smiled, saying, besides, he isn't 100 going to be eliminated, right? Yao Yunyun also smiled. Since the cost is low, why not continue? As for whether Wang Wei would assist, Yao Yunyun had never considered that question. What is it that they are dissatisfied with, the bank loan being too much or the duration being too long? That night, as soon as the game started, Wei Du Quang contacted Su Luo. If he didn't contact Su Luo would also seek him out, hoping to see if he could help him re-establish an identity. Wei Wudu Quang straightforwardly said, "The country found me and wants to contact you through me, hoping you will serve the nation. I don't know what you think about this." Su Luo's body trembled. As a citizen of China, isn't it his duty to contribute to the country? But now my identity. Su Luo's eyes suddenly brightened. Perhaps he could make amends. Wei Wudu Quang gave Su Luo a number and an ID named Misty Rain in Li City. Su Luo temporarily did not add it. He would deal with Boting first to show his value. To clarify and avoid misunderstandings, the following is to facilitate Su Luo leading the core players of China and will not involve any scheming. After avenging his great grudge, Su Luo felt a bit better. Perhaps he would not have to live in the shadow of darkness in the future. It would take another 3-5 hours for Zhen to reach level 4, which was entirely possible before the shield ended. At that time, he could use the hero's book to directly elevate Zhen to level 5. Although the system did not give a prompt, Su Luo still thoroughly searched the tribe, but did not see that dark and adorable wealthy child. After clearing obstacles and obtaining 117 gems, Su Luo lay on the grass basking in the morning sun. Boting was already outside the tribe, ready to deal Su Luo a fatal blow. 3 hours later, Zhen reached level 4, and after using the hero's book, he instantly leveled up to 5. Su Luo eagerly checked the skills mastered by Zhen at level 5. This skill was based on the profession name. Thunder's Fury. Thunder's Fury ascends into the thunderclouds, transforming into lightning, marking an enemy recently harmed by its lightning. After charging for 30 to 60 seconds, it strikes down a bolt of heavenly thunder, arriving in an instant. After transforming into lightning, Thunder's Fury is in an invincible state. It cannot make other attacks before using the skill. The marked enemy cannot evade, conceal, or dodge. It is a guaranteed hit. It inflicts 3,000 to 6,000 damage, depending on the charging time. If any target dares to stand in front of the marked enemy, both the blocker and the marked enemy will suffer equal damage without reduction. The current skill level is 1. For each level increase, the damage cap increases by 5,000 to 10,000. If the hero dies while using this skill, the resurrection time required will be super doubled. Skill cooldown 7 days, cannot be refreshed by tribal wars. After a long time, Su Luo slowly complained, "Unfortunately, I lack education." A single exclamation can travel the world. Su Luo sighed, pondering over the 60,000 damage dealt. He simply wanted to know what could withstand such force. This explosive skill had immense damage, but its only flaw was its single target nature. Otherwise, a screen full of 600 would look so impressive. Only archers above level 50 could possibly harm Zhen. Those below that level were merely live targets. The Titan King couldn't even reach Zhen, and it was only for the sake of stability that he raised Zhen to level 5. Many were waiting to see Su Luo's embarrassment, and he was not unaware of it. Surrounded for nearly 2 days, unable to go anywhere, did they think he wasn't frustrated? The shield had over an hour left, so why wait for it to expire? Wasn't it better to go and take out Boting now? Su Luo proactively retracted the shield. As the Avenger, Boting immediately received the alert that the shield of Su Luo's tribe had vanished. He was taken aback. Wasn't there still more than an hour left? Could it be that Su Luo was scared out of his wits and was trying to flee in panic? Boting let out a cold chuckle and said, "Titan King, go forth and destroy everything in sight." The Titan King took the lead, stepping forward as the ground began to tremble slightly. The Titan King had 10,000 health points at level 1, gaining 2,000 more with each level. If the level was higher, the health gain per level would also increase. It reduced all incoming damage by 100 points, increasing by 10 points for each level. Boting was curious about how many in Su Luo's tribe could deal damage to the Titan King. Could the fire mages barely over 100 points really deal any significant damage? If it weren't for the Titan King's exorbitant upgrade costs, taking days just to level up his level would certainly be higher. After acquiring the Titan King, Boting was determined to upgrade him fully. Not even the Barbarian King or the Queen could compete. But no one could match Su Luo, who often required a week just to level up a hero. Feeling the tremors akin to an earthquake, players began to emerge with a couple of troops to watch the battle. Even if they were to be caught in the crossfire, witnessing this battle would be worth it. If there were players nearby who least wanted to see Su Luo eliminated, it would undoubtedly be Wei Wudu Quang and Meng Yin. They had finally managed to cling to a strong ally. But they had no choice but to pray silently. The two of them were right beside Su Luo's tribe, under his protection, and were closest to the Titan King, thus seeing the unfolding events most clearly. They had almost given up hope, hitting their heads against the wall. Meng Yin muttered, "Time does not wait for me, Meng Yin. I just grasped a strong ally, and now it's all for naught." The Titan King charged forward, each stride covering nearly 20 meters, and his 3-meter-long foot crushed a giant's house with one stomp. The giant was almost in tears, wondering why his house had to be the first casualty. Any damage dealt to him felt like mere scratches, as if Su Luo had entered a level 1 tribe facing no resistance. Su Luo observed calmly. Undeniably, the Titan King was the king of the land. He had flaws, but his advantages outweighed them. He wondered when he might also acquire a Titan King. Bo Ting's troops followed behind the Titan King, destroying everything in sight. Gradually advancing, in no more than 10 minutes, Su Luo's tribe would be devastated. Bo Ting commanded Titan King charge into the center of the enemy's camp and unleash war roar. Upon receiving the order, the Titan King began to stride forward, his strides doubling in length. At this high speed, he was running at about 30 meters per second. Bo Ting smirked. Against a weak opponent like Su Luo, there was no need to use war roar. However, Bo Ting wanted to instill despair in Su Luo, knowing the skill would refresh after the battle. At that moment, a violet figure shot out from within Su Luo, soaring high into the sky like a brilliant. Zhen did not speak much as she flew directly above the Titan King at an altitude unreachable by any ground. Zhen's eyes turned an extreme violet, once again lightning streaking through them. As she joined her hands together, a purple lightning ball much larger than a soccer ball formed in her palms. Without any throwing motion under Zhen's mental control, the purple lightning ball fell like a bolt of lightning, striking the Titan King. The damage hit a staggering 420, only causing the Titan King to feel a slight sting. The Titan King roared in anger at Zhen. Bo Ting could hardly believe his eyes. Oh, was she flying? This was neither a balloon soldier nor an angel. Why was she flying? None of his three heroes, the Barbarian King, the Queen, or the Titan King, could fly. Apart from flying units, only heroes could possibly fly. Bo Ting understood this. The key was, what kind of hero was she? Though he prided himself on his knowledge, he had never encountered a hero that wielded lightning as an attack. Bo Ting's heart sank. The Titan King did not attack that hero, indicating he recognized that altitude was beyond his reach. Bo Ting quietly instructed the archer Queen, sneak over, find an opportunity, and use your skill directly. But before Bo Ting could finish, his pupils constricted sharply as he saw that hero rocket into the air, like a missile, transforming into a streak of purple lightning ascending at an unbelievable speed. The previously clear sky above Su Luo's tribe suddenly darkened as a purple thundercloud formed, stretching for several miles. The appearance of the thundercloud cast a shadow over the nearby area. Within the cloud, ominous sounds of thunder echoed, causing Bo Ting's heart to tremble, as if the thunderstorm was striking directly at him. As the thunder rumbled, Bo Ting's body shook in response. His face turned pale. What kind of hero was this? It could actually cause such a change in the heavens and earth. What was she doing within the thundercloud? Preparing for artificial rain. A great unease filled Bo Ting's heart. It couldn't be. She must be brewing a terrifying skill. In the thundercloud, the most striking purple lightning would occasionally vanish and then reappear, each time growing larger and longer. The Titan King also felt a surge of fear and emotion he had never experienced since his birth. But he would not sit idly by. Spurred by Bo Ting's orders, he prepared to vent this unsettling emotion through destruction. He saw Su Luo's troops gathering behind the main camp, and with a furious roar he charged in that direction. Chaos ensued, and it was a scene of utter disarray. Su Luo felt helpless. The skill was indeed powerful to behold, but it had taken too long to charge. By the time Zhen descended, there might be nothing left on his side. The Titan King reached the center of Su Luo's troops, crouched down, arms stretched out, and let out an enormous roar that shook the mind. With this roar, a yellow shockwave erupted from the Titan King's body. War roar. The Titan King emitted a thunderous roar, unleashing a shockwave that dealt 1% of his health as damage to nearby ground targets or structures. For each level, the skill increased the damage radius, expanded by 5. The current radius was 60 meters. With the Titan King's current health of 30,000, the damage dealt was 300. Although it seemed low, it was still significant. While it seemed that increasing the skill level didn't enhance damage, did the Titan King's upgrades not increase his health? As the shockwave struck, Su Luo's troops lost a third of their numbers, and all nearby structures, except for the main camp, lost 300 durability. Su Luo was taken aback, while Bo Ting felt no joy. The crisis in the sky had not been resolved. What was the point of wiping out Su Luo's troops? The longer Zhen charged, the more uneasy Bo Ting felt. Bo Ting ordered all the giants to move closer to the Titan King, planning to use them as shields. The Archer Queen's penetrating damage would reduce effectiveness against subsequent targets. Bo Ting didn't believe it. Could she really deal the highest damage to everyone? The Titan King also felt uneasy, but without hesitation, he raised 2 giants high in front of him. The Titan King suddenly had an idea. Why should he just stand there and wait to be hit? He decided to run as far as. While holding the giants, which were practically weightless to him, the Titan King sprinted at full speed, covering 300 meters in just 10 seconds. Bo Ting smiled. Who said giants were foolish? Su Luo shook his head at the sight. Running 1,000 miles away wouldn't help. Su Luo, unaware of the Titan King's precise health, had Zhen charge up for a full strike, maximizing her power. The might of heaven was unstoppable. Not just Su Luo and Bo Ting, but all nearby tribes were wide-eyed watching. They hadn't seen her at the first moment of her emergence, but the thundercloud in the sky was so enormous. Were they blind? Couldn't see it. As Zhen's charge continued, the thundercloud grew larger, enveloping the surrounding tribes. There was a fear that made them shudder watching as Zhen transformed into thunder. Everyone felt an overwhelming unease. Was this the heavenly thunder of destruction? Would it wipe them out too? By the way, Boting, since you had the Titan King, why waste such a skill to deal with Su Luo? Hurry up, we are scared. They watched, but had no idea who had conjured this terrifying thundercloud. They mistakenly thought it was Boting's means to deal with Su Luo, unconsciously not realizing it was Su Luo who caused it. Otherwise, everyone had received at least 9 years of compulsory education. This was too much show-off. After 60 seconds, Zhen's charge finally completed. With a thunderous bang, it was as if the heavens had exploded. A massive purple lightning bolt came crashing down, targeting the Titan King, who had been marked by the previous lightning strike. As the Titan King ran over a mile away, he suddenly realized he was still within the range of the thundercloud. Was he not fast enough? The sky, once dark, became incredibly bright the moment the purple lightning struck. In everyone's eyes, the only thing illuminating the sky was this purple lightning as it descended to the earth. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "Is this divine punishment?" Unsurprisingly, the purple lightning struck the Titan King squarely. From the far-off horizon to the impact on the Titan King, the entire ordeal took less than a second. Watching the bolt, extreme fear turned Boting's expression into one of rage as he screamed frantically. "I don't believe it. The Titan King has 30,000 health points. How can you kill me in one shot?" The Titan King raised the 2 giants above his head, attempting to mitigate the damage. The 2 giants, stacked upon each other, struggled wildly in the Titan King's grasp, but it was futile, and they began to wail like helpless children. "We are all giants. Is this really okay?" The lightning struck, and at the moment it hit the giants, their bodies were turned to dust, evaporating from existence. Then, as if encountering no obstacles, it continued its course toward the Titan King's head. The damage of 6/0 was double the Titan King's health. If he survived this hit, he would appear unscathed but he died. His head was obliterated, and the remaining lightning surged through the Titan King's body, transforming his 40-meter-tall form into a massive charred husk. The charred remains emitted smoke and purple electric sparks. The Titan King could no longer support his body, collapsing to the ground. With a resounding crash, the Titan King unknowingly crushed countless flowers and plants, the ground trembling slightly. The Titan King lay lifeless, quietly resting on the earth. The once invincible Titan King was obliterated in a single strike. This lightning strike hit the Titan King, but felt more like it struck at Boting's heart. As the Titan King fell, Boting knew this meant the Titan King was dead. His expression was no longer one of shock, but had become vacant. Boting's eyes were devoid of any light, his facial muscles rigid, with only his mouth twitching and closing repeatedly. He staggered around in confusion. "You can kill me with 30,000 health points. I don't believe it. The Titan King must still be alive. Get up and continue the battle with me." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion, it must be." "Haha, Titan King, keep..." The poor child was left dazed. After a bout of madness, Boting suddenly felt his vitality drained, collapsing to the ground, in despair, returning from a fool to his normal self. However, his complexion remained exceedingly grim as he gritted his teeth, staring towards the sky, his eyes filled with an indelible fear. My Titan King was instantly defeated. If it weren't for the undeniable reality before him, Boting would never have believed that his Titan King could be taken down in an instant. Instant kill. It wasn't a result of multiple attacks. The Bao Queen softly comforted, "Leader, you'll give it a try? If I can kill that mage hero, we still have a chance to turn the tide." Boting nodded. At this point, was there any other option? Once the battle commenced, there would be no retreat, unless they had a precious scroll to forcibly exit combat. The effect was the same as when everyone was gathering resources. If you didn't want to fight anymore, you could simply click to exit. In this game, you couldn't retreat just because you didn't want to fight unless both sides agreed. Boting's entire army mobilized, with the Bao Queen hiding among them, preparing to attempt a deadly strike. After Zhen released the Wrath of Thunder, he could choose to appear beside the target at the location where the skill was cast or materialize high in the clouds. He selected one of the options based on the situation. Zhen directly appeared at the location where the skill was cast. Su Luo marveled at the brilliance of this move, but also noted its flaw. He had to mark the target to ensure a hit. However, larger targets were easier to mark, while smaller ones like the Bao Queen didn't require the Wrath of Thunder to eliminate. Seeing Boting's full mobilization, perhaps a glimmer of hope remained. They all moved out as well. After all, there was no loss after the battle. Suda and Chuan Yun, who hadn't engaged before, followed suit. Relying on his unparalleled range, Zhen specifically targeted the opposing mages. In a team, there would only be 1 or 2 mages, while the others were giant barbarians tasked with protecting the mages. Zhen's kill efficiency was not particularly high. The enemy wouldn't cluster together for him to kill. Even with the chain magic having a diameter of 10 meters, he could only obliterate a dozen targets at a time. However, the long range ensured absolute safety. Eliminating the enemy was merely a matter of time. The Bao Queen successfully reached near Jin using her invisibility cloak, ensuring she wouldn't be detected. Yet she felt a bitter pang in her heart. The height where Jin stood was beyond her reach. The Bao Queen's eyes flickered with reluctance, lamenting that it was not her fault. If my level were 50, I could surely kill her effortlessly. But I am not. The leader allocated all resources to the Titan King. In this battle we encountered an opponent who countered us, and we lost. Upon seeing this, Bo Ting aged a decade in an instant, allowing Su Luo to slaughter his troops, including the Bao Queen. What difference does it make to prevent the slaughter? Bo Ting trembled as he spoke within the alliance. Leader, save me. System prompt. You have successfully defended. All losses have been restored. You can seek revenge. For this round of revenge, the enemy tribe alliance cannot retaliate against you again. If this continues to cycle, it will truly be never-ending. Bo Ting returned, and Su Luo immediately led his troops to seek revenge. In an instant he appeared outside Bo Ting's tribe. To Su Luo's dismay, it seemed that Bo Ting had also purchased a shield. The shield had a short duration of only 1 day. If it were truly 13 days and 2 hours, Su Luo would have to consider whether to fight. 1 day I can wait. Just the blueprint for a level 6 stronghold was worth it to Su Luo. Bo Ting appeared lost in thought, reminiscing about how he acquired the Titan King. An epic creature entered a near-death state, and with the assistance of his level 20 Bao Queen, Bo Ting successfully scooped up the Titan King. With this Titan King, Bo Ting's status in the alliance soared. Even the leader occasionally had to yield to him, bringing along his relatively weak brother into the alliance without anyone objecting. With the Titan King, Bo Ting easily slaughtered a level 7 tribe. He had thought his Titan King was invincible, only to discover there were heroes even more valiant. Bo Ting bitterly asked Su Luo, "Can you tell me how you obtained that mage hero?" Su Luo replied without blinking, "Found him on the road." Jun pondered, "Was I picked up by the leader?" Bo Ting's expression changed, a bitter smile forming as he said, "Do you really think you've won for sure? My reinforcements will arrive soon. I've already requested the leader of the alliance to send me his level 43 ranger for support. The outcome is still uncertain." Previously, Bo Ting indeed hadn't used castle reinforcements. Castle reinforcements could only be requested once per day with a 24-hour cooldown, although spending gems could shorten that time. 500 gems were needed for a day's wait, and the shorter the time, the fewer gems required. However, a battle could only request reinforcements once, and reinforcements couldn't be requested while in combat. Castle reinforcements would be forcibly recalled to the reinforcing tribe after participating in one battle, whether they were regular troops or heroes. Hearing Bo Ting's words, Su Luo felt a shiver down his spine. Damn, having an alliance is indeed beneficial. Can this really turn the tide for you? A level 43 still won't be able to touch me. Just wait to die? However, this made Su Luo even more aware of the importance of an alliance, which could save one's life at critical moments. An alliance built on mutual trust and assistance was even more crucial. Bo Ting begged in the alliance, a stark contrast to his usual proud demeanor. Yunlin, the leader of the Yunlin alliance, was utterly bewildered. Didn't you come with the Titan King to bully a level 5 tribe? Why is it so miserable? Yunlin quickly opened the alliance's battle videos where all members' tribal wars could be replayed. When he found Bo Ting's, upon seeing Bo Ting's Titan King being instantly killed by Jun, even in the video his body trembled. This is too monstrous. Yunlin stammered, "Your Titan King was killed in an instant. Do you think my level 43 ranger can withstand that? Your Titan King at least had its head blown off. I'm afraid my ranger wouldn't even leave a trace. And that height, are you sure my ranger can attack it? Bo Ting, you rascal, even in your dying moments you want to drag me down with you." Yunlin had no idea about the information regarding Wrath of Thunder, unaware that this skill had a 7-day cooldown, instinctively thinking it could refresh through tribal battles. He also didn't know if Jun had any other formidable skills. The pressure that Jun exerted on him in the video was simply overwhelming. Once he dispatched the ranger and it died, it would take 46 days to resurrect. During that time, if his signature hero died, what would he do if a strong enemy appeared? Reinforcing regular troops was one thing, but reinforcing heroes depended on the opponent's goals and difficulty. It was clear that the hero would die. Would you dare? Although Bo Ting possessing the Titan King hero had great potential, Yunlin did not want to take that risk and was annoyed that Bo Ting wanted to drag him down with him. Since you are on the verge of death, you hold no value. Alliance message: Elder Bo Ting has been expelled from the alliance by leader Yunlin. A roar of exclamations and the frantic clatter of keys filled the chat. Everyone had assumed Su Cheharkin was finished, but against all odds he turned the tide. Su Cheharkin unleashed a world-ending heavenly punishment and annihilated the Titan King. If the truth had not been right before their eyes, who would have believed it? My God, what unleashed that 9 heavens thunder? I would trade 20 years of my life for one such strike. I always said my big brother would remain single, know a God forever. Enough talk, I'm going to rush my upgrades. Rushing feels great for a moment, and forever. Su Cheharkin single-handedly collected all the rewards. Do you think you can just rush whenever you please? News that Su Luo had defeated Bo Ting spread rapidly among players, leaving everyone astonished. Is this even possible? Players near Su Luo uploaded the battle details to the forum. A vast sea of thunderclouds and the nine heavens thunder stunned everyone. Many could not help but gripe he was already invincible among players. Who could challenge him now? Are the rewards for being first to advance really that obscene? Su Luo sighed and glanced at the forum, embarrassed by the praise. He muttered that the accolades were too much. The first advance reward was rubbish. It was not worth rushing upgrades for. Truly trust me. Though my cheat is crude and hardly overpowered, if you catch up to me with cheats, where will my pride be? Just then the system notified him that someone in the alliance had DM'd him. In the Xianfeng alliance, a member named Huang Tu, idly browsing clan wars to learn from them, began to review the clan battle recordings. Real clan wars seldom trigger even one member in several days, and Su Luo's battle had just occurred, so Huang Tu quickly opened Su Luo's battle video. When he saw Bo Ting's Titan King, Huang Tu understood why the newcomer Su Cheherkin had been asking about the Titan King. Huang Tu felt a cruel satisfaction, sure the newcomer would fail. The result, however, left him dumbfounded. What on earth was that? One-shotting a Titan King. The Titan King was rare and notoriously tanky, yet some hero had apparently slain him in an instant. Huang Tu could not help but Su Luo in the alliance to ask which hero that was. Huang Tu, what hero is that? Su Luo curled his lip and replied, do you think you'll reveal my secrets? Play dead. Huang Tu's message quickly drew the attention of other alliance members. Everyone marveled that such a small alliance could contain a member with so rare a hero. Though Su Luo feigned silence, those who had seen the battle flocked to greet him and introduce themselves. If you need resources, say the word. We'll sell everything to help. I have a level 19 Man Wang Barbarian King. He'll lend support whenever you need it. No wonder they were so solicitous. If Su Luo could lend that hero in a clan crisis, it could save lives. What had Su Luo been before? He had been ranked at the very bottom of the alliance. No one wanted to deal with the weak, show them warmth, and they might grow presumptuous and demand everything. When Su Luo did not post in the alliance chat, members messaged him privately. He replied with cool, non-committal answers. Feng Xiaoyi also sent him a private message. Feng Xiaoyi exclaimed, remarkable, truly remarkable. Such a small alliance producing such a hero. Feng Xiaoyi did not pry into the details of Su Luo's hero. That information was confidential. Revealing it might expose the hero's weaknesses, and who would willingly do that? Su Luo replied modestly, luck, just luck. Feng Xiaoyi said, steady does it. With that hero advancing to level 9 will not be hard. A level 10 is not beyond hope. Your perspective is narrow. I once reached level 12, Feng Xiaoyi continued, then shifted tone. What do you think of my strength? Su Luo naturally answered, no question, you are first in the alliance. Feng Xiaoyi replied, compared to you I am first, but in the wider world, I am merely an ant a true powerhouse could crush without effort. The world is vaster than you imagine. Level 8 is a height many never reach in a lifetime, yet it is barely a starting point. I once saw my former leader's Titan King wiped out in an instant by a band of archer heroes. I have seen a mage hero obliterate an entire level 9 clan with a single skill. I have heard a great player say that below level 13, everyone is an insect. Su Luo frowned. Have you ever heard of something called Weigai, external cheats? Feng Xiaoyi said with grave meaning. I tell you this, so you will not become arrogant because of your mage hero. There are many formidable heroes out there. Even without Feng Xiaoyi saying it, Su Luo understood the opening roster already contained many broken heroes. Consider the Holy Maiden's celestial purple light. The range must be measured in thousands of meters. The system notified him, Leader Feng Xiaoyi has promoted you to Elder. Feng Xiaoyi announced, new member Su Cheherkin is not only full of potential, but already possesses the strength befitting an Elder. Welcome him. This time the congratulatory messages were unlike the sparse salutations. When Su Luo first joined, the chat flooded with well wishes. Su Luo was indifferent to the Elder title. Aside from the right to invite and expel ordinary members, it offered no true benefits. In Su Luo's mobile games alliances, almost everyone held a post, otherwise one would be embarrassed to speak. Ordinary members had become scarce. Feng Xiaoyi privately suggested to Su Luo, why not a friendly war? You attack me. Simulator. The alliance allowed sparring to simulate genuine battles. Win or lose, there was no reward, and troop spells and heroes were all restored afterward. Sparring in this game cost 10 gems per match. Feng Xiaoyi naturally would not expect Su Luo to pay. Feng Xiaoyi's proposal immediately piqued Su Luo's interest. Apart from handling weaker foes, Su Luo had always enticed enemies to strike first, and then destroyed them with ease. He had never launched a frontal assault on a stronger opponent. This would be priceless experience. Even if alliance members deciphered some of his methods, it mattered little. They had already seen the videos. Besides, like learning about the Titan King, without the strength to deal with it, knowledge alone was useless. Su Luo wanted to know whether he could truly contend with a level 8 adversary. This was important. Su Luo agreed. Then a message appeared in the alliance. Feng Xiaoyi asked, can you breach my... The challenge was directed at Su Luo. Yet he wondered whether Feng Xiaoya's friendliness and all the warnings had been prompted merely by his perceived potential. Upon clicking the invitation button from Feng Xiaoyi, the scene before Su Luo shifted suddenly. A tribe belonging to Feng Xiaoyi appeared not far ahead. Su Luo did not appear from a god's perspective like a normal real battle. He could not discern the architectural details of Feng Xiaoya's tribe, merely lamenting how truly large it was. If Su Luo's tribe was a village, then Feng Xiaoya's tribe was a small town. In the game, Su Luo had never encountered a level 8 tribe. Su Luo was filled with confidence. As long as Feng Xiaoyi didn't have a level 50 or above archer hero, victory was assured. Su Luo was waiting for the shield of Bo Ting to expire, having more than enough time to spare, and naturally did not mind taking it slow. As the troops advanced steadily, Su Luo was puzzled. They encountered no resistance from any troops, only some scattered cannon towers on the outskirts. Hey, there's no need for a shockwave. The range of Chuan Yun was sufficient to destroy these low-level defensive structures without sustaining any damage. After 10 minutes of advancing, he still had not seen any troops. Su Luo was curious. Could it be a trap? Were there ambush tactics in this tribal conflict? 20 minutes later, Su Luo easily destroyed 1/3 of Feng Xiaoya's tribe without taking any damage. Only when he saw the main camp did Su Luo notice the large force of Feng Xiaoyi. Perhaps Feng Xiaoyi had concentrated all troops together. Not only were there a significant number of troops, but there were also densely packed defensive structures overwhelming Su Luo's senses. While really wealthy, these defensive buildings were all upgraded to a considerable level. If there was money for upgrading defensive structures, why not use it to upgrade heroes? Su Luo was the attacker, while Feng Xiaoyi defended, yet Feng Xiaoyi stubbornly remained hidden, and even when Su Luo approached, she still refused to emerge. If she won't come out, what can be done? Su Luo commanded Jin fly up and attack. Among the defensive structures, the cannon's range was 30 meters, the arrow towers was 40 meters, the anti-rockets was also 40 meters, and the X-crossbow should be 70 meters. Far inferior to Zhen's 100-meter range. Range is the key. Feng Xiaoya's troops were mostly clustered around the defensive structures, implying a reliance on them for defense, while the troops could also protect the structures from destruction. Against Feng Xiaoyi, Su Luo could only rely on Zhen's power. Feng Xiaoya's troops were at least double Su Luo's, with advanced units such as the Pikachu clad in blue armor and dragons flying in the sky performing area attacks. As for heroes, Su Luo had not observed any yet, but their levels were definitely far superior to his own. Without Jin, Su Luo would never stand a chance against an 8th level opponent. Apart from Zhen, the others were quietly waiting in place. Zhen moved closer and did not disappoint Su Luo's expectations. By taking advantage of the range, he easily killed over 100 ordinary barbarians, giants, and archers, along with several defensive structures. A group of dark blue skeletal creatures about the size of volleyballs flew towards Zhen. Su Luo immediately became nervous. The undead were flying units, incredibly fast, the fastest among flying types. At level 7, one could train undead in the dark training camp. The undead's attack was not weak either, dealing 38 damage and attacking once per second. With the undead's attack, over 30 of them could take down Zhen in a single round. Zhen's physique was indeed too fragile. The ground troops could not reach him, but air support could be dispatched. How would Zhen respond? Zhen furrowed his brow, slightly purple lightning flashing around him, soaring high into the sky to evade the onslaught. The undead could not keep up. Zhen's maximum speed was 18 meters, while the undead's was 16 meters. It was only natural that they could not catch up. Once Zhen reached a certain height, the undead could no longer fly. The height Zhen could achieve in the sky was far beyond what the undead could compare. Flies could never soar. The range of the undead could never match Zhen's. When reaching a certain height, in Zhen's eyes, the undead appeared no different from the ground troops. The undead were fidgeting below, unable to approach Zhen. Su Luo, however, frowned deeply. With Zhen not beside him, Feng Xiaoyi could easily take this opportunity to attack his ground troops, yet she did not. The undead could easily wait at a distance of several dozen meters above the ground. If Zhen dared to descend, they could swarm him. Unable to hit Zhen, they could still draw him out. Feng Xiaoyi was holding back. The undead were soon slain by Zhen. Feng Xiaoyi smiled, seemingly unconcerned. When Zhen descended again, Feng Xiaoyi still did not dispatch the dragon, as the dragon was indeed a bit slow. Forget the balloon soldiers. Although they were air units, they could not attack airborne troops. Zhen continued his slaughter, but soon an unexpected event occurred. An anti-air rocket launched a defense against Zhen from an unreasonable range, the sharp, whistling sound ringing out. A rocket artillery shot out rapidly, locking onto Zhen. To Su Luo's astonishment, Zhen actually launched a lightning ball towards the rocket artillery. The two attacks collided midair and surprisingly negated each other. However, the anti-air rocket could fire once per second, while Zhen required 2 seconds to release an attack. As the next rocket approached, it inevitably struck Zhen. Zhen let out a painful groan in midair, his figure retreating rapidly, attempting to escape the range of the anti-air rocket. But it was too late. Even retreating 10 meters, he was still hit. In just 2 hits, Zhen was wiped out. Su Luo stood dumbfounded. This anti-air rocket did not attack as soon as Jun entered its range, but waited until he got a bit closer. What was the range of that thing? It was unscientific shooting from such a distance. Was it a high-tier anti-air rocket? Troop heroes indeed couldn't reach it, but defensive structures could. In tribal conflicts, the farthest range was not from troops and heroes, but from defensive structures. In fact, the Eagle artillery could trigger to achieve a full-screen range. Su Luo's remaining reliance was merely Su De and Chuan Yun, but Feng Xiaoyi had 4 heroes all levels far surpassing Su Luo. The quantity and quality of her troops also overwhelmed him. Su Luo was completely unable to resist and was annihilated. Lowering his head in contemplation, he realized that Feng Xiaoyi's method for dealing with Jun was precisely the anti-air rocket. If Jun were on the ground, the anti-air rocket would be rendered useless. However, although Jun's killing efficiency could not compare to the barbarian queen, it was still limited. The gap in troop quantity and quality between him and Feng Xiaoyi remained with only Jun left on his side. At that time, the best scenario would be a stalemate with Feng Xiaoyi. There was no way for him to destroy her. Su Luo needed to have troops comparable to Feng Xiaoyi's in order to rely on Jun to destroy her, who had the advantage of defensive structures. Even if Su Luo were given another chance to guard against that anti-air rocket, the outcome would still be one of failure. When seemingly unsolvable tactics were deciphered, what remained was defeat. Su Luo was extremely grateful. Although he had failed, the lessons learned were far greater. If he had relied solely on Jun, he would have faced elimination. Su Luo suffered a devastating defeat. Feng Xiaoyi showed no signs of gloating, generously revealing the attributes of his anti-air rocket. Anti-air rocket superior grade. Level 6. Health points 3,150. Damage 690. Attack speed once per second. Range 120 meters. Target aerial targets cannot attack ground troops. Feng Xiaoyi said if it were a top-grade anti-air rocket at the same level, its attributes would double on this basis, and have an additional special attribute such as double damage or double range. Can your mage hero's range surpass that of defensive buildings? Of course. This superior anti-air rocket is quite precious. Even at level 9, it may not be obtainable. It's something that money alone can't buy. I had already anticipated the outcome of this battle. The only way for you to win against me is by relying on the range of your mage hero, which happens to be countered by me. Su Luo smiled wryly. Feng Xiaoyi continued, I'm not flaunting my superior anti-air rocket. There's no need for that. I'm more concerned about keeping it hidden. Do you know what I want to tell you in this battle? Feng Xiaoyi was indeed quite generous. Su Luo uncertainly replied, to remind me not to forget about defensive buildings or the gap with advanced tribes. Feng Xiaoyi, there is one important point I want to convey. There are no absolutely invincible heroes. As long as the right methods are used, heroes can counter each other. If you encounter Bo Ting, who brings the Titan King, I really can't guarantee that I can withstand him. After all, his damage reduction and health are terrifying, and I can't inflict harm on him. Undead can fly, move quickly, and their attacks are not weak, yet they cannot break through the Titan King's defenses. The Titan King can directly ignore anything that cannot reach him. Feng Xiaoyi, your mage hero, can eliminate the Titan King in an instant, something I cannot achieve. However, I happen to counter your mage hero. Every tribe has its own trump card. It's not about who is stronger or weaker, but whether they can counter each other. Of course, if I were to actively attack you without my anti-air rockets, I would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat, unless I had a high-level archer hero. Su Luo pondered, so I still lack a Titan King. If Feng Xiaoyi knew Su Luo's thoughts, he would surely spit blood. All I wanted to convey was that heroes can counter each other. Do you think rare heroes are that easy to obtain? Su Luo sighed. The range advantage of the tremor in the air is not insurmountable. On the ground, it is also vulnerable to ambushes and stealth attacks. The cooldown for the ultimate ability is long. How could it suddenly seem that the tremor is weak? Feng Xiaoyi seemed to be getting into the spirit of the conversation. In low-level tribes, probably below level 10, I currently know of only one truly invincible hero. Su Luo instantly became interested. Is there really an invincible one? Feng Xiaoyi, that would be the hero of the balloon soldier, named Black Nightmare, the nightmare of low-level tribes. It is a living structure with its main body being a massive hot air balloon, and its health is not much weaker than that of the Titan King. It can drop bombs from hundreds of meters in the sky. The range and damage of these bombs are incomparable to those of the balloon soldier. Its enormous size can carry a large number of troops, and it can even install defensive structures on it. If your air force is insufficient and you dare to provoke it, it's a guaranteed loss. With so many troops, it also possesses a rapid flight skill, making it possible to escape if it cannot win. Su Luo listened in astonishment. Isn't this just a bomber? With a few superior-grade anti-air rockets installed, it would be hard to say whether the tremor could escape if it encountered it. This is truly invincible. At least Su Luo couldn't think of any means to deal with it. Even with top-grade anti-air rockets, it could not be eliminated, as its health is not much less than that of the Titan King. If the angel can provide healing, then that would be quite sufficient. If you can't defeat it, then join it. If you can't think of a countermeasure, then just acquire one. Use magic to counter magic. Su Luo's thoughts immediately became lively, and the Titan King was no longer on his mind. This Black Nightmare truly is a freak. I certainly cannot rely solely on my efforts, I need some external assistance. I need to level up to level 8 as soon as possible to unleash the true power of the external assistance. Perhaps I could even get a gem for free. Feng Xiaoyi's words interrupted Su Luo's daydreaming. Feng Xiaoyi, don't be fooled by the invincibility of the Black Nightmare. In certain aspects, it is completely inferior to your mage hero. Su Luo, how so? Feng Xiaoyi, its extremely high damage can eliminate foes in an instant, which is its most terrifying aspect. I never imagined that the Titan King could actually be taken down in one blow. By leveraging this point, its value is certainly not weaker than that of the Black Nightmare. The Black Nightmare is invincible, but its damage can never compare to that of the Tremor. The Lightning Mage has the highest damage, and its heroes are unparalleled. Without the high area damage of the Flame Mage or the control of the Ice Mage, it relies solely on a high burst attack. Su Luo was non-committal, but vaguely sensed Feng Xiaoyi's intentions. There is no love without a reason. Feng Xiaoyi, explaining so much to himself, must have a purpose, and it can't just be out of boredom. Feng Xiaoyi said by utilizing her skill burst to continuously eliminate powerful beings lacking anti-air capabilities, you can gain tremendous benefits from the drops. Those powerful beings aren't like low-level beasts. They know to flee when they can't defeat an opponent, and your mage hero's skills should have locking capabilities, which is a natural counter. A word can awaken a dreamer. It turns out this is the strength of the Tremor. Her purpose is to eliminate those powerful enemies, and her skill mechanism is not designed for group battles. Thunder and lightning strike like a fist of fury, and Su Luo was unaware of the effects, but at least Thunder's fury was born for elimination. By relying on the Tremor's ability to eliminate to defeat those powerful beings and obtain their drops, one could continuously enhance oneself. Can the Black Nightmare eliminate, or can the Titan King eliminate others? Su Luo was filled with excitement. The direction pointed out by Feng Xiaoyi was worth its weight in gold. He could awaken, but would it be too late? Yet Su Luo felt lost again. If I knew where there were powerful beings, I would have awakened long ago. If I knew where they were, I would have eagerly taken the Tremor to defeat them. Feng Xiaoyi finally revealed his true purpose. I want to borrow your hero to eliminate an epic creature. You can set a price. No wonder Feng Xiaoyi had been so open with Su Luo. It was all for this moment. This epic creature had long been discovered by Feng Xiaoyi, but he dared not move against it. It was simply too terrifying. The Titan King would be merely a younger brother in its presence. Not only did he not dare to attack, but he also prayed that it would not mistakenly wander into his tribe. The appearance of the Tremor seemed like a flash of lightning in the dark, invigorating Feng Xiaoyi's thoughts. Otherwise, how could Su Luo have taught him so much? Who does Feng Xiaoyi want to borrow as a hero? If it suited Su Luo, wouldn't hesitate at all. Suda, why don't you go play at someone else's place for a while? But the hero borrowed is definitely Zhan. To be honest, Su Luo's first reaction inside was one of reluctance. Feng Xiaoyi's recent guidance to Su Luo was undoubtedly very helpful, and this favor must be acknowledged. If he refuses, Feng Xiaoyi might not say anything, but the relationship between Su Luo and him would definitely drop to an icy level. It would be absolutely impossible to seek Feng Xiaoyi's help in the future. Sometimes help from allies can be life-saving. If you don't help others, why should they help you? Su Luo believed that if he asked Feng Xiaoyi to borrow a hero, Feng Xiaoyi would definitely agree. Borrowing Zhan is not without cost. After much consideration, Su Luo gritted his teeth and decided to borrow him just this once. However, he wanted to see what kind of cost Feng Xiaoyi was willing to pay. How much does it cost to borrow a hero just once? Su Luo asked, how much are you willing to pay? Su Luo was silent for a long time, and Feng Xiaoyi did not disturb him, knowing that Su Luo was contemplating. Receiving a reply from Su Luo meant that they could negotiate, which made him quite excited. Feng Xiaoyi replied, for an ordinary hero the borrowing fee ranges from 20 to 100, but considering the uniqueness of your mage hero, I'm willing to pay 500 gemstones. Or if you successfully kill an epic level creature, you will receive a quarter of the rewards, but I guarantee you 500 gemstones as a minimum. Su Luo blinked. Oh, was a quarter too little? Feng Xiaoyi explained, for this operation it won't just be me. One of the vice leaders, an elder Lei Haotian from the Alliance, will join us. Our tribes are working together for this action. Dealing with epic level creatures cannot rely solely on me. Even if we succeed, the damage would be considered. I observe that your mage hero's skill charge takes 1 minute. Within that minute, it would be a miracle if our heroes don't all get killed. Su Luo asked, somewhat puzzled, are epic level creatures really that powerful? The 3 heroes of Feng Xiaoyi combined should be at least 7 or 8. Previously, they hadn't even killed one of Su Da's silver level creatures. Hearing Su Luo's words, Feng Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. There are differences even among epic level creatures. The gap between them is like that between the barbarian king and your mage hero. The gap between Su Da and Zhan. Su Luo was taken aback. That was indeed quite large. 100 Su Das wouldn't stand a chance against Zhan. Feng Xiaoyi spoke in a low tone. This time we are dealing with an epic-level creature that is considered among the weakest, yet it still carries great risks. But life offers few chances to fight. If we succeed, we could obtain items worth nearly that of the Titan King. If we dare to think bigger, your mage hero could also be involved. If so, our future road could be broader. Su Luo nodded in agreement and said, "Let's do it your way. Our guaranteed 500 gemstones sounds good, but my mage hero is currently in use. He'll lend him to you in a week." Su Luo couldn't directly say that Jun's skill cooldown is 7 days. He was satisfied with the guaranteed price of 500 gemstones, earning money while lying at home. Su Luo and Feng Xiaoyi agreed that after Jun's turn before taking action, Feng Xiaoyi would give Su Luo the money. If they successfully killed the creature, Jun would be right there naturally knowing what dropped, so there was no fear of Feng Xiaoyi hiding it. As for Feng Xiaoyi burning bridges after crossing, one must try to trust, that's how trust is built. After their discussion, Feng Xiaoyi smiled and asked Su Luo, "The tribe competition is starting tomorrow. Do you want to participate?" Su Luo certainly agreed. The tribe competition offers magical items and resources as rewards, although he wasn't sure if it was the same as in mobile games. Participating didn't cost him anything, so why not? Thus Feng Xiaoyi removed the inappropriate content and added Su Luo. Huang Tu felt bitter. Since Su Luo got the mage hero, he had been worried about this, and it unexpectedly happened. But they indeed had the capital. What could he do? After finishing the conversation with the alliance, Su Luo continued to wait idly for Bo Ting's shield to end. The game announcement stated, "Congratulations to the players of the Sun Country. Caesar the Great is the first to establish an alliance. The Global Tribe League mechanism has been triggered, and only players can participate. The Tribe League will start on the 1st of next month, and will be held monthly thereafter. All players' alliances can sign up. The winning alliance will receive rewards for all players in their region. In addition, the first place alliance's region will have all resource storage facilities filled to capacity. The second place will be filled to 50%. The third place will be filled to 20%. All regions should strive to create alliances and participate actively." The sudden news left Su Luo stunned. Fill resources. Currently, Su Luo's resource storage limit is 1 million gold and 1 million holy water. If it were empty, it would mean a reward of 2 million. It is quite challenging to use up all the resources. Oh, often you can't use resources even if you have them. But all resources can be brought into reality. In that case, the resource facilities would naturally be emptied. 2 million resources are nothing for Su Luo, while other players might struggle to reach a few thousand. But this involves all players. If the Huaxiao region's alliance comes in first, everyone will receive rewards. Thus, the overall level and growth of Huaxiao region players will certainly surpass that of other regions. In the later stages, players' tribe levels will rise, and receiving rewards worth tens of millions of resources at once won't be difficult. That's quite a significant reward. Su Luo was puzzled. How could a player gather 500 gemstones to create an alliance? The second player to advance to level 3 probably wouldn't have any rewards left for creating an alliance for free. There were only a very few players who reached level 3 tribes as of yesterday. However, it's understandable. Some lucky players might have encountered fortuitous events and easily obtained 500 gemstones. Su Luo shook his head. If it weren't for the hanging, how could I possibly be a match for those lucky players? Today is the 15th. In half a month, the Tribe League will begin. Su Luo asked the game, "What is a player alliance?" The system replied, "Created by players. All members within the alliance are players." Su Luo pondered, should I participate in this Tribe League? If I do, I'm currently in the Indigenous Alliance, and I finally managed to become an elder. Am I supposed to withdraw now? Su Luo inquired. Among the Indigenes, there were only tribe battles, not tribe leagues. The rewards of a league are vastly different from those of ordinary tribe battles. Soon Su Luo made a decision. He would wait until Feng Xiaoyi kills the epic-level creature, earn some gemstones, and gain insight into the epic-level creature. Why was the first to create the alliance not Su Chahar, but the kingdom of the setting sun? Yeah, it's really frustrating that players from other regions created it first. Maybe there are rewards involved. What about Su Chahar? Why didn't he create the alliance? He can get such a powerful hero, yet he can't gather the 500 gems to establish an alliance. 1,000 people are pleading for Su Chahar to create an alliance. If he gets first place, I will introduce my sister to him. If he gets first, I as a man wouldn't mind marrying him. With the emergence of the Tribal League, the forum was flooded with posts, as many wondered why Su Luo didn't establish an alliance. Su Luo shook his head, thinking the perspective was too narrow. If he wanted to create an alliance, he could have done so days ago. Finally, the birth shield has ended. Having the shadow of anti-air rockets, Su Luo didn't dare let the Jun fly in the air. What if he got eliminated instantly? Although Feng Xiaoyi also mentioned that even high-quality anti-air rockets might not be possessed by a level 9. Facing the current birth without a hero and having lost most of his troops, he still needed Jun to fly in the air without taking damage. The moment Birth was kicked out of the tribe, he truly cried, damn, it was really too ruthless. There was a sense of despair akin to being abandoned. But when Su Luo arrived, Birth instead weakly stated, "If you dare to kill me, my alliance will not let you go. We will find trouble with you sooner or later." Su Luo sneered. The system had already clarified the rules. This time for revenge, Birth's Yunlin alliance could not retaliate again unless Su Luo killed Birth and then took out a member of theirs. Su Luo exclaimed. Earlier Birth's name had the words Yunlin in front of it, but now it was gone. "Why is your name gone? Did you withdraw from the alliance?" But soon Su Luo realized that it couldn't have been a voluntary withdrawal. Did he find his situation not difficult enough? Then there was only one possibility: he was kicked out. Su Luo pointed at Birth and inquired with surprise, "Look at you on the brink of death, and yet you got kicked out. How tragic is that?" Struck by the pain in his heart, Birth could no longer hold back. His defenses crumbled, and his eyes turned red. "I will fight you." Su Luo looked disdainfully at him, asking, "Do you still have the capital to fight me? Do you think you have a cheat like mine?" Suda led the way with Chuan Yun and Jun protected by the troops, and within less than 10 minutes they destroyed Birth. During this time, Birth kept cursing in Su Luo's ear. It wasn't that Birth's tribe was small, he was wiped out. System, congratulations on destroying a level 6 tribe. You have obtained a blueprint for a level 6 base, and you have earned 31 trophies. Your current trophies are 426, and your rank has been promoted to Iron Cup 3. Due to your over-level destruction, the quality of the silver chest you originally obtained has been enhanced. Your siege range has increased to 18 kilometers, and your luck multiplier has risen to 1. 4. Ignoring the rest, which was already expected this time, he received a silver chest finally, no longer a bronze chest. It seems that destroying a level 6 tribe grants one a silver chest. Last time from the silver chest, Su Luo obtained a gold mine blueprint and sold it for over 500 gems. System prompt: you have received 10 million gold coins from the silver chest. This reward can overflow. Su Luo cursed under his breath, thinking he probably had bad luck last time. This 10 million gold coins would only be enough for Jun to level up once. Oh well, it's better than nothing. Upgrading the chest level really improves the quality of the items obtained. With Birth destroyed, Su Luo was directly teleported back to the tribe. Looking at the level 6 base blueprint in his hand, Su Luo pondered whether to use it now to quickly upgrade to level 8, or should he stabilize for a few more days. Once he developed to level 6, level 7 tribes could attack him. Stabilizing? What nonsense, as long as I am honest in the tribe, which level 7 can attack me without relying on defensive buildings. If there is real danger, I can also borrow a hero of decent level from Feng Xiaoyi. Su Luo muttered, unsure if there were any level 7 players who could match him. It would be great if I didn't have to trouble them. In the end, the high cost of upgrading heroes made Su Luo decide to upgrade to level 6, otherwise quickly upgrading heroes would leave him short on resources. Su Luo was about to arrange for Barton to upgrade. Regional announcement: a small resource point has appeared outside area number 199,103, containing tens of millions of resources. All tribes interested can go and participate in the raid. Su Luo was taken aback. A resource point? Tens of millions of resources. As he inquired about what a resource point was in the game, Su Luo immediately set off for area 199,103. With such resources, he was intrigued. Through inquiries, Su Luo learned that resource points refresh randomly, and tribes within a certain area can obtain the information. Resource points are divided into 4 types: small, medium, large, and top level. Not only resources, but also items, magical items. Basically, everything could appear. The higher the level of the resource point, the larger the area it radiates, and the more tribes can participate. Of course, only the powerful can participate in the raid, the weak can only watch. The resources contained in the resource points are extremely rich. Even small resource points can hold tens of millions of resources. The specific locations of the resource points have already been marked by the game. Using the teleportation array requires gems. Su Luo didn't want to spend that money. Area 199,103 was only about 10 miles away from him, and small resource points have shields when they first refresh for 2 hours, so there was plenty of time. In no time, tribes that received the news rushed to the location regardless of whether their strength was sufficient. Su Luo only brought 3 heroes and half of the barbarian mages. He didn't bring any slow-moving giants. On the way, he encountered many players who kept eyeing Su Luo from a distance, inspecting him as if he were a national treasure. After half an hour, Su Luo arrived at the location of the resource point marked by the game. Many tribes had already arrived, surrounding the area tightly. 20 altars appeared on the ground, some large, some small, with a total of 10 million resources, all within the altars. The larger altars naturally contain more resources, while the smaller ones contained less. Leaders wishing to participate can choose any altar's resources to compete with other leaders choosing that altar. The final victor obtains the resources of the altar. Choosing 2 altars or all altars is not allowed. Such greed and dominance would lead to being besieged by everyone. As Su Luo hurried, he calculated that there were only 10 million resources in total. The largest might have 2 million resources. Is it worth it to waste time for this little resource? Can I capture all the altars? 10 million resources barely satisfy my appetite. While he was deep in thought, a loud shout came from afar. Get lost, this resource point is ours. Did they take the entire resource point? Su Luo was taken aback, contemplating whether to observe which tribes had arrived before making a move. Goodness, is there someone bolder than me? 3 tribes had come, and Su Luo couldn't determine their exact levels at that moment, but one of them was accompanied by an angel, which meant it was at least a level 6 tribe. The area in question had a diameter of 100 kilometers. The 3 tribes planned to collaborate to claim this resource point. The altar spanned nearly 2 miles, allowing a large number of tribes to participate. Su Luo surveyed the surrounding tribes and noticed a familiar figure among them. It dawned on him that this was the first hero he had encountered who had once withstood damage and destroyed a level 5. It was from that moment that Su Luo gained a preliminary understanding of heroes. The 3 alliances began to rudely drive away all the leaders. Get lost, or we will take action. You, a level 2 tribe, who gave you the courage to join in? All the leaders, whether players or natives, were undoubtedly furious, yet none dared to act rashly. Everyone understood that they could surround these 3 tribes, but the high-level troops and heroes on their side made everyone hesitant. They were somewhat aware of the power of heroes. Among the 3 tribes there was a barbarian king and a divine archer. Look at Suchaharzen. A player spotted Su Luo, and soon many players gathered around. Zongod, let's take down these 3 tribes together. As long as we win, we can recover our losses. The mechanism for the resource point was that if someone was overly domineering and caused chaos, the victorious side could unconditionally recover their forces regardless of whether they were the aggressors or the attackers. The players were all excited with Su Luo around. Why fear these 3 tribes? A bolt of lightning would annihilate them all. Yet Su Luo remained silent, offering no response. Sorry, but I am the one who is most greedy. They want 3, but I intend to claim it all for myself. There was still plenty of time, and Su Luo did not want to make a move just yet. Perhaps there were still tribes that had not arrived. It would be better to act when the shield was about to expire. There was no need to expose himself this early. Many players could not understand why Su Luo was not acting. Was it out of fear? This was irrational. What was really going on? Su Luo remained silent, watching from a distance. About 10 minutes later, a tribe of considerable strength arrived to join in the scramble for the resource point. Su Luo initially thought this tribe would either submit or join forces with the smaller tribes to resist. This was indeed a wise move. By uniting with the smaller tribes, even if they won, they would only gain the resources of one altar. Partnering with the 3 This was indeed a wise move. By uniting with the smaller tribes, even if they won, they would only gain the resources of one altar. Partnering with the 3 tribes would yield far more than just one altar. For the 3 tribes, the emergence of this formidable tribe raised concerns that they might ally with the smaller tribes and put their position at risk. Jointly occupying the resource point would be a win-win situation. Su Luo chuckled lightly, planning to wait until the shield was about to end. If only these tribes were present, he would simply crush them. As the resource point neared its conclusion, the 4 tribes united and became 5. There was one more tribe, likely a level 5 tribe, which the occupying side had not included in their ranks. They were no longer afraid of him and the smaller tribes joining forces. 5 tribes, 3 heroes, 2 barbarian kings, and 1 divine archer. Time was drawing to a close, and Su Luo estimated that all who could come had arrived, otherwise it would be too late. Once the shield ended, the resources on the altar could be seized instantly, after which everyone could return home. Su Luo thought to himself it was time to act. These weaklings could be dealt with by merely shaking a single person. It would just take a little more time. Su Luo began to slowly approach the altar from a distance. Many players observing Su Luo's actions perked up. They had long suspected that Suchaharzen wouldn't give up. As Su Luo was halfway there, someone shouted, Suchaharzen is going in. Everyone, let's help Suchaharzen. In response, all the players who had yet to leave rallied together. After victory, they could recover their forces unconditionally. Who was afraid? Would Suchaharzen lose? That was impossible. Some unwilling natives also joined the fray. Su Luo sighed. He couldn't just say, actually, I am the final boss, so everyone don't interfere, let me handle it alone. If they wanted to join in, Su Luo would not refuse. The 5 tribes were probably the strongest 5 tribes within 100 kilometers. One of them sneered, a bunch of trash who doesn't understand the power of heroes and the gap between high-level and low-level tribes. They have angels, numerous giants, a considerable number of mages, and 3 heroes. With proper tactics, victory is assured for them. However, they had not counted on Su Luo. The leader of the level 6 China tribe said expressionlessly, it seems someone is leading them, otherwise these ruffians wouldn't dare act. One of the leaders from a level 5 tribe saw Su Luo walking in front, and surprised said, he has a hero, should we play it safe and bring him in too? China scoffed, no need, if it were the queen we might consider it. A foolish barbarian king is merely crushing low-level tribes. How can he contend with us? Not to mention heroes, the mages can easily teach him a lesson. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, agreeing with one another. At that moment, a purple figure soared into the air. Qianhe and the others' pupils constricted. A flying unit. With a crown, it must be a hero. In an instant, they fell into deep apprehension. Qianhe decisively said, bring him over, oh, let's share together. No one opposed. They were genuinely wary of this hero, knowing that if it were a mage hero, one could make them all kneel. Zhen must make an appearance. As for exposure, so be it. They couldn't just avoid using him out of fear of being exposed, could they? Qianhe approached amiably and said, greetings, esteemed leader. We could divide the 3 altars, you can choose any. Su Luo glanced at him and said flatly, sorry, I don't do multiple choice. 20 altars, only 3 were allocated to Su Luo, which seems scarce. However, the altars vary in size. By choosing the 3 largest, at least 1/3 of the resources are taken away by Su Luo. Out of fear of the unknown hero, Qian and the others have made significant concessions. Qian is somewhat confused, wondering what it means to not be able to choose. With eyes closed, one should know to select the 3 largest in the middle. Su Luo helplessly remarked that they seem to not understand plain language. He coughed lightly, what I mean is I want them all. Only children make choices, adults take everything. As the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Qian stared at Su Luo, his face turning red with anger. Don't go too far. They are strong, yet they must cooperate. Good grief, Su Zhaohair can intends to swallow it all alone. We'll just have to fight it, otherwise I can't swallow this anger. In an instant, tensions rose. But Qian intervened, speaking in a low tone, we will yield this resource point. Qian couldn't gauge the extent of Su Luo's heroism, and more importantly, due to their previous domineering behavior, they were already at risk of being besieged by everyone. 10 million resources are a lot. If divided equally, each person could obtain 2 million resources, which is several days' worth of output. Not everyone can acquire 7 to 8 million resources like Su Luo in a single day. But resources are important. Retaining strength is even more crucial. It's not worth the risk to engage in a fierce battle with Su Luo over 1,000 gems. Su Luo narrowed his eyes, considering whether to leave these tribes here. Such a rare opportunity, it's hard to gather them together during ordinary times. Later, destroying their tribes would yield considerable gains. However, Qian has an alliance, so there might be risks. They had agreed to develop steadily to level 8 first, and for a moment Su Luo hesitated. While Su Luo hesitated, all the smaller tribes did not. With someone leading, they were already desperate. The resources at the resource point can overflow. Regardless of which altar's resources they acquire, they can gain a fortune, needing a long time to digest it, so they wouldn't have to worry about resources in the short term. Before Su Luo even arrived, they all charged in. The players were the most proactive because they understood that Su Luo had a barbarian king and a queen, as well as the ability to eliminate the Titan King in an instant. Is there anything to fear? They gazed at the beautiful girl in the sky, awe and envy reflecting in their expressions. It must be her who could unleash divine punishment. With Su Luo backing them up, they felt no fear. Su Luo was bewildered, wondering if they were not afraid of him not participating. Shaking his head, he thought, fine, let's do this. With this group of players aiding him, destroying them would be even easier. But don't think I will share resources with you. I find it too little for myself. Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement to the girl in the sky. Receiving the command, the girl immediately flew to the densely populated area of Qian's alliance, relying on chain magic from her passive skills. In an instant, all troop types suffered heavy losses except for the giants. At a height unreachable by anyone, Su Luo contemplated leveling the girl to level 10. Even low-level giants would be instantly eliminated. Originally, Su Luo didn't want to expose the girl's range and feared that lowering her level would expose her to attacks. But exposing her was exposing her. Without strength, understanding the information is of no use. Qian was stunned by the girl's range, realizing immediately that they were doomed. There was no way to deal with this hero. The range is terrifying, the damage isn't low either, and it's area damage to boot. Even without these small tribes relying solely on this mage hero would eventually lead to total annihilation. Qian felt a chill in his heart. How could a tribe possessing such a hero appear nearby? Shocked in his heart, he spoke quickly, we yield, we yield. All the resources at the resource point belong to you, we will leave now. Please don't attack us again. The girl had already killed many troops, which was irreversible, yet Qian dared not complain. A scream rang out. It turned out to be the Lone Ranger, who was struck by the girl reluctantly, using his invisibility cloak. The barbarian king was struck, but could only roar helplessly, feeling extremely stifled. Su Luo glanced at Qian. The girl's intimidation was indeed terrifying, but since they had already attacked, how could they possibly stop now? Seeing the girl's power, the players were even more excited. That range is unmatched. With unconditional troop recovery, they fought even more fiercely than Su Luo. Relying on their numerical advantage, they pushed forward recklessly. Qian, seeing Su Luo not responding, felt anxious. Troop losses were mounting. Without Su Luo, despite having so many tribes, they would still win. Now they were undoubtedly doomed. Qian shouted, retreat all. The other leaders were also terrified, previously daring to speak back, but now realizing the girl's power, they were all silent. They wanted to retreat, but it wasn't that easy. The participating tribes were simply too many. There were hundreds. Originally spread out around, they were driven far away, but now they all gathered closer. Qian was so anxious, he almost cried. What was once a sure victory had turned into a massive variable. It was all greed that caused this disaster. With red swollen eyes, Qian approached Su Luo, pleading, "My lord, please spare us this time. We have agreed to give up, but what more do you want from us? Are you asking us to kneel before you?" As he spoke, Qian knelt down without any dignity. The surrounding players looked on in shock, thinking, wow, he actually knelt down. They certainly did not believe that it was their ragtag group that brought Qian to such a state. The god of Can is so formidable that he makes a level 6 leader kneel and beg for mercy. Don't envy us, we can do it too in the future. Once we reach level 14, even level 13, we'll have to kneel. Looking forward to that day, oh, I'm truly speechless. The 3 levels I wouldn't even glance at in mobile games can ride on my head and act with power. Su Luo also did not expect Qian would kneel before him. Just a few days ago, a level 6 player had scared him into not daring to leave the tribe, yet he was now kneeling directly before him. Wait, no, this Qian and Bo Ting are not on the same level. How pitiful. I am the softest-hearted and cannot bear to see someone in distress. To avoid you being so pitiful, I will grant you relief, and may you not suffer in another world. Watching as his troops were being slaughtered, Qian wept bitterly, feeling utterly helpless, which reinforced Su Luo's determination to help him find relief. In the end, even as his troops were destroyed, Qian did not dare to say a harsh word to Su Luo. With all troops dead, there was still a little left at home. The tribe was not destroyed. There would be an opportunity to develop, and eventually they could recover. Thinking too much, could Su Zhaohair can really give up the fat meat right in front of him? It was an upgraded silver treasure chest. Due to the outbreak of battle, the shield of the resource point was delayed, waiting to see who would emerge victorious. Relying on tribal wars to gain resources is quite unrealistic. During his first tribal war, Su Luo only acquired 16 points of holy water. No one would hoard resources and then let someone else take them. However, the resource points are different, with rewards that are exceptionally generous. Currently, no tribe dares to monopolize them, as everyone's levels are low. Once they level up, even Su Luo wouldn't dare to play that way. If they cannot break the defenses of the barbarian king, now how could they do so when they have mages? A top-tier resource point covers at least a 10,000 kilometer radius. Who would dare to challenge that, seeking death? The range of the tremor is 100 meters. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers, wouldn't there be several high-level queens? The tribes that previously occupied the points were soon annihilated. Their leaders forcibly returned to their tribes. Looking at the players celebrating Su Luo's side, it was time to play the villain. He approached the altar and declared to the game, "I want all these altars." Area announcement: player Su Chaharzan has chosen all altars. The players who had been smiling suddenly froze. "No way, Godzon, you've gone too far. We did put in some effort." Su Luo was stunned. Godzon. God refers to a master, a great deity. What merit do I have? If I were to be exposed for cheating, it would be disastrous. The players were shocked, realizing that all their hard work had gone to make him rich. Many players accused Su Luo of being too domineering. As for the idea of surrounding him, no one dared to consider it. They dislike living. Seeing the range of the tremor, not a single person thought they could defeat Su Luo. Su Luo turned a deaf ear, as if he couldn't monopolize the altar without them. Being surrounded was only possible while the altar existed. Once this mechanism ended, it would automatically cancel, and they could not be surrounded indefinitely. However, not all players blamed Su Luo. One player stood up. "Without us, Godzon could still monopolize the altar. Even though we sacrificed a lot, it would have been the same whether we were here or not. Go, Godzon. Obtain these resources, create an alliance, and win first place in the tribal league." Many players rallied in support. "Yes, with these resources we can go further and achieve first place, then all of us can share in that success." The public opinion shifted, although Su Luo didn't care about it. Reluctant players had no choice but to give up. The reality was indeed like this. What could they do but hope that Su Luo truly wins first place in the league? As for the natives, they weren't foolish. If they dared to resist, they wouldn't have fled so far when Qianda and others. Su Luo smiled. He had no desire to kill these low-level tribes. There was truly no benefit in it. It seemed he wouldn't need to act. Suddenly, Su Luo realized an issue. After the resource point ended, he would need to destroy Qianda, or even wipe out those level 5 tribes. But where were they located? Within 100 kilometers. If luck was not on his side, it could take 2 days to find them. If they fled overnight, it would be even more troublesome. "I don't know, there are so many people nearby. Someone must know, right?" Thus Su Luo called out loudly, "Who knows the locations of those tribes just now? Whoever knows the location of the Qianda tribe will receive a 500 resource altar from me." Spending 500,000 to directly find the Qianda tribe was certainly a good deal. Su Luo pondered. He already had a level 6 main camp blueprint in hand. Destroying Qianda would allow him to synthesize a level 7. There were also a few level 5 camps here which could be synthesized into a level 6. This way he wouldn't need to destroy the level 7 tribe to upgrade to a level 7 camp. What a pleasant surprise. The altars are divided into 200, 500, 100, and 200, containing varying amounts of resources. He would place bounties on the smaller altars and keep the larger ones for himself. With great rewards, there will surely be brave men, and moreover there's no risk involved. Soon Su Luo learned the locations of 3 level 5 tribes. At this moment a player stepped forward. "Godzon, I know the location of the Qianda tribe, it's not far from me." Su Luo was overjoyed, for the Qianda tribe was the most crucial. This player, named Nameless General, said somewhat timidly, "Do you need me to take you there?" It would be best if he could guide him. The previous level 5 tribes might have someone bold enough to deceive Su Luo for resources, but that was unlikely. Su Luo pointed at the altar and said that 5000 altar is yours. To Su Luo's surprise, Nameless General smiled and replied, "No need, I don't want it." Su Luo couldn't believe it. "Do I have fans now helping without asking for money?" Nameless General explained, "With so many resources I can't use them for now. I also have level 3 or 4 tribes nearby. If any of them discover I have this much resource, I'd just be waiting to die." Su Luo glanced at Nameless General in surprise. His mind was clear, not blinded by the resources. The fact that a level 4 tribe could defeat him indicated that he was already at level 3. Su Luo couldn't help but regard him with higher esteem. He could consider him as a candidate for the alliance competition. Su Luo spent 600,000 resources to learn the locations of 3 level 5 tribes and the Qianda tribe. Naturally, the first target was the Qianda tribe. The game prompted, "The shield time has ended. No one is competing with you. You have obtained 9. For million resources, you can choose between gold coins or holy water based on usage." To Su Luo, it was all the same, as it would be used to upgrade heroes. Following that, Su Luo chose to head to the Qianda tribe with Nameless General. Su Luo took the initiative to say, "Let's be friends." Nameless General could hardly believe his ears, and then he couldn't contain his joy, nodding vigorously. Su Luo saw that he was not very old, probably just in his early 20s. Since they weren't allies of the same camp, they could not provide support. Otherwise, Su Luo truly wanted to give him 100,000 or so to help him develop faster. Nameless General could choose to return quickly, but Su Luo could not. He had to rely on walking. On the way, Su Luo wanted to hunt some wild monsters for dropped resources or equipment for Nameless General to pick up, but unexpectedly, after fighting 200 or 300 wild monsters, he only dropped a few scattered resources and no defense blueprint. Su Luo was so shocked, he almost jumped up. The luck he obtained at great risk ended up with higher luck, leading to worse outcomes. "Game, you must give me an explanation." System: "Sorry, since you are currently at level 5, killing low-level monsters with no spirit greatly reduces drop rates. Killing high-level monsters can restore triggered luck." Su Luo cursed inwardly, but could also understand. Even without the tremor or the giant cloud piercing, killing these low-level monsters could be done with minimal consumption. Or the balloon soldiers, who could do it without taking any damage. Killing 1,000 or 1,800 in a day is not a problem. With some bad luck, he could still acquire resources worth over 1,000,000, right? If that were truly the case, no one would come to seize this resource point. But where are the high-level monsters? The game didn't inform Su Luo at all. After walking straight for more than 2 hours, Su Luo, under the guidance of an unnamed soldier, finally found the Qianda tribe. Qianha was sighing within the tribe when he noticed Su Luo's arrival. Suddenly filled with immense fear, Qianha wondered if they really had to go to such extremes. He had been contemplating whether to migrate elsewhere, but never expected Su Luo to arrive so quickly. Qianha was filled with regret, thinking that he would have good fortune by going out only to refresh resource points. Little did he know it was the beginning of a nightmare. What should he do now? Begging for mercy would be useless. At this moment, he could only pray for the alliance to come through. Qianha tagged each of the big shots in the alliance, hoping they would lend him their heroes, willing to pay any price for it. Qianha promised that as long as they got through this crisis, he would definitely gather 100 gems to express his gratitude. Borrowing a hero for 100 gems was still something someone would be willing to do, and borrowing a few more times would allow him to purchase a hero. However, Qianha concealed Su Luo's true power, not mentioning that Su Luo possessed a mage hero. Since the previous battle was not a tribe war, there was no battle video. Indeed, a big shot lent Qianha a level 38 Queen of Archers. Leveling the Queen of Archers to above level 50 was quite difficult, at least not something these low-level tribes could possess. Su Luo frowned as he looked at the 2-hour shield of Qianha tribe. What would happen if they encountered enemies they couldn't defeat? Would they just rely on the shield? Although the shield ultimately had a time limit and could not be infinite, it was still a waste of time. Next time a small task force should launch a surprise attack. Once the battle status was triggered, the shield could no longer be purchased. Qianha pointed at a nearby level 60 Queen of Archers and said, "This is a level 60 Queen of Archers I borrowed from the Alliance. She perfectly counters your mage hero. I advise you not to be ungrateful." The Queen of Archers looked at Qianha in surprise, wondering how she was level 60 and didn't know it. Su Luo observed their expressions. It was highly probable that this queen was not actually level 60. Feng Xiaoi had a level 8 base, and the queen was only level 36. If this queen were truly level 60, a Qianha wouldn't even need to purchase a shield. Su Luo looked on coldly, realizing an imminent problem. I need a strategy against queens above level 50. Tank-type heroes generally have short attack ranges. Having a tremor is good, but a high-level queen truly counters the tremor. There are two strategies. One is to have a hero like the Titan King, who can forcefully approach the Queen of Archers. A level 50 queen wouldn't be able to defeat a level 10 Titan King. The other method is to possess a higher-level Queen of Archers. If your range is long, mine is even longer. If I had a high-level queen and the opponent also had a mage hero, Su Luo would not be afraid. As long as the queen's level is high enough, she can specialize in countering flashy abilities. As for the tremor's level, once it's high enough, any increase would merely raise the skill damage cap. For now, such high damage isn't necessary. Raising the level of Chuan Yun is the most urgent task at present. Faced with the shield, Su Luo had no choice but to wait it out. Meanwhile, Qianhe continuously uttered threats boasting about how powerful his alliance was. Su Luo remained indifferent. Even if someone really came to attack him, they would need a 24-hour preparation time. I have money, I can buy a shield. 2 hours later, despite the possibility that the borrowed Queen of Archers was indeed level 50 or above, Su Luo still launched his attack. If it were true, Su Luo would also activate the shield upon returning to the tribe. The unnamed soldier nearby gasped, I'm disgusted. If we players level up and want to destroy these level 5 or 6 tribes, what will happen when they borrow heroes? How will we play? Su Luo pondered and found an answer: either join a powerful alliance and enjoy a good life, or destroy similar player tribes. Most likely it's the second option. Qianhe never expected Su Luo would dare to attack, collapsing weakly to the ground. Did he not know how high level this queen was? Qianhe even had the Queen of Archers stand on the arrow tower to increase her height against aerial threats, but the tremor could fly to a higher position to strike. Without taking any damage, Su Luo destroyed the Qianhe tribe. One of the vice leaders of Qian's alliance learned of his hero's death and immediately turned as dark as iron, discovering Su Luo's tremor through battle video. He was furious that Qianhe kept it from him, but with Qianhe dead, what could he do? He could only trouble Su Luo, angrily asking in the alliance, which level 6 member is confident in revenge. Get that kid killed for me. Several level 6 members were dumbfounded. Dude, are you out of your mind? As long as he doesn't come looking for trouble with us, we should be grateful. Why would we go looking for him? System prompt: you have destroyed a level 6 tribe and obtained a level 6 base blueprint, as well as 20. Your attack range has increased, and your luck multiplier has been raised to 1. 5. You have received a silver level treasure chest with improved quality. Su Luo opened the silver treasure chest and received an unexpected item. System prompt: you have gained teleportation qualifications to the barbarian home map from the silver treasure chest. Su Luo was astonished at what was this. System: in the time of savagery, the continent was home to humans, goblins, giants, demons, dragons, and other races who fought for resources and land. Each leader could train units based on these races. The barbarian home map you drew contains barbarians from the age of savagery, whose power far exceeds your imagination. Danger and opportunity coexist. There you can obtain treasures that low-level wild monsters cannot drop. Su Luo immediately became interested. Is this the so-called high-level wild monster? Or are they humanoid? My tremor has a range of up to 100. Bullying barbarians would be as easy as killing as many as I want. After a brief explanation, the system fell silent, no longer providing further introductions to Su Luo. After thinking for a moment, Su Luo decided to first destroy the 3 level 5 tribes to meet the conditions for directly upgrading to a level 7 base. If they ran away, it wouldn't be easy to find them again. After that, Su Luo no longer brought the unnamed soldier along. He only told him that if anyone dared to attack him, they should report the name Su Chaharkin. Su Luo spoke with lofty ambition, as there were only at most level 4 tribes attacking the unnamed soldier, which he could manage. 5 hours later, Su Luo destroyed 3 level 5 tribes, which only netted him 3 bronze treasure chests. Su Luo obtained a bronze level beast control ring, 20 gems, and 500 gold coins. On the way back to the tribe, night had fallen. After a tiring day, it was time to rest. Tomorrow he would venture to the so-called barbarian home. Su Luo had made up his mind to first level up Chuan Yun before anything else. He would not rush to upgrade the tremor for now, mainly because the cost for upgrading the tremor was too high and Su Luo couldn't satisfy both at the same time. Upgrading Chuan Yun to level 6 required 1.6 million resources, or 1600 black oil, while the tremor already needed 10 million resources. Others could rest, but Chuan Yun sat on the throne, allowing the builders to upgrade. Barton and Xiao Feng worked in 2 shifts, each working 12 hours, tirelessly upgrading Chuan Yun. Su Luo rubbed his temples in frustration. Even with 10 times the speed, it would still take 2 hours to level Chuan Yun to level 6. And that was with Su Luo. If it were someone else with the builders working 12 hours a day and not many workers, it might even take a month to level Chuan Yun to level 50. The next day, Barton and Xiao Feng took turns working, and Chuan Yun had reached level 6 soon to ascend to level 7. Su Luo was stunned. Having 2 workers focused on upgrading a single hero was almost insufficient, and there was no one else to handle other tasks. I must buy another worker. Even if I buy one, they won't be idle. There are plenty of defensive buildings and resource facilities. Occasionally, if there's time, I might consider upgrading Su Da as well, since the cost for Su Da's upgrade is only half that of Chuan Yun. The archery queen plays a significant role. She can serve as both an assassin and a damage dealer, even keeping high-level queens in check. However, Su Luo still couldn't understand why the price of the barbarian king was just over 200 gems less than that of the queen. Could it be because the upgrade is cheaper? Since Xiao Feng was an additional worker, the third worker only cost Su Luo 250 gems. After 3 consecutive days of clearing obstacles, Su Luo still had several hundred gems left. The third worker was named Xiao Fei, and Su Luo assigned him to start upgrading the level 6 main base. For the level 6 main base, Su Luo needed 2 hours. He instructed Xiao Fei to upgrade the construction resource facilities after completing the upgrade, and then Su Luo headed to the teleportation array within the region. Those without map teleportation qualifications cannot use the teleportation array to reach the barbarian's homeland. Chuan Yun was left at home to upgrade, while Su Luo took Su Dejun and some giant mage balloon soldiers to the barbarian's homeland. Game prompt. Do you wish to spend 20 gems to teleport to the barbarian's homeland? Su Luo cursed silently. This required gems as well, and he reluctantly complied. Consider it the ticket fee, or I just hope I can at least make back the ticket costs. Game prompt. Due to the large number of entrants to the barbarian's homeland, to avoid congestion, a unit space will be provided for summoning, which can be summoned directly when needed and can be recalled in a non-combat state. Please select a location to appear in the barbarian's homeland from 1 to 10,000, with each 1,000 representing a node. The further you go, the greater the difficulty you'll encounter. You are entering for the first time. It is recommended to choose a point between 1 and 1,000, which allows for node conversion on the map. Su Luo was taken aback. It seemed like many people were already inside. Su Luo chose node 1. The next moment, he found himself on a long cobblestone road stretching for several miles and several hundred meters wide. People came and went, flowing endlessly, almost crowding each other. Game prompt. The cobblestone road is a safe zone where no fighting can occur. There are no means to recover troops in this area. The road was crowded with individuals resembling leaders, each bearing names, and usually adorned with a lion. Most people were accompanied by either a barbarian king or a queen, a divine archer, and some even had a beautiful radiant angel. A question mark appeared above Su Luo's head. Is this how angels look? Are they all this beautiful? No, she wears a crown. Oh, she is an angelic hero. Su Luo was taken aback. Ooh, everyone here was so impressive, casually possessing a hero, as if not having one would be embarrassing. And this was just one of the 10,000 nodes, even a basic one. How many high-level tribes exist in this world? In the next moment, Su Luo's body was pushed aside by the teleportation array, stumbling forward. A voice grumbled, "Don't you know to step away from the teleportation array? You scared me. Is it your first time here, you bumpkin?" After speaking, the person summoned a short goblin. Su Luo surprisingly saw wisdom in the goblin's eyes, which was quite strange. The goblin wore an eye accessory. The leader who had rebuffed Su Luo walked away proudly with the goblin and paid no further attention to Su Luo. A wave of astonishment erupted. "It's the goblin hero, goblin builder." It said he can work like a construction worker, but is 10 times more efficient. I've heard of him too. Having him is equivalent to having 10 construction workers. That's truly impressive. I once saw someone sell him for over 20,000 gems, and many top tribes were eager to acquire him. Everyone looked at the leader with the goblin hero, their eyes unconsciously filled with respect and awe. Possessing such a hero surely indicated extraordinary strength. It's just that no one knew why he appeared in such a low-level node. Su Luo's eyes widened upon hearing their words. This goblin's efficiency is 10 times that of an ordinary construction worker. Is he on drugs? If I factor in the bonuses from my time clock tower, does that mean 20-fold or even 100-fold? Worth over 20,000 gems. What a huge sum of money. If it's really 100-fold with enough resources, can Chuan Yun reach level 50 in just a few days? Where could I obtain it? I just want to know, does the merchant shop sell such a thing? Su Luo stared at the goblin, his eyes burning with desire. This unassuming goblin turned out to be so impressive. At this moment, Su Luo looked at the goblin, as if gazing upon an unparalleled beauty. As the goblin gradually moved away, Su Luo's mind remained fixated on him. After a long while, Su Luo came to his senses, shook his head, and decided to focus on developing to level 8. He noticed that there were quite a few leaders squatting or sitting along the cobblestone road with various items placed in front of them. Walking to the nearest one, Su Luo overheard 2 people haggling. The auction takes a 10% handling fee. Here the fee is only 3%. Can you lower the price a bit? The Barbarian King's hero certificate is 580 gems, and the Queen's hero certificate is 780 gems. Su Luo glanced over and saw 2 hero certificates displayed in front of the leader sitting on the ground. This was a safe zone. Fighting was prohibited, so no one had the intention to compete, and the selling fees here were much cheaper. This place must be gathering people from all over the world, at least those not low in level from the Huaxiao region. It's no wonder there are so many people. The seller replied lazily. That's the price. That's lower than the auction, and if you think it's expensive you can go buy it there. In the end, the two settled on a price of 1,400 gems for the 2 hero certificates. Su Luo watched enviously. They were all wealthy people, and it seemed he had never possessed 1,400 gems. Where did these hero certificates come from? Su Luo asked the seller, trying to appear flattering. Perhaps in a good mood, the seller cheerfully told Su Luo, "You're a newcomer, right? If you leave the safe zone and encounter wild barbarian kings or queens, you might drop their hero certificates. The drop rate has been studied over the years, and it's about 1%. Although it's a bit low, the prices aren't cheap either." Su Luo twitched his mouth. Wild barbarian kings and queens. After the seller finished speaking, he patted his butt and left. Su Luo pondered. A drop rate of 1%. My current drop rate should be 1.5%, almost half more than theirs. If it were 100-fold drop rate, wouldn't it mean that defeating a barbarian king or a queen would guarantee a drop of a hero certificate? Su Luo did not rush to leave the safe zone. Instead, he shamelessly inquired around. After enduring countless disdainful glances, he finally grasped a rough understanding of this barbarian homeland. Contrary to Su Luo's expectations, this place was not inhabited solely by barbarians, but by humans. Among the humans were barbarians, archers, mages, and martial gods. They existed in tribal forms, and the notion of relying on flying troops to slay the barbarians was far from reality. The tribes had defensive buildings, but there were no troops other than humans. They could not train troops in barracks and relied on reproduction instead. The rest were generally similar to the chief tribe. Even in small tribes there might be a considerable number of super barbarians or super archers. Su Luo was well aware of how formidable a super barbarian could be, but few could rival a barbarian king. It was not easy to obtain the hero's certificate by defeating the barbarian queen. They rarely acted alone and were always within their tribe alongside the main force. There could even be multiple heroes within a single tribe. Su Luo heard that in the innermost parts the number of tribal heroes could reach into the hundreds. Even a level 14 elite tribe would not dare provoke them. There were no opportunities to recover troop strength here, and while the benefits were substantial, the risks were significant. However, the outer tribes were small and unlikely to have heroes and could still be easily crushed without any damage. The rewards were just small in scale. The resources they dropped were superior to those from the low-level monsters outside the map, and blueprints for defensive buildings could also be obtained. In addition to the barbarian homeland, there were goblin homes, giant homes, magical valleys, Pikachu amusement parks, undead cemeteries, dragon caves, and other maps. Entry into these respective maps required qualifications. The difficulty around the outskirts of these maps varied. The outer difficulty of the barbarian and goblin homes was very low, but the ultimate difficulty in the deepest parts of all maps was roughly the same. Su Luo was ready to start farming, but not at this location 1. He planned to begin at location 888. Both locations were within 1,000 with the same difficulty, just differing in their outer positions. There were too many people at location 1, making it unsuitable. The game announcement read, "Congratulations to players Su Chaharzen for leveling up to level 6. Su Luo then remembered that Xiao Feifei had completed the upgrade of the main base at home. The system announced, "Congratulations on being the first to reach level 6, rewarding you with 500 gems and a hero's certificate, Barbarian King bound." Hearing the hero's certificate made Su Luo quite excited, but upon learning it was bound to him, his face fell. It was the kind that couldn't be sold. Transforming a barbarian king took half an hour. Su Luo planned to return and transform again, as a barbarian king without skills was of little use. This reward was indeed quite good. There were 500 gems. Su Luo arrived at location 888, where outside the safety zone of each location were hundreds of blue light teleportation arrays leading directly to the barbarian homeland. It was easy to imagine how vast the entire barbarian homeland was, and how many tribes were heading there. Su Luo only summoned Jun upon arriving here. He needed troop companionship to prevent the leader from recklessly exploring, relying on invincibility. Su Luo planned to rely on Jun to farm resources without injury, though otherwise if other troops appeared the tribes here would not pose a threat to Jun, but would surely attack ordinary troops. Before Su Luo appeared an endless forest with ancient trees towering and lush. Jun immediately flew high above 100 meters to avoid ambushes. Su Luo felt he had found a good spot with no one else around. It was just him. Upon entering the forest, he soon encountered a group of barbarians and archers. The barbarians among them had horns on their heads obscuring their yellow hair, and appearing quite robust. Su Luo's level 3 barbarian could not compare to them at all. The archers had long purple or red hair down to their waists, and the red-haired archer had a golden headband on his forehead embedded with purple gems. They were high-level barbarians and archers, roughly level 7 or 8 troops. Their numbers were few, with no other types of troops present. Su Luo deduced that these were the so-called humanoid monsters in the barbarian homeland. These humanoid monsters did not remain within the tribe, but ventured out to hunt for food. Launching a forced attack on a tribe would incur significant losses. The other leaders coming here would generally choose to first kill those who acted alone or lure them out, eliminating part of them before attacking the entire tribe. Su Luo did not need to do that. Although these barbarian archers were not low in level, they posed no threat to Zhen. Zhen effortlessly slaughtered them all in the air. Su Luo hurriedly approached, revealing a smile, as he simply obtained nearly 30,000 resources and even dropped a blueprint for a low-grade cannon. Indeed, the yields here were quite rich. Su Luo quickly found a tribe nearby. The entire tribe had around 300 people, with the elderly and children making up half. These individuals were roughly level 2 or 3 troops. The remaining half was not simple, with at least level 6 troops. There were even 5 super barbarians, 3 super archers, and over a dozen mages. Super archers possessed a passive ability for piercing arrows, rendering giant mage spells ineffective against them. This passive was also continuously triggered, while the archer queen only had this passive during the skill's effect time. The queen's advantage over them lay in her significantly higher cap, extended range, and greater attack power. Moreover, they had a considerable number of defensive buildings, totaling over 30. Even with 3,000 to 4,000 troops attacking this tribe, there could be losses of over 1,000 troops. However, for Zhen, as long as the range was insufficient, no matter how strong they were, they would merely be live targets. In just 10 minutes, this tribe was annihilated under Zhen's hands. The system prompted, "You have earned 18 trophies." Su Luo was astonished. He didn't expect to earn trophies from attacking such a tribe. Unfortunately, there were no treasure chests. After spending 5 minutes sorting through the spoils, he found 5,600 gold coins, 4,000 holy water, 3 low-grade defensive building blueprints, and 2 gems. The total haul was nearly 1.5 million. Su Luo's eyes sparkled. What a great place. While others would incur losses when attacking, even with a barbarian king or queen, they would likely end up losing only a few 100,000. He was different. If he let Shen farm here for a day, wouldn't it easily yield tens of millions in resources? Of course, the absence of high-level tribes farming here was due to their higher tribe levels, which would lead to diminishing trophy rewards until none were left unless venturing deeper to challenge tougher tribes. With Zhen's strength, farming in deeper areas was also feasible. Just as Su Luo finished collecting all his items, an angry roar echoed. "Who allowed you to appear here? This is the territory of our Enzo alliance." While Su Luo was picking up items, a group of troops arrived. Dragons circled in the sky. A furious man bore the emblem of the Ryan Alliance on his head. Kana's face was filled with anger. This location was the territory of the Ryan Alliance, and only members of the Ryan Alliance were permitted to farm here. Others were not allowed. The Ryan Alliance and some other alliances had fought over this before. Today was particularly significant, as it was the day of the tribal competition, and these outer tribes were just right for farming, allowing them to gain resources while completing the competition's tasks. The competition began at noon, and the alliance leader Enzo had sent him to ensure their territory was secure, but someone had already begun farming. How could this be tolerated? Su Luo paused. The entire barbarian habitat was vast, and he had casually picked a small corner only to steal someone else's monsters. Adhering to a principle of steady development, any tribe appearing here was not weak. Su Luo explained. "Sorry." Kana coldly replied, "If everyone used that excuse, our Enzo alliance wouldn't need to exist here." Su Luo's expression also turned cold. "What do you want?" Su Luo observed that this person's troop composition did not include Pikachu or war gods. He was likely just a level 7. The probability of having a level 50 or above queen was quite low. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Kana snorted coldly. "If you dare come here, you must pay the price. You leave half of your troops, and you can go." This meant leaving half of his troops for Kana to kill. Su Luo was both angry and amused. What gave you the right to act so arrogantly? At this moment, the ranger beside Kana pointed to the sky and whispered that one up there should be a mage hero, though I don't know exactly which type of mage hero. Only then did Kana notice the shock. He could hardly believe that this person possessed an exceptionally rare mage. However, he had already issued his threats. Would he retract them now? That would be too embarrassing. Kana was somewhat knowledgeable and knew that mage heroes had a long range. Although he had flying troops, he still had no way to deal with the mage hero. Kana could only report this situation to the alliance leader Ryan. Upon hearing this, Ryan was also furious, but the opponent was not easy to deal with. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Persuade him to leave politely. If that doesn't work, we can resort to the old method and engage in an inter-alliance tribal war." After receiving the orders, Kana's expression softened considerably, and he spoke gently. "Leader, the tribal competition starts at noon. We need to use these outer tribes for tasks. With your strength, you can definitely venture deeper. Help us out. If there's ever a need for the Ryan Alliance, feel free to ask." Since he promised not to charge anything if they truly needed help later, he could always refuse. He didn't mention that, and Su Luo only then realized that this place actually benefited the tribal competition. Su Luo immediately contacted Feng Xiaoyi to explain the situation. Feng Xiaoyi smiled wryly. "Our alliance is quite strong, but not top tier among peers. Any alliance that can secure a territory in the barbarian habitat is not weak. There are many tasks in the tribal competition that require destroying a tribe or using specific troops to battle. Any level tribe in the barbarian habitat can be fought, and their strength is not too formidable, making them suitable for the competition. Though the barbarian map is vast, there is still not enough territory to go around. In that place, troops cannot recover. If there is conflict, it generally takes the form of a virtual alliance tribal war with the loser leaving. If it were a real battle, we would likely lose. Su Luo thought for a moment. Outside the map, they could only attack tribes of similar levels, leading to battles that would be either kill or be killed. It was too risky to take such chances for a task truly not worth it. Feng Xiaoyi also mentioned that their alliance's strength was insufficient, and if it came to a real battle, they would likely lose. Should they just give up like this? Suddenly Su Luo's eyes lit up, considering that they could use an alliance tribal war, but didn't want to actually lose troops. But what if they didn't use that? For example, let Jin take on the task alone. As long as the opponent had no means to counter Jin, they wouldn't lose any troops. If you dare to stop me, I'll come to you. Sorry, I don't need to follow the default methods. Kana was initially so arrogant and spoke without courtesy, yet when faced with Jin, wasn't he submissive, speaking softly? It was likely that the opponent indeed had no such means. In the tribes there might be high-grade defensive buildings, but they couldn't be brought out. What do you say? Determined, Su Luo asked Feng Xiaoyi about the tribal competition's mechanism and rewards to see if it was worth such an expenditure of effort. Feng Xiaoyi explained it's a competition among 8 alliances of similar levels, with each alliance selecting 20 members for the competition tasks. The alliance with the highest score ranks first, and only the first place receives rewards. The competition rewards are incredibly generous. Resources are just the beginning. Gems can yield 1 to 200, and the highest rewards are magical books or resource tokens. Su Luo obtained an important piece of information. In mobile games, there is a limit of 4,000 points per person, but here there is no cap. Even if the allies are not strong, Su Luo felt he might turn the tide and secure first place. Su Luo's eyes sparkled. The resources and gems here could be traded. Su Luo said to Feng Xiaoyi, leader, you mentioned that our alliance is likely to come in last. If we secure first place, I'll take half of all the resources and gems earned by the participating allies, and I'll go all out to help everyone achieve that first place. Feng Xiaoyi smiled and said, if you secure first, what's the harm in giving you all the resources? The participating members only care about the final magical item rewards, but our alliance hasn't even claimed first place once since its founding. Su Luo immediately replied, it's a deal. Leader, can you come to the 18th teleportation array at location 888 in the barbarian habitat? They'll be waiting here for you. Su Luo shared his thoughts. Feng Xiaoyi was shocked. Back then, all of his attention during Su Luo's battle with Bo Ting was focused on the terrifying single-target damage of Thunder's Fury. Afterward, all he could think about was using Jin to kill epic-level creatures, forgetting that Jin's range could also be used to deal with the tribes in the barbarian habitat without taking damage. The utility of this hero was truly immense. After the shock came joy. Even if they gave all the resources to Su Luo, their tribe could still obtain 1 or 2 magical items, essentially free gains. Feng Xiaoyi felt regretful, but having made the promise, he feared that if he went back on it, Su Luo would be angry and refuse to lend him the hero. Feng Xiaoyi immediately instructed all participating members in the alliance with map qualifications to converge at Su Luo's location. As Feng Xiaoyi rushed to the scene, Su Luo had already begun his massacre. Su Luo chuckled lightly at Kana, saying, sorry, but I have my eyes set on this territory, and I won't allow anyone to take it. Kana's smile faded. Then let's use the rules here and have a tribal war. The loser must leave. Su Luo shook his head, saying, sorry, I won't do that. If you don't leave, I can only choose to kill. Just as they were speaking, the leader of the Ryan Alliance, Ryan, arrived. Kana looked at Su Luo with a frosty expression and quietly explained the situation to Ryan. Ryan walked up to Su Luo with an expressionless face. Isn't it a bit too arrogant for a mage hero? Su Luo wasn't entirely sure if Ryan had a way to counter Jin, but the potential rewards were too great. He could monopolize the rewards, which could amount to at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Failure only meant Jin would be resurrected 8 days later, and the opponent would have no chance for revenge against Su Luo. A member of the alliance could only seek revenge if they were killed or if the tribe successfully defended. The benefits were substantial and the risks were worth taking. If Su Luo received a holy celestial maiden, even if he had 13 books here, he would dare to jump up and slap his face, let alone a leader who seemingly only had 9 books. Su Luo smirked. If you're not convinced, let's do this. Shall we start the fight? Ryan suppressed his anger. It was truly too arrogant, yet there was indeed no way to counter a mage hero. However, it was impossible to leave just like that. Ryan coldly said, let's give it a try. Su Luo had not triggered the rules, so he could not be besieged, but the Ryan Alliance could engage in a wheel battle. Without the chance to recover their forces, even the strongest would eventually be worn down. Since Su Luo was considered to be provoking Ryan, this 9-book leader could also launch an attack against Su Luo. Ryan immediately commanded his over 100 little undead along with the baby dragons and dragons to pursue Jun in the sky. The speed of the baby dragons and dragons was the same, but only half that of the undead. The undead couldn't catch up to Jun, let alone them. However, the undead could not reach the flying height of the baby dragons and dragons. After the previous battle with Feng Xiaoyi, Su Luo had figured out a way to deal with the undead. Jun's skill Thundershock had a range of 20 meters, and the undead also had a range of 20 meters, while the damage from Thundershock was now at 420, completely capable of annihilating the undead. However, Thundershock had a cooldown of 1 minute during which Su Luo could just walk his dog. Ryan was gambling that the undead speed would allow them to catch up to Jun. But Jun's attribute was lightning, which made him the fastest among all mage heroes, unless the Super Queen chose not to use teleportation. Under Su Luo's guidance, Jun learned a more advanced kiting technique, taking 6 minutes to use Thundershock to fry all the little undead, then began to kite the baby dragons and dragons. The corpses of the little undead littered the ground, which pained Ryan greatly. Ryan did not allow the battle to continue. The only possible counter had failed, and he even tried to have the Bao Queen attack, but to no avail. Continuing would only lead to more casualties. Ryan said darkly, "This time we'll admit defeat." With that, he retreated with Kana and the arriving members. Kana was filled with reluctance. "Leader, we fought hard for this territory. Are we just going to give it up like this?" Ryan also felt reluctant. "What can we do? Rather than sacrifice ourselves for nothing, it's better to compete with other alliances. Do we have to wait until our troops are completely wiped out to be satisfied?" Su Luo did not pursue a chasing all the way to the safe zone would only cost Ryan a few hundred troops at most. It wasn't that he feared making a deadly enemy, but there was no benefit. The opponent had already admitted defeat, so what more could he do? At that moment, Feng Xiaoyi and others had just arrived. They had come during the battle, but had kept their distance. It seemed a bit unfair, but they had agreed beforehand that Su Luo would handle the matter. Including Feng Xiaoyi, only 14 people came. It couldn't be helped, but not everyone had the qualification for the map. However, those who came here were all strong, with 4 at 8 books and 10 at 7 books. They were considered the elite combat power of the Whirlwind Alliance. Su Luo greeted them with a smile, saying, "Nice to meet you. Feng Xiaoyi must have told you that all resource rewards in the tribal competition go to me. No objections, right?" A group of 7 or 8 books was being scrutinized by a 6-book leader, which indeed felt quite strange. No one opposed, they all agreed. Su Luo said with satisfaction, "Feel free to grind in this territory. If anyone dares to come and steal, just tell me, and I'll find another territory, who otherwise, even if there are more tribes, it won't be enough to grind." Feng Xiaoyi smiled bitterly upon hearing this. They didn't even have a territory, yet Su Luo wanted to seize 2 territories in such a short time. Watching Su Luo's back lay, Hao Ian muttered, "This mage hero is truly abnormal. How exactly did this Su Chaharzan obtain it?" Feng Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. Who knows? It's better not to inquire about such things. Even if he speaks the truth, it's absolutely unrepeatable. Feng Xiaoyi thought to herself that perhaps killing an epic-level creature could be her opportunity to soar. If something incredibly valuable that could boost her power truly dropped, only a fool would sell it. Just like Su Luo, who continuously gained astonishing benefits with the mage hero. Su Luo kept entering the teleportation array, arriving at different locations, and every place was occupied by an alliance, making it impossible for there to be any empty spots, otherwise they wouldn't be competing. Su Luo's task was to find some easy targets to expel them and occupy the territory himself. He had to find a target that was almost guaranteed. After entering a new location, a group of people emerged dejectedly, while cheers and laughter came from inside. It seemed that one alliance had expelled another and achieved victory. When Su Luo looked inside, he was taken aback. It was the Ryan Alliance. Could there be a more certain target than this? Su Luo whispered to himself, "Is it too much to bully someone who looks so easy to push around? But who let them look the easiest to bully?" The system prompt stated, "The tribal competition has begun, and you can check the specific tasks and rewards for this competition." Su Luo first looked at the rewards, which were similar to those in mobile games. The best reward for 300 points was a Book of Heroes, while the 500 points reward was either a Book of Buildings or a gold symbol stone. 100 spirit stones would be the best choice for Su Luo, as the gold symbol stone could provide resources to raise Zhan's level by 2 or 3. The tasks were roughly divided into 4 types. First, destroy tribes, providing varying points based on the tribe's level and strength. Second, kill heroes. The higher the hero's level, the more points awarded. Third, destroy defensive buildings. All points are awarded based on the type and level of the defensive buildings. Fourth, miscellaneous tasks, such as clearing obstacles, upgrading walls, or using specific troop types in battle. The points from the first 3 tasks were the main source. Su Luo felt that exclusively bullying one person was indeed not good. It wouldn't be wise to provoke honest people. The key point was that Su Luo felt he could venture deeper to grind. If there was a strong tribe occupying that place, he could return to bully the Ryan Alliance later. Su Luo had only a general understanding of the barbarians' homeland, Perhaps Feng Xiao, he had more insights. Feng Xiao, he said, the difficulty at the outermost layer is the lowest with numerous powerful alliances competing for territory, leading to a lack of space. The difficulty increases significantly at the second layer where the strength is 2 to 3 times higher than at the outermost layer and heroes can often be seen there. I can also engage there, but it would drain my vitality. It's not worth it just for resources, but I would still make a run once every 2 to 3 months. However, it's not just about resources. Heroes can drop the hero certificate, and there's also a chance to obtain upgrade blueprints for super units, or even related unit rings. The latter two can be dropped by heroes and super units may drop them as well. Su Luo suddenly realized that once they reached level 10, as long as their laboratory level was sufficient, they could upgrade unit levels, but super units required relevant research blueprints. However, the value is not very high. Even if there are blueprints, there are strict requirements for tribe levels at least requiring level 11 to train super units, and the demand is low. Moreover, super barbarians at the outermost layer can also drop, and there are always lucky individuals who can obtain them. The value is around 1,200 gems. Super unit rings can also drop, but the drop rate is even lower than that of research blueprints. Any one of these 3 items would be a significant gain for tribes that are not very high level. Thus, even if it drains vitality, there will always be a large number of people trying their luck. Feng Xiaoyi continued, I do not recommend you go to the 3rd layer. The tribes there generally have heroes, and their defensive structures are at least of good quality, if not excellent. If you lose control there, it's not something I need to explain further. Once you reach that layer, the tribes can call for help from deeper tribes. Even a high-level queen could overwhelm you. For me, going there is not just about losses, it's a matter of being unable to win at all. I don't know what lies deeper, but I have heard that there is a barbarian empire at the deepest point, immensely powerful, worshipping a statue of a superhero. Legend has it that obtaining the statue of a superhero may grant one insight into the secrets of superheroes. Throughout history, countless prosperous tribes have charged into the depths only to return in utter defeat. Feng Xiaoyi's words reminded Su Luo of the super barbarian king in the opening scene, who was indeed astonishing, having killed numerous powerful heroes surrounding him. This defies logic. Why is the barbarian king so formidable? Only the barbarian king can ascend to superhero status. Seizing this opportunity, Su Luo inquired about a question he had long been puzzled by. Why was the price of the barbarian king's hero certificate only slightly more than 200 less than that of the queen? Su Luo felt it was only worth around 300 at most. At the beginning, he was unaware of the gap between the barbarian king and the queen. Otherwise, how could there be a Suda? Feng Xiaoyi chuckled. The barbarian king is indeed mediocre in all aspects, but as a bodyguard he is adequate. Many of his skills possess penetration abilities, yet he has yet to penetrate the existence of heroes. If several barbarian kings protect your mage hero, the archer queen would be unable to harm the mage hero. The key point is that the barbarian king does not need to upgrade his throne like other heroes do. He can automatically upgrade as long as he endures rigorous battles. In contrast, other heroes have level caps, but the barbarian king does not, and currently no one knows where the level cap of the barbarian king lies. Is this a form of self-evolution due to the lack of resources? If you don't give me resources, I'll evolve on my own. Whom can a 1000-level barbarian king defeat? A 100-level titan king. Su Luo indeed had not experienced rigorous battles, mainly fighting against tribes of levels 1 to 3, with very few who could inflict damage on him. When fighting against level 5 or 6 tribes, Su Luo always let Jin take action. Su De had no chance at all. Su Luo feared he might fall. Concerned that Su Luo's recklessness could lead to Zhen's demise, Feng Xiaoyi spoke frankly, indicating that she did not want Su Luo to enter the 3rd layer. Su Luo did not wish to enter for the moment either. If Zhen fell, they would have no chance of securing first place in the tribe competition. Moreover, farming more tribes at the 2nd layer may yield as many as those at the 3rd layer. There's no need to venture into the 3rd layer out of curiosity. Su Luo switched nodes and arrived at the 2nd layer's 1888. Time to make gains. The number of alliances coming to the 2nd layer plummeted, mainly because those with such strength might as well head to the goblin or giant homelands. The chances of obtaining their hero certificates are far higher than that of the barbarian king or queen. After casually finding a teleportation array, Su Luo prepared to start farming. Since Feng Xiaoyi said that as long as he didn't encounter bad luck, he wouldn't meet the ultra-low probability events, Su Luo confidently let Jin begin to farm. Su Luo's losses were not beneficial to Feng Xiaoyi, at least not at this moment. Not to mention the tribe competition. Feng Xiaoyi absolutely did not wish for Zhen to die, which would delay the time for killing epic-level creatures. In a vast forest whose extent was unknown, dense with tribes, Su Luo didn't need to worry about finding them, who just walking for 2 to 3 minutes would lead him to encounter a tribe. Soon Su Luo found a target. He couldn't discern the strength of this tribe from the outside. He simply instructed Zhen to attack. Zhen flew into the air and began to attack, causing all members of the tribe to rush out to confront him. Yet against Zhen in the air, they were utterly helpless. Although their numbers were 2 to 3 times that of the outermost layer for Jean, it merely meant spending more time. Jean prioritized eliminating super units and mages, and once they were all dead, he would then take out the ordinary ranged archers. After the ranged attackers were all eliminated, Su Luo released Su De, attempting to let him level up on his own. Suda, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Suda was eager to try, having not stretched his limbs for a long time. The barbarians, unable to attack Jean, naturally directed all their fury at Suda. The level 7 or 8 barbarians dealt over 30 points of damage per second, breaking through Suda's defenses. Due to positioning limitations, at most 6 barbarians could attack Suda, who still suffered over 100 points of damage per second. Half a minute later, Suda reluctantly activated his skill, at which point the damage he sustained was merely a few points, while the health he recovered far exceeded the damage taken. After the battle, Suda was left with only half his health, but he did not level up. Su Luo stroked his chin, contemplating that he should train more angels when he returned today, so that Suda could have extended combat endurance. Suda would not be able to participate in the next battle. Without skills, he might fall. After one battle, Su Luo couldn't help but be pleased, as the overall value was around 7 million resources and 7 gems. As for the competition points, they garnered 230 points. If there were heroes involved, the points would be even higher. Su Luo began to develop in earnest. The barbarian home here was like paradise for him. On the first day, he acquired a total of 28 million resources. On the second day, he gained 25 million. On the third day, it was 23 million. By the sixth day, it had dropped to only 18 million. Due to Su Luo's excessive farming, the number of trophies surged to 1490. Continuing to farm these weaker clans resulted in noticeably reduced gains. Su Luo couldn't help but complain he had encountered nearly 70 to 80 heroes over these 6 days, yet not a single good item had dropped, accumulating only a total of 600 gems. He hadn't even received half of a single unit's ring. Su Luo was determined that after the competition ended, he would find an opportunity to raise the drop rate to 9. At 9, it would not trigger the rules and would allow him to elevate his challenge level. Su Luo decided not to upgrade to Town Hall level 7 yet, as he feared that it might lower his gains. He would wait until the competition was over to level up. Thanks to the abundant resources, he returned to rest at night, with Jean resting on the throne, while Xiao Feifei was responsible for upgrading Jean. The time required for heroes to level up reaches 3 days, and will no longer increase thereafter, at least for levels below 10. Jean was already at level 9. Meanwhile, Chuan Yun had reached level 13. Health 1650, attack 240, range 63 meters, skill level 2. In terms of troop strength, Su Luo did not cease development, training a full 360 troops daily. Mages, giants, barbarians, archers, balloon troops, and angels were trained in a certain ratio. The total number of troop units had now reached 5,000. With the support of 20 angels, Su De engaged in continuous battles, and as Feng Xiaoi had said, leveled up twice to reach level 7. This might be the best treatment a barbarian king has ever received. In Su Luo's mobile game, even the queen had at most 6 angels serving her. The first barbarian king's certificate, a reward for advancing to Town Hall level 6, was used by Su Luo on Ahua. In the absence of visually appealing barbarian females and notable achievements, Su Luo did not mind adhering to a principle of first come, first served. Su Luo lost control, leading to Ahua, who had angel healing, but no skills, dying once. It would take 3 days to resurrect her, which meant Ahua only leveled up through continuous battles. Both Su De and Ahua leveled up 3 times, but the resources saved added up to just over 2 million, which Su Luo did not mind being less than expected. They had to be self-sufficient. On the 7th day, the clan competition finally ended, and Su Luo was nearly exhausted from farming. It was indeed a bit boring. On the 7th day, he only gained 15 million resources. Continuing to farm could still yield some returns, but in a few days it might only be hard-earned money, unless Su Luo farmed deeper. The Whirlwind Alliance had a total of 540 points, with Su Luo alone contributing 320 points, more than all the allies at Town Hall levels 7 and 8 combined. The second place alliance only had 3500 points, far inferior to the Whirlwind Alliance. Without Su Luo, the Whirlwind Alliance would not have achieved first place. At the thrilling moment, rewards from the clan competition could be claimed. Su Luo looked at it. As agreed, each member could receive 70 gems and 2 million gold, all of which were to be given to Su Luo. What they could receive was a book of heroes and a gold rune. After claiming the rewards, Su Luo stated in the alliance, as agreed, it is time to give me my due rewards. As long as they are not foolish, they will understand that as long as Su Luo is around, future clan competitions will always achieve first place. If they covet immediate benefits, they will lose long-term gains. This is a calculation anyone can make. Moreover, the value of the Book of Heroes and the gold rune far exceeds what was given to Su Luo. Only 2 types of magical items cannot be traded, otherwise Su Luo would have been tempted. Indeed, none of them were foolish. They honored their promise and provided the 70 gems and 2 million gold as assistance to Su Luo. Excluding Su Luo, there were a total of 19 people. After deducting a 20 handling fee, Su Luo received a total of 1064 gems and 48.64 million gold. This was significantly less than Su Luo had anticipated. Su Luo sighed. It was a bit less, but he could not overly demand that they use gold runes to further assist him with resources. They hadn't been informed in advance, and besides they had put in effort. Over these 7 days, clearing obstacles and killing fallen gems combined with the recent assistance, Su Luo's gem count had reached 2,600. A substantial number. Su Luo pondered whether to use them to purchase a Holy Light Angel or 3 art. The attributes of the Holy Light Angel Feng Xiaoyi only understood a little. Under the illumination of the Holy Light Angel, all friendly units within range received a healing effect increase of 50%. Let's not rush to buy it, I need to think it over. Feng Xiaoyi was already eager. Tomorrow give me the hero reinforcements to defeat the epic level creature. Su Luo nodded. Feng Xiaoyi had been very good to him and had helped a lot, and Su Luo had also made promises. The reward of 500 gems when it reached Su Luo was only 400, which was no longer enough to entice him. Su Luo's main purpose was to understand the epic level creatures. If Feng Xiaoyi could defeat them, then he could do so in the future as well. The next day, system prompt: Feng Xiaoyi has assisted you with 300 gems. Lei Haoyan has reinforced you with 100 gems. Cardi has reinforced you with 100 gems. A total of 500 gems with 400 in hand. Perhaps Feng Xiaoyi did not have that many gems, which led Lei Haoyan and Cardi to cover the costs. Earlier, Su Luo had reluctantly reinforced Feng Xiaoyi with Zhen. Zhen had already reached level 10 yesterday with skill level 2, and the maximum damage of Thunder Fury had reached 70,000. Su Luo did not go anywhere. He stayed in the clan, observing the entire process of Feng Xiaoyi defeating the epic level creature through Zhen's perspective. Feng Xiaoyi, Cardi, and Lei Haotian's clans were together, so the three acted in unison. The troops brought by Feng Xiaoyi and others did not include a single barbarian or archer, making it impossible to break through the defenses of the epic level creature. The troop types only included giants, mages, angels, and flying dragons. The total number of troop units was nearly 5,000. In terms of heroes, aside from Feng Xiaoyi borrowing Zhen from Su Luo, Cardi and Lei Haoyan also borrowed the 2 highest level archer queens from the alliance. The number of heroes reached 12. Zhen was the lowest level at only level 10, while the highest level hero was Feng Xiaoyi's archer queen at level 38. It seemed Feng Xiaoyi had already used the Book of Heroes. The remaining heroes ranged from the teens to over 30 levels. With such a lineup, if they combined forces, even those at Town Hall level 9 would feel intimidated. Yet the goal of this mission was merely to deal with an epic level creature that was almost at the bottom of the power scale. According to Feng Xiaoyi, he was unsure of the success rate. He was also taking a gamble. This epic level creature could fly, yet was merely a physical powerhouse, the Purple Moon Demon. Feng Xiaoyi happened to witness the Purple Moon Demon slaughtering a level 8 tribe during her previous outing. These epic level creatures do not care about the level of the tribe. If they are in a bad mood, they will attack. Even a level 1 tribe could be at risk, so encountering them is nothing short of a nightmare. One must just consider. The Purple Moon Demon took half an hour to massacre the level 8 tribe, which led Feng Xiaoyi to believe that this demon's strength was at the bottom among epic level beings. She observed the Purple Moon Demon flying into a cave and not coming out, realizing that this was the demon's lair. In the previous lair, there was no Purple Moon Demon, so Feng Xiaoyi speculated that it had recently arrived here. Of course, before taking action, she had sent small undead into the cave, none of which returned. Thus, Feng Xiaoyi concluded that the Purple Moon Demon should still be inside. Demonic creatures are typically nocturnal, so she chose to act during the day. Demonic creatures gain strength at night and are weakened during the day. Feng Xiaoyi and her 2 companions set out, spending over 2 hours reaching their destination, a dark valley, where the cave of the Purple Moon Demon was located. Feng Xiaoyi's strategy was simple: to block the Purple Moon Demon in its cave while it rested during the day, preventing its ghostly speed from being effective. Then they would continuously grind it down. Naturally, relying solely on the 3 of them would not be sufficient to defeat the Purple Moon Demon, so they needed Zhen. Zhen could hide behind and attack the Purple Moon Demon, then soar to the heavens to unleash thunderous wrath. All the troops cautiously exerted every effort to avoid making noise, silently approaching the cave where the Purple Moon Demon resided. Su Luo observed everything from Zhen's perspective, feeling increasingly tense, even though it was not reality. Would they be able to block it successfully? Just before approaching the cave, unexpectedly Feng Xiaoyi handed Zhen a ring and signaled him to wear it. Mage's Ring Level 1. Effect increases the health, attack, power, and skill damage of mage-type units or heroes by 10%. Not to mention, under the enhancement of the Mage's Ring, Zhen's thunderous wrath had its maximum damage increased to 77000. Su Luo hurriedly opened the auction house to check the price of the Mage's Ring, and upon seeing it her eyes widened in shock at the price of 1900 gems. While Feng Xiaoyi had hidden it very well, such a precious ring actually existed. If something good dropped, I might consider asking Feng Xiaoyi to let me have this ring. As the vanguard's barbarian king stepped onto the winding path towards the cave, a figure fully draped in purple appeared at the cave's entrance. Feng Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. The purple moon demon was not asleep. Was it my bad luck? Su Luo also clearly saw the appearance of the purple moon demon, which had a human shape and outline. It was tall, estimated to be around 1.9 meters. Clad in a black cloak, its exposed skin was entirely purple, and it had a pair of short black horns on its head. The most conspicuous feature was a crescent-shaped mark in the center of its forehead. While Feng Xiaoyi was momentarily stunned, the purple moon demon spoke in a clearly lazy tone, with a sinister smile. "What are you humans doing here?" Leading the three, Feng Xiaoyi awkwardly smiled and said, "Apologies, my lord, we did not expect to disturb you. We were just passing by." The purple moon demon chuckled lightly, indifferent. "I don't care what your intentions are. Leave all your heroes behind. I happen to be hungry." Feng Xiaoyi replied awkwardly, "My lord, you jest. Heroes are our lifeline for survival. We cannot give them to you. If you are hungry and need something, I will certainly bring it to you." The purple moon demon sneered, "You humans are so lowly. If you won't give them, then I will take them myself." After saying that, the purple moon demon moved, and in almost an instant, without even a blink, it had already soared into the air. The peculiar speed made Su Luo's heart race. Feng Xiaoyi had prepared for this for many days. The most favorable situation had not materialized, but there was still a backup plan. If they did not manage to block the purple moon demon, Feng Xiaoyi initially planned to try again another day. Managing to block, it would be the best-case scenario. In this situation, Feng Xiaoyi had anticipated this as the worst-case scenario. The heroes would definitely not be given to him, and they could only face it hidden. The height of the purple moon demon could only be attacked by heroes. In an instant, 7 bow-wielding queens and sharpshooters revealed themselves, attacking the purple moon demon. The arrows were shot, but all felt a sinking feeling as the purple moon demon dodged and weaved in the air, evading all attacks. Even heroes cannot guarantee a hit. The purple moon demon dove down, seemingly targeting a sharpshooter. In just over 60 meters, the purple moon demon swooped down in less than 2 seconds, arriving in front of the sharpshooter. There were several giants for protection, but the purple moon demon extended its arms, tossing the not-so-light giants aside, as if they weighed nothing, flinging them dozens of meters away. During this process, the other heroes did not stop attacking. The purple moon demon turned its head and smiled wickedly, this time not dodging, but raising its cloak to block some of the attacks. Some arrows struck the purple moon demon, but did not penetrate its body. They simply fell to the ground after colliding with its surface. It was hard to imagine that the purple moon demon, with its incredible speed, also possessed an extremely strong physique. As for the mage's attacks, the purple moon demon couldn't be bothered to block them, directly ignoring them. It reached out its hand and seized the sharpshooter by the neck, then disregarding everyone, bit down on his neck. In the next moment, the sharpshooter's body went limp and lifeless. 2 to 3 seconds later, the purple moon demon released the sharpshooter with a satisfied expression, blood still lingering at the corner of its mouth. This was the hero of Lei Haoyan. Lei Haoyan exclaimed in terror, "Be careful. Heroes killed by him will permanently lose 50% of all attributes. Heroes possess an immortal body and will resurrect after 2+ their hero level in days. Under normal circumstances, they resurrect in full condition, but to die at the hands of this epic level being, the purple moon demon, would result in a permanent loss of half of all attributes." Su Luo already regretted it. If they failed and Zhen died at the hands of the purple moon demon, it would not be a total failure, but it would be something Su Luo could not bear. Meanwhile, the purple moon demon had been on the ground for a while, and at that moment Zhen unleashed her lightning attack. Unlike the archers, this lightning was attacking under Zhen's mental control. Unless someone could move faster than the speed of the lightning attack, there was no way to evade it. The purple moon demon, upon landing, chose to ignore the attacks from the heroes, showing a complete lack of concern. Even the ordinary attacks from Zhen appeared unimpressive. Without Zhen's mind control, the purple lightning could still strike the arrogant purple moon demon. A glimmer of hope flashed in Feng Xiaoyi's eyes. Their reliance was solely on Zhen, as ordinary heroes could not inflict harm on the purple moon demon, a fact Feng Xiaoyi had anticipated. Otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths to summon Zhen? Feng Xiaoyi commanded loudly, "All archers, use your skills. The barbarian king must move forward to control the purple moon demon." At the same time, the purple moon demon, struck by the purple lightning ball, noticed Zhen, and a spark of excitement ignited in its purple pupils. Gazing at the petite figure in purple robes, crowned as Zhen, the purple moon demon exclaimed excitedly, "Mage hero, this is quite the boon." Upon hearing Feng Xiaoyi's command, all the archer heroes unhesitatingly activated their cloaking skills. Their attack power more than doubled. Feng Xiaoyi's level 38 archer queen had already surpassed 1,000 in attack power, with an attack speed of once every 0.75 seconds, and the skill's duration lasted for 11 seconds. Although the other archers' attacks were not as high, they were still formidable. With 7 of them shooting together, even the Titan King of Boating would suffer severe injuries. Feng Xiaoyi further utilized a berserk spell. With 8 books, his berserk spell had reached level 5, increasing damage by 7 times. The combined attacks from the 7 heroes dealt damage exceeding 10,000 per second. A grimace flashed across the purple moon demon's face. These attacks could not kill it, but they would inflict injuries, making it unnecessary to be as arrogant as before. The 2 barbarian kings firmly pinned the purple moon demon down with their massive hands. The purple moon demon looked at them with disdain, effortlessly shaking them off. The moon-shaped mark on the purple moon demon's forehead glowed brightly, emitting a purple light. Under this illumination, the concealed archer heroes revealed themselves, yet they did not exit their skill state. The purple moon demon unopposed sought to capture Feng Xiaoyi's archer queen, soaring into the air to evade, while recovering a bit of health through lifesteal. Unlike before, the archer's attacks were now able to barely penetrate the purple moon demon's body, yet the passive ability of penetrating arrows had not activated at all. Just as the purple moon demon was about to act, it felt compelled to target the most delectable mage hero. But it was already too late. Zhan had unleashed Thunder Fury and soared into the air, moving at a speed that could easily exceed 100 per second, far surpassing the speed displayed by the purple moon demon. Once struck by Zhan, even if the purple moon demon reacted instantly, it would not be able to stop Zhan. Gazing at Zhan in the sky, the purple moon demon momentarily froze, forgetting to dodge and allowing the archer queen to unleash her attacks. In this situation, the inherited memories within the purple moon demon awakened. Its expression changed drastically, turning grim. Its Thunder Fury, an unavoidable ultimate move. Feng Xiaoyi, seeing the expression on the purple moon demon's face, felt a thrill of joy. It was afraid there was hope. The purple moon demon's expression turned utterly cold. Damn it, I was careless. But to think you could kill me, how naive. If her skill level were at 10, I might just die today. But does that girl even have a level 50? Previously, Zhan had struck the purple moon demon, leading it to roughly gauge Zhan's level, which surely would not exceed level 20. Hearing the purple moon demon's words, Feng Xiaoyi felt a chill in her heart. Surely the purple moon demon couldn't be lying. Was it over? The purple moon demon coldly ascended into the air, briefly avoiding the archer's attacks, soaring up to a height of 100 meters. Although the skill was still in effect, it could no longer harm the purple moon demon. Once the skill's effect ended, the purple moon demon descended from the sky. Ignoring the archer's damage at this moment, it caught Feng Xiaoyi's archer queen in its jaws. The bitten archer queen felt as if struck by anesthetic. Her body went limp, unable to struggle. As the archer queen fell, the purple moon demon regained a significant portion of its health. Without delay, in a mere half-minute, all the heroes were slain by the purple moon demon, and the purple moon demon had fully recovered its injuries. Feng Xiaoyi stared blankly, questioning why she ever thought that this unkillable cockroach was at the bottom among epic-level beings. The only potential turning point was that Thunder Fury could kill the purple moon demon. Unfortunately, the skills of this mage hero were too overpowered. The berserk spells produced in the magic factory had no effect on her. After slaying the heroes, the purple moon demon did not continue its massacre. Instead, it hovered in midair, coldly gazing at the thunderclouds that stretched for miles above. The Thunder of Destiny, a skill that even legendary ancestors would tremble before. If you can wield it, I will kneel before you right now. But with your pitiful low level, what confidence do you have to kill me? I may be gravely injured today, but you will The terrifying sound of the thunderstorm would frighten ordinary people, but Feng Xiaoyi and the others did not feel afraid. Instead, they hoped the storm would be as terrifying as possible. The more terrifying, the greater the hope. The once clear sky had darkened, enveloped in a hue of purple-black, as Zhan brewed the fully charged Thunder Fury. Although Su Luo was not present, he was also anxiously watching. It seemed the purple moon demon was aware of the Thunder Fury skill and did not make any futile attempts to escape. Could a level 2 Thunder Fury amplified by the mage's ring kill the purple moon demon? Su Luo felt uncertain. After a lengthy 1 minute of charging, Thunder Fury finally descended. The sky erupted as a colossal purple lightning bolt surged down towards the purple moon demon. As the moment approached, the purple moon demon felt an undeniable fear at the sight of the impending Thunder Fury. The purple moon demon roared in rage. It's impossible to kill me. The bolt struck directly, hitting the purple moon demon squarely in the chest. Unlike the Archer Queen's attacks, which could only barely penetrate the purple moon demon's body, Thunder Fury tore through the purple moon demon's chest, creating a terrifying wound. Dark purple blood gushed from the wound. The purple moon demon let out a horrific scream of pain, sent flying over 100 meters by the Thunder Fury. It lay on the ground, convulsing all over. Everyone was in shock. Was it dead? If the heroes were still alive, no matter whether the purple moon demon was dead or not, Feng Xiaoyi would immediately command them to finish it off. All the mages rushed over. Perhaps at this moment they could harm the purple moon demon. A chilling laugh echoed, and before everyone's horrified eyes, the purple moon demon staggeringly rose. The purple moon demon sneered, "Indeed, you can inflict heavy damage on me, but your skill level is too low. It's terrifying enough to have taken almost half my health. Half of the life points haven't been depleted." Everyone's mentality exploded. No one knew whether the words of the purple moon demon were true or false, but as the moon mark on his forehead shone once more, it enveloped the purple moon demon. After the glow, the blood hole in the chest of the purple moon demon was completely healed. Gasping for breath, the purple moon demon, pale-faced, said, "Damn it, I've had to use my source power, which is hard to replenish. Today, all of you shall die." Without any heroes left, Jun could no longer unleash his skills. Even if the purple moon demon had a tiny bit of life left, the outcome seemed already determined. The purple moon demon could absorb blood and heal from injuries. Feng Xiaoyi and the others turned pale. Their defeat was devastating. This was no longer just a matter of being severely injured. If the purple moon demon retaliated, their tribe would be utterly destroyed. What should we do now? Everyone felt lost. The purple moon demon glanced at Jun, who remained in the sky, his gaze turning cold as he intended to chase after. Jun pondered slightly, then fled into the distance without looking back. Normal attacks would likely have no hope of hurting the purple moon demon. Forcing herself to fight the purple moon demon would mean becoming a mere supplement for him. Jun was far away, too distant from the purple moon demon. The purple moon demon coldly remarked, "Can you escape? Not even to the ends of the earth." Demon mark. The moon mark activated again, a beam of purple light traversing space, instantly striking. Jun watched helplessly as the demon mark entered her body, finding herself utterly powerless. However, this mark caused no harm to Jun. Su Luo received a game notification. Game notice: your Thunder Fury has been marked by the demon mark. The purple moon demon will use this to lock onto the location of Thunder Fury with an effect lasting 3 months. The purple moon demon sneered, saying, "Let me recover some health first, then I'll play with you slowly. Let's see where you can escape to." The purple moon demon thought Jun was one of Feng Xiaoyi's heroes, unaware that she had borrowed it. With Feng Xiaoyi still here, he wouldn't need to chase after her. Jun would have to return obediently. Soon the purple moon demon began the slaughter. Feng Xiaoyi and the others stood defenseless. The three of them turned pale. The purple moon demon indeed lacked magical powers, relying solely on her formidable physical strength. Yet even the Titan King's physique was far inferior to that of the purple moon demon. More terrifying was the purple moon demon's incredibly powerful recovery ability. There was indeed a way to counter her, which was to eliminate her instantly. No matter how strong her blood-sucking ability was, it would be useless. Feng Xiaoyi never expected that the not-so-tall, ghostly quick purple moon demon possessed an unparalleled physique. He had always thought that the purple moon demon's greatest strength lay in her speed, yet this aspect was completely countered by Jun. Important information could save lives, like the intel Su Luo had once gathered about the Titan King. But Feng Xiaoyi had no knowledge of the purple moon demon's information. Under immense temptation, he took action. Watching his troops being slaughtered, Feng Xiaoyi seemed to age in an instant. A bet is a bet, I lost. Without area attacks, the purple moon demon took considerable time to slaughter Feng Xiaoyi's troops, which only made Feng Xiaoyi's heart more bitter. The purple moon demon did not pursue Jun, allowing her to escape a distance and exit combat mode. Jun quickly used the return feature to get back to Su Luo's tribe. Su Luo hurried forward to greet her, thrilled that she was alive, otherwise his mindset would have truly exploded. Su Luo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that Jun had survived. Feng Xiaoyi and the others returned to the tribe silent and speechless. The purple moon demon possessed high intelligence and would not simply let them go. What should we do now? Even if we relocate the tribe, the fast-moving purple moon demon would discover them. Where could they possibly escape to? A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Without a miracle, they would truly be doomed. After thinking for a while, Feng Xiaoyi sighed. "I am likely doomed, but there is still hope for revenge." The hope for revenge lies with Su Luo. As long as Su Luo can raise Jun's level one day, perhaps she can. Jun's return filled Su Luo with joy. But then he had to consider a problem: what to do if the purple moon demon came to retaliate. Damn, how could there be such a marking method? Before taking action, Su Luo thought that even if it didn't succeed, the worst outcome would just be Jun's death, followed by resurrection after some time. This resurrection could use gems for a quick recovery, although it required quite a lot of gems. If successful, it would mean sitting at home and earning money while lying down. But now, sitting at home trouble came from the heavens. If the purple moon demon were to come, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. According to the purple moon demon, Thunder Fury had only dealt less than half of his life points. Assuming half at 77000, it would require at least 154000 to eliminate the purple moon demon. A damage of 154000 would require Jun to reach level 50 for Thunder Fury to achieve that damage. It was not difficult for Jun to reach level 50, as all it needed was time. But what if the purple moon demon found her before then? Su Luo comforted himself, "Don't panic, the world is vast," and he didn't know how far the distance between himself and Feng Xiaoyi was. Let alone 3 months. Even until death, the purple moon demon might not find him. Yes, I won't panic. In reality, he was extremely anxious. At that moment, the system prompted: the leader of the Whirlwind Alliance, Feng Xiaoyi, has assisted you with a level 1 mage ring. You need to pay a 20 equipment value fee of 400 gems to successfully receive it. Do you wish to pay? Su Luo was stunned. He could obtain a level 1 mage ring for just 400 gems. But wasn't the auction just 1900? System prompt: the equipment value is calculated based on the selling price in a merchant's shop. Of course I will accept. It's a profitable deal, although Su Luo didn't understand why Feng Xiaoyi would do this. Feng Xiaoyi's weary voice came through saying, I fear I want to escape death. I can only take this mage ring to the grave. I'd rather leave it to you. I just hope that one day if you have the power you can avenge me. Feng Xiaoyi didn't even know about Zhen being marked. Su Luo bitterly smiled as he shared this matter. Feng Xiaoyi laughed heartily, saying, then I wish you to be found by him. If it weren't for Feng Xiaoyi just giving Su Luo a mage ring, Su Luo would have directly scolded him. Is this even human talk? Isn't this wishing for my death? Feng Xiaoyi paused for a moment and said, do you want me to transfer the position of the alliance leader to you? Su Luo decisively refused. Feng Xiaoyi said, that's true. With your potential you can definitely join a higher level alliance. There's no need to stay in this small alliance. He's coming. Remember to avenge me. Su Luo hurriedly said, don't rush to die. You have gold coins and talismans you don't need, right? If not, hurry and use them all. Give me the gold coins so I can avenge you. Feng Xiaoyi, although I am not human, I never expected you to be such a dog. To be so shameless. So greedy that I even forgot I still have a gold symbol stone. Good grief, you have your eyes on that too. Feeling displeased, Feng Xiaoyi sighed. Indeed, what use is it to keep it? Here, take it all. Feng Xiaoyi at Town Hall level 8 has 3 storage canisters, each with a storage limit of 1.75 million plus the 75000 that the main base can store. Using a gold symbol stone can fill up to 6 million gold. 10 uses means 60 million gold. How could Su Luo not covet that? It's quite a substantial sum. After assisting Su Luo 10 times deducting handling fees, only 48 million would reach Su Luo's hands. In addition, there are 32 gems. Holy water 52000. Feng Xiaoyi has completely become a pauper. And it's still not enough. Lei Haoyan and Carter also cannot escape death. Their resources must not be abandoned. Su Luo expressed his shame. Lei Haoyan, damn you, so I have to die and still benefit you. To hell with that, I won't even give it to you underground. Carter demonstrated his intentions through actions. Alliance News Elder Su Harkin was expelled from the alliance by Vice Leader Carter. Elders hold the lowest rank. Both leaders and vice leaders can expel them. Should a dying person fear offending others? The alliance erupted in chaos. How could they have kicked out such a crucial member? They still need to rely on him for the next tribal competition. In an instant, members of the Whirlwind Alliance flooded the chat wanting to know what exactly happened, insisting that Su Luo must be invited back. They were unaware of Feng Xiaoyi's actions. Within moments, a shocking piece of news exploded within the alliance leader. Feng Xiaoyi has died. Su Luo murmured, how can you insult people like this? Is this okay? This is not okay. Hey, and they kicked me out. System prompt: your friend Feng Xiaoyi has died. Su Luo sighed heavily. The person who was full of vigor in the morning is now dead. Su Luo felt quite uneasy. Truly, profit and crisis coexist. If the purple moon demon exploded, it would be a different story. It would be hard to encounter a leader like Feng Xiaoyi again in the future. While feeling regretful, Su Luo was not too sorrowful. His interests were intertwined with Feng Xiaoyi. Feng Xiaoyi leaving his inheritance to Su Luo did not stem from a deep friendship. If there was one, that would be nonsense. It was merely a reluctance to die, wanting Su Luo to avenge him. If it were another person with the wrath of thunder coupled with shamelessness, Feng Xiaoyi would still leave behind an inheritance. Gathering his emotions, Su Luo quickly began arranging for construction workers to upgrade the tremor. If the purple moon demon were to come, only she could turn the tide. The level of tremor is of utmost importance. Tremor requires 3.5 days to upgrade, and this duration remains the same until level 15. The resources are 16 million, looking at his own 1.7 billion resources. Su Luo estimated that combined with resource facility outputs, it would be enough to upgrade tremor to level 20. There is also a gold symbol stone. Where would he find resources thereafter? The income from the second layer of the barbarian homeland is still a bit, but not much. Sending tremor to farm would delay the upgrade time. Su Luo cannot place his hopes on the purple moon demon not finding him in the short term. Reflecting on it, relying on effort alone cannot resolve the crisis. One must depend on external powers. He must upgrade to Town Hall level 8 as soon as possible. That way merchants will come daily with goods. Gold symbol stones, holy water stones, dark heavy oil stones can all enhance tremor's level. A hero's book would be even better. Or Su Luo whimsically thought, how about a holy celestial maiden? A dragon clan hero? A super Pikachu hero? Perhaps they would be more overpowered than Tremor. Tremor is currently upgrading and cannot go to the barbarian homeland anymore. The pressing matter is to find either 1 Town Hall level 8 or 2 Town Hall level 7. Su Luo already has the blueprints for level 7. It would take a lot of time for Su Luo to find them on his own. Previously, Su Luo had issued a mission to nearby players to find high-level tribes. Rewards would be given to those who find them. But their strength is truly limited, the areas they can explore are limited, and no players have come to claim the rewards yet. There are no level 7 or higher tribes within 100 kilometers, otherwise they would have definitely come to the resource point last time. The resource point refreshed during the tribal competition again. It is a low-level resource point, with only a total of 5 million resources. The ticket to the barbarian homeland costs 20 gems, and the resource point would also waste several hours of time. Su Luo simply chose not to compete. With that time, he could farm 2 tribes enough to reach the resource point. Su Luo thought for a moment. It is about time to create an alliance. Players are scattered all over. There will always be someone discovering high-level tribes. Game prompt: you have applied to create an alliance. This time the fee is free. Please name your alliance. A Su Luo who has difficulty naming things couldn't think of a name for a moment. Suddenly an idea struck Su Luo. Although he has played Clash of Clans for a short time, he has heard of a legendary name, the son of the Tang dynasty. With one's own strength he fought against the world and received first place multiple times in global tournaments. The name son of the Tang dynasty belongs to someone else. It would be inappropriate to preemptively register it. Son also seems too arrogant. If a powerful indigenous alliance sees it and gets upset, it would become troublesome. Then let's just call it Tang dynasty. Game prompt: are you sure you want to name the alliance Tang dynasty? Game prompt: you have successfully created the Tang dynasty alliance and have one chance to publish a game announcement to recruit members for free. This game announcement is limited to the Huaxiao region. Su Luo wants to create an alliance centered around players participating in global tribal competitions. Thus the announcement is only for players in the Huaxiao region. Game announcement: congratulations to player Su Chaharkin for creating the Tang dynasty alliance. Su Chaharkin for preparing for the global tribal competition. We are recruiting players above Town Hall level 4, or those with heroes. Players with special equipment can also apply. Additionally, we are seeking location information for Town Hall level 8. Tribes informants will be rewarded with 100 gems and the opportunity to join the alliance limited to the area around 1991XX. Are there any players with Town Hall level 4? Su Luo does not know, but there should be. The luckiest of players can be unreasonable. If not, it is not too late to lower the requirements. The starting price for using the teleportation array is 10 gems. If the number of 2 teleportation arrays exceeds 10, an additional gem will be charged for each extra one. The game explains that this prevents certain powerful tribes from recklessly seizing opportunities in certain areas through teleportation arrays, such as resource points or treasure chests. If you want to go, you can, but you must first pay the price. As long as he upgrades to Town Hall level 8 quickly, Su Luo can bear the cost of several hundred gems. Just one day earlier, the merchant's goods would allow Su Luo to break even. The news of Su Luo forming an alliance excited the players immensely. Finally, there was an alliance in the Huaxiao region, otherwise they wouldn't even qualify to participate in the global tournament. No one doubted Su Luo's ability to create an alliance, yet he had not done so. If Su Luo did not wish to create one, no one could do anything about it. Fortunately, it finally happened. However, many players complained, saying, how can you require 4 books from the start? Besides you, are there any players with 4 books right now? Heroes. At least 90 of the people, let alone having a hero, would be lucky to have even seen one. What is special equipment? Is it that kind of unit ring from the auction? The additional information from Su Luo left the players in shock. Collecting information about 8-book tribes. What does he want it for? Surely it can't be for visiting or seeking favors. Moreover, he spent a huge sum of 100 gems as a reward. As long as they knew where the location was, that was enough. Even a fool could tell that Su Luo intended to target 8 books. Players were unable to believe that Su Luo already had the strength to contend with 8 books. Was he preparing to destroy them to advance to 8 books? But aren't you only at 6 books? If it were about 7 books, the game would have definitely announced it. This news seemed to shock people even more than Su Luo forming an alliance. For in 5 books had already been an unattainable existence in their eyes, and now you're telling me that Su Chahar can dare to think about attacking 8 books. The news of Su Luo forming an alliance still made many people very happy. DreamSound contacted Su Luo at the first opportunity, hesitantly asking, Big brother, can I join your alliance? Su Luo smiled. Previously, when DreamSound brought Bo Ting to him, Su Luo had promised to let her join the alliance, and DreamSound had helped Su Luo run errands multiple times. In the future, Su Luo would also need people to help with errands, and even if he didn't need it, he couldn't go back on his word. Thus, Su Luo invited DreamSound to join the alliance. Wei Wudu Quang had helped Su Luo tremendously, and Su Luo had also made a promise, so he brought Wei Wudu Quang into the alliance. Both of their strengths were considerable, as they had already reached 3 books. Su Luo owed a favor to the nameless minor general. If the minor general had accepted Su Luo's altar resources back, then he might have had nothing to do with it, but he cleverly volunteered to help Su Luo for free. This is what having vision means. The nameless minor general's strength was also decent, having reached 3 books through his own efforts. After some thought, Su Luo decided to bring him in. After all, there were a total of 50 member slots available. The game prompted if a member quits the alliance or is kicked out, the member slots will temporarily decrease for 3 months. Please choose alliance members carefully. You can spend 50 gems to immediately restore a slot. Su Luo had also thought about exploiting bugs as members of the alliance could trade with each other, and he was contemplating continuously pulling people into trade resources. However, saying so means that it cannot be done. It is simply not cost-effective. Su Luo appointed the 3 as elders to help review applications from players wishing to join. Otherwise, how could Su Luo manage all of that alone? However, he made it clear to the 3 that these elder positions were temporary, and that they could be promoted with merit in the future. Su Luo gave each of them 100,000 resources as a reward. Soon Su Luo successfully received 2 members. One had 4 books, and the other had 3 books. The first member with 4 books not only reached 4 books, but also had a hero. Dream QVQ, a 4-book player who possessed the Archer Queen, although the Queen was only at level 1. Su Luo was very curious about how she obtained the Archer Queen. Dream QVQ candidly replied, "I obtained her from a golden treasure chest I discovered." Su Luo realized that the guardian of that golden treasure chest was pitifully weak, being only guarded by bronze-level creatures. The strength of guardians for wild treasure chests can vary. The strongest are only guarded by golden-level creatures, while the weakest may not have any guardians at all. This is what opportunity means. If the golden treasure chest that was contested with Bo Lei had a golden-level creature guarding it at that time, Su Luo would not have been able to obtain it. The member with 3 books was named Doctor and owned a barbarian king. He also obtained it from a treasure chest, but this chest was only silver level. Su Luo thought to himself, Su De really lost value. A silver-level treasure chest could possibly yield him. Members who joined must unconditionally obey Su Luo's demands, otherwise if they could not comply with management, Su Luo would rather not have them. As long as Su Luo is willing to pay the price, even a pig could become a master. In return, Su Luo would do his best to protect their tribe. In the future, he might not dare to say so, but at this stage he could still shield them. Any tribe daring to attack them would have to bear the consequences of Su Luo's vengeance. Which level 4 or 5 tribe would have the guts to do that? If Bo Lei had had a better attitude back, then Su Luo truly would not have dared to act. Su Luo informed both of them about the skills of the Barbarian King and the Archer Queen at level 5, urging them to upgrade their heroes with all their might, and to ensure they completed the upgrades before the tournament. If resources were insufficient, Su Luo would assist them with resources. Dream QVQ and Doctor were thrilled. Joining an alliance was truly wonderful, not only because they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by powerful tribes, but also due to the leader's resource support. In a short time, only these 2 members joined. No rush. Today is the 23rd, and there are still 8 days until the tribal tournament on the 1st of next month. Su Luo's primary concern at the moment was still the information about the level 8 tribes. An unexpected person approached Su Luo. It was Shi. The elementary school student who had once lamented on the forum had the audacity to attack Su Luo's tribe in hopes of earning a bounty. If Su Luo hadn't been too lazy to engage with a level 1 tribe, Shi would have long ceased to exist. Shi actually knew the location of a high-level tribe. He just didn't know the exact level, as he had just seen the tribe's troops leave. There were Pikachu, Supermen, Wyverns, and Angels, but he did not see any Wyvern hatchlings. Therefore, Shi deduced that this tribe was at least a level 8 tribe. Back then, Shi's attack on Su Luo's tribe resulted in severe strength losses, leaving him in despair. Had it not been for the others suffering heavy losses, Shi would have been taken advantage of. Not long ago, Su Luo had issued a quest. Shi, betting everything, believed this was his only chance to rise. He decided to cling to Su Chahar's leg and be his little lackey. Thus, after training a dozen barbarians, Shi set off on his journey into the wilderness. His troops became exhausted in the field, their condition significantly declining. Shi did not care. By sheer luck, he had explored up to 300 miles away before falling, returning to his tribe. As a result, he discovered a level 8 tribe. However, at that time, Su Luo was looking for tribes around level 5, and Shi did not dare to speak about it, believing that Su Luo could not possibly be a match for at least an 8-level tribe. If he told him, it might lead Su Luo to think he was mocking him. Su Luo, damn, am I going to seek death against level 8 tribes? Now this information had become Shi's lifeline. What a pathetic person, still at level 1 to this day. Shi's luck was extraordinary. Level 1 tribes were basically extinct, either attacked by players or wiped out by natives, yet Shi had not been eliminated. At this moment, the information about an 8th tier base was the most important thing for Su Luo, overshadowing the matter of recruiting members for the alliance. If you deceive me, there will be consequences. Trust me, you will meet a grim fate. Shi nodded vigorously, saying, I wouldn't dare to lie. You can verify it to find out the truth. He then explained the location of the tribe. 300 miles away. That seemed a bit far for Su Luo. If he walked, it would take a whole day. The fastest way would be to use the teleportation array to reach the vicinity instantly. Of course, before heading there, he needed to verify the authenticity of Shi's information. Su Luo immediately brought Xuan Yun along, as the Bao Queen Chuanyun had exceptionally sharp eyesight. Following the ascending order of the teleportation array numbers, and based on Su Luo's directions, Su Luo roughly estimated the number of the teleportation array. After spending 60 spirit stones, Su Luo arrived near the area with Chuanyun. He knew how to choose between a day's time and 60 spirit stones. A large river appeared near the teleportation array. It took Su Luo half an hour to find a large tribe that Chuanyun stood on a tree observing for a few minutes before saying, "Indeed, as Shi Hui stated, I see no defensive structures or troops belonging to a 9th tier base." If it weren't for the events with Feng Xiaoyi in the morning, Su Luo might have acted recklessly. However, he couldn't afford a mistake in information that could lead to irreversible consequences. The most accurate way to determine a tribe's level is to scout near its entrance, as the game would display the tribe's level and the resources it possesses. However, the other party would also receive this information knowing someone was scouting them. This could be seen as a provocation, and if the opposing tribe was a 9th tier or 10th tier, Su Luo would be in serious trouble. Based on all the information, this was undoubtedly an 8th tier base, but the incident with the Ziyue demon made Su Luo extremely cautious. He couldn't let the Ziyue demon arrive and get himself killed. While it was inconvenient for him, he could always find a braver player to help. Su Luo sighed, realizing his own courage had suddenly diminished. With no players around the nearby tribe, Su Luo spent 10 spirit stones to move to an adjacent beginner area where there were quite a few players. Meng Yin sent a message. 2 players reported discovering 2 high-level tribes with unknown levels at least above 7th tier. One was 500 miles away and the other was 700 miles. Should we agree to their request? Su Luo thought for a moment and replied, not for now. Add them as friends and tell them someone has already gotten ahead of them. If I need this information later, I'll provide each of them with 1 million in resources. The locations mentioned by those 2 were too far away. Su Luo had already spent 70 spirit stones scouting this tribe, and looking for others would be a waste. Unless Shi Hui's mentioned tribe proved to be a real target, Su Luo was hesitant. Soon he encountered a player named San Tiao Shi in this beginner area. San Tiao Shi exclaimed joyfully, "Tsang Shun, I never expected to see you here." It seemed that the title Tsang Shun had already been adopted by players to refer to Su Luo, which he found quite unusual. Su Luo wasted no time and quickly explained what he needed help with. As long as you scout it out, it'll cover the teleportation costs, and upon success, it'll reward you with 1 million in resources. To Su Luo's surprise, San Tiao Shi countered, "What if they come after me?" Su Luo chuckled, "How could that be? If they were indeed a 9th tier or 10th tier, would they bother with you, a 2nd tier tribe?" San Tiao Shi shook his head. "You're right, but what if? If they do come, they'll definitely be eliminated. I want to keep playing this game. Even if you pull me into the tribe, it wouldn't work out." Su Luo cursed inwardly, encountering someone even more cautious than himself. While he wasn't the only player available, if he didn't agree, he could find someone else. After a few minutes, Su Luo met another player named Iba Mo Dao. This time it went smoothly. Iba Mo Dao readily said, "Song Shin, you're about to bring glory to the nation. You don't need to offer me anything. I'm willing to help you, but you must do your best to secure the first place." Su Luo felt a bit embarrassed. Destroying this 8th tier base had nothing to do with the global competition. Iba Mo Dao was a 3rd tier player, and Su Luo replied, "Of course, resources must be given. I can't let you take risks for free. Once completed, it'll pull you into the alliance." Accompanied by Iba Mo Dao, they arrived at the riverbank again. Iba Mo Dao smiled at Su Luo and chose an outer area with very few defensive structures, bringing along several giants. However, as they approached this tribe, the defensive structures automatically attacked them. Fortunately, the giants of Iba Mo Dao held their ground, sacrificing 1 giant, but successfully reaching the tribe's entrance. An angry shout rang out, "Who dares to scout my tribe?" Iba Mo Dao quickly defended himself, saying, "Sorry, I was just passing by out of curiosity. They'll leave now." Then he hurriedly distanced himself, heading in the direction away from Su Luo. While running, Iba Mo Dao messaged Su Luo, "This tribe is called Ling Yun tribe. It's indeed an 8th tier base, with substantial resources totaling over 3 million. A group of goblins rushed out from the Ling Yun tribe, quickly catching up to Iba Mo Dao, resulting in several giants meeting a tragic end. Iba Mo Dao was forcibly returned. Seeing this, the Ling Yun tribe didn't initiate any retaliatory actions, realizing it was a waste of time and would yield no benefits. After the reconnaissance, Su Luo returned to the tribe and invited Iba Mo Dao into the alliance, providing him with the promised resources. Since the target was confirmed, it was time to consider how to attack the Ling Yun tribe. Should he directly assault the Ling Yun tribe's stronghold? Su Luo would not choose that option. What if this tribe had excellent anti-air rockets? Without triggering any major disturbances, Su Luo's current strength was actually below that of an 8th tier base. Luring them out was the best approach, ensuring that they would not benefit from the defensive structures. Su Luo already had a simple plan on how to lure them. The rest was to strengthen his own power, ensuring he could successfully conquer them. Su Luo currently had 2,165 spirit stones. First, Su Luo began upgrading to a 7th tier base, preparing to attack the 8th tier with a 7th tier status. Upgrading to a 7th tier base would take 8 hours. During this time, Su Luo visited the barbarian homestead where the heroic certificate was being sold at a relatively low price. Node 1 was not the most popular location. There was a traditional rule that dictated trading to take place at Node 6. Regardless of what was being sold or bought going, there was always a safe bet. The heroic certificate for the Bao Queen there was priced 50 lower than at the auction. Su Luo planned to buy 2 heroic certificates for the Bao Queen in one go. Upon arriving at the barbarian home Node 6, Su Luo heard a commotion. Someone is actually selling the Black Nightmare for 2400 gems. As the crowd surged, Su Luo instinctively wanted to see what was happening. This was the unsolvable hero that Feng Xiaoyi had mentioned. Although Su Luo felt that if he encountered this Black Nightmare, he might have a decent chance of defeating it. But then he thought it might be better not to bother with this commotion. He couldn't afford to buy it even if he wanted to. Why not just get it for free from the merchant? Its value was less than half that of the Thunder Fury. The price for the Bao Queen was around 810, which was a relatively fixed price, and Su Luo couldn't negotiate it down to 750. After some contemplation, Su Luo bought 2 certificates for the Bao Queen at a price of 800 each. Thus 1,600 gems were spent, leaving him with 565 gems. Su Luo did not return immediately. He was about to level up to level 7. As the first to advance, the game should reward him handsomely, so he could buy another one. More than an hour later, an announcement appeared in the game. Congratulations to player Su Chahar Kin for being the first to advance to level 7 tribe. The system said, congratulations on advancing to level 7. We reward you with 1,000 gems and a Master Builder Holy Water Collector. Master Builder Holy Water Collector. Its production efficiency is the same as that of an ordinary Holy Water Collector, but the quality of the Master Builder Holy Water produced is twice that of ordinary Holy Water. This means if Su Luo needed 1 million ordinary Holy Water for upgrades, he would only need 500 Master Builder Holy Water. It equates to 1 Master Builder Holy Water Collector, which is equivalent to 2 ordinary Holy Water Collectors. Su Luo was very pleased with the enhancement of his time clock tower. It was equivalent to having 20 ordinary Holy Water Collectors. With more gems in hand, Su Luo bought another certificate for the Bao Queen at a price of 800. Su Luo immediately set off for home. He planned to upgrade all 3 Bao Queens to level 5 to master their skills before seeking trouble with the Lingyun tribe. This made things much more stable. Su Luo stroked his chin, pondering whom to choose. It seemed there were no particularly beautiful female archers. Forget it, he'll randomly select 3 pleasing archers. Stunning beauties like Chun Yun are rare. Su Luo cautiously observed and finally chose 3 archer ladies. Their names were Qin Shu and Yan. They were definitely good-looking. When Su Luo announced that he would promote them to Bao Queens, all the archers erupted in surprise. The female archers looked at the 3 with envy. One brave male archer asked, "Chief, why are all 3 of them Bao Queens? Why isn't there a ranger?" Su Luo with a straight face replied, "Sorry, all the drops were Bao Queens. I don't know why either." Next, upon hearing this, all the male archers perked up, since the chief said, so there must be a chance. Ahua was puzzled. The 3 archers chosen by the chief looked quite good. Was the chief really a fan of love? If that were the case, he wouldn't have chosen me back when selecting the barbarian king, right? Watching the 3 Bao Queens leveling up, Su Luo was very excited. He would soon have 4 Bao Queens. The number of heroes doubled. Upon reaching level 8, perhaps he could increase the number of heroes at a rate of 1. Su Luo thought for a moment. With so many new heroes, the number of builders might not be enough. With gems remaining, he decided to buy another one. Spending 500 gems, Su Luo's 4th builder appeared. His name was Xiao Tian. Barton and Xiao Fei were taking turns leveling up Zhun, while Su Luo temporarily instructed Xiao Tian and Xiao Feng to upgrade resource facilities first. Unfortunately, at level 7, there were no new gold mines or holy water collectors that could be built. He could only construct the Master Builder Holy Water Collector rewarded by the game. An hour later, 3 brand new Bao Queens appeared before Su Luo. Qin Shu and Yin bowed together, saying, "We pay our respects to the chief." Su Luo felt immensely pleased. Even more joyfully after leveling up to Bao Queens, the beauty of the 3 had significantly improved. If they were class beauties before, now they could be considered school beauties. With crowns and the aura of Bao Queens, they were even more extraordinary. Su Luo was already fantasizing about a future where a group of Bao Queens would bow to him. How delightful. At level 7, he could already build dark oil wells and dark oil tanks, as well as a dark training camp. The number of builders was evidently insufficient, but Su Luo only had 265 gems left. Qin Shu and Yin took turns leveling up, while Xiao Feng focused on constructing dark oil buildings. The dark training camp was completed, and it could currently train the first dark unit, the Undead. The Undead could only be trained with dark oil, so Su Luo had to wait. The level 7 main camp could upgrade the dark oil well to level 3, with a production rate of 45 per hour, equating to 450 for Su Luo. This made Su Luo's thoughts of training a large number of undead immediately bankrupt. He would have to wait, and The main function of the dark oil tank is to store dark oil. Previously in the barbarian home, Su Luo encountered some dark oil, but without storage facilities the dark oil harvested was directly confiscated by the game. For now he would have to wait. The level 7 base had the 4th Barak, but the barbarian king, which could be purchased in the mobile game, had yet to appear. Having reached level 11 with Zhen, Su Luo thought for a moment, and decided to pause Zhen's upgrades for now, focusing entirely on leveling Qin Shu and Yin to level 5 in order to reach level 8 sooner. After dealing with the Lingyun tribe, he could continue upgrading Zhen. By the afternoon of the next day, he finally managed to level the 3 to level 5, all having mastered their skills. And Su Luo had trained 120 undead. Health 55. Attack 38. Attack speed once every second. Range 20. Cost 80 dark oil. Speed 16 meters per second. Occupied units 2. Their health is relatively low and the cost is quite cheap compared to balloon soldiers with extremely fast speed, and they are aerial units. Even one could defeat the current Su Luo, unless his level rises high enough to be immune to undead attacks. The Bao Queens don't run very fast, only 12 meters per second at most. If they encounter a large number of fast-running undead, they would be doomed. Zhen could only slowly eliminate them through guerrilla tactics. Of course, under normal circumstances, heroes wouldn't be isolated. If they were in a large troop with mages and archers, the fragile undead would be unable to withstand it. However, there's no doubt that the undead have a high cost-performance ratio, making them worth training in large numbers. At this time, Su Luo's military strength had reached 6,000, more than even Feng Xiaoi, who was a seasoned level 8 player. He could produce them, but not sustain them. If he forcibly created them, he would have no resources left to feed the heroes. In fact, without any surprises, Zhen alone could destroy a level 8 base. Su Luo didn't need to make so many preparations. Su Luo secretly thought, I have already done my utmost to stabilize. I can consider myself scaring myself. I can't possibly lose again, can I? In case of failure, Su Luo had a backup plan. If he lost, he would immediately use a shield upon returning. Su Luo intended to lure out the Lingyun tribe to eliminate the unstable factor of their defensive structures. For now, he had only thought of 2 methods. First, he could send a black knife to inform Lingyun that he had discovered a golden level treasure chest, and that he had decided only today after coming to investigate yesterday. Second, he could relocate the tribe near Lingyun, and then destroy another tribe, prompting Lingyun to attack him with a high bounty offered by Su Luo. In the second scenario, if Lingyun sought assistance from his alliance borrowing a hero for stability, it was something Su Luo did not want to see, so he preferred to use the first method. If neither method worked, he would have to wait for Lingyun to come out, as Su Luo did not believe he would remain within the tribe for days. He proceeded with the first plan, and a black knife readily agreed. However, Su Luo did not expect that even the heavens were assisting him. An area announcement stated a mid-level resource point has spawned near region 199056, and it can be seized in 6 hours. Su Luo was taken aback. A mid-level resource point. It was certainly much richer than a small resource point. According to the game's indicated location, it was merely over 20 miles from Lingyun's tribe. Would Lingyun not go? A smile appeared on Su Luo's face. He could make Lingyun come out unguarded without using either method. Abandoning his original plan, Su Luo immediately rushed to the resource point. He was already near Lingyun's tribe, so he arrived quickly. Upon arrival, he found only a few scattered tribes. Ignoring them, Su Luo examined the items contained within this resource point. 50 million resources, a blueprint for a gold mine, a hero certificate for the Queen of Archers, and a worker potion. The highest value was undoubtedly the hero certificate for the Queen of Archers, auctioned at 850 gems, while the gold mine was just over 500. Compared to the low-level resource points, the rewards were overwhelmingly generous. Su Luo was tempted and thought about selecting everything again. However, after some consideration, he decided not to do a full selection this time. The risk was too great. All tribes within a 300-kilometer radius could participate this time. The primary goal was to advance to level 8, and there was no need to take huge risks at this crucial moment. The game allowed 6 hours for everyone to travel. It was destined that tribes on the edge of 300 kilometers could not arrive unless they used a teleportation array. The cost was at least 100 gems. Those with strength had to consider if it was worth it. Constantly, tribes were arriving, looking around the altar, contemplating what rewards to choose. Indeed, the Lingyun tribe arrived. As Lingyun made his entrance, he was met with a chorus of gasps. Another exceptionally strong tribe had come. It was said to be another because Su Luo had brought a considerable force, seemingly even more than Lingyun's. Su Luo scanned his gaze, trying to discern how many heroes were among the Lingyun tribe, and whether there were any special heroes. However, Su Luo could only see a barbarian king at the front. He could not see if there were heroes in the center of the troops. No matter how good Chuanyan's vision was, if the opponent was hidden within the troops, it was futile. Unexpectedly, knowing that Su Luo's army included flying dragons and undead, Lingyun realized he was at least a level 7 tribe, and even had more troops than him. Surprisingly, showed Su Luo a friendly smile. Ling Yun approached and kindly said this leader seems unfamiliar. Su Luo smiled and replied, my tribe is not nearby. I happen to encounter this resource point. With a change of tone, Su Luo sighed, raising 2 heroes is too labor-intensive. I definitely need to gather more resources from this resource point. Su Luo said this to see if he could glean Ling Yun's secrets. Ling Yun agreed, expressing, indeed the barbarian king is manageable, but that godly archer nearly cost me my life. Su Luo felt a surge of joy. It was likely that Ling Yun had only 2 heroes, though this could also be a bluff. Ling Yun cautiously suggested there are no powerful tribes nearby, so how about this? You take the gold mine blueprint, and I will take the Queen of Archers. Indeed, Su Luo had not expected that within a 300-kilometer radius there were hardly any tribes worth mentioning. Among those who had come aside from Su Luo and Ling Yun, the strongest was merely a level 6 tribe. What Su Luo wanted was not important, what mattered was what Ling Yun chose. Whatever he picked, Su Luo would choose the same. Fighting was not allowed until the resource point reached the time to seize, unless one exited the vicinity. This was to prevent a powerful tribe from monopolizing the rewards. Before multiple selections were allowed, they could not be attacked when unable to eliminate strong opponents one by one. It was not yet time for the truth to be revealed. Su Luo smiled and nodded in agreement. Ling Yun felt delighted, thinking this kid was on the right track, assuming he was likely at level 7, wondering why he would compete with him a level 8. As time passed, by the end a total of 4 level 6 tribes and 1 level 7 tribe arrived, and there was no need to mention those below level 5. Su Luo's heart stirred. Could he make another full selection? An area announcement stated selections can begin. Our resources can be collected in 2 hours. The 2 hours were for all tribes to start competing. Ling Yun slowly approached the altar that held the hero certificate for the Queen of Archers, and no one dared to stop him. After making his selection, joy spread across Ling Yun's face. It was a stroke of luck. Ling Yun smiled and cupped his hands towards Su Luo, saying, thank you, Su Bro. Su Luo smiled and chose the gold mine. After making a choice, it was still possible to change it. Unexpectedly, another level 7 tribe, Xinlan, chose to contest Su Luo. Su Luo looked towards the new level 7 Xinlan tribe. Seeing Su Luo gaze at him, Xinlan scoffed, though your troops outnumber mine slightly, I have a level 29 Queen of Archers. The outcome is uncertain. Things might not be as Xinlan described. He had an alliance and might have borrowed heroes, at least 2 heroes. Su Luo pretended to be dissatisfied yet silent, while Ling Yun watched the scene with amusement. Other tribes chose to contest for resources. The worker potion was of little effect to them, far less practical than seizing resources. Su Luo retreated into his troops and summoned Chuanyan. Chuanyan takes Su Da and some archers and barbarians to the Ling Yun tribe, attack precisely in 2 hours. Su Luo did this to eliminate Ling Yun's troops here. After forcing Ling Yun to return, he would continue to trigger combat status, unable to use shields or call for aid. Su Luo believed that Ling Yun should not have any trump cards. Chuanyan moved silently. A small tribe noticed, but would not inform Ling Yun or Xinlan. With just 10 minutes until the contest began, Su Luo suddenly changed his demeanor, coldly addressing Xinlan, what right do you have to compete with me? He soared into the sky, unleashing a bolt of lightning with a range of up to 100 meters towards the ground. All the leaders witnessing were left pale. Xinlan's face changed dramatically. This sucker Halcon actually had a mage hero, and the attack range was astonishingly far. Not a single one of his troops could reach. With this unexpected turn of events, he realized he was at a disadvantage. Xinlan immediately backed down, saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will withdraw from competing with you right away. Su Luo felt a sense of relief. Xinlan truly had no means to counter Zhun. Su Luo cursed inwardly. He was haunted by the shadow of the Ziyue demon. In the barbarian home, he dared to insult even the 90-year troops, but here he had to tread carefully around the 70-year ones. Ling Yun's expression also changed drastically, a remarkably rare mage hero. Thankfully, this sucker Halcon did not choose to contest with him, still respecting him as an A-tier. But the next second his expression turned sour as Su Luo changed his choice and contested the heroic certificate of the Archer Queen with him. Ling Yun forced a smile and said, Brother Su, didn't we agree? What do you mean by this? Su Luo replied with a slight smile, it means I still want to possess another Archer Queen. Ling Yun felt a surge of anger, but looking at Zhun in the sky, his face struggled. After a brief contemplation, he said, Brother Su, your strength is formidable. The best things should indeed go to you. System notification, the Ling Yun tribe has withdrawn from contesting with you. Seeing that Su Luo had again chosen the heroic certificate of the Archer Queen, Xinlan rejoiced and reselect the gold mine blueprint, only to find that Ling Yun the 80er was contesting with him. After a moment of struggle, Xinlan still did not dare to contest with Ling Yun, reluctantly withdrawing. Su Luo observed everything and sighed deeply. Indeed, they were a bunch of weaklings, truly scaring themselves. Many 90-year players had no means to counter Zhun. How could these 7 and 8-tier players? As long as there was no means, Zhun was invincible. Contesting with one tribe or a group of tribes would yield the same result. It seemed he had to make another all-selection choice. In the 3 seconds before resources could be collected, Su Luo immediately changed his choice. I want them all. Area announcement. Sucker Halcyon has chosen all resources and can be besieged. Everyone was stunned for several seconds, and Ling Yun incredulously said, "You are just too arrogant." Xing Lan's eyes flickered. The gold mine blueprint and the heroic certificate were each worth a fortune. As long as he could eliminate this Sucker Halcyon, he would have the chance to obtain one of them. Ling Yun did not want to give up either. More importantly, he feared that Su Luo possessing a mage hero would attack him, which he could not withstand. Ling Yun and Xing Lan exchanged glances, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Alone they were indeed no match for Su Luo, but besieging him could yield different results. The mage hero had a long attack range which provided a significant advantage only in unknown situations. As long as Su Luo's ground troops were destroyed using undead and dragons, there was still a chance to eliminate the mage hero. Kill. Xing Lan and Ling Yun turned against Su Luo simultaneously. The battle began to display a lopsided scenario. With only Qin Yuehua and Zhun among the 5 heroes, even with them present, they were no match against the overwhelming numbers. The ground troops were overwhelmed by the sea of enemies. In less than 2 minutes, they were completely annihilated, including the 4 heroes besides Zhun. Su Luo was indifferent. After victory in battle, he could revive. Su Luo's 20 dragons and 120 undead did not participate in the attack. They simply flew high in the sky. If they joined the battle, they would be slaughtered by the overwhelming number of mages and archers. Instead, it was better to regroup with Zhun and together eliminate the aerial forces of Xing Lan and Ling Yun. Unlike before, Zhun needed to pull back constantly to wait for the cooldown of the lightning strike. Now, he could simply fly in front of the dragons. The undead and dragons would coordinate with Zhun to eliminate the opposing air forces. The dragons were of the fire attribute. If someone stood on them like the archer queen, she would be continuously burned by flames. Before long, she would die without anyone else attacking her. Allied attacks would not harm allies, but the dragons could indeed harm. Su Luo speculated that this design prevented mages or archers from standing on dragons. Zhun floated atop the dragons, not making contact, thus taking no damage. Ling Yun felt a shiver. Damn it, this Sucker Halcyon's air force was not participating in the battle, but was instead being held back. The anticipated scenario of concentrating air forces against a lone mage hero did not materialize. He miscalculated. The combined dragons of Ling Yun and Xing Lan were barely over 40, while the undead surpassed 300. Su Luo had 20 dragons and 120 undead. The opposing undead did not require Zhun's intervention. The dragons could resolve them easily. A single dragon attack would wipe out a swath of undead. Moreover, Zhun's level 11 attack already hit 630, combined with the amplification from a level 1 mage ring, it reached 693. One dragon could withstand Zhun's attack, 4 times at most. If they came one by one paired with Su Luo's dragons, it would only take 2 hits. Attacking all together would trigger Zhun's chain magic. Xing Lan and Ling Yun's aerial forces were being killed continuously, their faces pale. If Zhun toyed with them, they would be in even greater despair. After the aerial forces were eliminated, Zhun could confidently kill the ground troops. It was merely a matter of time. The besieging alliance, having been attacked by Zhun for a while, found themselves utterly powerless to stop the slaughter and fled in a panic. Xing Lan fled, and Su Luo didn't care, focusing on eliminating Ling Yun's forces. There was no benefit in attacking others, just driving them away was sufficient. Ling Yun with red eyes exclaimed, "Why are you only targeting me?" As Ling Yun pleaded for mercy, he suddenly received news that his tribe was under attack. Ling Yun was stunned. The attacker was precisely this Sucker Halcyon. If it were anyone else attacking, it would not matter, as it would mean Ling Yun was being besieged. Su Luo shook his head, saying, "Indeed, he is not a formidable character at all. I was merely scaring myself." Ling Yun was forcibly returned while Chuan Yun continued to harass him with guerrilla tactics, keeping Ling Yun in a state of battle. Game prompt. You have obtained all resources from the altar: a worker potion, a heroic certificate of the archer queen, a gold mine blueprint, and 50 million resources. Su Luo smiled. This was excellent. In terms of value, not counting resources, each of the 3 items was worth 1,500 gems. Without delay, he immediately coordinated with Chuan Yun to eliminate Ling Yun, who was unable to use shields or call for help. Game prompt. You have destroyed an 8-tier tribe, gaining 31 trophies too. 4 million gold 1 million holy water, and 2,556 black oil. You have obtained a blueprint for an 8-tier base and a quality-enhanced golden treasure chest. Su Luo felt relieved. Reaching the 8-tier meant he could focus on survival without rushing for upgrades. Su Luo opened the golden treasure chest with great interest. System. You have obtained a hero potion from the golden treasure chest. Effect: temporarily increases a hero's level by 10 for 1 day. The alliance of Ling Yun received the news of Ling Yun's death, but it did not cause any ripples. The alliance leader asked, which member of the 8 books has the confidence to take revenge on Su Chaharzan? A silence followed. The alliance leader possessed a level 50 Bao Queen, but it was impossible to lend her out. Su Luo had a mage hero that made him wary. He did not know if Su Luo had any other trump cards. If the Bao Queen were to die, his signature hero would be gone, putting him in a weakened state for 2 months. He was just an ordinary member. There was no need to let him take such risks. Bo Ting sought revenge against Su Luo because Su Luo had killed his brother Bo Lei, and Bo Ting had great confidence in defeating Su Luo. Of course, if it were a well-united and loving alliance, Su Luo might have been in trouble. Looking at the hero potion he had drawn, Su Luo's eyes lit up. A good item indeed. It could be said to be something urgently needed. In the mobile game, hero potions could elevate all heroes by 5 levels, but here it could only elevate 1. As compensation, the level increase reached 10. It equated to leveling up to level 40, but Su Luo still planned to do everything possible to elevate Jin's level. Upon returning to the tribe, Su Luo did not receive any notifications about Ling Yun Alliance's revenge. He was not afraid. He had annihilated Ling Yun when he was at level 7, and at most they would come back for revenge at level 8. If they truly came fine, he would just let his shield last for 13 days. If they dared wait for 13 days, who knows who would end up defeating whom? Su Luo was not anxious. The first thing he did upon returning to the tribe was to start upgrading Barton to level 8, while also arranging for Jean to level up. Impatient Su Luo even used the worker potion he had just received. Therefore, 1.4 hours later, the game announcement stated, "Congratulations to player Su Chaharzan for being the first to upgrade to level 8. Countless people could not believe it. Just a short while ago, Su Luo was leveling up by 1 level a day, and later he stagnated, thinking he wouldn't dare to rush the upgrades. Goodness, he upgraded to level 7 yesterday, and now he was at level 8. Would he reach level 9 tomorrow? However, the more powerful Su Luo became, the happier they were. When someone is slightly better than you, you may feel jealous, but when you realize the gap between you two is too vast, jealousy dissipates, and all you can do is look up in admiration. In the Great Tang Alliance, congratulatory messages appeared in unison. Congratulations to the leader for reaching level 8. Su Luo's mood was also quite good. He felt like making a grand gesture. 100 million gems for each person, there would be a reward. Ahem, of course, that was just a daydream. The game prompted, "Congratulations on being the first to advance to level 8, rewarding you with 1,500 gems and the hero's certificate, Holy Light Angel." Su Luo sighed. This reward was indeed getting better and could not be compared to the 2nd or 3rd levels. This time the reward converted to gems was already 4,000. The Holy Light Angel was not Su Luo's greatest concern. "Oh, what about the merchant? I would take care of your business." After looking around, Su Luo was baffled. System: the merchant will refresh at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 2nd day after advancing to level 8. Su Luo pursed his lips and could only wait. Currently no other heroes were leveling up, and all resources were devoted to upgrading Jean. Even Chuan Yun was no exception. Therefore, there was no need to buy workers. 2 workers would take turns upgrading Jean, and the remaining 2 would likely end up with some free time after finishing their tasks. Su Luo decided not to go anywhere. With the merchant being this good-natured, why go out looking for opportunities? Su Luo recalled the hero's certificate for the Holy Light Angel. Although it wasn't the Divine Maiden, it was still acceptable. Su Luo had seen the Holy Light Angel several times in the barbarian home. They were all very beautiful. So it was time to select the lucky one. Being beautiful was the biggest stroke of luck. Su Luo had 40 angels primarily used to heal giants. Archers and barbarians were not needed, and as the opponents encountered grew stronger, archers had little chance to heal the angels. 1 angel consumed 5,000 holy water a day. For 40 angels, that was 2,0, which was the main reason. Among the 40 angels, there were 21 male angels and 19 female angels. Hero Certificate: Holy Light Angel transforms 1 angel into the hero template of the Holy Light Angel. No gender specification. Male angels also have a chance. But for Su Luo, there would never be a possibility in his lifetime. Don't ask why. By the way, all the angel sisters were quite attractive, with long wavy hair, big sky blue eyes. If the fabric were just a little less, it would be perfect. Su Luo casually chose the most pleasant-looking angel. "Go tidy up my room." The angel sister sweetly responded, "Yes, leader." When she returned, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. I intend to reward you." She widened her eyes, looking at Su Luo, unsure of what he would reward her with. Su Luo still did not know her name, and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Meili." "Meili?" It sounded a bit strange at first, but after saying it a couple of times, Su Luo felt it rolled off the tongue, easily giving a cute feeling. Meili suddenly let out a high-pitched exclamation. Her pretty face flushed. "Leader, are you preparing to promote me to a hero?" Su Luo nodded with a smile. The transformation of the Holy Light Angel took an hour and a half. When Meili was rewarded with a promotion to hero for cleaning the leader's room, all the angels could not take it. "Leader, are you tired? I can massage your shoulders. Then I will hammer your legs." "Leader, these are the fresh flowers I just picked. Do I give them to you?" Su Luo's face darkened as he removed a hand that had draped over his waist. "Get lost, male angels, or I might donate all of you and disturb my intimacy with the angel sisters." Su Luo was surrounded and served by a group of angel sisters. An hour and a half later, Mi Li's evolution was complete. The most obvious difference was that Mi Li transformed from a tall figure of 1.70 meters to a large angel standing 3 meters tall. What does 3 meters mean? At 1.80 meters, Su Luo looked like a dwarf in front of Mi Li. But this did not affect Mi Li's beauty in the slightest. Su Luo forcibly held back his drool, those long legs, and that voluptuous form. Mi Li's originally cute face now exuded a more sacred aura. Mi Li spread her wings behind her, a layer of milky, white holy light illuminating the surroundings, making Su Luo feel quite comfortable. Just based on her appearance, Su Luo felt it was worth it, even without any effects. Of course, the holy light angel could not just be a pretty face. It auctioned for more than 2,500 gems, which was more than 4 times that of Suda. Su Luo checked Mi Li's attributes at this time. Health 5,000. Attack 0. Game note: sorry, she does not have attack attributes. Speed 10 meters. Healing 150. Frequency once per second. Healing radius 5 meters. Passive Holy Light Radiance. Under the illumination of the Holy Light Angel's Holy Light, all allies' healing effects increase by 50%. Current maximum range of Holy Light Illumination radius of 20 meters. Active skill group: healing spell not mastered, to be mastered at level 5. The passive range of Holy Light will increase with level upgrades. Initially, this range isn't very wide, but what about later? At max level, a radius of several hundred meters is quite normal. The healing amount per second is definitely several thousand, which is something ordinary angels cannot achieve at all. Su Luo secretly complained that this initial 5,000 health was almost 3 times that of Su Das 1,700. It is estimated that the health bonus from leveling up is even stronger than Su Das. As for how much health is added per level, Su Luo does not know for now. He was considering whether to level Mi Li up to level 5. After some thought, he decided to level up. Mi Li needs 200 W resources to reach level 2, which is not as exaggerated as Zhang A. At most, it would require a few hundred resources. Heroes with skills and those without are 2 different matters. Additionally, to maximize the radius of Holy Light, Mi Li must fly on the ground. The radius is only half of the maximum range. Overall, Su Luo was still satisfied. Oh right, Su Luo remembered something. Under skill status, Suda recovers 1/10 of his maximum health per second. Under Holy Light, wouldn't that be 15%? Although this isn't the healing effect caused by Mi Li, it is still enhanced. Moreover, Mi Li's healing distance reaches an impressive 30 meters. A thought arose in Su Luo's mind: Suda could level up himself, while Mi Li continuously healed him. After both of their levels increased, Suda might find it hard to die. This way he wouldn't have to worry about Suda. The sky is vast, let him play by himself. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. However, for now, with just one Mi Li, it is impossible to assign her to Suda. With a bright smile, Su Luo waved his hand, signaling Mi Li to crouch down. Otherwise, it would be tiring to talk to her while she was standing. Mi Li obediently crouched down. Su Luo instinctively lowered his head. The system prompted river crab warning. Upon reaching level 8, the construction workers would have work to do again. As per usual, resources for upgrading construction facilities must be prioritized. Level 8 has 6 gold mines and a holy water collector. Su Luo added 2 more gold mines. A construction master's holy water collector is equivalent to 2 ordinary ones. Thus, there are 8 of each type. Once reaching the level cap, Su Luo can produce 806,400 gold and 806,400 holy water daily, totaling 16 million resources. 2 dark oil wells produce about 2160 black oil daily, equivalent to 2160 gold or holy water. Altogether, that amounts to 18 million. What a staggering figure. The game reward of 1,500 gems. Should I buy workers? Or by workers, there isn't much for them to do. If I upgrade all the heroes I currently own, it wouldn't be enough. But for now, I'll just upgrade Jun and level Mi Li up to 5. The others can wait. Buying ordinary heroes would be pointless. The Purple Moon Demon won't be of any use. Hence, Su Luo thought it over and decided to purchase 3 more resource facilities to produce more resources. He rushed to the barbarian camp, and including the teleportation fee, Su Luo spent a total of 1490 gems to purchase 2 holy water collectors and 1 gold mine. This way, the daily resource production reached 21 million. Jin hasn't even reached 21 million yet. Meng Yin and the others are responsible for reviewing player applications. If there are suitable candidates, they will report to Su Luo, who will decide whether to admit them. As for compensation, in a good mood, Su Luo granted each of them 100 resources daily. While providing compensation, he also strengthened their abilities. The Tribal League tests the strength of each individual. That day, 3 new members joined. All were level 4, but none were heroes. Their advancement to level 4 was purely due to luck. Although they weren't heroes, they had obtained gems or training potions and other useful items from treasure chests in the wild. Or by defeating wild monsters, they had incredible luck and obtained a lot of valuable items, significantly surpassing other players in strength. Originally, they didn't want to rush to level up, but Su Luo insisted that they start at level 4. They had no choice but to speed up to join the alliance. To ensure the allies' safety, Su Luo donated all male angels. After experiencing a battle, if they did not die, they would return to Su Luo's tribe. Prepare for a long-term business trip. The three of them are Jia Tiangang's assassin Sheng, Hu Zi, and Li, pronounced with the fourth tone. The league's rules are currently unclear, but is unknown if they are the same as in mobile games. If it is 15v15, a victory will be determined by the number of victory stars. To ensure victory, Su Luo will provide each member with a batch of resources. Even without medals, Su Luo would do this for the players in the Huaxiao region. While benefiting the players, it would also bring Su Luo great prestige, allowing him to call upon players when needed in the future. For example, a black knife. He chose to scout the Ling Yun tribe to help Su Luo. If they lost, it would be hard to ask players for help again. That night, Su Luo lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. At dawn, he could see the lovely merchant again. He wondered what items the merchant would bring for him this time. Thinking about how he would see the lovely merchant every day in the future, Su Luo felt excited. Finally, he endured until 8 a.m. The dark-skinned merchant brought his tent back to Su Luo's tribe once again. This merchant was not the one Su Luo had encountered before. Su Luo tightly grasped his hand and said, after waiting for the stars and the moon, "I've finally waited." The merchant felt bewildered. It was the first time he met such a warm leader. "My goods are quite expensive. Most are pricier than at auction, and many items will leave you feeling cheated. But who would turn down money?" The merchant smiled and said, "Honorable leader, I know this is our first meeting, but I have brought good things just for you." Su Luo replied, "Enough with the talk. Oh, I've been waiting for the 1-gem flash sale for a long time." The merchant took out his items. Training potion large, 25 gems. Hero potion, 300 gems. Su Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought he struck gold with the hero potion from the golden chest, but who knew the merchant sold it so cheaply? Both items have the same effect, temporarily increasing the hero's level by 10. Damn, I can only use 1 gem to heal my wounded spirit. Worker potion priced at 285 gems. Without a second thought, Su Luo purchased them all, paying 3 gems for 3 magical items. Su Luo suddenly wondered if Zhen could level up by 20 levels if he consumed 2 hero potions consecutively. The system replied, "Sorry, only 1 bottle is effective, and apart from the Barbarian King, a hero's level is limited by the headquarters level, capped at headquarters level times 10. The hero potion cannot exceed the headquarters limit." In mobile games, the level of heroes is indeed limited by the level of the main base. Su Luo, who had not played for long, forgot this detail. He shook his head helplessly. A level 15 was still too far away. Su Luo said, "I bought all 3 items, now bring out your best stuff." The merchant, surprised, replied, How did you know I have something special?" Then the merchant slapped his forehead and said, "Right, I mentioned I had good items when we first met, but I only restocked." Hearing this, Su Luo's heart sank. It seemed that special items were not available every day. After inquiring, Su Luo was greatly disappointed. The merchant would stay with Su Luo for a month, and after that a different merchant would come. Each new merchant would bring 1 special item, and afterward only 3 regular magical items would be available daily. This was far from what Su Luo had hoped for. After a long pause, he smiled bitterly. The first merchant had spoiled his appetite, and he had hoped for a powerful hero every day. Forget it, after all, this was a freebie. Even if he was dissatisfied, what could he do? Suddenly Su Luo had an idea. After buying the merchant's items, he would make him leave. If he didn't, he could insult him. Could he handle that? Then a new merchant would come in joy. The system replied, "Sorry, offending the merchant will result in your tribe never having merchants again." Su Luo was speechless. The merchant revealed his best items. The first item, Archer's Ring level 1, priced at 1,500 gems. Effect increases the health and attack power of archer units and heroes by 10%. This somewhat healed Su Luo's wounded spirit. Battle Book, 925 gems. Effect instantly completes the upgrade of the researched unit. Trash, useless. Su Luo had no need for this. The laboratory could upgrade unit levels, which would take at most a few days. Here, it could be done in 2 days at the most. However, the last item made Su Luo's eyes light up. Hero's Certificate, Goblin Builder. Was this the goblin hero he had seen in the barbarian's domain? It was said that his construction speed was 10 times that of a regular worker. Price 24000 gems. Incredible. The merchant exclaimed, "I can't believe you can actually afford it." Su Luo, not easily disheartened, asked the merchant, "Do you have anything else for sale?" "I'm lacking everything except..." The merchant shook his head and said, "I do have more, but I can't sell it to you. I must ensure I have 3 magical items to sell every day. That's a rule." The merchant spoke decisively, and Su Luo didn't linger further. He was eager to test out the Goblin Builder. Under the time clock tower, would it be 20 times faster or 100 times? Su Luo arrived at the goblin's living area in the tribe. For him, selecting a goblin didn't require consideration of looks. The difference in race was undetectable to Su Luo, and he had no interest in it. As a builder, the most important quality was diligence. Everything else was secondary. Calling the goblins over, Su Luo shouted, "Who wishes to become a goblin builder?" "This is a hero." To Su Luo's astonishment, all the goblins were lackluster, showing none of the intense eagerness other units. Su Luo was baffled. How could this be? A goblin muttered, I thought there would be rewards all day long, just doing useless things. Another goblin complained, between 10,000 gold coins and becoming a hero, any fool would know how to choose. A goblin boldly proclaimed, for gold, I would gladly die, you become a hero. Can it bring me wealth? Su Luo was at a loss amidst the wind. What a peculiar race you are. Hearing the goblins' whispers, Su Luo understood how to motivate them. Clearing his throat, Su Luo rephrased, well, if you become a goblin builder, there will be a daily reward of 30,000, no 50,000 gold coins, but I want the most diligent one. In the next moment, all the goblins went wild, their eyes instantly turning red. They surrounded Su Luo, who anyone unaware would think a riot had occurred. Chief, pick me. I'm the most diligent. Get lost, it's obviously me. At that moment, a goblin shouted loudly, as long as I become a goblin builder, all worldly holidays have nothing to do with me. As long as I live, I shall work tirelessly, and as long as I'm alive, I shall keep working day and night. Su Luo was stunned. How wonderfully bizarre the goblin's words were. They matched his desires perfectly. He couldn't think of any reason to refuse him. This goblin immediately stood out. Su Luo asked, what is your name? Chief, my name is Norton. As long as I can earn money working is the meaning of my existence. Su Luo nodded. There was no goblin more willing than you. For resources, goblins would truly do anything. Amidst the resentful gazes of other goblins, Norton joyfully followed Su Luo. The transformation into a goblin builder surprisingly took only half an hour. Half an hour later, Norton successfully became a goblin builder, holding a gleaming large hammer, and there was a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes. Then he said something that left Su Luo speechless. Chief, just to be clear, you have to pay me before I start working. Su Luo, embarrassed, directly handed Norton 50,000 gold coins, then checked his attributes. Goblin builder. Health 300. Special hero, cannot be upgraded. Passive skill, he can work like a builder, capable of doing everything a builder can do. His movements weren't fast, but the time he required was merely a tenth of what the system set. This meant that if upgrading a cannon normally took a day for him, it displayed a time of 2 hours. This wasn't due to speed, but because he had privileges. It was similar to construction bonuses. Note, although he does the same work as a builder, he is not a builder, so worker potions do not work on him. Would that cheat work for him? Su Luo immediately had Norton experiment, selecting a cannon. Originally requiring 12 hours, when Norton started working, Su Luo checked and found it only needed 2 hours. Then the progress bar moved quickly. After just over 7 minutes, this cannon had already been completed. Su Luo's heart raced. Oh my, it really was 100 times faster. Incredible. Originally, while the goblin builder was extraordinary, it hadn't reached an outrageous level. Just like Su Luo's regular builders, he had 4 already, and still felt he needed more workers. But with the cheats enhancement, the goblin builder suddenly became unbeatable. In this way, the most urgent task of upgrading the tremor level had to be handed over to Norton. Stimulated by money, Norton arrogantly pushed Bart aside. Bart was initially very unhappy, but seeing someone snatch the job, his expression instantly brightened. It now took 3.5 days for the tremor to level up, while Norton showed 8 directly. 4 hours. After 84 hours, the tremor reached level 15. To reach level 16, the tremor would need 4 days. In just 96 hours, Norton completed it. Then the tremor upgraded at a speed of 1 level per hour. The level skyrocketed. After 10 hours, the tremor reached level 25. Norton stopped working, not out of laziness or exorbitant demands, but because all of Su Luo's resources had been depleted. All resources and the money for gold symbols were gone. Su Luo became a pauper. Su Luo cried, in just an afternoon, I became a pauper. This thing is indeed powerful, but it costs a fortune. At this moment, Norton cautiously said, Chief, you must be out of money. We agreed on 500 gold coins per day. If you don't pay me, don't blame me for going on strike. Su Luo forced a smile. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Now what to do? Su Luo's daily resource output was 21 million, while the tremor's upgrade required 25 million for each level, which was simply insufficient. In a moment of poor control, he had used up the resources intended for upgrading the rice grain. Previously, Su Luo had so many resources primarily from grinding in the barbarian home. It would be difficult to gather that much money again. Su Luo calculated that the daily resource production combined with monthly gains would yield several resource symbols for merchants. Doing nothing for a month would still be enough to elevate the tremor's level to around 45, and with hero potions reaching level 50 was assured. What he needed to do was to try to advance this timeline. I will work hard, the rest is up to fate. The next day, the merchant store refreshed with time clock tower potions, resource potions, and the Book of Heroes. Su Luo smiled as this saved the resources needed for the tremor's level upgrade. The upgrade time had already been automatically disregarded by Su Luo. Of course, this would only be used once it reached at least level 40. Unfortunately, even with gems, he couldn't buy the Book of Heroes. Su Luo went to the barbarian home still on the tremor's level had risen, and at this point its attack power had exceeded 1,000. Such an attack was unbearable for super barbarians, significantly increasing the monster grinding speed. However, the monsters were also quickly defeated, and the resources obtained were dwindling. By the third day, Su Luo had only gained 6 million resources after a full day of grinding. On the fourth day, it plummeted to 4 million resources. There was no way around it. Continuing like this was worse than not grinding at all. Su Luo was already considering entering the third level. Feng Xiaoyi mentioned that in the third level, there was a possibility of encountering the level 50 Bao Queen or high-grade anti-air rockets. It wasn't a certainty. Most importantly, if there were any, it wouldn't be a guaranteed death. Su Luo had a way to escape. Defensive buildings couldn't perform penetrating strikes, though as long as there was a flying dragon blocking, the tremor wouldn't take damage. The Bao Queen's penetrating attack could not bypass hero units. Previously, Su Luo didn't have aerial heroes, but now he did. The rice grain would simply stand in front of the tremor. The rice grain could tank and heal. The rice grain might die, but the tremor would not. With double protection, the chances of the tremor getting hurt were minimal. On a new day, after leveling the tremor to level 29, Su Luo took the tremor 30 flying dragons, 300 undead, and the rice grain into the third level of the barbarian home. The output was still from the tremor, while others served merely as meat shields. Su Luo casually chose a spot, initially thinking there would be few people, and planned to switch locations if there were any. To his surprise, the place was bustling with noise. Just as Su Luo was about to leave, he heard an unbelievable shout. My heavens, it's the Ice and Snow Queen. This Ice and Snow Queen belongs to my Tiannu Alliance. Anyone who dares to snatch it will be opposing my Tiannu Alliance. Slaughter without mercy. Soon our leader Tiannu will arrive. Those who dare to steal should weigh their options. The noise instantly diminished significantly. It seemed that this Tiannu Alliance indeed held considerable deterrent power. Within 2 minutes, a large troop suddenly arrived at this location, marching impressively. Su Luo was astonished to discover that among them was the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon was arguably the highest quality troop, trainable only by clans of at least level 11. Someone exclaimed, the leader of the Tiannu Alliance, Tiannu, has really come. What kind of Ice and Snow Queen could attract such high-level figures? Su Luo frowned. What exactly was the Ice and Snow Queen? It seemed that there was a skin for the Bao Queen that matched this set. Just then another group of people arrived. Tiannu, if you want the Ice and Snow Queen, you'd better ask if I agree. Tiannu frowned. Having received news, he rushed over immediately, only to find that the leader of the Baiyun Alliance, Baiyun, had also arrived. Tiannu said in a deep voice, I will give you 5,000 gems for this opportunity. Let it go to me. Our levels are very high, and even if we kill the Ice and Snow Queen, the chance of obtaining the Ice and Snow set is very slim. Baiyun countered, since you know that, why not let me have it for 10,000 gems? Tiannu was left speechless. Su Luo was stunned. High-level clans battling in the third level had a miserably low drop rate. Su Luo was already feeling fortunate with the drop rate in the second level. Su Luo guessed that the drop rate for Tiannu and Baiyun here was likely akin to his own experience in the first level. Even so, they were willing to spend 10,000 gems to seize this opportunity. Su Luo hurriedly asked someone, what exactly is this Ice and Snow Girl? To his surprise, the person snorted coldly, why should I tell you? Just know that 2 level 12 big shots are fighting over it, and you'll understand how precious it is. If it weren't for the wrong timing, Su Luo would have wanted to teach this level 9 a lesson. Anyway, here revenge was impossible. Once outside the barbarian home, no one could find anyone. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the game explained it to Su Luo. In the age of savagery, various races fought fiercely for resources and land. Humans were weak, and before the emergence of superheroes, some divinely bestowed heroes were born among barbarian archer and mage heroes. Divinely bestowed heroes are far superior to their counterparts and possess various different abilities based on their divine bestowal. Among them, the best are not inferior to heroes from any other race. It is not that Su Luo looks down on the Bao Queen. If the Bao Queen were to face a fully upgraded Pikachu hero, forget about the hero. Even a fully leveled Pikachu without kiting and without using skills would not stand a chance against a fully leveled Pikachu. When facing the giant Pikachu from the Flame City, 4 fully leveled kings only under the influence of a rage potion could they barely win. Without the Great Guardian, any one of them would be one-hit kill. And with this Ice and Snow Queen set, can the Bao Queen not lose to any race's hero? No, it seems that among them the Ice and Snow Queen is the standout, isn't she? Although the attributes of the Ice Snow Empress set are unknown, they must be extraordinary. Su Luo said it was impossible not to want them. But there is no opportunity. There are 2 level 12 players here, not to mention a group of subordinates. Su Luo cannot defeat even a level 10 player with his level 8. He could only watch from the sidelines. Baiyun and Tiannu were at a stalemate. Whoever obtained the Ice Snow Empress would see their strength soar. The gems had lost their effect. Baiyun offered 10,000 gems to Tiannu for this chance, but Tiannu remained utterly unmoved. Baiyun said, as per our old rule, let's have a tribal battle. The victor gets this opportunity. Tian Nu refused with a grim expression. He wasn't confident he could defeat Bai Yun, and the overall strength of his alliance was inferior to the other side. However, as long as he remained resolute, Bai Yun wouldn't dare to strike. There was no opportunity to recover troops here. The two were locked in a standoff. At that moment, a joyful voice emerged from the tribe harboring the Ice Snow Empress. Great! A gifted hero has truly been born. My barbarian empire will grow even stronger. Child, come with me to the empire. That is where you can truly become powerful. Bai Yun and Tian Nu's expressions changed drastically. It was bad news. They had missed their chance. If a gifted hero was born in a tribe on the outskirts, they would send information deeper into the territory. The barbarian empire deep within the barbarian homeland would receive the news and send personnel to retrieve this gifted hero. The various tribes that came to farm resources in the barbarian homeland had only two possible ways to obtain the hero's equipment: to eliminate the tribe that birthed the gifted hero before the barbarian empire arrived, or to take their chances on the 8th or 9th levels. As for the 10th level, the barbarian empire held many gifted heroes, but who had the strength to acquire them? Now the difficulty of obtaining hero equipment had increased exponentially. Tian Nu and Bai Yun gazed ahead and saw a female mage wearing a red robe embroidered with a giant red dragon. Along with her was a warrior woman with a tunterlong golden battle axe and red hair. They were encircling a bow-wielding queen dressed in a white cloak and a frost crown. These were two heroes who had come from the barbarian empire. Tian Nu sighed in relief. It was fortunate there was no gifted hero. Most importantly, he had a method to counter the two heroes. Bai Yun, however, looked grim. His strength was similar to Tian Nu's, yet he had no way to counter the red-robed mage. The two heroes were the flame mage hero Flame Roar and the divine warrior hero female war god. The female war god was manageable. One could overwhelm her with numbers, but Flame Roar was difficult. One skill could wipe out his troops, allowing the female war god to reap the benefits. He must kill Flame Roar first, but he had no way to do so. Tian Nu had a plan. He jested, Bai Yun, I won't compete with you, you can go first. Bai Yun's face darkened, and he remained silent. Tian Nu felt even more pleased. He had thought there was only the Ice Snow Empress, but it turned out there were two additional heroes. Killing the Ice Snow Empress might yield a low drop rate, but killing these two new heroes would still have a 1%. Originally, killing these two heroes was extremely difficult, as they only appeared in the deeper tribes. Now they had basically appeared alone here. Tian Nu said, if you don't go, then I will. Bai Yun with an indignant expression replied, 10,000 gems are yours to take, but if I can't get them, you won't have the chance to fight either. Tian Nu answered without hesitation, all right. He then temporarily transferred the leader position to a trusted deputy and joined Bai Yun's tribe, handing over 10,000 gems. After receiving the gems, Bai Yun's expression softened slightly. The drop rate was very low, and Tian Nu's chance of success was minimal. But once he succeeded, Bai Yun would no longer be a match for him. For high-level tribes, even a slight chance was worth fighting for. Soaring high in the sky, Su Luo observed the two heroes through the shock. From their appearance, one could discern what heroes they were, though Su Luo certainly did not know their names. They were the Flame Mage hero and the Divine Warrior hero. Su Luo was unaware of the agreement reached between Tian Nu and Bai Yun as Tian Nu began to attack the tribe. Flame Roar was furious. How bold! You dare to attack us! Hongji, go first, I'll prepare my skill. Hongji, the Divine Warrior hero, nodded. She charged to the front line wielding the massive golden battle axe, as if it were a toy, swirling it effortlessly. With the first swing, a powerful gale was generated. Even though the battle axe did not touch the enemy, those struck by the wind suffered fatal damage. The golden battle axe swung continuously, creating a wind vortex around Hongji with a radius of about 3 meters. Some Pikachu Supermen attempted to approach her, but were instantly swept away as they got close. Fire dragons spewed flames directly extinguished in the gale. Only the strong attacks from the Thunder Dragon could reach Hongji, but it seemed like she ignored the damage. 7 or 8 high-level Bao Queens launched attacks in unison. Hongji remained unfazed, predicting the arrows' positions, and raised the golden battle axe to block. The arrows fell, 2 of them hitting Hongji, causing her to frown slightly. The barbarian king attempted to use his speed advantage to approach her, but Hongji, covered by the gale, moved with astonishing speed, not entangling with him. If only ordinary troops were involved, they might not be enough for Hongji to kill, and the main force of killing enemies was not Hongji, but Flame Roar. She was chanting incantations, seemingly casting a spell, while Hongji continuously slaughtered those trying to approach her. The tribe of the Ice Snow Empress was also protecting Flame Roar. Once her skill was released, it would deal a fatal blow to Tian Nu. The level and skills of Flame Roar were Tian Nu showed no signs of tension. He summoned his countermeasure against her. He addressed a male warrior behind him who resembled a divine warrior, saying, Tian Ci, take care of her. Tian Ci nodded, took a few steps forward, raising his spear with a heroic and solemn expression, declaring with a resolve to charge into battle, I seek death, if necessary. This solemn declaration soared into the sky. Su Luo's eyes widened. What kind of hero was this? His design was truly cool. In the next moment, Su Luo watched in disbelief as Tian Sis' figure suddenly appeared beside Flame Roar. He crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, arriving right next to the protected Flame Roar. A hint of cold gleam arrives first, followed by the spear like a dragon. Even if the enemy outnumbers us, I can still take the enemy general's head amidst 10,000 troops.